Chapter 161. The Jia family has not had an easy time these days. It was fine at first after the two young masters left, but then news came from Mingzhou from Aunt Jia Min, saying that the two young masters had arrived in Mingzhou, but both of them were not feeling well due to the unfamiliar climate. So no handwritten letters were sent. Mrs. Wang was worried about her children and grandchildren and also felt a little strange, but Jia Min had always been very reliable. So she believed her aunt's words. Jiamu knew about the chaos in the capital and always felt that something was wrong, but in order to stabilize the people at home, she also hid her worries in her heart. However, the final candidate for the imperial envoy discussed in the capital made this old lady, who had experienced several dynasties, unable to sit still. She suddenly had a headache and fainted after learning that her eldest grandson was going to be sent out. Jia's mother had always been in good health. She had been in better health in recent years, because she had not been worried about anything. This sudden illness really scared everyone. People from each room. Jiazhen from the next door. Yusher and others gathered in Jia's mother's yard. Jiaxi and Jiazhen were a little at a loss for what to do with their mother's sudden illness. They hurriedly invited the imperial physician, and sent people to inform their sons. Mrs. Wang was restless and muttering Buddhist scriptures. Mrs. Xing also lowered her head, and looked worried while sitting in her seat. However, she was still in the mood to look at the inner room from time to time. Among the younger wives, Li Wan was taking care of a few young children in a room where Jia's mother was. Yang was waiting for someone to come in and give her instructions on what to do. The older young masters and girls were all sitting together. In addition to their worries for their grandmother, they were also a little helpless in their hearts. The grandmother has always been a stabilizing force for her grandchildren and even great-grandchildren. Now she suddenly has an illness that needs to be treated by the imperial physician. And the children are very worried. Yingshan had already completed the 6 rites of marriage, and everyone in the Jia family thought she was a new bride. And they had to wait and see how Lady Jia was doing before reporting it. So she was not here yet. Among the girls now, Tanshun is the eldest. Although Shichuan is the girl next door. She has been living in Rongfu because of the chaos in the neighboring mansion. And she is also very filial to Lady Jia. Seeing the old man like this, Sister Tanshun also frowned, and she gently patted her sister's shoulder to comfort her. Feeling her sister's concern, Tanshun also smiled lightly in response. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and depressing. No one had spoken for a long time, so she didn't know what to say. The little movements of the two sisters did not attract attention, but the movement that finally came from the inner room attracted everyone's attention. The doctor was a middle-aged man. He was calm under the gaze of so many people. After coming out, he saluted Jiaxi and said, "General, the old lady is fine. It should be that she was anxious and had a headache. I have already prescribed a prescription. You just need to take the medicine on time." Jiaxi and his brothers also stood up and thanked the doctor. At this time, Jia Lian also hurried back from outside. When he entered the room, he was in a hurry, and the little maid outside couldn't keep up with his pace. "Father, uncle, and brother Jin, hello." After Jia Lian came in, he also greeted the people around him. Jiaxi saw the sweat on his son's forehead and knew that he had come back in a hurry. So he didn't say anything more. "The imperial physician has examined your grandmother, and it's nothing serious. But the old lady hasn't woken up yet, so don't disturb her rest." Jiazhen went over to ask the imperial physician for a prescription, and asked the maid next to Jia's mother to take the prescription and prepare the medicine, and go to the tea room to boil the medicine. The maid waiting for the master's order was Qingwen. She was born beautiful and could read and write, so she had to be used after returning to Jia's mother. Now after hearing the master's order, she bowed and hurried down to do her work. However, after this matter was over, grandmother Jia had already woken up and met her son, daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Jia Zhu had not returned home yet. Jia Jing's face looked a little unhappy at this time. He knew that Jia Zhu was busy, but there was still no one to see his grandmother when she was in trouble. This matter was indeed not handled properly. But when dusk fell, Jia Zhu finally came to the main courtyard. Grandmother Jia was also awake and in good spirits at this time. When she heard that her grandson had returned, she hurriedly asked someone to call him in. Grandson pays respects to grandmother. "I am late today. Please forgive me." After entering, Jia Zhu knelt directly on the footstool in front of Jiamu's bed. Jiamu would feel a little dizzy if she stood up, so she couldn't stand up to help her grandson at this time. But she still hurriedly said, "It's none of your business." You are now an important official in the court and have the emperor's order. You don't have to act like this. Okay, get up. Looking at the guilty look on Jiaju's face. Jiamu also knew that it was difficult to be loyal and filial since ancient times. Take her husband, the old Duke of Rong. For example, when he was young, the old Duke of Rong had fought on the battlefield. At that time, when he went to the battlefield, the whole family was worried. But there was no way to be loyal to the country. Jiaju stood up when he saw that his grandmother really had no intention of blaming him. Grandmother, how do you feel now? I am about to leave the capital and cannot be with you to show my filial piety. It is really my fault. Grandmother Jia looked at her grandson with a smile. It's nothing. Your wife and sister-in-law are both very good. And your brothers and sisters are all good children. Leonor is sensible now and can handle things outside. You don't have to worry about me. An old woman. But after she finished talking about her own affairs, the smile on Grandmother Jia's face slowly faded. She was silent. After a moment of silence, she asked again, This matter is very serious. I am thinking of something else. Tell me the truth. Did Baoyu and Lanner also have any problems? Jiaju was shocked when he heard his grandmother's words. Something happened to his younger brother Baoyu and his son Jialan. Jiamin naturally could not help but report it to the family. Now the two masters of the Jia family and the young master Jiaju knew about this matter. But the female family members were kept in the dark. Unexpectedly, the ancestor was so keen to notice this matter. After thinking for a while, Jiaju still hadn't figured out what to say. But Grandmother Jia looked up at her grandson again. Just tell the truth, but I think it's okay. After all, if something serious happened, you wouldn't react like this. There's news that an epidemic has broken out somewhere outside. Grandmother Jia thought about it for a while and felt something was wrong. She wasn't worried about anything else but that the two children would get sick. Now that she asked this question, she was indeed less worried. Jiaju exhaled slowly. Yes, Baoyu and Lanner suffered some minor injuries, but were also frightened. So the doctors invited by Aunt Min and Uncle Lin said that they should recuperate for a while. After hearing this, Jiamu felt more at ease. She thought for a while, and then instructed, They are just innocent people affected by the disaster. It is extremely difficult for you to leave the capital this time. You said before that the emperor took a fancy to you. But such an assignment is far beyond your ability. But he still gave it to you. The position of the imperial envoy is lowly but powerful. The left and right governors of the provincial administration are both second-rank officials. No matter what the forces behind them are, they are all people who have been immersed in officialdom for many years. The prefects under them are not easy to deal with. Not to mention the complex forces behind these people. This is not something that Jiaju, a newcomer, can touch. Jiaju smiled at this time. He looked up at his grandmother with his eyes bright and startling. Don't worry, Grandma. Today, Grandmother Lin called me to tell her something. Grandmother Jia wanted to get up after hearing this. But Jiaju went over to help her out of consideration for her grandmother's health. However, she also held her grandson's hand tightly and asked, Grandmother, are you talking about the relatives of His Royal Highness the King of Wu? Grandmother Jia had 2 sons and 1 daughter in her life. Although the 2 sons had not achieved much and were not qualified to be appointed as ministers, they continued the Jia family's incense and had grandsons and granddaughters like Jiaju, allowing her to enjoy the joy of playing with her grandchildren. Only her daughter Jiamin left the capital not long after getting married. Therefore, there are 2 people in Mingzhou that Jia's mother misses. One is her beloved daughter, and the other is her granddaughter. A while ago, the capital issued an edict to the vassal King Wu Wang in Mingzhou, which granted the marriage between Wu Wang and the daughter of Lin Hai, the right governor of Zhejiang provincial administration. This edict was indeed the focus of everyone's attention. There are also many people in the capital who want to marry their family members to Mingzhou, but everyone was not surprised by the imperial edict. Some people secretly mocked the noble concubine for marrying her son to a girl from the Lin family. Why didn't she consider the daughter of her own mother's family, but chose another Lin family? After the Jia family learned of this decree, many people had mixed feelings. Grandmother Jia was surprised and happy, thinking that her granddaughter had found a good match. Mrs. Wang had some unspeakable emotions in her heart after hearing the news. She used to get along with her younger sister-in-law Jiamin a little awkwardly. But she didn't feel awkward when they didn't see each other very often. So they had been interacting normally over the years. Now that she heard that her younger sister-in-law's daughter had married a prince, Mrs. Wang felt a little frustrated. She also had 2 sons and a daughter. Her eldest son Jiazhu was now successful, and her eldest daughter Yuan Shun was serving in the palace, and didn't want to consider marriage anymore. Only her youngest son Baoyu's current marriage made her worried. Now that she heard that her younger sister-in-law's daughter could marry a prince as his principal wife, she couldn't help but think of Baoyu's marriage. Thinking that her mother-in-law and the girl she had chosen had not given a clear reply, she was still a little depressed. Now that grandmother Jia heard that it was Elder Lin who had ordered Jiazhu to do something, she felt much more at ease. After all, with this marriage, the 2 families had some relationship, not to mention the support of the senior officials for the juniors. Even with this relationship, Jiazhu would not suffer any big loss even if he did not find out anything. It was almost the winter solstice. Jiazhu had been out of the capital for a while, and some news of his safety had been sent back, and snowflakes had begun to fall in Yanqing. Jia's mother's illness had been cured for a long time. She heard the sound of girls laughing outside and asked Qingwen beside her, "Have Tanchun and the others returned?" Qingwen saw the old lady asking, and she brought up the medicinal food she had just cooked. "It's the girls. The 2 girls came this morning and said they wanted to see you at this time. The girls also said they had prepared something, but they didn't know if you liked it." The old lady's illness had really scared the whole family, so even the imperial physician was about to guarantee that the old lady was fine. After everyone discussed it, they felt that it was not good to take medicine if there was no disease, but they should still take medicinal food from time to nourish Jia's mother. Upon hearing this, Jiamu took the medicinal food and put it aside. She was interested in Qingwen's words. "What good stuff is it?" Yuan Yang had invited several girls in at this time. She saw Qingwen persuading the old ancestor to use the medicinal food. She would know what the girls brought in later. She also secretly felt that Qingwen was quite thorough and diligent in her work. Soon, several girls also brought the folded red plums into Jiamu's room, and the group of people became lively again. Chapter 162. The uncle and nephew of the Jia family, who were far away in Mingzhou City, had almost recovered in the past few days, and were preparing to go to the banquet at the King of Wu's mansion together. Jia Baoyu huddled in his big fur cloak and told his nephew Jia Lan to put on another piece of clothing. "It was a good season when we came here, but it was a pity that we didn't enjoy it well. Now that we are well, it has to be this time. I think this weather is more unbearable than in the capital." Jia Lan was an honest man. When he went out, he would do whatever his uncle said. After hearing this, he took the male servant in and put on another piece of clothing. The uncle and nephew had been staying at their aunt's house temporarily before, but after they recovered, they couldn't stay at the Lin mansion all the time. They came to Mingzhou to study. Lin Hai suggested that they rent a courtyard near the academy, and the Lin family could send some people to serve the 2 young masters. Jia Baoyu was much more obedient when he went out now. He was indeed frightened a lot on the way, so after he recovered in the Lin mansion, he followed his uncle's instructions and took his nephew to the academy, and the 2 of them moved out to live. Although he only lived in the Lin mansion for a short period of time and lived in the front yard, Jia Baoyu was still attracted by his cousin during the time he lived in the Lin mansion. But he also knew that his cousin had already been engaged, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that it might be fate. The 2 Jia family members went out today because of the Lin mansion or Lin Daiyu. The Wu Wang mansion in Mingzhou City held a small banquet today to celebrate the birth of a son by the daughter-in-law of the queen's mother's family, so the 2 of them could join in the fun. Jia Baoyu went out to study from the Imperial College in Beijing. He was very knowledgeable in writing, not to mention poetry, so he was very popular among the talented people in Jiangnan. The 2 came to the academy halfway, and everyone in the academy was willing to talk and socialize with them. Scholars love to discuss government affairs, so recently everyone has been discussing the epidemic and the imperial envoy. These people were not without curiosity about whether the uncle and nephew of the Jia family who came to study were related to the imperial envoy. But no one asked out loud out of courtesy, "Uncle, have you heard what the school said recently? Now that I think about it, we are still lucky." Jia Lan took the initiative to speak after getting on the carriage, and there was still a long way to go. Jia Lan said this because he felt that he and his uncle were lucky. Or maybe it was because of the blessing of their ancestors that they did not get infected with the headache-inducing epidemic. Jia Baoyu glanced at his nephew after hearing this. Brother should be going back to Beijing at this time. How is it? Do you miss home? Jia Lan was a little unconvinced when his uncle asked him this. He felt that he was no longer a child, so he said with some dissatisfaction, Going out to study is a common thing. Lanner has no complaints. Hearing Jialan say this, Jia Bayu laughed out loud. He rubbed his nephew's head. You don't want me? I don't know how grandma and father, mother are doing. Sister-in-law, sisters, brothers and nieces are doing well. Jialan looked up with a look of condemnation in his eyes. He puffed up his face and angrily adjusted his hair, knowing that his uncle was teasing him. After helping his nephew to tidy up, Jia Baoyu looked at the carefree Jialan and felt inexplicably envious. We didn't expect those people to be so cruel. But your elder brother has already arrived in Yanqing, so you don't have to worry too much. One day, Lin Hai called Jia Baoyu alone and told him the matter. Seeing Jia Baoyu standing there in a daze, Lin Hai continued to talk. Originally, your aunt didn't want me to tell you, but I thought that you were already this age. And according to the rules, you can get married and support the family. These family matters should not be kept from you as a child. Jiamin hadn't seen her family for many years. Now that she saw the two younger generations coming to Mingzhou, she treated them as children in her heart. After hearing the news about Jiazhu, her first reaction was to hide it from the two people. Lin Hai thought it was not possible. Jia Lan was still young. But if Jia Baoyu wanted to be appointed as an official, he was actually qualified. If the Jia family wanted him to be a talented scholar for life, it was fine. If they wanted him to enter the court, then these things should not be hidden from him. However, looking at Jia Baoyu's pale face, Lin Hai still felt helpless. He felt that Jia Baoyu was not the same as his brother Jiazhu, who was weak on the outside but had his own ideas. Go and sit down. I'm telling you this not for any other reason but to let you know. Forget about Lanner. If there is no letter from the capital to let him know, we don't need to tell him to scare him. Jia Baoyu sat for a while and had an idea in his mind. He stood up and saluted. My nephew knows. Thank you for telling me. I also know the severity of Lanner. Please rest assured. The situation of the Imperial Envoy was not something that ordinary scholars could know. So the people in the academy said that the Imperial Envoy had found the things and had returned to the capital. Jia Baoyu was already frightened when he heard it. And now, he didn't want his nephew to mention it again. So he quickly interrupted and led the topic away. Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan arrived early. After they entered the mansion, they were led to the front yard. Lin Jingyi personally entertained the male guests. Because of the special time, Lin Muyu had decided to invite only relatives to the banquet. So Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan did not feel uncomfortable. Sihui Hall was more lively. After Lin Muyu and others arrived, she took them to see Wang Shifeng and the baby who had just turned 1 month old. The ladies were fine. Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai looked at the baby in the cradle with some surprise. Lin Daiyu is the only daughter in the family and has no brothers or sisters. Shui Baochai has an elder brother, but as a younger sister, she has never seen him as a baby. He is so young, should we not touch him? Lin Daiyu wanted to touch the child's face, but she was a little unsure whether she could touch him because the child was so young. Shui Baochai was also a little hesitant. It should be okay to touch it. I went to see the children in the charity bureau before, and the babies are not as fragile as we think. Lin Muyu saw that Baochai had not changed her mind, so she let her go to the 4 institutions under the jurisdiction of the female officials in Mingzhou City to observe and work. Her purpose was to let Shui Baochai experience the life of ordinary people in the market before entrusting her with important tasks. Shui Baochai happened to go to the charity bureau to help out during this period, so she had these experiences to share. Lin Muyu was originally chatting with her 2 aunts, Jia Min and Mrs. Shui. But after they noticed the movements of the 2 children, they all looked over there tacitly. It's okay. It's okay for you to touch him gently. He is indeed not that fragile. Lin Muyu walked over and looked at the sleeping child in the cradle. And she couldn't help but think of the situation when she had just given birth to a child. And she felt a few inexplicable emotions in her heart. Wang Shifeng had some problems during childbirth. So now that the baby is 1 month old, Lin Muyu doesn't allow her to worry too much and asks her to rest for a while. At this time, she was also ordered to lie in the inner room and not to go out for social activities. Pinger came in with a bowl of medicine and said, "This is today's medicine. Please drink it quickly. I don't want to be scolded again." Wang Shifeng's eyebrows were about to wrinkle when she saw the bowl of medicine. But she still took it and drank it quickly before replying. "Who made you so stupid? You poured the medicine and picked a pot of flowers to cause trouble. Didn't the queen catch you? I think you have become more and more backward over the years. You were not so pretentious when you took medicine when you were a child. But now you are like this. Pinger also has a good relationship with Wang Shifeng. Hearing this, she returned it sharply, but handed over the candied fruit honestly. It was hard to talk with candied fruit in her mouth. After swallowing it, Wang Shifeng replied, "You are getting better and better. You have learned to talk back to me." At first, the servants of the Lin family were not used to the quarrel between the master and the servant. But later they got used to it, and did what they should do. A maid named Han Pei, who came to serve Wang Shifeng after she married into the Lin family, happened to enter the house. Seeing that her grandmother had finished her food, she also said, "The queen said that it is cold outside, so she will not carry the little boy to the Tsihui hall. She will just let Mastery bring the relatives to take a look later." Wang Shifeng nodded. Today, all the people coming were relatives, so there was no conflict. Okay. The west room where Xiao Gu lives should be decorated, and the charcoal basin should be carefully ventilated. But don't let the child get frozen. Han Pei listened carefully, and saw that there were no other instructions before going down. Pinger teased Wang Shifeng a few more times, and complained that she was nagging. Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai, both wrapped in cloaks, returned to Tsihui Hall with the Empress and the elders. The two of them were still excited about the children, and were still whispering to each other. As for the male guests, Lin Jingyi, who saw that everyone had arrived, felt that a group of men had no reason to look at his precious son, so he took everyone to take a quick look and drove them to Tsihui Hall. "Let's go, you will naturally have your own children to look after in the future, so don't gather here. My aunt has opened a banquet in Tsihui Hall. We can also go and have a drink. Daoyu and Lano are both outstanding in the courtyard. I won't recognize you if you don't drink and write 100 poems today." After letting everyone look at his son, who was wrapped tightly in the cradle, Lin Jingyi pulled everyone out. There is no need to be too particular about family banquets. Lin Muyue waited until everyone was seated before announcing the start of the banquet. The food in the palace banquet looks good, but if it is served early in winter, it will be difficult to eat any delicacies. Today we won't be particular about this. Okay, let's start the banquet. Jia Baoyu has tasted many Jiangnan flavors in recent days. He was also a little happy when he saw such a table of Beijing-style banquets. Seeing that everyone started to eat without being polite, he also picked his favorite dishes and took a bite. When the banquet was in full swing, Su Qingyu saw that everyone at the table had already started talking. His shoulders suddenly sank, and he felt that there was a smell of alcohol around him. Lin Jingyi looked at his cousin, His Royal Highness Prince Wu, and said, "Let's go." The uncle and nephew of the Jia family, who just arrived in Mingzhou, are indeed very talented. "Your Highness, why don't you go and listen to what they have done?" Su Qingyu looked up at his cheap cousin for a while, and then he asked Maokai to get the wine pot. "Okay, let's go and meet him together." He felt that his cousin's words were a little strange, but Lin Jingyi was happy today and drank a little more, so his brain was a little slower. He saw Su Qingyu striding towards the Jia family's table, and he lagged behind a few steps before following him. Chapter 163. Lin Muyue sat next to her son, but she had just gone to talk to someone with a wine glass, so she only found out that her big son was gone after she came back. Today, she was so happy that she let herself drink. So Lin Muyue was not sober now. She sat down with Yun Xia's hand and looked around. She felt a little strange to see Cheng Yu talking with the young people. "Why did you go over there? Doesn't he like the two young masters of the Jia family?" Yun Xia immediately stopped her mother from speaking. "Oh, you are really drunk? Or should I help you go back and rest?" Lin Muyue stared at that place for a while. "I don't you go give me a bowl of sobering soup. I want to see what's going on over there." Yun Xia had no choice but to persuade for a while, but it was a pity that it was always difficult for a sober person to reason with a drunkard, and she finally couldn't get over the meaning of the person in front of her, so she could only wink at Wen Huai and Wen Lu to let them look at the mother, and she went to get the sobering soup herself. Since they were all relatives, today's banquet didn't really talk about gender separation. Lin Muyue didn't want to be too conspicuous, so she didn't arrange for a troupe to perform. So after everyone finished their food and enjoyed some music played by the musicians in the palace, the young men and women still gathered together to talk and socialize. Although Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai were women, they had their own strengths. Everyone gathered together to talk and chat, but they showed it everywhere. Lin Jingyi naturally knew that these two sisters were not inferior to others. Although Shui Pan was a little uneducated, he knew how his own sisters were. It was the two young masters of the Jia family who suffered a greater shock today. Jia Baoyu was fine. He was dragged out of the backyard by his father and brother, who couldn't stand it anymore and rushed him to study. He usually spent a lot of time with his sister-in-law and sisters. And he knew that the writings of women in the boudoir were not inferior to those of the world's talented men. Jia Lan, on the other hand, was controlled by his parents since he was a child, and didn't look like a young master from a noble family at all. Not to mention that he studied hard when he was young. He himself couldn't talk and play with the ants in the inner house. And his two sisters were too young to show any talent. Jia Lan knew that his mother was a literate woman and could be called a boudoir scholar. But Li Wan was not the type to show off her talent. So when he saw Lin and Shui today, he was still very impressed. The two girls today, especially the poem written by Lin Daiyu, were really amazing. Everyone in the room, from Lin Jun, who had been in the court for many years and had seen many Jinshi, to several young gentlemen, all appreciated the excellence of the poem and praised it. Su Qingyu himself came to join in the fun, except for Shui Pan and Jia Baoyu's uncle and nephew. All the people present had seen the prince often, so everyone was normal when they saw him coming. Only Jia Baoyu felt that every time the King of Wu's eyes swept over him, he felt uneasy. He was a little confused as to whether he had offended the prince in some way. This was an unprovoked disaster for Jia Baoyu. The reason why he was targeted by the King of Wu was entirely because of an unintentional remark by the King of Wu's mother, the concubine dowager. When she knew Jia Baoyu was coming to Mingzhou, Lin Muyue's first thought was whether this alliance was destined by heaven. Daiyu did not come to Beijing, but Jia Baoyu traveled thousands of miles to Mingzhou. After Jia Baoyu recovered, he came to the Wuwang mansion to pay a visit. Lin Muyue saw that he was indeed a handsome young man, with beautiful eyebrows and eyes as described in the book she read. She also felt that everyone in the Jia family had good looks. I met your grandmother many years ago, and then I met your aunt and cousin. Now I meet you, the son of the Jia family. And I know that your Jia family has a good appearance that is passed down from generation to generation. Lin Muyue didn't say anything else when she saw Jia Baoyu, but she sighed at his appearance first. Jia Baoyu was slightly startled to see that he was praised for this. But Lin Muyue quickly changed the subject and asked him and Jia Lan how they were doing, whether they had adapted to the climate here, and what academy they planned to go to. Skipping the little episode just now, Lin Muyue probed Jia Baoyu a few times, and she did find out some of his views on Daiyu. However, she saw that although Baoyu had admiration in his words when he talked about Daiyu, there was no friendship between men and women, and she felt that fate was playing tricks on him. Feelings still need to be cultivated. Without childhood sweethearts spending time together day after day, Baoyu and Daiyu would not have developed any feelings, as Lin Muyue knew. However, Daiyu and Baoyu, apart from other things, are indeed a perfect match when standing together. After Jia Baoyu and the others returned, Lin Muyue could not help but think so in her heart. When her son came to pay her respects, Lin Muyue looked at her son and felt that he was not worse than Jia Baoyu. So she could not help but tease her son. I met Mrs. Jia's nephew today. He is a good-looking man. Mrs. Jia told me before that she was worried about your marriage and had planned to marry her daughter back to her parents' home in Beijing. If so, this boy would be a good match. It was just that the speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. After Su Qingyu returned to his room, he stared at the mirror in his room that was as tall as a person for a long time. Mao Kai looked at his own prince from the side and felt that it was like a knife raining from the sky. His own prince actually started to look at the mirror non-stop. Su Qingyu looked at the mirror and wanted to ask Mao Kai who was more handsome between himself and Mr. Jia, whom he met today. But he was shocked when he thought of it, thinking of Zhou Ji's article criticizing King Wei of Qi for accepting advice. Su Qingyu walked away from the mirror silently. Go and tell the messenger. The account book I want must be sent to the palace today. If you delay any more, let these people vacate their positions. I don't support idle people. It was the end of the year recently, and all places had to report their accounts to the palace. The King of Wu in the palace urged several times, and there were still a few places below that said that the accounts had not been sorted out. Su Qingyu was upset today, so he directly ordered Mao Kai to pass the message. After recalling the past events for a while, Su Qingyu was indeed a little unhappy with Jia Baoyu on the day of the dinner, but he did not do anything, just watched Baoyu secretly trying his luck. Shui Baochai was the most thoughtful. Others did not notice the difference between the King of Wu today. Only she saw it, so she was no longer thinking about writing poems. Lin Daiyu was discussing poems with others. Shui Baochai naturally saw the little action of His Royal Highness the King of Wu at this time, She lowered her eyes, and smiled, and whispered something in Dayu's ear. Lin Dayu was originally discussing with Jia Baoyu about a Buddhist verse he had just composed. She was teasing Baoyu for not understanding Buddhism, but forcing himself to compose a Buddhist verse, using words she had heard from the master's lecture at Fatong Temple. After hearing what Shui Baochai said, Lin Dayu wanted to turn around and look at the king of Wu behind her, but was pulled back by Baochai. Don't. Come with me and watch over there quietly. If you come to your senses so suddenly, His Highness will notice it. Shui Baochai pulled the corner of her clothes and asked someone to go with her to Mrs. Shui's side. The two of them left Baoyu, who was deep in thought about his Buddhist verses, and the crowd watching the excitement. They quietly changed their positions when they passed by. So when they started talking to Mrs. Shui about Wang Shifeng and the young man, Lin Dayu naturally saw the way King Wu was staring at her cousin Jia Baoyu. However, Su Qingyu also noticed the changes in the whereabouts of the two girls. He also looked over to Mrs. Shui's side. As a result, his eyes met Dayu's. When their eyes crossed, he smiled subconsciously, and Lin Dayu was slightly startled and immediately turned her head back. After this little episode, Su Qingyu was in a good mood. He no longer looked at Dayu or Jia Baoyu, but picked up the wine pot and poured a glass of wine. He looked at his cheap cousin Lin Jingyi and said, I offer a glass to you, brother. Today, my cousin's wife gave birth to a baby boy, which is a great joy. You can't not drink this glass of wine. Lin Jingyi drank so much that he didn't even understand the Buddhist verses that Lin Dayu had just said to Jia Baoyu. However, when he heard his cousin say that it was to congratulate him, he drank the wine without hesitation. Then he started to catch people to drink with him like a madman. As the winter solstice approached, something big happened in the palace. Since the new emperor ascended the throne, there were many more concubines in the harem because of his constant favor, but the pattern of 1 queen and 2 concubines became 3 concubines just because of the pregnancy of concubine Ren. But I don't know whether it was because concubine Payan had the goodwill of the queen mother, or the emperor really figured out something and thought that he could use the women in the harem to control the cabinet elders of the previous dynasty. But the queen mother and the emperor unanimously decided to promote concubine Payan to the title of virtuous concubine, and hold the canonization ceremony in the spring of the following year. Empress Xiao was not upset about this incident this time. She just smiled and told the Empress Dowager and the Emperor that concubine Jean needed to send more people to serve, and asked her to see if the wet nurses and nannies who served the heirs were suitable. Empress Dowager Li also knew that these things were brought up by the Empress to give concubine Jean face, but she didn't care and agreed. Emperor Xinghe Su Chengyu also thought that the Empress was capable, and was satisfied with Empress Zhao's method and praised her. Concubine Zhu Jing heard the Empress Dowager's nagging when she went to visit her aunt again, but she became more and more taciturn after entering the palace, and just listened to her aunt's words without agreeing or refuting. The defeat of the Zhu family was a foregone conclusion. Now the Zhu family still had to count on concubine Jing to be favored and give birth to an heir. Therefore, Zhu Yanfu could not really do anything to this niece. She could only complain, and then pinch her nose to teach her how to please the emperor and win his favor. The lawsuit in the imperial city also affected the situation of the previous dynasty. Pei Gulao and his followers also obeyed the emperor's orders during this period, which made Emperor Xinghe Su Chengyu live the most satisfactory life. However, it was also fate. The continuous wind and snow before the winter solstice seemed to indicate something. Chapter 164. On the winter solstice, the royal family would go to the imperial ancestral temple to offer sacrifices to the heavens and ancestors. In winter, Yanqing was often snowy and windy. When the emperor left the palace in winter, he would ride in a carriage. Xinghe Emperor Su Chengyu sat in the dragon sedan chair. He was thinking whether he should go to the suburbs to run horses after the ceremony. For some reason in winter, it started to snow in various places after a year of drought. Even the southernmost prefectures and counties had snowflakes falling. Yanqing, as a city in the north, had snow for several days in a row. The eunuchs and palace maids, who were sweeping the snow in the palace, had caught a cold because of continuous work. Empress Xiao therefore gave each palace maid a portion of hot brown sugar ginger water. It was praised by people inside and outside the palace as a proof of the queen's virtue. Offering sacrifices to the heavens and ancestors in the imperial ancestral temple is a tradition of the winter solstice. Emperor Xinghe did not say that he had already had experience, nor did he know how many times he had come here as a prince following his father. Moreover, the sky was clear today on the winter solstice, which was a favor to God. Summer clouds in winter naturally make people feel more intimate. The ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens and ancestors is solemn and dignified. The emperor, as the main sacrificer, was very bored. As Su Chengyu followed the ceremonial officer singing and saluting, he felt more and more eager to go for a walk later. Go tell Marquinbua and ask him to assign me a team of elite soldiers. I won't go back to the palace for a while. I'll go out and run horses. After the ceremony in the Imperial Ancestral Temple was over, Su Chengyu called Xiao Fan beside him and told him. This time, nearly 5,000 soldiers from various guards came out to worship the ancestors to escort the emperor, and the leader of these people was Marquinbua. Xiao Fan gradually regained the emperor's favor these days, but he was not as powerful as before. After his master was executed by the Queen Mother, he became a thorn in the Queen Mother's side. Luckily, Su Chengyu used this eunuch very well, and didn't want the Queen Mother to interfere in his affairs, so he saved his life. However, Xiao Fan has his own abilities. He can not only persuade the emperor to obey him, but also has a set of methods to deal with the ministers of the previous dynasty. He is the one who can argue with the civil servants of the previous dynasty best around the emperor. Therefore, after Xiao Fan's limelight faded, he gradually regained the emperor's favor, and squeezed out the eunuch Pang, who is now the most popular eunuch in front of the emperor. If the emperor's order was told to Pang Chong, he would have to consider the Queen Mother and the emperor's health and give a word of advice. However, Xiao Fan did not say a word and went down to pass on the emperor's oral order, and threw the matter to Ingbo Ho. Ingbo Ho Ji Yongjie knelt down to receive the order, but he was also muttering in his heart about why His Majesty was so impulsive. Even the diligent soldiers and the playboys who raced horses all day would not go out to race horses at this time of year. Why did His Majesty insist on going hunting for fun at this time? He stood up and walked a few steps towards Xiao Fan. Ingbo Ho asked, "Why did your Majesty get interested at this time? Can you persuade him? The sky looks clear now, but it snowed too much a few days ago, so it is not a good time to race horses. There is no good prey in the suburbs in winter, let alone what you can get from a round of horse racing. You are considered a good hunter if you can control the horse, so that it does not trip over things under the snow." Ingbo Ho's son Ji Yuan was once the second prince's companion, so he was well aware of the horseback skills of the former princes and the current emperors. Emperor Xinghe Su Chengyu was considered the best among the princes, but even when the princes were riding horses and practicing archery in the training ground, there were countless eyes staring at them. In this situation, he was really worried about whether the emperor could be safe. Xiao Fan had tried to persuade the emperor just now, but now he lied. He deliberately put on an embarrassed look. "My lord, I have also persuaded your Majesty, but your Majesty has made up his mind and will not listen to me. So I can only trouble you to find some good people to serve your Majesty." I didn't expect that Xiao Fan would have the courage to lie after what happened before. Ingbo Ho thought about it and called the commander of the Jinui. He selected some elite soldiers from the Jinui, about 100 people, and asked them to go to your Majesty and wait for orders as the emperor's personal guards. Although Su Chengyu didn't like to use these people because of his father's previous incident, he didn't have any objections this time and just streamlined the number of people. Finally, he took about 30 good men, changed his clothes, and left the large group returning to the palace in a low-key manner. Pang Chong didn't know about this until this time. He hurriedly pulled Xiao Fan. "You little thief. His Majesty has just recovered from his illness. You didn't even advise him when you saw him like this. You just let him do whatever he wants." Compared with Xiao Fan and his apprentice, Pang Chong has been in the palace for many years. Although he likes to make profits and is still confused about the word greed, he usually receives money from the ministers of the previous dynasty to say good things to them. However, he is indeed loyal to the emperor and dares to advise the emperor on some of his behaviors. This is why Su Chengyu didn't ask the eunuch to give orders just now. He also knew that Pang Chong was loyal, but he didn't want him to spoil his fun. Xiao Fan had just pretended in front of Ingbo Ho, but now he laughed sarcastically when Pang Chong came to ask him. "We are just servants who do things according to your Majesty's orders. Don't really think of yourself as a loyal minister of the imperial censor. There is no loyal minister like you who can corrupt an alley in one day." After saying that, Xiao Fan pulled out his sleeve that was grabbed by Pang Chong, picked up a hat, and put it on his head and hurried out. Pang Chong stomped his feet and turned around in a circle, but he still had to hold his nose and clean up the mess for them. If the Empress Dowager knew about this, she would not care who spread the news. In the end, she would blame the first person who served the emperor. However, it may be that there is a destiny in the dark. God did not hear the worries of Ingwaho and the prayers of eunuch Pang. When the news that the emperor's horse was frightened and fell off the horse was reported back to the palace, Empress Dowager Li's first reaction was whether the person in front of her was bold enough to dare to curse the emperor. What did you say? Your Majesty fell off the horse. Your Majesty went to worship the ancestors. How could he fall off the horse? Empress Dowager Li was full of disbelief when she heard the eunuch's reply. She slammed the table and stood up, asking the person loudly without any rules or etiquette. The young eunuch kneeling on the ground was shaking like a sieve. And he was also stumbling when he replied. Reply to the Empress Dowager's words. After your Majesty came out of the Taimyo, he said that the Ministry of Rites had submitted a memorial before the winter solstice, saying that the ancient emperors would open an altar in the suburbs to worship the sky on the winter solstice. Your Majesty said that he could follow the ancient system next year, so he wanted to go to the suburbs. He ordered us to return to the palace and took the Jinui adults to the suburbs. However, Su Chengyu had neglected his archery and horsemanship for a long time since he ascended the throne. He had extremely high requirements for both the man and the horse to go horseback riding in the winter. The people following the emperor didn't pay attention, and the emperor and his horse fell in the snow. Seeing the queen mother standing up and seeming to faint after hearing the reply, the newly appointed concubine Pei also had a sullen face. She helped the queen mother sit down and asked sternly, "Speak clearly. How is His Majesty now, and who is serving you? You didn't leak any information along the way, did you? Did anyone else know about this?" The young eunuch was also frightened by the queen mother and concubine Xian's harsh words. He cried and replied, "Your Majesty fell in the snow and is still conscious. But it seems that something under the snow hurt His Majesty's dragon body, and His Majesty lost a lot of blood." Concubine Pei has been running to the queen mother these days. She wants to persuade the queen mother to give her part of this year's palace banquet. It is clear that she wants to continue to compete with the queen for power in the palace. Although the relationship between Empress Dowager Li and her son has not completely returned to the previous closeness, she still follows her son's wishes to promote concubine Xian, and gradually relaxes her mind and wants to promote concubine Xian again, according to the experience of the two concubines assisting the queen. Concubine Pei Xian has other intentions. She now occupies the position of the 4 concubines, and no longer wants to assist concubine Jing as before, but wants to occupy the title alone. So she has been running to the Sinang Palace more diligently these days. Concubine Pei Xian has been around the Empress Dowager these days, and has learned more about Emperor Xinghe. It can be seen that the two get along more harmoniously on weekdays. But she still felt awkward after hearing such news today. It was only when she saw the Empress Dowager was surrounded and speechless that she had to ask questions. Coincidentally, someone outside came in at this time. It was an ordinary maid serving in the Sinang Palace. She was a little confused when she saw the scene in the palace. She stuttered, "Hello, Empress Dowager." "Hello, Concubine Xian." Concubine Jing came to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. This, Fu Yu and Xiao Man, who were beside the Empress Dowager, were called away by the queen to ask for advice, and went to the palace administration office to look through the list of eunuchs and maids who had violated the palace rules and were punished or even executed or expelled from the palace this year. So now the people around her also felt a little leaderless. This little maid came in to pass on the message. Empress Dowager Li was sitting on the chair and being held in the chest by everyone. A big maid hurried to ask for the imperial physician. The rest looked at Concubine Pei. Concubine Pei had some thoughts, but she didn't dare to make decisions for the Empress Dowager at this time. She knelt beside the Empress Dowager and asked softly, "Your Majesty, it's Concubine Jing who is here. You should call her in now. And should you send someone to tell the Empress?" When Empress Dowager Li heard that her son fell off the horse, her heart felt like it was being clenched. Later, when she heard the eunuch say that the injury was not serious, she was helped back to the chair as if she was exhausted. After hearing what Concubine Pei said, she also said weakly, "Call them all over. Especially the queen. I have something to tell her." Queen Zhao's face was pale when she sat on the sedan chair to the Sinang Palace. It was not until she entered the door that she took a deep breath and patted her cheeks to make herself feel more energetic. She was very nervous, but she still arranged the palace affairs without stopping and asked people to strictly observe the palace ban. She also ordered people to take care of Concubine Jean before rushing to the Sinang Palace. Chapter 165. Empress Xiao was actually a little numb in her heart. After all, she had been in the palace for a short time, and things happened one after another. She had turned a young girl into a careful and meticulous woman in the palace. The Xiao family used to send the wife of Duke Chang'an to the palace to urge the queen to get pregnant as soon as possible. Later, they also felt that the queen's helplessness and busyness gradually subsided. This was the only thing that comforted Empress Xiao recently. This time, Wang, the female official, personally accompanied the queen to the Xineng palace. Fu Yu also hurriedly followed the queen. When everyone arrived at the Xineng palace, they were relieved to see that Empress Dowager Li was still safe and sound no matter what the emperor did. In fact, the people in the palace had already prepared for the emperor's temperament. Empress Xiao didn't feel anything after hearing the news this time. She just sighed in her heart that she might have to take care of the sick and manage the palace affairs. She would be busy for a while. Concubine Pei Xian and Concubine Zhu Jing were both serving medicine at the Queen Mother's bedside. After the queen came in hurriedly, it took some time for everyone to pay their respects. "I am late. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Queen Xiao was not as embarrassed as she was before when the emperor suddenly felt unwell. So after she came in, she apologized first. Queen Motherly was frightened just now, so she felt a little uncomfortable. Now she drank the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician, and the sedative spices were lit in the room. She didn't feel so uncomfortable now. Seeing the queen coming, she called her up personally. "Get up, the queen is busy and it's good that she can come. You must also take good care of the emperor later, and don't let the news spread." Empress Dowager Li still made a few sarcastic remarks to the queen, but she saw that Queen Zhao's expression did not change and felt that it was meaningless. After giving the order, she asked everyone to leave. Concubine Zhu Jing watched the scene silently. Except when she first entered the palace, she could be said to be able to compete with the daughter of the Pei family. After the fall of the Zhu family, she was like a transparent person in the palace. Although Queen Xiao did manage the palace strictly, and did not lack Zhu's food and supplies, the ability of people in the palace to change their attitude according to the situation was already engraved in their bones. Now there is already the concubine Xian above the 4 concubines, and the new concubine Jing, who is in the same position as concubine Jing, is pregnant with a dragon child. Concubine Zhu Jing has not had a good life recently. Concubine Zhu in Shokong Palace has also lost her spirit. She doesn't think her family has fallen, but she thinks that her niece, who is originally gentle and generous, has become a piece of wood after entering the palace. After returning from Xineng Palace this time, Shan Hu, who served concubine Jing, helped her own queen sit down and serve tea, and looked at concubine Zhu, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. Zhu Hui found the tangled look on the man's face interesting. "I know what you want to say. No need to say more. Instead of thinking about this, you might as well think about what we should eat for dinner. I originally wanted to order a hot pot, but I guess it won't work today." Unlike the others, Zhu Hui followed the crowd after entering the palace, and soon let Shanhu and Shui Jing, who had been serving her, take the positions of female officials. The female officials who were originally assigned to concubine Jing were directly given silver and honored by her. Shui Jing was different from Shanhu. She adapted well after the young lady entered the palace. Just now, Shanhu followed concubine Jing to the Xineng Palace, and Shui Jing stayed in Jing'an Palace to look after the house. Upon hearing this, Shui Jing said, "Not necessarily. Before the young lady came back, I asked Xia Luzi to go to the kitchen. The pot is the least troublesome thing. We also spent money to ask for it. I think you can still get what you want today." Concubine Zhu Jing was still discussing what to eat for dinner. Concubine Pei quickly perked up after returning and began to instruct the people around her to do things. "Sir Lu, can you get in touch with the eunuch in front of the emperor again? The Queen Mother only allows the queen to go there, but I think I have to find out some news anyway." Concubine Pei looked at the female official Lu, whose tone was light, but her eyes were full of unquestionable eyes. Female official Lu secretly complained it was difficult to get information about the emperor's whereabouts and his majesty's health. The current situation was unclear, and it was not a normal situation for concubines to compete for favor. No one dared to tell anyone in front of the emperor. But concubine Pei always kept her word. Female official Lu could only bow and agree. "Yes, I will follow your orders." Kai Lu was assigned the task of going to the imperial hospital to get a prescription and stewing medicinal food in the small kitchen of Yongshou Palace. Kai Shi went to find the guards, who had been bribed by the Pei family to pass the news to the Pei family outside the palace. "Miss, the queen is furious. I heard that the queen personally ordered the people of the palace administration to arrest Saishi, who was beside the concubine Xian. Lord Lu went to ask for her, but the palace administration refused to release her. Shui Jing came in, with a look of obvious gloating. For dinner, Zhu Hui ate the pot she wanted as she wished. She personally made herself chrysanthemum tea to reduce internal heat. Now she was curled up on the steps, reading a book and drinking tea. She didn't even raise her eyebrows when she saw Shui Jing come in and say this. Zhu Hui smiled. Pei Xi Meng always thinks that she is the only smart person in the world, but her purpose is too clear, and she puts everything on the surface. Everyone just tolerates her because she is a daughter of the Pei family, but she is so proud that she doesn't even know where to throw the word caution. The promotion to the 4th concubine gave Pei Xi Meng confidence, but in the end, the harem is still the queen's territory. This time, Concubine Pei was taught a good lesson by the queen. Shui Jing nodded in agreement. That's not the truth. Now Lord Lu can't go to rescue the people himself. It depends on how the concubine Xian will continue to make moves. Zhu Hui had her own plan in mind. Now the situation in the palace is unclear, so it is better to lie low. It is also possible to consider the matter of the heir after 1 or 2 years. She deliberately restrained her edge for the future. In Zhu Hui's view, the Pei family is now flourishing like a brocade and a raging fire. But the Pei family must also face the problem of no successor. The empress in the palace alone cannot maintain the family's favor. Such prosperity is nothing but a castle in the air. His Majesty seems to be difficult to get along with, but he is actually a bit indecisive. Zhu Hui feels that if she waits for a few years, His Majesty may forgive the Zhu family. There is no shortage of good men in their family who can fight in battles, but they just lack an opportunity to make a name for themselves. The Pei family outside the palace is indeed not to be underestimated. But if you are humble, many people will follow you. And if you are arrogant, many people will leave you. She always thinks that she is careful in her dealings. But the queen is not stupid. If I were her, I would also catch the little braids that can be caught as long as I pay attention. Putting the book in her hand aside, Zhu Hui stood up and said, the queen may not lift her up high and then let her go easily this time. No matter what tricks Pei Simon uses, she will inevitably lose a layer of skin. Zhu Hui said, as she combed her hair in front of the dressing table. However, concubine Pei Xian's idea of going to the queen to pay respects and plead for mercy was also in vain. When concubine Jing got up early the next day, she was informed of the queen's oral order, saying that the queen's health was not good and the palaces did not need to pay respects. She would be notified when the greetings would be resumed. The young maid was setting the table. Although Shui Jing was already a female official, she still helped concubine Jing with her dressing. She had just put a pearl flower on her mistress when she heard the news. This is strange. How could it be that the empress was not feeling well? Zhu Hui took off the heavy pearl flower. Since she didn't have to pay respects, she was too lazy to wear such a flashy thing. What's so strange about this? It's just an excuse. The empress has not come out since she entered the Qianxing palace yesterday. It's just an excuse to serve the sick. It seems that there is nothing wrong with His Majesty. The empress's not feeling well was also a big deal. Since Empress Xiao chose this as an excuse, she couldn't fool people for long. So Zhu Hui said this. But the queen did not gain nothing. If the queen mother stopped being so partial, then this time we can suppress the arrogance of our virtuous concubine. Zhu Hui said before breakfast. Pei Xianfei is really in a state of anxiety. She used to do these things before, but she had never been caught. Both the queen mother and the queen seemed to have acquiesced to her behavior. This time, the queen caught her off guard. What did the palace administration say? Are they still unwilling to release her? After not sleeping well all night, Pei Xianfei rarely showed a haggard look. Lady Lu didn't do a good job, but concubine Pei didn't blame her this time. So she replied carefully, the people over there are now ruthless and impartial. And it is said that the people around the Empress Dowager are also listening to the matter over there. And it seems that they have already known about this. Underestimating the enemy and advancing rashly will lead to falling. Concubine Pei whispered. It was I who underestimated our Empress. Since the Empress Dowager may have known about it, ask Cailu to dress me up, and we will go to the Xinang Palace. Although Xiao Qingyi showed her great power last night and dealt with the palace servants around concubine Xian, she was actually watching over the emperor and didn't sleep much all night. Empress Dowager Li was also ill and could not get up to see her son. The empress took care of all the affairs around the emperor alone. Fortunately, although the emperor fell off his horse due to shock, he was in good spirits and could be instructed on some matters. This is why the Empress was not exhausted. Lying on the dragon bed, Su Qingyu felt that he was unlucky. The so-called immortal master he had invited before was a liar. However, there was Fuguang Temple in Yinqing, which was a century-old temple, and had been awarded by many emperors in several dynasties. The monks in the temple should be genuine. Should I wait until my injury is healed and go to pay homage to the Buddha? The imperial physician was busy for a long time last night. Su Qingyu's injured leg and arm were fine. However, there was a trap placed by someone under the place where the emperor fell off his horse. Su Qingyu's left leg was stabbed by it, and a deep cut was made. And a lot of blood flowed. That's why everyone was so worried for so long. Empress Xiao slept in her clothes all night, and just slept on a couch. She heard a sound from the dragon bed in the morning, and when she opened her eyes, she saw that the emperor had woken up. Your Majesty has woken up. How do you feel now? Empress Xiao got up, and sat on the dragon bed, and said softly. Su Qingyu was touched by the empress's behavior. I'm fine. Zitong has been here all night. You can take some food and have a good rest in the warm room. Pang Chong heard the noise in the inner room, and knew that His Majesty had woken up. He waited respectfully outside the door, until the Empress came out from behind the screen. Then he went forward to pay his respects. Greetings to the Empress. The East warm room has been cleaned up. Do you want to take some food before you rest? After looking at the eunuch, Xiao Qingyi didn't make trouble. I'm not sleepy yet. Please ask someone to bring some food. Your Majesty's spleen and stomach are weak now. You should also bring some easy-to-digest meals later. Seeing Pang Chong nodded and wrote down his instructions. Xiao Qingyi took the palace servants of Cunning Palace, who were also waiting outside to rest in the East warm room. Chapter 166. The biggest injury of the emperor in this fall was the deep wound on his leg. After all, it would be difficult to get seriously injured if he fell into a snow pit in winter. So after 3 or 4 days of recuperation, Su Qingyu began to receive important officials normally again. But the imperial physician had to take the pulse and change the medicine every day. There were not many imperial physicians in the imperial hospital who were good at diagnosing and treating bone and flesh injuries. After all, these were the duties of ulcer doctors. Ulcer doctors mainly dealt with surgical diseases such as swelling, ulcers, wounds, fractures, and few of the masters in the palace could get such diseases. There are 2 doctors in charge of treating the emperor this time. One is Dr. Zhao, one of the current judges of the imperial hospital, and the other is a middle-aged medical officer named Yin Hani. Dr. Yin had worked as a military doctor in the military camp near Yinqing for several years, so he is quite good at these diseases, which is why he was specially selected to treat the emperor. In terms of specific division of labor, Dr. Zhao is responsible for taking the emperor's pulse and prescribing medicine, while Dr. Yin is responsible for cleaning the emperor's wounds and changing the dressings. To put it bluntly, Dr. Zhao is in charge of Dr. Yin, and he follows behind. After changing the emperor's medicine that day, Dr. Yin left the Qianqing Palace and hesitantly caught up with his boss. Sir, I always feel that there is something wrong with His Majesty's injury. How do you feel about His Majesty's pulse? As a military doctor trained in the military camp, Yin Hani felt that although the emperor's wound was gradually healing, he was not in a good mood and might have other illnesses. So after hesitating for a long time, he still wanted to discuss it with Zhao Yuanpan. Zhao Yuanpan frowned impatiently after hearing this. He looked at this junior for a while before explaining, I found that the emperor's pulse was very good. When you treated the wound today, the emperor's wound was fine. How did you see that there was something wrong with the emperor? Yin Hani was choked and didn't care much. He said to Zhao Yuanpan seriously, I found that the emperor seemed a little tired today. The eunuch in front of the emperor also said that the emperor was a little restless these days, and couldn't sleep at night. He didn't eat as usual and had some anorexia. Zhao Yuanpan interrupted Yin Tai's chattering. The emperor has never suffered such an injury. It's not strange to have these reactions. I have something else to do, so please do it. Seeing Zhao Yuanpan and his apprentice Yao Tong walking away on their own, the young medical officer who followed Yin Tai asked, Master, what should we do? But should we report it to the dean? This young medical officer was honest. Seeing that his master and the judge had a disagreement, he didn't know how his master saw that something was wrong with the emperor, but he still wanted to support his master's decision. Looking at this apprentice, Yin Tai thought to himself that there were people who were even worse at figuring out their boss's thoughts than he was. He looked at his little apprentice with a complicated expression and said, No need. I'm just a handyman. Since Lord Zhao said so, he will naturally take full responsibility if something goes wrong. Yantai was just worried. However, the emperor was born to be pampered and had never suffered such a serious injury. What Zhao said was not completely unreasonable. After returning, he wrote down his thoughts in the pulse record. Dr. Yin no longer thought about it, thinking that he was just being overthinking. But things in the world are often bad things that don't work well. The more people don't want to face something, the more likely it is to happen. Yin Hani has no other hobbies except studying medicine. When he is not on duty in the palace, he likes to study the recipes of medicinal food. One day, he was watching his own cook preparing medicinal food in the kitchen, and heard a noisy sound coming from outside. The kitchen door was pushed open with a bang, and he also asked the intruder to press down on the ground face down. From Yin Hani's perspective, he could only see the man's bright red robe and a pair of cowhide boots. He looked at the colorful colors under the robe and felt something was wrong. This was the color of clothing that only Jinui people could wear. The Yin family was just the family of the imperial physician. There was only one chef and a maid in the kitchen. They had never seen such a scene. Seeing the master being held down, they knelt in the corner and dared not move. After recognizing who was coming to arrest him, Yin Hani did not dare to resist. He just squeezed out a few words with difficulty. Please allow me to report. My lords, even if you are arresting someone, you should tell me why. I am just an imperial physician and have never done anything illegal. The person who arrested imperial physician Yin was a young man. Judging from his uniform, he should be a military officer of the rank of Chinhu. He looked at the imperial physician with pity. As an imperial physician Yin can be involved in such an important matter. We are also following orders. I advise you to say less. There will be plenty of time for the imperial physician to speak later. The Chinhu of the Jinui arrested the person, but did not send him to the Northern Pacification Division. Instead, he took imperial physician Yin directly into the palace and brought him to the Palace Administration Division. Imperial physician Yin felt even worse when he saw the solemn expression on the face of the female official of the Palace Administration Division. When he arrived at the prison and saw Zhao Yuanban who had been tortured, his heart sank even more. The Chinhu of the Jinui Bizenfu Division and the female official in charge of punishment in the palace were on duty together. This would not involve anything other than the emperor. Yin Tai huddled in the cell and looked at Zhao Yuanban, who was screaming in pain. Ouch! Ouch! Feeling that he would not live long. But to his surprise, after he was thrown into the cell, except for his colleagues, who were breathing more than breathing, it seemed that no one cared about him for a while. The Queen Mother and the Queen gathered in the Qianqing Palace. The two of them could not care about the previous things. Seeing the chief Dr. Song of the Imperial Hospital and another Judge Jiang Tai coming out together, the two doctors looked unhappy, which made the two ladies panic. Dr. Song was the head of the hospital and the oldest. He protected Dr. Jiang behind him, and went forward to pay his respects to the two ladies. Your Majesty, the injury seems to be a spasm. I have already thought of a prescription. But, Dr. Jiang knelt behind the old doctor. He looked at the two ladies' faces, who were relieved after surviving a disaster, and lowered his head even more. The old doctor also hunched his back and said again, It's just that this disease is dangerous, and there is no good way to treat it. I hope your Majesty will forgive me. The smile on Empress Dowager Li's face had not yet been retracted. She was a little bit stunned when she heard the doctor say this. What did you say? What do you mean by dangerous and there is no good way to treat it? Didn't you already prescribe a prescription? How could this be? The emperor suddenly fell ill after the morning court session. The Empress Dowager in Sinang Palace thought that it was just a recurrence of the wound and the fever. When she arrived at Qianqing Palace and saw Empress Zhao's worried look like an ant on a hot pot, she felt that it was not good. Now she heard the doctor's words, and felt half unbelievable and half ridiculous. Empress Dowager Li really didn't understand these symptoms. But the imperial physician, who always kept his mouth shut, actually said so. She became more and more uneasy. Although Empress Zhao was born into a noble family, her family had worked hard in the army. When she heard about the spasm, she recalled the cut on the emperor's leg, and her face turned pale. Empress Dowager Li was still questioning the imperial physician. Empress Zhao pinched her palm and went to support the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, please sit down first. Your health is also important. Dr. Song, you have been in the Imperial Hospital for many years. You should be more restrained when speaking and don't scare the Empress Dowager. Knowing that the Queen was giving herself a way out, Dr. Song smiled bitterly. I am very worried. Your Majesty's injury is not serious. It is still unknown why the spasm was triggered. However, I have noticed that Your Majesty has a stiff tongue and a stiff neck. I have ordered someone to prepare Yushin powder to see if it works. Song Yuanzheng is old, and is responsible for various affairs in the Imperial Hospital. He checked the Emperor's pulse once at the beginning. He didn't feel anything wrong at that time. So he handed the matter over to Zhao Yuanpan and the young Imperial doctors. Later, Zhao Yuanpan only said that the Emperor was in good health every time he replied. However, Imperial Dr. Yen mentioned that Your Majesty seemed to be in some discomfort. But Zhao Yuanpan also proved that he had diagnosed the Emperor's health. So Song Yuanzheng did not pay attention to this matter, thinking that the young doctor just wanted to show off. Now Song Tai recalled the state of the Emperor on the dragon bed, and felt a little confused about how to treat him. He regretted that he did not pay attention to what Yen Tai said. Empress Dowager Li sat down heavily on the couch as if struck by lightning. Even though she was supported by the queen, she did not even have the strength to get angry just now. She had only one thought in her mind. That is, whether she and her son had come to power illegally and suffered such a disaster. Empress Xiao was calmer. She looked at Dr. Song and asked, "How is Your Majesty now? Is he awake? Since the doctor has a prescription." "Why do you say that?" Holding the queen's hand tightly, Empress Dowager Li looked up at the doctor. "What the queen said is true. Since you have the right medicine." "Why do you say that?" Dr. Song smiled bitterly. "Although the medicine has been taken, I cannot guarantee whether it will be effective. Once the disease breaks out, it is extremely dangerous. I am incompetent. Your Majesty, whether he can recover depends on God." After saying this in a rather desperate manner, Dr. Song also leaned over and could not get up. Seeing the doctor like this, Empress Dowager Li looked around in confusion. And finally her eyes rolled over, and she fainted. Empress Xiao had been watching the Empress Dowager, and had expected this to happen. She asked someone to come and support the Empress Dowager, who had fallen in her arms. "Please get up. Imperial Physician. It's important to check the Empress Dowager's pulse first." After settling the Empress Dowager down, she ordered someone to boil the corresponding medicine. Empress Xiao also sat on the couch to rest. She looked at Nian Feng beside her and ordered, "Go and invite Concubine Jing first. I have something to tell her." Nian Feng took the order and went down. The Empress then continued to order the female official Wang beside her to invite the cabinet elders and the 6 important officials to the Qianqing Palace for discussion. When only Nian was left by her side, Xiao Qingyi showed some sense of vulnerability. A blankness gradually appeared in her eyes. She whispered to Nian Yun, "Do you think His Majesty can get better?" Nian Yun was heartbroken to see her young lady like this. She quickly comforted her, "Your Majesty is the true Dragon Emperor, and will be fine under the protection of God. The Queen Mother is in this state now. You should also take care of yourself. I will serve you to the East Warm Pavilion to drink some hot tea." The Queen's hair was messy after the incident. Nian Yun's tea was just an excuse. She just wanted the Queen to wash and comb her hair again to relieve her mood. Queen Xiao also realized what Nian Yun meant. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, and then got up and went to the East Warm Pavilion. Chapter 167. Empress Xiao tidied herself up in the East Warm Pavilion, and quickly returned to the Emperor's bedroom in the Qianqing Palace. After she sat there for a while, someone outside came to announce that Concubine Jing had arrived. After receiving the Empress's order, Zhu Hui did not wait for anyone to pass the carriage, and walked quickly on the palace road with her cloak wrapped around her. Nianfeng, who had just been with the Empress, came to tell her to go to the Qianqing Palace to hear the matter. She listened to Nianfeng's vague words, and felt more and more depressed. She kept chanting the Buddha's name in her heart as she went to the Qianqing Palace. Empress Xiao did not say much after meeting Zhu Hui. "No need to bow. I called you here because I have something to tell you. You don't have to say anything to refuse me. You are the only one who can take care of things now. Listen, no matter what, I want you to take care of the harem, especially Concubine Jin's pregnancy, which is the most important. You must keep an eye on her for me." Zhu Hui was about to say something, but when she met Xiao Qingyi's eyes, she swallowed her words and just said, "I know. I will make decisions on general matters myself. If there is anything important, I will report it to the Queen." After sending Concubine Jing away, Empress Xiao was now thinking. Very sober. She looked at the people around her and asked, "Has Lord Wang returned? What's the news from the cabinet? When will the elders arrive?" The Queen was asking questions when Lady Wang came in from outside. "Your Majesty, the elders have all arrived and are waiting in the study." Do you want to go now or wait for the Queen Mother to send a message? Aunt Fuyu beside the Queen Mother is already waiting. She just said that the Queen Mother has woken up. Let me go first, and tell the elders to stabilize the front court. Although Xiaoqing had her own ideas at this time, she still had to consider the Queen Mother's wishes. So she waited for the Queen Mother to send a message before taking action. The important officials gathered in the imperial study of the Qianqing Palace all had solemn expressions. Even the eunuchs and palace maids waiting in the palace dared not breathe. The friction of their sleeves seemed to be amplified many times. It was not until the sound of footsteps came from outside that everyone came back to life as if they were statues. After the queen entered the room, they all bowed and greeted. As the queen, Xiaoqing received congratulations from all officials at her wedding. But when she faced these important officials, her hands hidden under her sleeves still trembled slightly uncontrollably. Everyone, please stand up and take your seats. As soon as Xiaoqing opened her mouth, she felt that her voice was very hoarse. But she still tried to speak in a steady tone and asked everyone to stand up and sit down. These old men were all shrewd people. They were urgently summoned from the duty room and their respective offices to the Qianqing Palace. Although they didn't know what happened, they had guessed something when they saw that the queen was here, and even the Queen Mother didn't show up. Pei Gulao looked unhappy. It had not been long since his granddaughter was punished by the queen to be confined to reflect on her mistakes. The Pei family didn't dare to inquire too much about the affairs in the palace. So now that they came to the Qianqing Palace, they were not as calm as before. Lin Feng's face looked better, and he even had some unclear thoughts in his heart. It was just that it was difficult for outsiders to tell anything from the solemn expression of Lin Gulao for decades. Your Majesty suddenly felt unwell. The imperial physician said that it would be better to rest. The Empress Dowager was also a little unwell, and could not meet with you. So today I am here to discuss matters with you. Your Majesty is unable to govern, and the affairs of state are entrusted to you. If you are unsure, please come to the Qianqing Palace and tell me. I will ask for your Majesty's opinion. Empress Xiao showed everyone a private seal of the Emperor. After the Queen finished speaking, the room was silent. After a while, Pei Gulao stood up and bowed before asking, "This, may I ask how the Queen is doing now? Maybe she will meet with us. We dare not take charge of military and national affairs." Lin Feng glanced at his old colleague. He said that he and others, as ministers, dared not bypass the Emperor to handle government affairs. In fact, he was embarrassing the Queen and secretly saying that the Queen abused her power and did not allow them, the ministers, to see the Emperor. However, the Queen, or rather the Queen Mother, and the Queen's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had already anticipated Pei Gulao's reaction. At this time, Fuyu walked from the Queen's side to the crowd. "Hello, everyone. This is also the Queen Mother's intention. Please work together to stabilize the court." Seeing the female official beside the Queen Mother, the ministers put away their own little thoughts. Pei Gulao accepted the imperial edict reluctantly. The other 6 important officials also began to think about how to act during this period of time. What is the health of His Majesty? When Prince Consort Gu was off duty, he went back to the room to see the princess. He saw the princess sitting at the 8 immortal table where she usually ate. Beside her were her daughter-in-law, the maid and Lian Shui, who were also watching something with the princess. "Princess, are you dealing with something? Why are you fiddling with things here?" Prince Consort Gu wanted to put the snacks he bought on the table, but he hesitated when he saw the pile of things that looked like letters and visiting cards. A little girl came over and took the things and put them away. Seeing the prince consort coming back, Princess Yao suddenly realized and looked at the clock in the room. "It's this hour now. I've forgotten the time of these things." "Prince Consort, how are you doing your work today? Have you heard any rumors?" Prince Consort Gu was working in the Dali Temple. Unless there was a major case, the Dali Temple was not very busy. So he asked in confusion, "But what major case is there? I haven't heard any rumors." "Princess, can you give me some advice?" Princess Yao pointed at the pile of cards on the table. "Prince Consort, just take a look at the cards from any family. They all want to find out about the same thing." I picked up a post at random and started reading it. Gu Fuma was not very impatient to read these parallel sentences. He frowned and read one post before saying, "It seems that our Dali Temple is really a cold office. There is a big uproar outside, but we haven't received any news. Today, Laoli wanted to invite me to go shopping in Huangshu Street. Huangshu Street is a famous antique street in Yanqing. Laoli is the temple director in Dali Temple. He is also a descendant of nobles. so he is not short of money. He often goes to the antique street with Gu Fu Ma or eats in a newly discovered restaurant. Princess Yao smiled. They all come to me to inquire about the news. I plan to hand in a sign to the palace tomorrow to see if the Queen Mother is still willing to receive me. Hearing the princess say that she wants to enter the palace, the prince consort was a little confused. Princess, don't you like to get involved in these things? Why do you want to take the initiative to enter the palace this time? The princesses had agreed not to easily inquire about the affairs of the palace. Why did Princess Yao take the initiative to enter the palace this time? I always feel that something is wrong. So I wonder if I can take Yuan out. Princess Yao didn't want to enter the palace either. But her daughter has been in the palace all the time. So she can't sit still now. The emperor in the palace and the harem have been changing their attitudes every day recently. She is worried even if her daughter is just in Lonji Palace and with the princess. Prince Consort Gu also missed his daughter. The princess was lucky to see her daughter from time to time. He was an outsider who couldn't even enter the harem and hadn't seen his daughter for a long time. So when he heard that the princess was doing this, he was very supportive and didn't say anything else. After Lin Feng returned home, he saw the maid next to his wife holding a lantern and waiting for someone. When the maid saw the master, she came forward to greet him and said, "Master, the lady is waiting for you in the study. She said that if you come back, you can go directly to the study." He went directly to his own study in the front yard. Lin Feng saw that the lady was waiting inside. He also asked with understanding, "Have you heard the news?" Mrs. Wang nodded. She pointed to a small square table in the study. "Sit down and wait for a while. I asked the kitchen to make noodles. Just eat a bite." Although Mrs. Wang said to just eat a bite, Lin Feng felt relaxed after finishing the bowl of chicken noodle soup. "This noodle is more to my taste, you know me well." "Madam, what happened?" "I have an idea in my mind, although it is a bit rebellious, but..." Mrs. Wang was rarely so anxious. Just now, when she was waiting for her husband to eat noodles, she had been staring at him. When she saw that he had finally finished eating, she asked quickly. Lin Feng did not keep the secret. "Maybe they are going to make plans. We were not prepared for the last incident. And we did not agree with us to continue using tricks. If there is a change this time, our Lin family will definitely not be as passive as last time." Mrs. Wang's eyes were burning. And after a long while, she solemnly uttered the word okay. The next day, the atmosphere in Lonji Hall, where the princesses studied together, was not very good. The emperor had a health problem. The second princess and the youngest princess were fine. The third princess was the emperor's sister. She was a little worried about her brother's health recently, so she was not very interested in class. Jia Yuanchun showed the princesses today a piece of music that she had restored after reading ancient books and music scores in the palace. She had put a lot of effort into her piano skills over the years, and was willing to study the numerous music scores in the palace. Finally, she was able to restore this piece of music that she thought was lost. However, at the end of the song, because the song was quite sad and desolate, Princess Shiro's face inevitably showed a bit of loss. Seeing the princess like this, the other girls who were reading with her didn't dare to say anything. Originally, this piece of music was extremely rare, and they were looking forward to Jia Yuanchun's efforts for a long time before they heard it. But after listening to it, no one had the heart to say anything. It was the second princess, Yin Yin, who had come back to class specially these days, who broke the silence. "This song is very good, but it sounds a little sad. I remember there is another song called Zhan Chufang that is very good. It would be appropriate if it could be played during the flower festival next year." Jia Yuanchun was also somewhat glad that the second princess was here today. She regretted that she had not considered it. So she quickly said, "By the flower festival next year, I believe that His Majesty will be well. It would be a good thing if the princesses could play this song for His Majesty and the Queen Mother." Gu Yuan followed everyone in agreeing. But she was also a little worried. Her mother, Princess Yao, decided to go to the palace to pay respects to the Queen Mother and the Queen yesterday, and naturally sent someone back to the palace in advance to send a message to her daughter. Yao had maids and eunuchs from the palace to serve her, so she didn't have to be shy about doing these things. Seeing her mother insist on taking her home this time, Gu Yuan also thought of something. The two Su clan daughters didn't show anything on the surface, but Gu Yuan felt that their families must have plans. Chapter 168. In the Shokong Palace and the Imperial Palace, Concubine Yin watched the newly assigned young maids around her share the roasted sweet potatoes, while she was knocking walnuts with a small silver hammer. Su Qingluan and his wife came in and saw his mother and the servants in such a leisurely posture. After paying his respects, he leaned over and deliberately said in a sour tone, "Mom is really so leisurely. Your son, am so busy that I have to squeeze out time to pay my respects to you this time." Princess Fang of the County Prince was already accustomed to her husband's nonsense in front of close people. She had also received an imperial decree to live in the palace these days. The couple lived together for a few days in the place where the princes lived before. Princess Fang often came to pay respects to her mother-in-law for this reason. She also saw how her husband and mother got along. After she sat down, she drank tea calmly and watched how her mother-in-law taught her husband a lesson. Yun Danyuan glanced at his noisy son, and a few words choked him and stopped him from chattering. "It's just a mascot that was caught and pushed forward. What can you do? If it weren't for your two brothers who are really incompetent, this matter wouldn't have fallen on you." Yun Danyuan cracked a walnut, handed the kernel to his wife, and slapped his son's hand away when he wanted to take the kernel from the plate. Su Qingluan didn't care about being told off. He smiled and said, "You've exposed me, but my son really doesn't want to go. The Empress Dowager thinks my son is too stupid. She has been saying some vague things to my son when she sees my brother these days." Li Wancheng was still hopeful about her son's illness at first, but as the imperial physician prescribed more and more medicine, her son didn't get better at all, and even started to have difficulty breathing. She finally accepted her fate and began to pay attention to the dragon fetus in Concubine Jin's belly while summoning Su Qingluan, who was named a prince, to the palace. The Empress Dowager has made two plans, but Concubine Jin is still easy to deal with. Her second hope is still a bit of a pipe dream. Yun Danyuan put down the small silver hammer and said to his son and daughter-in-law. Princess Fang was also from a noble family. She listened to her mother-in-law and husband talking silently. She knew what was going on. She thought about the second way and was not optimistic about the trick the Empress Dowager had in mind. However, although his mother teased him that it was just a decoration, Su Qingluan was indeed very busy these days. After talking to his mother for a while, he saw that the time had come and hurried back to the Palace of Heavenly Purity. When only the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were in the room, Princess Fang asked hesitantly, "Mother, the Queen Mother is like this now. Will the prince be in danger?" Recently, the Queen Mother's behavior has become more and more strange and unsystematic. Princess Fang has lived in the palace for a while, and she has seen the Queen Mother a lot. She watched the Queen Mother change from a graceful and elegant woman to a mother who became a little crazy. Yun Danyuan was silent for a while. For some reason, she thought of Li Wancheng, who was the queen before. At that time, her sister Lin and her son were the most popular in the palace, and the queen began to retreat. At that time, Queen Li was very calm after unloading the burden, and she was much more relaxed and free. Thinking about the Empress Dowager in Xineng Palace now, she could only say, "There is no danger, but you should also remind him not to act impulsively and not to make decisions on his own." Princess Fang thought about it and nodded. "I understand. You should also take care of yourself. The palace has been in chaos these days, and it is really a headache." The Empress Dowager fainted before, and Queen Xiao had no choice but to deal with the important officials of the previous dynasty by herself. And the affairs of the harem were left to Concubine Jing. Concubine Jing Zhu, who was only a concubine after all. Although she had the Empress's decree, it was difficult for her to act. Besides trying her best to stabilize Concubine Jin, the people in the palace were also in a state of unrest, and there were many disturbances. The news from the Qianqing Palace these days was not good news. The concubines in the harem began to get restless. Those who had connections to contact their families began to send letters to their families, while those who had no connections went to the main queen to inquire about the news and find support. Concubine Jin, as the only one in the palace who was pregnant with a dragon fetus, was so annoyed that she closed the door to visitors under the pretext of being unwell, and directly closed the palace door to live her own life. "My queen, this is the bird's nest that has just been made in the kitchen. Please have some." Biyu came in with something, and saw her queen lying sickly, and said softly. Jean Fei looked at Biyu with her eyes downcast. "I'm not very hungry. Leave it there first." She was anxious but didn't dare to show it. Biyu could only coax her for a while with gentle words, and saw that Jean Fei had made up her mind and didn't want to eat it. So she reluctantly put the food on the table and left. After sending the maid away, Jean Fei lay on the couch for a long time and fell asleep in a daze, until the light in the room gradually dimmed and someone came in with a candle to light the room, she woke up again. Originally, she thought that the people who came in were just the ladies and palace maids around her. Concubine Jean wanted to scold them out again. But when she saw that it was Zhu Hui who came into the room and lit the lights, she stopped what she wanted to say. You are awake. Do you want something to eat? It's best to eat something that is easy to digest at this time. I heard that Bu beside you is very good at making dumplings. I don't know if I don't have this kind of luck. Zhu Hui was not polite. After lighting the lights, she sat down and said. Concubine Jin's breath was stuck in her throat. But her stomach rumbled at this time. So she said in a self-deprecating manner, It's all up to my sister. After the palace servants quietly brought the meal, leaving only the two ladies sitting at the table to eat. Zhu Hui ate a few dumplings with courtesy, and looked at Concubine Jean and said, I know you are uncomfortable, but I don't want to mention how important the child in your belly is. You just have to take care of yourself. What happened in the palace during this period of time was magical. Zhu Hui had already forced herself to accept this mess. Today, Bu came to ask for help, and she had to make this trip reluctantly. Fortunately, Concubine Jean had a good sleep and ate something. She seemed to have come to her senses. Although she didn't look at the person opposite her, she gave a definite answer. I know. Thank you, Concubine Jean, for making this trip today. The turmoil in the palace began to spread from the royal family and the powerful circle downwards. The storm also affected the Jia family. Jia Zhu had been recuperating at home for a long time since he came back from outside the capital. He was about to go back to the courtyard to do his work, but was persuaded to go back by a letter from Lord Lin. Li Wan was not used to her husband being at home all the time. Since she married into the Jia family, Jia Zhu had always been busy. Whether he was studying at the Imperial College or became an official after passing the Imperial examination, Jia Zhu was always busy. It was normal for him to come home late at night. I am not used to you being at home like this. Li Wan was sitting under the window, in a sunny place doing needlework. She suddenly said this while watching her husband reading a book on the couch to kill time. Still holding the book and reading, Jia Zhu asked with a smile on his face. Why are you not used to it? You make me sound like I am not a member of this family. Although Jia Zhu said this in a teasing tone, he also knew the hardships his wife had gone through in managing household affairs and raising children for so many years. He looked at his wife, who started to laugh after hearing what he said. And he knew why Li Wan said this. So he also said seriously, You have worked hard for so many years. Li Wan felt a little embarrassed after Jia Zhu said this. She put away the last few stitches in her hand and handed it to her husband. Okay. This is for you. I wanted to give it to you as a birthday gift. But who knew it would be? By chance? You have seen it in advance. Looking at the dress thrown by his wife, Jia Zhu looked at the beautifully arranged and unconventional embroidery on the sleeves. Why do these? It will take up a lot of your energy. Li Wan sighed. I originally wanted to make one for each of you. But now only you have a share of Lorong. Knowing that his wife missed her son, Jia Zhu also said, It's not a big problem for a boy to walk around. It's good for this kid to go out and gain some experience. As the oldest son of his generation in Rong Mansion, Jia Zhu has actually seen some of the atmosphere of Rong Mansion's heyday compared to his younger brothers and sisters. This prosperity does not refer to how many servants the family has, or how much money the family spends every day. It means that when Rong Gong was alive, the Jia family was still a top-notch family in the capital. The people who came and went in the family were all powerful people in Yanqing and their wives. Jia Zhu's family has not been reduced in the past few years. It has always been rich and noble. However, after his grandfather passed away, the people who came and went in the family became so-called celebrities. And he also felt the gap. When Jia Zhu grew up and struggled for the future and fate of his family, he was glad that he met a wife like Li Wan, who awakened him from his stubbornness. Now that his son has grown up, Jia Zhu gradually realized the hardships of his grandfather. He sent his son to Jiangnan, which was a decision Jia Zhu made after careful consideration. The Rong Mansion in Beijing will maintain its current prosperity at least until his grandmother, uncles, and parents pass away. Although Jia Zhu also has the intention to respect his elders, he also knows that such an environment is not a good thing for a child's growth. Li Wan was not unaware of her husband's reasoning. She was just getting closer to the end of the year, and she was always worried that her son would not be used to being away from home. Aunt and Uncle Lin are both kind people. The weather in Jiangnan is not good these days. But in a few months, spring will come, and there will be beautiful scenery everywhere. It's good that these two don't miss their hometown. Jiazhu comforted his wife when he heard her say this. That's right. It's said that fireworks go to Yangzhou in March. Baoyu and Lan'er sent a letter back before, saying that the teacher in the academy also took a fancy to them, and said that he would take them to visit his old friends. Li Wan thought about the letter her son said before and smiled. She thought that she was still young and didn't have so many worries. Jiazhu nodded when he saw that Li Wan had come to her senses. It's just in the next few years. If Lan'er is lucky, she may not be able to leave the capital in the future. Chapter 169. Mothers in the world probably have the same thoughts. Now that Mrs. Wang has sensed the impending storm in the capital, she is also somewhat worried about her son Baoyu, who is far away in the south of the Yangtze River. The Imperial College in Yanqing is the most desirable place for scholars in the world. Baoyu is studying well there. Why do you have to let the two children study in the south? Mrs. Wang looked at the snow falling outside the window again, and couldn't help but mutter. Tanchun and her sisters took their two little nieces to do needlework and play with toys to kill time at Mrs. Wang's place. After this was said, neither the servants around Mrs. Wang nor Tanchun and her sisters dared to say anything in response. Tanchun just pretended not to hear it, and naturally took a small doll to tease her niece, and just pretended that she didn't hear what the lady said. Fortunately, Mrs. Wang didn't insist on a response. She just sighed. She didn't get a response and didn't react, looking at her little granddaughter giggling. She also said, "Oh, our Lerong is really beautiful. When she laughs, she looks like her father when he was a child." Jiazhu and Li Wan's daughter is named Lerong. This little girl is not old now, but she can already speak some fragmented sentences. Just now, she was teased by her aunt, and she couldn't help but say a few words. Now that she saw her grandmother praising her, she mumbled and smiled at people like a flower. Although Jia Shichuan was a girl from Ning Mansion, she had always lived with Lady Wang and other sisters in Rong Mansion. She did not react when she heard Lady Wang's words. She smiled a little when she saw the little girl smile. When the sisters returned to their rooms at night, Tanchun washed up and kept thinking about the needlework that she had not finished during the day, and called the little maid next to her to come over. "Go and give me the things I didn't finish embroidering during the day. I feel uncomfortable because there are still a few stitches left." The maid went over and handed the embroidery frame to Tanchun, but she couldn't help but say, "Miss, you should be more careful with your eyes at this time. It will be ugly if you have dark circles under your eyes tomorrow." Tanchun had already started to think about how to embroider. Hearing this, she replied, "It's not that exaggerated. There are only a few stitches left. I promised Sister Yun that I would embroider a handkerchief for her, so I can't go back on my word." The old lady in the Jia family was born in the Shi family. The current situation of the Shi family is also a bit delicate. The two marquises in one family seem to be prosperous, but the overly strange court situation in recent years has also made the Shi family somewhat misplaced. Although the titles have always been high, the actual official positions of the two marquises are mediocre. Jia Tanchuan's story about Shi Shangyun's life was even more miserable. Her father was the eldest son in the family but died early, and her mother also died later, so she was raised by the old lady in the Jia family for several years, and she had a good relationship with several girls at that time. Even after Shi Shangyun grew up, she often stayed in the Jia family for this reason. Grandmother Jia was very sympathetic to this niece, and she was always doted on whenever she came to the mansion, and all the young masters and girls in the Jia family had a good relationship with her. Tanchuan's needlework has always been outstanding. When Shi Shangyun came last time, she saw a handkerchief she embroidered herself and liked it very much. Finally, she persuaded Tanchun to agree to embroider one for her. Seeing that the girl was determined to finish embroidering the handkerchief, the secretary could only ask Cui Mo to bring in more lamps to make the room brighter. However, Tanchun was right when she said that there were only a few stitches left. She only embroidered for half an hour before holding up the embroidery frame and looking at the candlelight. "How is it?" "I think it's pretty good." Cui Mo went over to take a closer look. "Hey, the bird you embroidered is quite fresh. It matches the flowers very well, and is a pattern I have never seen before." After taking the handkerchief off the embroidery frame, Tanchun put away the things and said, "It is the pattern said by Miss Lin. It seems to be a common bird in the south. It matches the hydrangea." The secretary also came over to take a look. "It is really good. Miss Lin is really interesting. The book is really interesting. Especially I don't know how it was printed. It is all colorful and makes people like it." Tanchun also liked it very much. Those things said by my aunt and sister in Jiangnan. It is true. But I heard that my sister has already found a marriage. I don't know if I can receive these things in the future. Hearing her daughter talking about Miss Lin's marriage, the secretary looked at her daughter hesitantly. And she still asked carefully, "Speaking of Miss Lin's marriage, the madam and the master wanted to find a husband for the girl before. Why did you say those words at that time?" I saw that the madam's face was not very good immediately. According to her age, Jia Tanchun is now old enough to go out and get married. Mrs. Wang had made plans for her before, and even asked her son Jia Zhu to look around the families he was familiar with. She really wanted to marry her daughter off well. But Jia Tanchun refused for some reason at that time. Madame Wang was a little upset at that time. But she didn't get angry. She just didn't mention it later. The old lady in the mansion, Jia Mu, was still paying attention to this matter, but the capital and the court were not peaceful at that time, so the matter was delayed. As the closest servant to Jia Tanchun, Shu didn't know why her daughter refused the marriage, so she asked a question after hearing Tanchun mentioned it. Jia Tanchun turned away when she heard that. She looked at the candlelight that was flickering as she was sewing and chatting with others. "Nothing. I just want to stay at home and serve the old lady and the mistress for a few more years." Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of the girl, the maid didn't ask any more questions. She and Cui Mo packed up everything and helped the girl go to bed. The snowstorm that swept across Yanqing gradually spread from the north to the south. Lin Muyue stood in the pavilion in the middle of the lake with a cloak on to watch the snow. When she heard footsteps behind her, she turned around slowly. Su Qingyu gathered his cloak when he arrived at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. He sneezed with a handkerchief covering his mouth. "My son is here. Mother, aren't you cold? Should we just go back?" Glancing at her son, who didn't understand romance, Lin Muyue refused to pay attention to him. "Just sit down and drink some hot tea. I prepared meat and vegetables. We'll continue to grill meat later." Not intending to disturb his mother's interest any further, Su Qingyu sat down and poured himself a cup of tea to warm himself up. "But this is indeed a good place to talk. Mother, what do you want to talk to your son about today? You'll warm up after sitting for a while. What else could it be? What do you think of the news in Beijing?" Lin Muyue found it funny to see her son afraid of the cold. However, the pavilion in the middle of the lake had a charcoal basin and a screen to block the wind and snow. It wasn't that cold. Recently, Empress Dowager Li not only let the cabinet ministers, the 6 ministries, and the important officials in charge of the army jointly govern the government, she also pulled out the third son of the late emperor, the prince, and put him in front of the stage, letting the prince govern with the ministers. "Do you mean to plan to return to the capital?" Looking up at his mother, Su Qingyu held the teacup in his hand and felt the temperature of the tea inside. When he and his mother left the capital, he was depressed for a while on the boat because of the change in the attitude of the people in the court towards him. Now he is a little embarrassed when he looks back at his performance at that time. Lin Muyue looked at her son, and she was a little emotional. "It's not confirmed yet. But your grandfather did send a letter saying that if you have any plans, you should start preparing now." Su Qingyu nodded. He also knew the reason for waiting. One was that he didn't know if his brother's health was good enough, and the other was that there was a pregnant concubine in the harem, and it was still unknown whether the emperor would have no heirs. In fact, Lin Muyue was a little troubled when talking about these things. Jiangnan had been run for so long, and all affairs were on track. Who knew that there would be changes in the capital, which made them start to plan again? Su Qingyu looked at the snowflakes floating outside, and asked uncertainly, "If my son wants to fight for the throne, would you think I am too utilitarian?" Seeing his son, who has grown up, looking at him without blinking, with doubts about himself and expectations of his mother, Lin Muyue rarely felt the mood of her son when he was still very dependent on her. "No. In fact, it was because you were too young back then, and I didn't want to cause any more turmoil. So I didn't do anything. If you were this age, I might have supported you to fight for it back then." Lin Muyue also looked into her son's eyes and replied seriously. Lin Muyue also felt that Su Ruiqing gave up on letting his second son ascend the throne so quickly, which might be because Qingyu was too young at the time. Although the Lin family could help the emperor govern, the emperor might be worried about this. Su Qingyu watched his father become the emperor from the crown prince since he was a child. Later, as a prince who received much attention and expectations from his father, he also had his own ambitions. In fact, when his father suddenly passed away and his eldest brother ascended the throne, he was not without injustice in his heart. But his mother had already made the decision, and Su Qingyu did not want to go against his mother's decision. Besides, he could be the vassal king and could govern a region, so he had no complaints. But now such an opportunity was in front of him, and Su Qingyu wanted to fight for it again. So he began to ask his mother's opinion with some trepidation. After seeing his mother affirmed his idea, he was relieved. I called you here today to talk about this matter. If you want to return to Beijing, Qingluan's situation is not a problem. But Concubine Jin's situation is the most important. I want to ask what you think. Lin Miyue stopped looking at her son, and asked, while adding charcoal to the tea stove with a small fire tongue. Seeing that his mother didn't even look at him, Su Qingyu said with a smile, "Mother, there's no need to test me with this. Although I have plans, I won't do it to women and children." The reason why Lin Miyue asked this question was that since coming to Mingzhou, Lin Miyue also knew that his son now had a lot of power of his own. And it was not uncommon for fathers and sons and brothers to fight for power. Lin Miyue was afraid that his son would do anything to get the throne. Now that he got his son's guarantee, he felt relieved. Chapter 170. After the prince left, Yunxia sat opposite Lin Miyue and asked, "You are too straightforward. The prince is your biological son, as a mother. You are really cruel to ask him this." Yunxia was the only one who heard the conversation between mother and son. Just now, she saw the queen asking the prince what to do after seeing the situation in the capital. She was worried for the queen, and also a little sad for the prince. "Didn't my uncle say that I was too involved? I haven't been paying much attention to his affairs recently, but I have to ask about such a big thing." Looking at Wen Huai and his people bringing the prepared food and small stoves swiftly, Lin Miyue said while grilling meat with tongs. Before the news of the events in the capital came, Lin Miyue's third uncle Lin Jun had a talk with his niece. The implication was that the prince had grown up and would get married soon after the new year. As a mother, Lin Miyue should also learn to let go. In fact, Lin Miyue was a little depressed by her uncle's words. She didn't care much about her son's affairs. When she was in the palace, she was only responsible for relaxing her son, who was busy with his studies. But since leaving the capital, Lin Miyue saw that her son had so many burdens on his shoulders. She felt sorry for her son, so she helped him to connect with the Lin family and took the initiative to share some affairs. Yun Xiao watched Lin Miyue pour her a glass of wine, and then changed the subject. "The third master is just speaking from his own perspective. Your Majesty, you and the prince are mother and son, and you are the one who knows the prince best. In fact, I think sometimes you don't need to care too much about what others say. Perhaps it was the things that happened in the capital that made everyone feel a little confused recently." Yun Xia saw that whether it was the two masters of the Lin family or her own majesty and prince, they were acting a little differently from before. But Yun Xia followed Lin Miyue all the way from the Lin mansion to the imperial palace, and then from the imperial palace to Jiangyan. She saw how hard it was for the empress. So as a girl from the Lin family, she still wanted to persuade her empress not to suppress her thoughts. "Uncle San advised me like this, which is actually a preparation for the future. If Chunyu can get what he wants one day, our Lin family will really be a foreign relative," Lin Miyue murmured, shaking her small wine cup. Lin Jun's worry was not just that Lin Miyue, as a concubine, should not worry too much about the affairs of the outer court, but that if the king of Wu really came to Beijing in the future, then with the power of the Lin family and the status of a relative, Lin Miyue's every move would be watched by the world. And if she interfered too much with the emperor's actions, it would indeed cause discussion. Yun Xia was speechless. She did not think about this level, and just thought that her third master did not like that the queen, as a woman, should not interfere in politics. Lin Miyue looked at Yun Xia's expression and smiled as she picked up the meat with chopsticks for her. "It's not what you think. I did so many things in Mingzhou before. If it was just for those things, the third uncle would have told me a long time ago." For so long, whether Lin Miyue set female officials to manage things, or gradually handed over the connection between the palace and foreign businessmen to female officials, Lin Jun had no reaction to these things. He reminded his niece at this time just for future planning. Lin Miyue was also hesitant in her heart. She still had some things she wanted to push forward. She also understood what third uncle Lin Jun meant, but it might not be what third uncle wanted in the end. Yun Xia smiled knowingly at this time. If the queen and third master have a disagreement, then the prince will definitely support you. So I think you should just think about how to make third master not angry with you. Although she felt that Yun Xia's words made her uncle sound like a proud girl, Lin Muyue was still amused by her. Your words are really mean. If third uncle heard it, I don't know how to punish you. I am now the most important female official by your side. Third master still has to politely call me sir when he sees me. How could he punish me? Yun Xia saw that her words just now made Lin Muyue laugh, and continued to speak. The anger that had been pent up in her heart gradually dissipated. Lin Muyue looked at the food and warm wine in front of her. Okay. I also want to thank Master Yunxia for enlightening me. Please enjoy. In fact, it is not uncommon for Mingzhou to have snow. Seeing the snow falling all over the sky, Lin Daiyu invited a few close friends to enjoy the snow and pick plum blossoms and have a drink together. The girls are old enough to drink some sweet wine. Jia Min knew that her daughter's friends were coming, so she prepared wine made from flowers and fruits for everyone. These wines were not strong and fragrant, and they were unanimously loved by everyone. Shen Linru smelled the wine. This smells really good. It smells better than the western floral water my brother gave me. Xue Baochai also said after smelling it. Indeed? But Linru, you like a more plain scent. I have jasmine fragrance, which is not as overbearing as roses and other scents. If you like it, I'll give you a bottle. Shen Linru knew that Xue Baochai was not being polite, so she smiled and said, Thank you. Sister, I have a sandalwood fan. The fan is in Western style, and it's quite fresh. Don't be disgusted by it. Sister, take it and play with it when the time comes. Both the Shen and Xue families worked for the Wu Wang mansion. The Shen family even had its own fleet. They probably had more Western items in their home than the Imperial Palace in Beijing. Xue Baochai was able to get some good things from time to time because her brother was a middleman between families. But she declined when she heard Shen Linru wanted to exchange it for a fan. No need. The jasmine water I have is not from the West. It is something we invented ourselves, said Xue Baochai. Shen Linru nodded in understanding. Which shop has your sister been assigned to recently? Lin Daiyu said. It's not a shop at all. She went to Yunxia to gain experience. One day, Yunxia took her to check the accounts. I didn't recognize Baojia in her clothes. Hearing the teasing in Daiyu's words, Xue Baochai hurriedly took a chopstick of food and handed it to Daiyu. My dear sister, please don't tease me anymore. Shen Linru laughed at the two of them. These two sisters were both steady and self-sustaining when they were not together. Daiyu was a cold and talented lady who looked like a fairy from another world. Baochai was the type of lady that ladies liked most. When the two of them were together, they would become much more childish. This was not the first time she had seen such a joking scene, so she could only watch the two of them make a fuss for a while. Xiao was not a good drinker. She felt a little dizzy after drinking only one glass of wine, so everyone let her rest on the couch and stopped making trouble for her. At this time, when Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai had finished their quarrel, Xiao said slowly, Sister Bao is only like this in front of our Daiyu, which shows that these two people are one thing conquering another. Lin Daiyu also pretended to be angry and said, What do you mean by one thing conquers another? I don't like to hear that. Shen Linru deliberately teased Daiyu and said, Oh, isn't this just in line with what Xiao said? You see, she is so fierce with us. Hearing Shen Linru's words, the girls laughed again. After using their things, everyone took a nap together. Shen Linru and Xiao said goodbye and went home first, leaving Xue Baochai alone to continue to accompany Lin Daiyu and talk. When only two people were left, Xue Baochai was not as relaxed as when everyone was there just now. She looked at Daiyu and asked, You know everything about the capital, right? Lin Daiyu saw that someone asked about serious matters, and said seriously, Of course, I haven't heard about it. Although Lin Ru and Xiao didn't mention these things today, they must have known about them in their hearts. The power of Shen Lingru's family naturally allowed them to know these things. Shi Zhao's mother was a female official working for the Wu Wang mansion, and she knew the news more or less. Xue Baochai saw that Daiyu looked fine. She looked at Lin Daiyu and said, I thought I would see you again after celebrating your birthday next year. But who knew something like this would happen? No matter what the king of Wu was thinking. Unless the emperor was safe soon, the marriage between him and the Lin family would inevitably be questioned. Lin Daiyu was calm. No matter what, I only trust the queen. The king of Wu is not that kind of person. Even if there are twists and turns, he will always keep his promise. Hearing what Daiyu said, Baochai nodded and said no more. But she still thought about going to the queen to find out a little bit one day. Lin Daiyu seemed to know what Xue Baochai was thinking. She looked at her and said, Sister Bao, I know you care about me. But just pretend you don't know about this matter. Don't do anything to me. Although the royal concubine has always been kind, it is inappropriate for them to ask about such things. Especially since Bao Chai will work for the queen in the future. If there is such a day, she will definitely be a female official of cunning. There is really no need to break the taboo for this. Xue Baochai was originally a person who didn't want to get involved in anything. But for some reason, after getting along with Lin Dayu and others for a while, she became more and more emotional. After hearing Lin Dayu's words, Xue Baochai felt a little complicated. She looked at her for a while before saying, "If I don't say it, I will never get over it. I know my limits. I won't annoy the queen no matter what." In fact, Xue Baochai didn't have to intervene in this matter. Lin's parents could ask. But it was not a good idea for the Lin family to rush over at this time. Jiamin has also been worried about her daughter's marriage recently. As a mother, she has another worry. The promise made by the noble concubine is still before her eyes. However, if the king of Wu comes to Beijing one day, the promises will be far from being counted by the queen. As ministers, do they dare to threaten the emperor? Seeing this, Xue Baochai wanted to help Dayu to ask. Dayu persuaded her for a long time. But seeing that she insisted, she could only thank her for her kindness. Chapter 171. Lin Miyue was a little surprised when Miss Xue asked her about this. After all, she was a little surprised that Xue Baochai would speak up for Lin Dayu. Xue Baochai had advised Lin Dayu not to read idle books and change her temper. No matter what she thought in her heart, she was a woman who adhered to the Confucian model on the surface. However, thinking about how these two girls got along since they met, Lin Miyue seemed to understand them a little. And she was happy to see these two girls like this. Xue Baochai quietly observed the expression of the queen. Although she did not regret it, she felt a little uneasy when she saw the unclear expression of the person in front of her. After thinking for a while, Lin Miyue looked at Baochai and said, "You know what's going on in the mansion. Recently, we haven't continued to prepare for the wedding ceremony. One reason is that we need to prepare for the new year. And the other is the matter you all know." Seeing the queen start such a conversation, Xue Baochai nodded and became more and more uncertain about the next words. But Lin Miyue's next words also made her feel at ease. "But the marriage is a done deal. I know you are worried about Yur, so don't think too much about it." After saying this, Lin Miyue felt a bit amused and helpless. The Lin Hai couple had too many concerns, and they were really busy recently, so they didn't ask. Although Dayu could always meet with him, she had no reason to ask him, so in the end, it was Baochai who came to make this matter clear. After Xue Baochai left, Lin Miyue went back to the inner room and found a box. She wrote a note and put it in the box. "Wen Huai, go and give this to the prince." Wen Huai answered honestly and left. Wen Lu looked around and then approached the queen and asked, "Queen, what's in it? Is it for the prince?" Yun Xia gently patted Wen Lu's head. "Silly girl. You didn't even look at the style of the box. What does the prince want the phoenix hairpin for? It's for the future princess." Wen Lu felt a little aggrieved after being patted. But she recalled the style of the box. It was indeed a small jewelry box made by the noble concubine to store hairpins and other items. So she pursed her lips and said nothing. Yin Hankai rode his horse and galloped on the official road. The fluttering black cape rolled up the snowflakes flying in the air, and the hem of the cape was stained by the mud raised by the horse's hooves. The male servant of the Yin family, who followed his young master out of the capital, desperately chased after his master, the Jinui and the eunuchs. The man looked at the galloping horses in front of him, and he quickly gritted his teeth and raised his whip to whip them hard. It is actually best to go south from the capital by water, but Yin Hankai was leaving the capital with an extremely important mission this time, so he, who had not picked up the riding and archery skills for many years, rode a horse like a duck on a rack, risking his life. When they arrived at the Wu Wang mansion in Mingzhou and sent someone to knock on the door, Yin Hankai was also coughing in the leeward place. He was still coughing from time to time until the officials of the palace came out to greet him. Su Qingyu felt a little embarrassed when he took the brocade box sent by his mother. He was indeed too busy to take care of these things during this period. So he also wrote a note and put it in the box. He called Maokai to ask him to go to Lin Hai's mansion in person and make sure to deliver this thing to Miss Lin. Pack up some gifts and send them to the lady and daughter of the Lin family in the name of your mother. Just after Su Qingyu finished his instructions, he heard someone outside saying that someone wanted to see him. Su Qingyu was a little surprised that someone came at this hour, but he thought about the recent situation and quickly called someone in. Which lord is here? Please come in. When he saw the person, Su Qingyu did not wait for the person to greet him and directly pulled the person to his side. Why is it you? Is there a big change in the capital? Yin Hankai had been holding on all the way, and being pulled by the prince was like losing half his life. He coughed a few times before replying, Your Majesty has passed away. I am here to summon the King of Wu and the concubine Kong Hui to the capital by the Queen Mother's order. As soon as Yin Hankai finished speaking, a eunuch came out from behind him and bowed to the King of Wu. Please, Your Majesty, and Your Majesty, return to the capital as soon as possible. Su Qingyu looked at the Jinui standing behind Yin Hankai again. He nodded and said, It's not easy to travel all the way in the wind and snow. Go and rest first. I will go to see my mother and explain this matter. Maokai had just been sent out by the King of Wu to deliver gifts, so it was the chief official of the palace who asked everyone to rest, and Yin Hankai followed him out. But when Su Qingyu went to the Zihui Palace, he was also led to see the queen together. Yin Hankai was about to speak on the way, but Su Qingyu stopped him. Forget it. You can tell me when you get to mother, so you don't have to tell me again. After arriving safely at the Wu Wang mansion, Yin Hankai was extremely tired but in high spirits. But he was also happy to say it less. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. After Lin Muyue sent Bao Chai away and gave her silly son some advice, she had nothing to do. She was thinking about whether to order another pot in the evening and say that the prince had brought the adults from the capital to see him. Yun Xian naturally knew Yin Hankai, and she invited him directly to the warm room in the back hall, which surprised Lin Muyue, who was still thinking about all kinds of delicious food. Hankai. But there have been changes in the capital. Lin Muyue had the same reaction as her son when he first met him. Her first reaction was that something might have happened in the capital. Yin Hankai nodded. He didn't say too much in front of the Jinui and the eunuchs just now. And now, he carefully told them what happened in the capital again in private. Everyone was prepared for the emperor's death. So when the hemp rope really broke, no one was too surprised. Only the performance of Empress Dowager Li made everyone groan. Empress Dowager Li and Empress Xiao stayed in the Palace of Heavenly Purity until the end. Empress Xiao was worried about the emperor lying on the dragon bed, and was also very worried about the health of the Empress Dowager. She herself became haggard in just a few days. Whenever the emperor was awake, Empress Dowager Li would send someone out to stay alone with her son for a while. Today was no exception. Although Empress Xiao felt that the emperor seemed to be a little bit wrong today, she still listened to the Empress Dowager's order and went out. Although the emperor was in great pain, he was still conscious. He had difficulty breathing and was very uncomfortable during this period of time. However, in the last period of time, he slowly felt the pain gradually fade away and his mind became clearer. As soon as Su Qingyu opened his eyes and saw his mother's tears rolling in her eyes, he felt mixed emotions. Mother. When Li Wancheng heard the word mother, she could no longer hold back her tears after holding back for a long time. She went over and hugged her son and cried bitterly. My son, it's all your fault. If I hadn't been selfish, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Seeing her son lying on the bed, so sickly, and his energy was gradually exhausted until he was completely emaciated, Li Wancheng felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Hugging his mother with great effort, Su Qingyu waited for his mother to vent her anger before saying, It is my son who is unfilial. It has nothing to do with my mother. All your plans are for my son. I know everything I know. Su Qingyu knew how much his mother had tolerated for him when he was young, and how much his mother had blocked the Li family for him after he ascended the throne. He also knew that his mother really loved him, even though his mother acquiesced to the Zhu family's actions to push him to the throne because she had something on her mind. He did not think there was anything wrong with his mother's actions. Now seeing his mother still telling him that she was wrong, Su Qingyu didn't know what to say. He saw his mother was about to cry because of what he said, and he hurriedly said, It's fate anyway. Has mother ordered you to enter the palace? My son is going. And the most worrying thing is how you will spend your remaining years in peace in the future. Su Qingyu knew that concubine Jean in the harem had not given birth yet, but the child in her belly was still unknown. Not to mention that the country depended on the eldest prince. Even if concubine Jean gave birth to a prince, it would be extremely difficult to support this child to ascend to the throne. Now Su Qingyu also felt that things were changing. At the beginning, they forced the imperial concubine, the king of Wu, and their son to leave the capital, but it was still unknown whether the emperor had a male heir to inherit the throne. After the emperor passed away, Empress Dowager Li would have to worry about these things under the pressure of the cabinet. Li Wancheng didn't care about these things. She looked at her son and choked up and said, "How can I worry about these things? What's the point of me living?" Hearing the determination in his mother's words, Su Chengyu quickly took a breath and said, "Mother, there are still grandchildren waiting for you to take care of them. Besides, my second brother and the imperial concubine are not mean people. Please don't say such things. If you do, your son will never feel at ease." Li Wancheng felt complicated after hearing these words, but she looked at the pleading look in her son's eyes and didn't say anything ominous. She just turned her head and said, "It hasn't come to that yet. Besides, although Lin's father is in the cabinet, he is not the only one in power. I have other plans, which may not satisfy them." Looking at the paranoia on his mother's face, Su Chengyu disagreed with her words, but he didn't want to go against her at this time. "Mother." After Li Wancheng finished speaking, she wiped her tears with a handkerchief, told her son to have a good rest, and then went out again. Looking at his mother's resolute back, Su Chengyu sighed and closed his eyes. By the evening, the emperor in the Qianxin palace had held on for more than 10 days, but he could not hold on. No matter how kind and compassionate the imperial doctors were, they could not defeat God, and he finally closed his eyes forever in pain. When Song Yuanzheng got up from the dragon bed trembling, Empress Dowager Li was much calmer. She ordered everyone in the room, including the queen, to leave, and she sat quietly facing her son by the dragon bed for a while, then called Fu Yu to give her a few instructions. The expression on Fu Yu's face was unpredictable, but seeing the Queen Mother's determined expression, she finally walked out with heavy steps. After seeing Fu Yu go out, Li Wancheng called Xiao Man again. "Go and call Yun. I have something to tell her." Xiao Man didn't dare to say anything when she saw the expression on Queen Mother Li's face. After receiving the order, she hurried down. Inside Shokong Palace, Yun Danyuan was preparing for dinner. Suddenly, she heard the bell outside. She waved her hand to signal everyone to stop. After counting the bells, she looked at the table of delicacies. "Everyone go away. Take out the things you prepared before. I'll go change my clothes first." Chapter 172. When Xiaoman arrived, Shokong Palace was decorated with mourning clothes by the concubines, and the people walking around were also dressed in mourning clothes. However, after Xiaoman entered the place where concubine Yun was, she was politely invited to the warm room, and the young eunuch entertained her politely. "Sir, our queen is still changing clothes. Please wait a moment." The young eunuch who received Xiaoman was a little unfamiliar to her, but she also knew that the concubines must be busy at this time, so she nodded and waited. Yun Danyuan was changing clothes and combing her hair in the inner room. After the eunuch entertained Xiaoman, he quickly went in and whispered a few words to the concubine. "Why are you calling me over so urgently?" Putting on the white jade earrings, Yun Danyuan frowned and whispered. After she had packed up, Yun Danyuan quickly had Xiaoman called to the main room. Xiaoman bowed neatly and then told the Queen Mother, "Your Highness, the Queen Mother has something important to tell you." When the eunuch heard Xiaoman say that, he had already summoned the sedan chair. At this time, he glanced at the Queen Mother. Seeing that the Queen Mother had also opened her mouth to summon a sedan chair, he immediately said, "Your Highness, the sedan chair has been summoned." The eunuch's name was Hemming. Yun Danyuan was also satisfied with his cleverness, but it was not easy to say anything at this time. She took the cloak handed over by Xueqiao, put it on, and went out. When they arrived at the Palace of Heavenly Purity, Yun Danyuan entered the room and saw the Empress Dowager, Empress, his son, and the ministers all gathered together. After entering the room, the Empress Dowager accepted the salute from the concubine Dowager, and the others all had to salute the concubine Dowager. Everyone had their own thoughts, so after the chaotic salute, no one spoke first. It was the Empress Dowager Li who broke the silence first. "The emperor has passed away, but the country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Concubine Jean is pregnant in the harem. I am waiting for a grandson to be born to inherit the position of the late emperor. However, during this period, the Prince of Yen will be the regent. Do you have any objections?" Yun Danyuan sat on the chair and treated himself as a decoration. When he heard the Empress Dowager say that she wanted her son to be the regent, he did not even raise an eyebrow. Su Qingluan seemed to be hesitant to speak. He knew how capable he was. Even if he wanted to let the prince temporarily supervise the country at this time, he would feel a little awkward when it was his turn. But Su Qingluan knew that it was easier to invite a god than to send him away. Empress Dowager Li knew it even better. She skipped the second prince of the previous emperor, Wu Wang. For this reason, Lord Pei had lost his fighting spirit due to the emperor's health. He was now as gloomy as an ordinary old man. Lin Feng did not avoid suspicion at this time. He stepped forward and said bluntly, "It is indeed a good idea to ask the prince of the nearest branch to supervise the country now. But please forgive me, Empress Dowager. I think that the current situation can summon Wu Wang to Beijing." As soon as Lord Lin finished speaking, there was a sound of pin drop in the room. Lord Pei was neither happy nor sad, and did not say whether he agreed or disagreed. Lord Bian nodded slightly when he heard Lin Feng speak. After he finished speaking, he realized that he should not be so busy to hide his head. Li Wanqing's face darkened. But she also knew that there was nothing wrong with what Lin Feng said. But she still insisted, once the vassal king is established, he is not allowed to return to the capital. This is also the old rule set by our ancestors. Now the baby in Concubine Jin's belly is still unknown, and the old minister is too anxious. Lin Feng ignored the ridicule in Empress Dowager Li's words. He just bowed again and said, "Your Majesty passed away so quickly. This old minister is just for the sake of the country, and dare not have any selfish thoughts. If the queen does not trust me, there is also Pei. Lord Bian can discuss the issue of succession with the queen." Empress Dowager Li was choked by what Ling Golao said. She frowned and thought for a long time, and finally said, "In this case, then order the mother and son of King Wu to come to the capital." Lin Feng also stopped when he saw that it was going well. He retreated back to the crowd and listened to the Queen Dowager start to tell Prince Yan how to manage the government for the time being. Seeing Prince Yan's expression of being respectful on the surface, but becoming a little helpless when the Queen Dowager saw nothing, he also felt that this third prince was really interesting. After everyone left, the people around Empress Dowager Li invited Concubine Yun to the inner room to talk. Yun Danyuan thought that Empress Dowager Li was indeed plotting something, and she was also thinking about how to deal with it. When Empress Dowager Li saw Concubine Yun coming in, she looked at her calm expression and didn't say anything for a long time. But she still spoke up for the sake of her calculations. Yun Danyuan wanted to laugh when she heard the big cakes painted by the Empress Dowager, but she still held back and said slowly after the Empress Dowager finished speaking, "I am just the widow of the previous emperor. How can I understand the important affairs of the country? No matter what, it is up to the empress and the officials of the previous dynasty to decide." The Empress Dowager was blocked by Concubine Yun's words and opened her mouth without knowing what to say. After sorting out her thoughts, she promised many seemingly plausible benefits. But Yun Danyuan knew that these were all traps. She just agreed casually and didn't promise anything lightly. The Queen Mother was also troubled by the other person's stubborn attitude. She continued to talk dryly for a while, but it was meaningless, so she could only send him back. In July, Concubine Jean was diagnosed with pregnancy. According to the imperial doctors and midwives, the queen was most likely to give birth around January. However, after the news of the emperor's death spread to the harem, Concubine Jin's fear inevitably affected the baby in her belly. Empress Xiao not only went to mourn during this period, but also often visited Concubine Jean in the palace. She took the hot handkerchief handed over by Nianyun and applied it to her eyes. After watching the redness and swelling around her disappear a little, she ordered, "Let's go, and go to Concubine Jean with me quietly." The imperial doctor came back and said that Concubine Jin's pregnancy was not good. What exactly is going on? Empress Xiao is now very serious about Concubine Jin's pregnancy. Not only does she listen to the imperial doctor's reply every 2 days, but she also has to look at the pulse records and files every day after the imperial doctor diagnoses and prescribes medicine. Today, during the intermission of morning, Empress Xiao saw the record of the imperial physician's pulse taking in the morning, and she also took time out to visit Concubine Jean. Wang Nuwan sighed. It is said that Concubine Jean cried too much, and was worried at night, and couldn't fall asleep. In addition, she had no appetite and had difficulty eating these days, so it affected the dragon fetus in her belly. Empress Xiao nodded. "Let's go and see." This is not a solution. The Empress Dowager is now thinking about the previous dynasty. But if she turns around and blames me, it would be an unprovoked disaster. Empress Dowager Li has never had the intention to interfere in the affairs of the previous dynasty for so many years. Whether she was the queen before, or became the Queen Dowager after her son ascended the throne, it was only after her son passed away that she began to deal with the ministers of the previous dynasty for the throne. What Su Qingyu said to his mother before his death, and the Queen Mother Li's regret for fighting for power at that time seemed to be a flash in the pan. She, who had never been keen on power, began to stir up conflicts among various parties, and also began to stir up the situation. Why bother? Xiao Qingyi murmured, and felt that it was difficult to understand the Queen Mother's recent behavior. In Xiao Qingyi's opinion, it would be better if Concubine Jean could give birth to a prince before the emperor died. In this case, there is still the will of the previous emperor to support the prince to ascend the throne. Now that Concubine Jin's baby has not been born, the ministers of the previous dynasty may not be able to wait so long. The Queen Motherly is now trying her best to delay because she does not want the King of Wu to come to Beijing. However, as long as the ministers are determined to welcome the grown-up prince to succeed the throne, the Queen Mother may not be able to withstand the pressure. Compared with the Queen Mother, Xiao Qingyi feels that she is the queen in an awkward position. In fact, she is the one who wants the heir born by Concubine Jean to ascend the throne the most. After all, if Concubine Jean can give birth to a prince and successfully inherit the throne, she, the queen, will naturally become the Queen Mother. Even if she may be embarrassed between the Grand Empress Dowager and the new emperor's biological mother, she can still obtain the title normally. But if one of the princes who are brothers of the late emperor inherits the throne, no matter which prince comes to the throne, then Xiao Qingyi will become superfluous as the emperor's sister-in-law. After thinking for a while, the royal lady said, I guess the Queen Mother has 3 plans now, but I'm afraid that they will all be in vain in the end, and none of the plans can be realized. Queen Xiao asked in surprise. 3 plans? I can see that there is a plan to wait for Concubine Jean, and there is also a plan to support Prince Yin. And what is the other one? After straightening the queen's clothes, the royal lady whispered, there are similar examples in the past dynasties. The Queen Mother chose a son from a branch of the family to succeed to the throne, and cut off the princes, who were brothers of the emperor, from succeeding to the throne. Road. Xiao Qingyi was stunned but quickly reacted. But after thinking about it, she said, it may not be possible. Back then, that person had his own power, and the powerful ministers of the previous dynasty helped him. Our Queen Mother, it is extremely difficult. Wang Nuguan was not unaware of the difficulties, but she also heard some rumors before she said these words to the queen. I heard that the Queen Mother has been summoning Pei and Bian to discuss matters recently. It depends on whether the 2 ministers will accept it. The Queen Mother can't promise these 2 what they want. Queen Xiao is not optimistic about the Queen Mother. Even though Pei Gulao was powerful, he was still a civil official. His original plan was to wait until his granddaughter had a son and then support the child to ascend the throne. Gulao was already the pinnacle for a civil official. There was also a precedent in this dynasty that civil officials were not given titles. If the Queen Mother used the title as bait, it would indeed affect Gulao Pei's mind. However, for the sake of his reputation during his lifetime and after his death, Gulao Pei would not necessarily go all out and completely side with the Queen Mother. Gulao Bian seemed to be easily affected by the 3 assistants, but it was precisely because he had a way out that he would not easily stand on the side. The remaining Lin Gulao was even more difficult to deal with. The current situation was very good. The King of Wu only needed an imperial decree to legitimately enter the capital to inherit the throne. Empress Xiao even felt that Concubine Jin's dragon fetus was just a death warrant for herself and the Queen Mother. Once Concubine Jin gave birth to a princess, it would not be a big deal for Lin Gulao to use his power to force the Queen Mother to bow down. The Wang female official had been in the palace longer than the Queen, and she knew the Queen Mother's psychology better than the Queen. The Queen Motherly was just unwilling to accept it. So she did these things. When the Queen had packed up and was about to leave, someone stumbled into Cunning Palace. The person came in with a pale face and said to the palace servants guarding the corridor of the main hall, "Sister, I am from the palace of Concubine Jean. Our queen has had her period. Please come over and take a look." The gatekeeper was so scared when she heard such words that she just said, "Wait here. I will go in and tell the queen right away." Then she quickly lifted the curtain and went in. Seeing the man being so rude, Wang Nuguan and Yin Feng, who was beside the queen, wanted to reprimand him. But they could not sit still after hearing what he said. They hurried to Qixing Palace where Concubine Jing was. Qixing Palace was also in a mess. Concubine Jing Zhu arrived earlier than the queen. Although she had taken off the burden of helping the queen to look after the harem, she still rushed to help Concubine Jean to hold the fort and deal with some trivial matters. When the queen arrived, Zhu Hui was relieved. She stepped forward and saluted, saying, "The midwife has gone in, and the imperial physician has been called. Your Majesty is here now, and I feel much more at ease." Chapter 173. Xiao Qingyi frowned after hearing Concubine Jing's reply. "Didn't I order that there must be an imperial physician on duty in Concubine Jin's palace? Why did we go to invite someone when there was no one at the first time?" Zhu Hui didn't know about this. "There is such a thing. When I came, there was a female doctor in the room. She checked Concubine Jin's pulse and said that the pulse was fine, but I asked someone to ask for the imperial physician to be safe." Hearing that someone had checked Concubine Jin's pulse, Xiao Qingyi's face looked better. "Wait for the imperial physician to come and let the female doctor reply to me. You sit down first." The queen and Concubine Jing were both sitting in the main room. They felt a chill on their backs when they heard the woman's screams of pain coming from the inner room. Fortunately, there were other sounds of the midwife and palace servants busy, so they didn't feel very uneasy. After waiting for a while, Concubine Xian and other people in the harem came after hearing the news. They were all concerned about how Concubine Jin's pregnancy was going. The emperor had already passed away, and the queen didn't want to continue to quarrel with Pei Siming. So she just asked everyone to sit down and wait together without saying much. Concubine Pei Xian was not wearing any makeup now. The concubines of the previous emperor were supposed to go to mourn. But since Concubine Jin was about to give birth, they naturally had to wait. So they all came here and apologized to the queen. Concubine Jin in the inner room was also in so much pain that she was unconscious. She had been feeling unwell for a while, and her greatest comfort when she couldn't sleep at night was to touch the baby in her belly. She could only fall asleep when she felt the baby moving. But last night, when Concubine Jin was getting ready to go to bed, she felt that something was wrong with the dragon baby in her belly. As the months went by, the baby's movements would become more obvious. The baby in her belly had always been active, but that night, she didn't feel any movement. Concubine Jin was terrified at the time. She asked the female officials and palace servants to come and see her, and also called the female doctor who lived in Qixing Palace to see her. The female doctor was named Li Jiesheng. Her family was a family of doctors. She was once engaged to someone when she was young, but her husband died in an accident and she had no children. So she entered the palace to become a female doctor. The status of female doctors in the palace was not high. Generally speaking, they treated women's diseases or treated palace servants. However, Li Jiesheng's medical skills were indeed quite good. So she was specially selected by Empress Xiao to help Concubine Jin with her pregnancy. After Li Jiesheng checked Concubine Jin's pulse, she said with a serious face, "Your Majesty, I see that your pulse seems to have the sign of giving birth." Although Concubine Jin did not show any signs of water breaking. After checking Concubine Jin's pulse, Dr. Li felt that according to Concubine Jin's pulse, it would be best to give her a dose of medicine to induce labor, so as to ensure the smooth birth of the dragon fetus. The midwife standing by didn't know what the pulse was. She had just checked Concubine Jin's condition, and now she questioned, "I think the queen is just like this because she is upset, and it's not a sign of childbirth." Dr. Li sighed in her heart. She knew that the midwife was singing a different tune in order to show off in front of the queen. She didn't argue much. Just said, "In this case, let's wait for the imperial physician to come. Originally, I thought the imperial physician would come here to tell the truth. But because of the emperor's death, the original director and 2 judges of the imperial hospital did not get away to go back to work. And the few who could come on duty now were like frightened birds." The imperial physician felt the pulse for a long time. Dr. Li looked at him with a frown on her face. But the imperial physician also agreed with the midwife's words, and only told Concubine Jin to rest assured. Li Jiesheng couldn't say anything more in front of the empress. But she waited for the imperial physician to leave and chased him to ask a few questions. "Please stay, imperial physician. I have something to ask you." The matter of feeling the emperor's pulse in the palace was top secret. But Dr. Li was a doctor who was highly regarded. She also heard about the 2 imperial physicians who felt the emperor's pulse. "Your Excellency said so today. If there is anything wrong with the queen and the dragon fetus, you will be the next Zhao Yuanpan." Li Jiesheng was not polite. She felt that the midwife was fine, but the imperial physician was also so heartless. So she was angry. The imperial physician was pointed out by the female doctor about the mistakes of the imperial hospital. He was not happy, but he still argued, "I saw that the queen's pulse was indeed like this." As for what the young lady said, We have reflected on ourselves in the Imperial Hospital. So you don't need to worry about it. The young lady was blocked by the Imperial physician's words. Before Li Jiexing could refute anything, the Imperial physician had already walked away. She stood there and thought for a while, and finally went to prepare some drugs to induce labor just in case. Concubine Jean was pregnant, so it was not good to burn any incense or drink any medicine to calm her nerves. So when she fell asleep in a daze, it was already the fourth drum. On the next morning, when Concubine Jean was uncomfortable at first, everyone did not wait to see what would happen. After all, women's childbirth is dangerous and recurrent. Even if it is not yet the full term of October, the baby can survive at this time. The nanny who delivered Concubine Jean was a little shrewd and liked to show off, but she did have some skills. She looked at Concubine Jean's condition and felt that it was relatively stable. Women basically have to toss for a while before giving birth, so she did not rush to disturb the masters of the various palaces. But later on, Concubine Jean's condition became worse and worse. Li Jiexing had already taken out the prepared medicine for Concubine Jean to take, but she still did not reach the condition to give birth. At this time, except for the female official serving Concubine Jean and Li Jiexing, who were relatively calm, others including the midwife were sweating all over their heads and backs in the winter. In this situation, no one dared to make a decision on their own. The female official serving Concubine Jean decided to report the news to the Queen Mother and the Empress and invited the Imperial physician. After hearing this, Empress Xiao was so angry that she felt dizzy. However, she knew that now was not the time to ask for culpability, so she could only endure it. Soon, the Imperial physician also hurried over. Fortunately, Concubine Jean was only slightly unwell. After the Imperial physician came in, he felt the pulse and asked about the medication, and then he only gave her a few injections. After Dr. Li came out, Empress Xiao also asked a few more questions in detail. She heard that the doctor in front of her answered Concubine Jean's condition fluently, which showed that she was attentive. The situation is urgent now. When Concubine Jean's baby is born safely, I will definitely reward you. You can go in and look after Concubine Jean first. Xiao Qingyi really liked this female doctor, but for Concubine Jean's sake, she asked a few quick questions and then let the doctor in. Not long after the Imperial physician arrived, Empress Dowager Li, who had been busy fighting with the cabinet and fooling Prince Yan and his mother, also hurried over. After Empress Dowager Li arrived, the atmosphere in the palace became worse and worse, but fortunately, the news brought by the people from the Imperial Hospital was not bad. Although Concubine Jean went into labor early, the medicine given by the female, Dr. Li, was a timely relief. Concubine Jean's baby is in good condition and in the right position. Things in the palace seemed to have grown wings now, and no one could hide them. At this time, the Empress Dowager, the Queen, and the concubines of the late Emperor did not show up. The royal family and ministers, who went to the palace to mourn, knew what had happened. Prince Yan angrily drove away another royal family member, who came close to him, and said something that was not true. In the end, he left a word to the eunuch who served him, and went to a place called Hongxin Hall in the Qianqing Palace. Although Su Qingluan's father did not live in the Qianqing Palace at the beginning, the palace was not sealed at that time. On the 1st and 15th day of every month, and on certain days, Su Ruiqing would take his sons to the Qianqing Palace to commemorate his father. When the third prince was young, he used to wander around the palace mischievously. Su Ruiqing turned a blind eye to these things, and let his young son do whatever he wanted. In the end, it was often the second prince, who was not very old, who would catch the third prince back. This Hongxin Hall was a small room that Su Qingluan's grandfather, Emperor Fengtai, liked very much in his later years. The old emperor often read and rested here. The two young grandsons, Su Chengyu and Su Qingyu, had the honor of accompanying their grandfather here. Su Qingluan also pestered his brother to tell him about the past. He became more and more familiar with this place later. At this time, he felt annoyed and simply hid here. After passing the partition and screen and entering Hongxin Hall, Su Qingluan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he had not been alone for long when he heard footsteps coming from outside. After entering the room, Concubine Yun saw her son and said, "Sure enough, you are here. I looked around but didn't see anyone, so I thought you should be here." When Su Qingluan was a child, he was naughty and made his mother angry. He would either hide with his mother and brother, or sneak to the Qianqing Palace. But the young prince never thought about it. The palace servants who served him would never dare to hide it from their own queen. So in fact, his mother just didn't care about him. Seeing his mother coming over at this time, Su Qingluan somehow thought of his childhood and smiled. You are worthy of you. You always find your son no matter how he hides. Yun Danyuan seemed to remember her son's childhood. She smiled and said, You were also honest at that time. You always ran to these two places. It was only because your Aunt Lin had a good temper that she took you in every time. Su Qingluan looked at his mother. Aunt and second brother will be back soon. Mother is also very happy. Right? Seeing his son asking himself, Yun Danyuan nodded. Queen Motherly couldn't stand the pressure before, and agreed to let Concubine Gui and King return to the capital. After so many days, they should be close to the capital. She asked her son with some hesitation. Today, we are the only ones here, although the Queen Mother's words these days are just sweet talk. But if you really want that position, you are not completely without a chance, Lunar. What do you really think? When Su Qingluan heard his mother's words, he looked directly into her eyes and replied, Son, let me tell you a little story from the past. As the son of the crown prince, Su Qingluan was not completely indifferent to the throne. He was also a descendant of a phoenix and a dragon. Not much different from his two brothers, so he would naturally have some thoughts. It's just that his mother is good friends with the imperial concubine. Su Qingluan has been with his second brother since he was a child. He saw that his second brother would restrain himself since he was a child. Even though his mother was recognized as the woman who was most capable of thinking of new things in the palace, as the imperial concubine's biological son, he had never been obsessed with anything. Even the eldest prince at that time, he worked so hard when he was a child under the discipline of Queenly. But in Su Qingluan's eyes, his second brother seemed to be born with this character, not happy with things or sad with himself. It was after observing this that he never had the thought of competing again. Yun Danyuan also smiled when he heard his son say that. I see. That's how it is. Okay, I know what you mean. Your aunt and second brother will arrive in the capital soon. You should know what to do then. Su Qingluan nodded. I know. The Queen Mother has not given in yet, because she is just waiting for the dragon fetus in Concubine Jin's belly. When second brother arrives, it will probably be clear. No need to wait until then. I think we will know today, Yun Danyuan said, looking at his son. At this time, Su Qingluan was a little surprised. After all, Concubine Jin is now the focus of the whole capital. Many people have calculated the date of birth of the dragon fetus in her belly. How could it be so early? Yun Danyuan did not explain much. She came to her son to tell him about this matter. You have hidden enough. Go outside and watch. The Queen Mother can't take care of this now. Send someone to tell your wife to be more cautious today. Su Qingluan nodded. The princess has always been cautious, and will not make mistakes. I will send someone to inform her later. Princess Fawn of Yin County has been a little confused and irritable recently. Just like her own prince. The Queen Mother's attitude has also affected a group of people. Therefore, there are not a few people who come to please the princess recently. However, Princess Fawn could not hide away like the prince. She could only patiently deal with those who came to inquire about the news or flatter her. However, once there was a movement from Concubine Jin, Princess Fawn was much quieter. During her rest, she could not help but say to the maid who came with her, It's finally quieter. How can there be so many crazy people in the capital? To please Prince Yin and his wife is a sure-win business in the eyes of some people. After all, even if Prince Yin did not ascend the throne in the end, as a prince of the close family, the capital he accumulated in the emperor's death also allowed him to have some say. But there are some people who are just blind fence-sitters. They even really think that Empress Dowager Li can support Prince Yin to ascend the throne as the Empress Dowager. They really feel that they will have the merit of following the emperor. Princess Fong is also mocking these people. Mama also thinks so. However, she still comforts the princess and says, Your Majesty, you are just perfunctory. Just go through these hard days. Princess Fong is just venting her anger. After drinking another cup of hot tea, she said, I know. Mama, you should take a rest soon. Tomorrow, you can ask Yi-Huan and He-Yu to serve you. Don't toss around in this cold weather. This old Mama has a good background. She used to serve in the palace. The Fong family let her be a lady because of this. So she stayed with Princess Fong at this time, because she was worried that the young people would not be able to take good care of the princess. I am not tired. These days are too important. The Queen Concubine Wen Shu does not have much energy to take care of her. If I don't follow you in person, I will be worried and rest well. Madame Ma was very happy to receive the concern of the princess. Although she refused, she still had a smile on her face. The master and servant finally rested for a while, and had to go back to mourn. Princess Fong felt a little ironic when she looked at the people kneeling around her. How many of these people were really crying for the emperor? They were all calculating their own future. However, when the jade rabbit rose in the east and the golden crow set in the west, the Qisheng palace welcomed the cry of a baby. And the midwife came out trembling with no joy on her face. The midwife knelt on the ground and reported to the queen mother in trembling words that concubine Jean had given birth to a princess, shattering the last hope of Queen Motherly to support her grandson to ascend the throne. Chapter 174. When setting out from Mingzhou, Su Qingyu originally wanted to ride a horse with Yin Han Kai and others to the capital quickly, and then the guards and servants of the palace would escort his mother and others to the capital slowly by carriage. But when he was ready to leave, he saw that his mother had changed into riding clothes and was waiting for him, and the female martial artists hired by the palace were already guarding the queen and ready to go. Why are you standing there? Get ready to go. Lin Miyue controlled the reins to calm the horse, which was a little excited to see people coming, and said to her son, looking up at his mother. Su Qingyu was a little speechless. He calmed down for a while before he said anxiously, It's cold, and it's not good to trouble mother. You should just follow the carriage. Even the official road is not so easy to walk in winter. Su Qingyu knew that it would be very tiring to gallop all the way when he saw Yin Hansai's look. So he didn't want to trouble his mother anymore. However, Lin Miyue also had her own plans. She flicked the whip and said, Why are you talking so much? Do you want you to go to the palace to argue with the Queen Mother after entering the capital? Let's go! Lin Miyue knew how Queen Motherly felt now. She was worried that her son would be controlled by Queen Motherly after entering the capital. Even if her son had many plans in his mind, Queen Motherly could easily send him away as a mother. Su Qingyu tried to persuade his mother for a while, but seeing that his mother was unmoved, he could only ride on the horse. And the group went to Yinqing under the escort of the guards. After arriving in Yinqing, Lin Miyue and her group returned to the temporarily renovated palace in the capital. She rarely enjoyed the treatment of the old lady, and had to let someone give her a massage. After the massage, the body was really refreshed. After Lin Miyue waited for the female doctor who came to massage her to leave, she dismissed the person and rested in bed without any image. Lin Miyue did not bring any servants with her during this forced march to Beijing. Therefore, the servants in the palace were all purchased in advance by the Lin family. The new maids could not feel the queen's pulse. Seeing that the queen ordered them to leave, everyone obediently left Lin Miyue in the house. After resting for a while, Lin Miyue got up resignedly. She sat down at the desk and started writing the memorial to the Queen Mother. As a vassal king, if there is no exception, once he leaves Beijing, he will basically never return. Lin Miyue herself is familiar with various court etiquette and the writing of congratulatory letters. But thinking about this post today also consumed a lot of her mind. While grinding ink, Lin Miyue also prepared a draft in her mind. After a pool of ink was ground out, she also concentrated on writing down the words she had thought of bit by bit. The king of Wu in the front yard was not idle at all. After he returned to Yinqing, although he could not enter the palace to pay homage to the Queen Mother without the imperial decree, and the queen was keeping vigil for the emperor's brother, he still forced himself to have the palace decorated. And he also found mourning clothes and put them on to avoid giving anyone any chance to catch him. Lin Feng and his wife also took a carriage to the palace in the evening in a low-key manner. Lin Miyue took the written things to meet her father and mother. She also wanted to ask her parents to tell her more about the developments in the palace in recent days. After meeting his daughter and grandson, Lin Feng was lucky enough to control his emotions. Mrs. Wang couldn't stop her tears when she saw her daughter and grandson whom she hadn't seen for so many years. Lin Miyue had a weak relationship with her parents in her previous life. Since she came to this strange world, she felt the love of her parents. Although she felt a little sorry for occupying this little girl's body, she was still very greedy for this warmth, and was very filial to her parents and elders. She felt a sore nose when she saw Mrs. Wang in tears. She finally threw away her thoughts, and cried to her mother. Su Qingyu wanted to persuade her, but was also hugged by Mrs. Wang. She kept calling her my dear, which made her blush, and she stood there at a loss. Even Lin Feng, who had been able to sit still, found it difficult to control himself in such an atmosphere. He was a kind father, and was just pretending to be calm for the sake of face. seeing his wife crying so hard while holding their only daughter and grandson. His eyes were red as he clumsily handed his wife a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Soon, the old couple gathered together. Lin Feng hugged his wife to comfort her, while Lin Muyue helped her son to tidy up his messy hair. When everyone calmed down and sat down, Lin Muyue said in a hoarse voice after crying, "There is nothing to treat you two elders at this time. I ordered the kitchen to make vegetarian noodles. Let's eat something first and then talk." The mourning period for the late emperor has not yet passed, and the people present are naturally paying attention to their diet. Lin Muyue did not want to deliberately do anything about these trivial matters, so she had already ordered people to prepare vegetarian food. The three generations gathered around the small table and ate a bowl of noodles together. Although Lin Muyue specifically told them not to add sauce and only wanted a bowl of plain noodles, the chef who had just arrived in the palace did not dare to neglect it. The noodles were indeed plain, but the soup was not bland. Lin Muyue knew the chef's skills after just one sip of the soup. With the addition of various side dishes, everyone had a satisfying meal. After everyone finished eating, Lin Muyue went to the study in the front yard with his parents and son. After everyone sat down, Su Qingyu personally poured tea for the elders, and everyone started to discuss business together. Lin Feng looked at his daughter and grandson and asked, "Although you have just arrived in the capital, you should also know the most important thing in the palace, right?" Knowing that her father was talking about Concubine Jean giving birth to a princess, Lin Muyue nodded and replied, "I already know. But the Queen Mother probably has other ideas now. I have prepared a memorial to the Queen Mother. Can you please take a look at the wording?" Lin Feng took his daughter's memorial and read it, and praised her. "You have made considerable progress." In the memorial just written, Lin Muyue emphasized the friendship she had with the Queen Mother when they served the king together in the palace, and also wrote that even though she was a concubine mother, she felt the same pain when His Majesty suddenly passed away today, and she just wanted to go to the palace to meet the Queen Mother and visit the Queen, so that the family could talk about their kinship. Mrs. Wang read the memorial with her husband. After reading it, she asked, "I can see that the Empress Dowager still wants to promote Prince Yin. Is this what you mean by other plans?" Su Qingyu looked at his mother and explained to his grandmother in person, "The Empress Dowager may want to find an heir for my eldest brother to inherit the family line. Since my grandson left Beijing, he has also established some friendships with several uncles. When I was in Mingzhou, I received a letter saying that the Empress Dowager sent my eldest brother from my mother's family to contact several princes. Some people have already made plans and promised something." Su Qingyu was not trying to flatter himself. He did have a good relationship with several princes. This was opened by Prince An, the old prince, and was of high rank in the royal family. Because Su Qingyu's mother sent saplings from overseas to Prince An's mansion, he gradually developed friendships with other princes through this relationship. The fiefdom of Prince Wu was located in the prosperous area of Jiangnan and had the advantage of a natural harbor. Over time, Su Qingyu lived up to his father's expectations. Mingzhou and the entire fiefdom were developing better and better. Even for this, the princes were happy to have a good relationship with him. Some princes were more flexible and willing to interact more with this young man. Su Qingyu also did some business with some princes. So when the news came out this time, although some people agreed to the Queen Mother, some princes refused and informed him. After hearing her grandson's explanation, Mrs. Wang also felt that the Queen Mother had some plan this time. It's a good idea. In this case, the concubines will probably support the Queen Mother. After all, if the heir is adopted, they will be legitimate concubines and will be supported by the new emperor. If the late emperor's brothers ascended the throne, Empress Xiao would be fine, even if her status is a bit embarrassing. As the queen, the new emperor would not treat his sister-in-law badly even if he considers his reputation. Concubine Jean gave birth to the only blood of the late emperor, so she can be relied on. But the other concubines of the previous emperor may not have such good luck. Whether they are kept in the palace for honor or dismissed from the palace, or even sent to the Buddhist temple to live out their remaining life, these destinations are all decided by the new emperor. Lin Feng looked at his wife and children. The officials in the court may not allow the Empress Dowager to do so. After all, choosing an heir is the last resort when the emperor has no brothers. Not to mention there are also princes left by Prince Yan and Zhu in the capital. How can they choose an heir? Although the court officials have their own ulterior motives, there is still the An tribe in the north, who is eyeing them covetously. Even for this reason, the important officials are more willing to choose an older prince, who can immediately govern the country to become the emperor. Seeing his father's attitude, Lin Miyue looked at his mother again. Mrs. Wang also took out a letter from her sleeve. It's a letter from Concubine when Shu in the palace. She asked me to hand it to you personally. Lin Miyue opened it and took a look. Yun Danyuan wrote something very important in it. That is, she wanted to try to persuade Concubine Xian and Concubine Jing to come out and testify that there was a secret behind the succession issue, and use this matter as the last trump card to threaten the Empress Dowager. After telling the story in the letter, everyone in the room was silent for a long while, and they were all amazed at the idea that Concubine Winshu had, which was both whimsical and seemed to have some feasibility. After Lin Feng came to his senses, he praised, "It is indeed an idea. Since the incident in the Zhu family, Concubine Jing is no longer in favor, and Concubine Xian and His Highness the Fourth Prince are not having an easy life either. Concubine Xian and Concubine Jing are fine, but what the Zhu family finds most difficult to accept is that the Fourth Prince of the previous emperor was ignored by the Empress Dowager and the emperor. As the third prince, Prince Yin is not much older than the fourth prince. But the third prince is now a prince and has married a princess. The queen mother is willing to promote him. But the fourth prince is marginalized and generally ignored. How can the Zhu family not feel resentful?" However, Lin Miyue had glanced at her son. She had some thoughts in her mind that were not easy to say in front of her parents. So she just casually said, "This is also the last trump card. Let's not talk about this for now. Which ministers did your father contact to be mentioned together?" Lin Feng saw his daughter's resistance to this topic. Although he didn't know why, he still followed his daughter's meaning and said, "We have contacted them. There are the family of the Minister of Justice, the family of the Minister of Rights, and a few others." After talking about a few families, Lin Feng added, "And I guess Lord Bian also means the same thing. The cabinet only depends on Lord Pei's opinion. However, if Lord Bian and I make a decision together, I don't think Lord Pei has the energy to stop it now. Although Lord Pei has the intention to control the government and become a powerful minister with great power in the court, he is not going to risk the world's disapproval and usurp the throne. He has already shown signs of fatigue during the period when the late emperor passed away. All affairs of the cabinet are now in charge of Lin Feng." Lin Miyue nodded to show her understanding. Looking at her son, who had been absent-minded since just now, she asked, Do you have anything else to say to your grandfather? I'll go to the back with your grandmother to talk for a while. You can stay with your grandfather to talk, but don't stay up too late." After leaving her son behind and returning to the courtyard where she lived with her mother, Lin Miyue looked at her mother and said, "You've seen it, right?" Mrs. Wang nodded. "Does yours still have some doubts in his heart? When the emperor passed away, there were many doubts. Su Qingyu had a deep love for his father. He could not accept the fact that his father had passed away. Now he had to cooperate with the murderer who killed his father." Lin Miyue saw that her son was unwilling. After listening to her daughter's explanation, Mrs. Wang thought for a moment and said, "So it's because of this." Although she understood her daughter's meaning, Mrs. Wang was a little hesitant to speak. After seeing her mother's eyes, Lin Miyue knew what she wanted to say. You and father both want to agree with Winshu's words. Without hiding herself in front of her daughter, Mrs. Wang said bluntly, "It is true. A real man should not be fussy about trivial matters. This matter can be said to be the Achilles heel of the Empress Dowager. Whether it is for the present or for the late emperor, the Empress Dowager will not ignore it." Lin Miyue felt a little headache. In fact, she still wanted to respect her son in her heart. However, if both parents agreed to this method, she also felt that her son would probably give in. The mother and daughter sat quietly for a while. Lin Miyue gave up thinking about this matter and picked something else to talk to her mother. "I originally wanted to start preparing for Yu's wedding after the new year, but it takes so long, which is also annoying." Lin Miyue knew that her mother was very worried about her grandson's wedding, so she also brought up this matter. As expected, as soon as she talked about her grandson's wedding, Mrs. Wang's attention was diverted. She also said worriedly, "The girl you chose is really good, but I didn't expect that the two children had such a bumpy relationship. The wedding needs to be prepared. It has to be around the Mid-Autumn Festival, which is the time for the wedding and the ceremony. That's right. There is not enough time to prepare in a short time. And it's not good to toss two children in the summer." Lin Miyue also thought so. "There is one more thing I need to trouble you with. Father, we need to transfer the child's father back to Beijing. Is there any position you can arrange for him?" Although Lin Miyue has been collecting information about Beijing, she still doesn't know what kind of position can be arranged. So she asked her mother again at this time. Mrs. Wang thought for a while and said, "Your father wants to recruit Lin Hai to join the cabinet. After returning to Beijing, he may first arrange him in the supervisory office, and then see which department has a vacant position of Shangshu." Lin Miyue thought that this position was interesting. At the beginning, Lin Hai was a censor in the supervisory office after leaving the Hanlin Academy. Later, he went out of Beijing to be a salt inspector, and then gradually, if he returns to the academy to serve as the chief censor, it can be regarded as a kind of fate. But when Lin Miyue heard her mother say that her father was going to recruit someone to join the cabinet, she was also a little depressed. Lin Feng had been trembling with fear for so many years, and now he had to step down because of her and her son. Mrs. Wang looked at her daughter, and now strangely understood why her daughter felt that Yura was wrong so quickly. She looked at her daughter and said, "Your father is not young anymore. It is not good for his health to work so hard now. Don't be sad." Lin Feng was not very greedy for power. Moreover, if his grandson could ascend to the throne, he would be granted a title according to the example. So there was nothing wrong with him stepping down to live in old age. Knowing that her mother's words were half true and half just comforting, Lin Miyue nodded. The mother and daughter continued to talk about other things for a while, and then Lin Feng and his wife quietly returned to the Lin mansion under the moonlight. Chapter 175. The Queen Motherly in the palace received the letters from the noble concubine and the King of Wu, and it was indeed not easy to delay. After all, the eyes of the people in the capital were fixed on the King of Wu and his mother, who had already entered the capital, and the Queen Mother had no reason or excuse to prevent them from entering the palace. The Queen Motherly closed her eyes and rested in the Sinang Palace. Xiaoman walked into the room quietly and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the master has brought people to the capital. Where do you think you want to arrange them to live?" Li Wancheng was exhausted physically and mentally these days. She just dozed off again because of thinking about something. When she heard Xiaoman come in and ask, she wanted to speak but felt her throat was a little tight and dry. After taking a sip of tea from the teacup on the small table, she said, "Just arrange it to where the princes live. The children are still young, so just live together." Xiaoman guessed that the queen should think so, so she nodded and agreed, and then he asked, "The royal concubine and the Prince of Wu will also enter the palace in a while, and they will probably come directly to see the queen." Li Wancheng took a deep breath. For so many days, she had been dragging the ministers away from discussing the issue of the crown prince. But today it was clear that she could not avoid it. She carefully thought about what to do when she met the royal concubine and her son and everyone else and went to the palace of heavenly purity. "I know. Go in and change your clothes first." After the emperor's death, it was finally decided that the coffin would be kept in the palace of heavenly purity for 49 days. After the Prince of Wu entered the capital, the emperor's coffin was still kept in the palace of heavenly purity. So after Lin Miyue and her son entered the palace, the first thing they did was to pay homage to the coffin. Lin Miyue was the emperor's concubine mother and did not need to perform the ceremony. After she offered incense, she stepped aside. However, as the King of Wu, Su Qingyu was the emperor's younger brother and minister, so he still had to act according to the etiquette. The Queen Mother claimed to be ill and was recuperating in the Sinang Palace these days instead of in the Qianxing Palace. Therefore, Lin Miyue went to the Sinang Palace with her son after the ceremony. After not seeing each other for many years, Lin Miyue was a little afraid to recognize the Queen Mother at first sight. Although it was not uncommon for them to have gray hair at their ages, she was still secretly surprised when she saw Li Wancheng's gray hair. Li Wancheng was also looking at the person opposite her. She was also surprised that the person's face had not changed much. So after the greetings, she said in a dark tone, "The imperial concubine has a secret to keep her youthful appearance. She is still as beautiful as ever after all these years." Lin Miyue touched her face subconsciously after hearing this. She put down her hand and said, "There is no difference. This is the most worrying time for me in all these years. I was happiest when I was under the protection of your Majesty and your Majesty." After hearing Lin Miyue talking about the past, Empress Dowager Li's expression, she immediately felt unwell. She drank a sip of tea to cover it up. Then she said, "The late emperor passed away suddenly. You and I both miss him in the same way." With a snort of laughter, Lin Miyue lowered her eyes and said, "Does your Majesty really miss the late emperor so much? If the late emperor had a spirit, I'm afraid he wouldn't want your longing. Hearing Lin Muyue's straightforward words, Li Wanqing's mind went blank for a moment. She didn't know how to respond. The first thought in her mind was that it was a good thing that the palace servants were sent out. Now there were only trusted people in the room, so she didn't have to worry about the imperial concubine's words getting out. Seeing the Queen Mother like this, Fu Yu immediately said, "Your Majesty, please be careful with your words. You are saying such unfounded words in front of the Queen Mother. Are you completely disregarding the rules of rank?" Lin Muyue did not even look at Fu Yu, but just stared at Li Wanqing and continued, "If you have a clear conscience about what happened back then, why are you afraid of what I say?" After entering the palace to see the Queen Mother today, Lin Muyue knew that she might not be able to persuade Li Wanqing, so she directly brought up the incident back then to test the waters. Seeing the Queen Mother's mood change, she knew that this matter could indeed be used to make a fuss. Li Wanqing's mood, which had just been adjusted, was broken by Lin Muyue's words. She was speechless for a long time and could only say, "It's not clear yet. I won't let you get what you want. Fu Yu, see you off." Although she was asked to leave the Xinang Palace, Lin Muyue did not plan to leave the palace. She glanced at the plaque under the Xinang Gate and said to Fu Yu, "It has been explained in the letter I handed to the Queen before. I am going to Shokong Palace to see my old sisters. Miss Li doesn't need to see me off. I know the way very well. In fact, no matter what happened in the past, the imperial concubine was extremely respected in front of the Queen. So when she met the Queen Mother today," Lin Muyue's sarcastic words caught Li Wanqing off guard. Empress Dowager Li originally thought that the imperial concubine would still act the same way as before. She first tried to test her in a roundabout way, and then she naturally prepared a lot of words to respond, but she didn't expect the imperial concubine to use her ultimate move right away. Li Wanqing was naturally guilty about what happened in the past, and the imperial concubine had the upper hand. After Fu Yu returned, she looked at the Queen Mother and didn't know what to say to persuade her. She could only say, "Don't worry, Queen Mother. Why don't you ask Queen Consort Xian to come? Lord Pei won't say anything, but Queen Consort Xian might not." This was Li Wanqing's idea. She nodded and said, "You go and ask Queen Consort Xian to come in person. She is really bold. I sent people to ask her several times before, but she always made excuses. I don't believe she would dare not come if you go and ask her in person. Now Queen Mother Li wants to choose an heir for her son. The most important thing is to win over the forces behind the concubines. The Pei family behind Consort Xian is naturally the first-class force. So Queen Mother Li thought about it, and still felt that she should start with Consort Xian." Fu Yu took the order and left. Li Wanqing also had no appetite for food, but just forced herself to eat some snacks to fill her stomach. The virtuous concubine Pei Siming was born in a noble family, and knew how to judge the situation. At this time, she had gradually restrained her behavior without her grandfather's instructions. She just regarded herself as a concubine who really didn't know the world. She didn't do anything extra except crying according to the rules. When Pei Siming heard people outside saying that Lord Li, who was beside the Empress Dowager, had come, she had to welcome him in as the Empress Dowager thought. But what instructions does the Empress have? Ahem, why did you bother Lord Li to come? The virtuous concubine was not really pretending to be sick. She only said this sentence and couldn't help coughing. The weather in Yinqing in winter is not very good. It's not an exaggeration to say that water freezes into ice. Also, the concubines have to kneel on the ground to cry for the dead. The thin mat is of no use. Not only is there a risk of catching a cold, but the knees are also extremely uncomfortable. Although concubine Xian was still healthy, she felt a little uncomfortable. Some of the delicate concubines could not stand the fever. Fu Yu saw that concubine Xian was indeed ill, so he could only continue to tell the Queen Mother's instructions. "The Queen Mother has something to ask you to come over, but I don't know if it's convenient for you." Seeing that it was Fu Yu who came to invite her personally, Pei Siming had to force a smile even if it was inconvenient, saying, "I have been lazy these days, and have not paid my respects to the Queen Mother more often. It's just that I caught a cold and was afraid of passing it on to the Queen Mother. When we get to the Queen Mother's palace later, I hope you can say a few good words for me." Although he knew that concubine Xian was fooling him, Fu Yu also knew that concubine Xian was giving each other room to maneuver. So he agreed, and just waited for concubine Xian to pack up before going to the Xinang Palace together. Lin Muyue left the Xinang Palace, and was also summoned to a sedan chair. She was very familiar with the Xinang Palace, but she had not been to Shokong Palace much. Concubine when Shu Yun Danyuan also knew that her old friend would enter the palace today, and naturally prepared things for people to come. Zhu Yanfu was the most respected person in Shokong Palace. She lived in the main hall, and Yun Danyuan lived in a separate courtyard at the back. So when Lin Miyue entered Shokong Palace and saw the main hall with the gate closed and no one guarding the corridor, she went to the back thoughtfully. When Yun Danyuan saw someone coming in, the two of them looked at each other for a while. And it was Lin Miyue who broke the silence with a smile. When I went to see the Queen Mother just now, she thought that my appearance had not changed much. It was only after I saw you that I knew what the secret of keeping youth is. Yun Danyuan had been worried about Lin Miyue and her son for so many years. But in fact, he had never had anything to worry about. In my old age, I just like peace and quiet. And I don't care about anything. Although I don't care about everything, I do worry less than before. Yun Danyuan didn't refute it after hearing it, and took Lin Miyue and himself to the West Warm Pavilion. After entering the West Warm Pavilion, Lin Miyue first smelled a fragrant aroma. Pots of daffodils were in full bloom in the room. She sat on the bed and touched the daffodil petals on the small table in the middle. She felt that the distance between her and Yun Danyuan seemed to be shortened. Yun Danyuan also saw Lin Miyue's actions. She smiled and said, "This daffodil is indeed a great flower. Every year when winter is approaching, I will ask people to bring in a few pots of it." Lin Miyue also likes to tinker with flowers and plants. One of the reasons why she and Yun Danyuan got along so well later was that they both liked to grow flowers. Yun Danyuan asked someone to serve snacks and tea, and the two of them started talking in the inner room without being disturbed. After drinking a sip of tea, Yun Danyuan asked, "Did you meet the Queen Mother today? How did the conversation go?" Lin Miyue smiled. "It wasn't very good. I don't know what's wrong with the Queen Mother. She just doesn't want to give in and insists on going all the way." Yun Danyuan also felt it was ironic. When the previous emperor passed away, the coffin was only kept for 7 days. It is said that the ancient emperors were all the emperor was buried for 7 days, and buried in the 7th month. But when it was his son's turn, he dragged it for 49 days. There is no fixed time for the emperor's coffin, but it always increases in multiples of 7. The shortest coffin of an emperor in the history of Zheng was Su Ruiqing, who only stayed for 7 days, and the longest was 49 days for the current emperor. But it also leaves time for us to enter the capital, which is okay, Lin Miyue said. Yun Danyuan continued to ask, "What do you think of the letter I gave you?" "I have already talked to Concubine Xiani. Although she didn't say anything definite, I think she has already made some moves." Lin Miyue fell silent when she heard her say that. After a while, she said, "In this case, her life cannot be saved. Even if she doesn't spread the matter, even if she only tells it to the relatives and ministers, she will have to pay with her own life." "Is she really willing to do that?" "It's just for the sake of the 4th prince and her family. She will not do so without conditions," Yun Danyuan replied. "For her son." Hearing Yun Danyuan's words, Lin Miyue's heart was also stirred. Lin Miyue nodded. "I see. When I came here today, I saw that the main hall didn't seem to be very popular. Isn't Zhu in Shokong Palace now?" Yun Danyuan nodded. "Yes. She's not here. But Sister Yao is here. She also wants to come and talk to you. If you would do me the honor, can we have dinner together?" Concubine Xiani was not here today because she went to visit her niece and was not here. So this is why Lin Miyue felt that the main hall was a little desolate just now. Concubine Yao had been waiting in the palace. She had wanted to come and see Concubine Gue, but she knew that Yun might have something important to say to Concubine Gue. So she just told Yun to let people come at dinner time if they wanted to. The palace gates were locked at certain times, but Lin Miyue had no intention of leaving the palace today, so she readily agreed. The chef must have become more skilled under the guidance of Sister Yao over the years. "Send someone to call Chengyu to have dinner together," Yun Danyuan said. "Yes, it's not convenient now, but the vegetarian banquet prepared by the chef under Sister's guidance is also very good. It will not disappoint Sister and Yu." After dinner, Lin Miyue felt that she had lived up to her expectations. Su Qingluan also returned to his mother with his princess. After dinner, he was dragged away by his brother. The two brothers got together to discuss some recent events. Lin Miyue met Yun's daughter-in-law for the first time. She didn't bring anything with her when she entered the palace today, so she could only praise Fong. Fong knew that the noble concubine had a good relationship with her mother-in-law. and the two of them were naturally close to each other. Zhu Yanfu also came to have dinner together today. She was a little absent-minded just now. After she came back to her senses, she looked at Fang and said something that made everyone laugh. She couldn't help but envy Lin Muyue and Yun Danyuan. After everyone gathered together and talked for a while, and then went their separate ways, Zhu Yanfu came out of the dark with a lamp in her hand, and came to Lin Muyue and Yun Danyuan. She stood still and looked at Lin Muyue and said, "Hello, Queen. Sister Yun has good tea. Please allow me to taste the tea with you." Lin Muyue looked at the clothes of the person opposite her, and saw that she seemed to have exchanged clothes with someone else. She knew that she came quietly, and might have exchanged clothes with someone around her. So she also said, "In this case, I will accept it on behalf of Sister Yun. Let's go." Yun Danyuan lived in a small courtyard alone. There were red plum blossoms blooming in the courtyard. Zhu Yanfu looked at the red plum blossoms, which were as hot as fire, but her heart was still cold. After sitting down, she took a deep breath and prepared herself before speaking. What happened back then? I know that the Empress knows it in her heart, and I am willing to pay the price for what happened back then. But I have only one request, which is that I hope the Empress can treat Chengling well. Zhu Yanfu said to Lin Muyue after explaining what happened back then. Lin Muyue digested the information revealed in Zhu Yanfu's words just now for a while, and looked up and asked, "Back then, the late Emperor found out something, and you acted hastily?" Zhu Yanfu was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Muyue to ask this. She nodded and said, "That's true. I didn't want to. It's just that your majesty wanted to attack the nobles, and found out some of my affairs. In the end, I just did what my family told me to do." Su Ruiqing had already secured the throne, and wanted to take action against some of the nobles. These people were indeed the country's parasites, and had done things against the emperor. It was expected that they would be liquidated. But the nobles would not sit still, and wait for death. At that time, Zhu Yanfu had been suspected by the emperor. So she took drastic measures after receiving the news from her family. In the end, it led to the death of the late emperor in his prime. Lin Muyue did not want to talk about the past again. After hearing these explanations, she felt that they were similar to her own guess. "I promise you. But it is unlikely that he will become a vassal king. What I can guarantee is that Chengling can be a rich and idle person for the rest of his life." Zhu Yanfu took a deep breath. "Rich and idle. Okay, then I will also give you a message. The last day of the late emperor's funeral is on, and the Empress Dowager plans to launch an attack on that day." Chapter 176. The 49th day is the latest day that Empress Dowager Li can delay the funeral. If the new emperor is not chosen on this day, even the Empress Dowager cannot suppress the opinions of the ministers. Empress Dowager Li personally lit 3 incense sticks in front of her son's coffin. The concubine dowager, Empress Xiao, and the concubines and princesses of the late emperor, and the ladies of the imperial court also stood together. In addition, members of the royal family and ministers also gathered in the Qianqing Palace. Holding the hand of a boy from the royal family, Empress Dowager Li said to the ministers, "This is the grandson of the king of Xiang. I intend to make him the successor of the eldest clan and the emperor. What do you think?" Xiao Qingyi glanced at the little boy. The child looked only 5 or 6 years old. He looked a little timid when the Empress Dowager held his hand. When Empress Dowager Li spoke, he looked up at people. When the Empress Dowager cast her eyes over, he lowered his head shyly. The first king of Xiang was the son of the previous emperor, and Xiang was a privileged place. However, the prince who inherited the position of king of Xiang had many concubines, and he had many sons, not to mention grandchildren. This grandson was just the child of the second son, and the king of Xiang gave him to the queen mother without any regret. The king of Xiang had a good plan. If this thing could succeed, it would be the best. If it didn't succeed, he didn't think the successor emperor would be able to do anything to him. In addition to the grandson of this prince, there were also many princes and dukes in the capital who sent their children to the palace. Queen Motherly sorted out the lineages and bloodlines of each mansion, and finally chose the grandson of this prince. After Empress Dowager Li finished speaking, the whole hall was silent. For a moment, no one responded, whether in favor or against. It was Elder Pei who drooped his eyes, stepped forward and said, "Please think twice. Empress Dowager, the late emperor has brothers who are in their prime. It is not a wise strategy to appoint another young master." Empress Dowager Li had personally met with concubine Xian before, but Pei Siming's level was not something she could easily control. In the end, She used her true energy to directly make things clear. Pei Siming took the risk of offending the Empress Dowager, and did not agree to anything for herself and the Pei family. It was within Empress Dowager Li's expectation that Pei Gulao would come out to oppose at this time. But Empress Dowager Li was not a fool, and naturally she gathered a group of people to speak for her. It was one of the royal family members in Beijing who came out to refute the old man. That person's title was also a prince. After he came out, he fell to the ground and cried bitterly, saying that the late emperor died without an heir. Now the Empress Dowager chose a royal family member to succeed him, which could not only avoid the disaster of changing the throne, but also ensure that the emperor had a successor. It was a perfect plan. The royal family members all felt that the Empress Dowager was wise and unparalleled. After saying the above, the clan members secretly criticized the cabinet officials, saying that they all followed the Lin family's lead. If they did not follow the Queen Mother's wishes, then the Su family's ancestral business would have to change to the Lin family name. Lin Miyue watched the clan members' performance end, and slowly added, "This Xianghua son is just a child. If this child is chosen to ascend the throne, someone must be present to listen to the government. Isn't this prince afraid that the world will have a different surname?" Originally, the clan member was crying for his ancestors and the late emperor with righteous words. But he was stuck when he heard the words of the noble concubine. Someone in the queue laughed, making the scene very awkward. The title of the royal family is the prince, and the title is Jian. His face flushed, and he began to argue. What does the noble concubine mean? If the grandson of the king of Xiang is chosen to ascend the throne, since there can be a prince from the royal family to assist, it will naturally be the Su family's world. Lin Feng was waiting for this sentence. When he heard this, he asked directly, "A prince from the royal family to assist? May I ask which prince will the prince of the county choose to assist? It is a taboo for the young master to succeed to the throne. If the royal family assists again, it will be the source of disaster and the strategy of disrupting the country. Please be careful with your words." The prince of the county. Although he wanted to refute the Queen Mother and the royal family who was talking, Lin Feng's words were not without reason. If the prince is chosen to govern, then the other senior members of the royal family in the capital will naturally be ready to move. It will be even more difficult to deal with the princes far away if they are provoked. Queen Motherly had to speak up now. She gently pushed Xiang Wangsuin's shoulder and asked him to go to Queen Xiao. After settling the child, she began to speak to everyone. "I know your worries, but since ancient times, the throne has been passed down from father to son. I want to choose an heir for the emperor, which is in line with family rules and human ethics. I am determined to do so, and hope that you can protect the orthodoxy." Queen Mother Li's words were meaningful. She wanted to suppress the ministers by relying on her orthodox status. As soon as this was said, the royal family and the ministers had to express their opinions. There were many people in the royal family who had their own plans and were willing to support the Queen Mother. At that moment, many people knelt down and shouted, "The Queen Mother is wise." Just now, 2 cabinet elders had spoken in the cabinet. Now it was Cabinet Elder Bian who looked at the 2 colleagues beside him. He stepped out of the line and saluted the Queen Mother and said, "The throne cannot be vacant for long. The King of Wu is the son of the late Emperor Renzong and the younger brother of the late Emperor. It is legitimate for him to succeed the throne." After discussion, the old ministers hope that the Queen Mother can order him to take the throne according to the Queen Mother's decree. Every word of this was like a knife stabbing the heart of the Queen Mother, so after Cabinet Elder Bian finished speaking, Li Wancheng was unwilling to speak up. Seeing this, Lin Miyue said, "I am the biological mother of the King of Wu, so it is not appropriate for me to speak at this time. However, since the cabinet officials and the Queen Mother have disagreements, why not go to Hongxin Hall to discuss it in detail? After today, the late emperor's coffin will be moved to the funeral palace, and then it will be buried in the mountain mausoleum to the auspicious place for eternity. This matter must be discussed today. The late emperor passed away suddenly. The location of the mausoleum was determined after he ascended the throne, but it had not yet been completed. The late emperor's coffin could only be temporarily placed in the Longjin Hall, which was renovated first in the mausoleum. Therefore, when Lin Miyue said this, Li Wancheng felt pain in her heart again. However, in the current situation, the opinions of the cabinet and the Queen Mother were the most important in choosing who would succeed the throne. Queen Motherly did not want others to laugh at her, so she nodded and agreed with Lin Miyue's words, and took the 3 cabinet members and the Queen to Hongxin Hall. Hongxin Hall was not very big. After such a group of people entered, only Queen Motherly and Lin Muyue got seats. Queen Xiao only got an armchair, and sat down at the Queen Mother's side, with Xiang Hua-sun in her arms. Just as Empress Dowager Li was about to continue speaking, Lin Muyue glanced at her and said, "There is still someone who hasn't arrived yet. Empress Dowager, why don't you wait until she arrives before speaking?" Being interrupted by Lin Muyue, Li Wancheng frowned and held back her anger. She suppressed her anger and asked, "It is already a special grace for me to let you listen to such an important matter. Lin, don't push your luck." Lin Muyue turned a deaf ear to Empress Dowager Li's words. She looked outside the door. Zhu Yanfu should have heard the voice just now. She walked in slowly from outside and bowed to Empress Dowager Li. Li Wancheng couldn't help but tighten the handkerchief in her hand when she saw Zhu Yanfu coming in. Her face turned pale as she looked at Lin Muyue beside her. She squeezed out a voice from her teeth and said, "Get up." Zhu Yanfu was well prepared for coming here today. After Empress Dowager Li asked her to get up, she did not delay. "I came here today because I have something to tell the noble concubine and the ministers of the cabinet. This matter is related to the death of Emperor Renzong that year." Li Wancheng felt bad when she saw Zhu Yanfu coming in. Hearing these words was like being struck by lightning. She interrupted her without looking at other people's reactions and said, "Be careful with what you say. Su Ruiqing's death that year has always been a taboo in the capital. This is the thing that Li Wancheng least wants people to mention." After looking at Queen Motherly, Zhu Yanfu said sadly, "These things have been on my mind for a long time. Today, I saw that the Queen Mother was determined not to return the throne to King Wu. I was scolded by the late emperor in my dream. Now I have to speak frankly. The late emperor's dream was of course a lie. But Zhu Yanfu's performance was really hard. She did not slack off just because there were not many audiences." After she finished speaking these words sadly, she fell to the ground and cried and began to confess her sins to the late emperor, which made it impossible for Queen Motherly to interrupt her. Lin Muyue had known all this for a long time, but now she pretended to be hurt. She looked at the Queen Mother in doubt, and then at Zhu Yanfu, who was kneeling on the ground. She scolded him first. "How can you say such unfounded words like that? Xiani, you may have been confused because of your many thoughts and dreams at night." Zhu Yanfu was waiting for Lin Muyue to say this. She stopped crying and looked at everyone. "I was confused at the beginning. Now I dare not ignore the country for my own selfish interests." After saying this, Zhu Yanfu told the story of the past without waiting for Queen Motherly to say anything. After she finished telling how she did things that year, she took out the Queen Mother's personal seal from her sleeve and showed it to everyone. Although Lord Bian knew that something was fishy about what happened back then, he was also very upset when he saw the concubine dowager admitting such a crime so directly. He looked at everyone in dejection, and only when he saw that everyone was also showing a look of surprise did he regain some consciousness. Li Wancheng stared at the seal intently. It was indeed her personal seal, but it was not given to Zhu Yanfu by her personally. Empress Dowager Li naturally understood the principle of not giving others a handle. So Zhu Yanfu used some means to get this seal from the Empress Dowager. She even dared to poison the emperor back then. So it was natural that she dared to steal a seal privately. Lin Muyue looked at Li Wancheng's face and felt calm. She should have thought of this loophole when she pretended not to know about it. After the Zhu family was overthrown, whether she beat the fallen dog directly or showed some grace, Zhu Yanfu had no chance to complain about the Queen Mother's mistakes. It can only be said that the late emperor and the Queen Mother were always cruel and could not be cruel. And the grace did not meet the most urgent needs of the Zhu family. Prince Pei stood aside and did not move. In fact, he was also one of them. But he did not get involved in the poisoning. So Su Qingyu planned to let him go after receiving the letter of surrender. Empress Dowager Li looked at Zhu Yanfu with poison in her eyes. "Ms. Zhu, if you admit that you murdered the late emperor, you will have to consider the lives of all the Zhu family members." Zhu Yanfu looked up at the Empress Dowager. "If it weren't for the Empress Dowager's help, I would never have been able to murder His Majesty. Are you trying to put all the blame on me?" Li Wancheng was speechless after hearing what Zhu Yanfu said. She gritted her teeth and uttered 3 good words in succession. Then said to the 3 ministers of the cabinet, "The late emperor left his will in the residence here. Please go and get the will of the late emperor together." In fact, before Su Qingyu passed away, he also summoned his close friend, the son of the Empress Dowager who had once been his companion, to enter the palace. Li Luo took the position of Zhongshu Sharon and was the emperor's cousin. It was because of this that he was entrusted with such an important matter in his last days. watching Li Luo draft the imperial edict. Su Chengyu stared at the bright yellow scroll in a daze. When Li Luo stood up to put the imperial edict away, he said, "If the Queen Mother asks about the succession and is willing to pass the throne to my second brother, you can just take it out and show it to the clan members and ministers. If the Queen Mother insists on doing something, you can act according to the circumstances." Although he did not agree with his mother's thoughts, Su Chengyu did not want to disobey his mother in the end. He felt that his mother might not be able to achieve any results. Su Chengyu asked Li Luo to draft the imperial edict and add these instructions, just to let the Li family protect the Empress Dowager. Haiju was a room that Su Chengyu liked very much. He finally ordered Li Luo to hide the imperial edict in a secret compartment behind a painting in this small house. After the edict was taken out, it was Pei Golao who took the imperial edict back to the main hall to read it out at the emperor's coffin. Everyone had just checked the authenticity of the imperial edict. So when the Golao unfolded the imperial edict, Su Chengyu also knelt down to receive the edict. Queen Motherly stood aside with a lonely look on her face. Empress Xiao also stood aside holding the hand of Prince Xiang, with an even more complicated expression on her face. Only the little prince was confused. He seemed to like Queen Xiao a little more, and was shaking her hand to try to get her to hug him. Queen Xiao looked at the little prince, who looked confused with a bitter look on her face, but she couldn't resist him and picked him up. The little prince then hugged the queen's neck with satisfaction and buried his head in it. Although her son had just received the imperial edict to inherit the throne, Lin Muyue still had the mind to pay attention to other things. She saw the little prince's dependence on Queen Xiao, and she also found it interesting. Everyone present today had their own thoughts. Only this child, who was the focus of the whole audience, was smiling without knowing what happened. The late emperor's will was the final word. Su Chengyu didn't expect his brother to leave him a way out. After receiving the will, he thought about it, and went to the Empress Dowager Li, and called her mother. He then respectfully called Empress Xiao's sister-in-law. Looking at the person who promised to support her and her daughter-in-law, Li Wansheng had a complicated expression, but her mind was still in a mess, and she couldn't change it for a while. So she just responded with a son, and took people back to the Xinang Palace. Empress Xiao showed her kindness. She took back the little prince's hand that wanted to touch the person opposite her, and said some polite words before leaving. After watching the person leave, Lin Muyue also went over and said to her son, "Okay, go and get busy." Knowing that her son was originally a very tense person, Lin Muyue didn't want to emphasize how heavy his burden was now. She just patted her son's shoulder as encouragement. Chapter 177. Although the will was read out before the coffin, Empress Dowager Li also added an imperial decree later, but before the emperor ascended the throne. Civil and military officials, military and civilian elders, etc. still needed to write letters to persuade him to ascend the throne in order to complete his merits. The late emperor and the new emperor were both descendants of Renzong, so after the discussion, the ministers also requested to use the etiquette of the crown prince to entronize the new emperor. Lin Muyue read the letter of persuasion and thought it was interesting. This letter is well written. I wonder who wrote it. Does mother know? The great virtue was ordered to take care of the fortune and take advantage of the time. Mrs. Wang also came to visit her daughter. She took the copied letter and read a paragraph and thought for a while. Seeing that her mother might really be thinking about who wrote it from the wording, Lin Muyue quickly said, "I just mentioned it casually, and I don't really need to know who it is." After thinking for a while, Mrs. Wang vaguely felt that there was a familiarity in the words. But she thought about it for a while, and felt that it was the work of a junior. So she really didn't want to know who it was. Seeing her daughter say this, she didn't make it difficult for herself. "I asked you to come over and talk because I was bored." "You are too serious." Lin Muyue handed her mother a piece of chopped pear in a small bowl, and motioned for her to eat some to moisten her throat. Mrs. Wang's throat may be uncomfortable recently because of the strong charcoal fire in winter. So she took it and ate a few pieces. "I feel much better after eating it. This pear is good. When will Yunxia and the others arrive? It has snowed in Yancheng recently, and I don't know how they are doing on the road." Mrs. Wang felt that her throat was much better after eating the pear, so she emphasized it before asking. Lin Muyue smiled secretly, and felt that this should be a psychological effect. But when she heard her mother asking Yunxia, she also said, "It is estimated that it will take some time. They are carrying a lot of things, and the road is difficult. However, there are many guards accompanying them. Although it is slow, it is safe." When leaving the capital, Su Ruiqing brought a far larger number of guards for his beloved concubine and son. Now some of these soldiers have been assigned to the local guards by Su Qingyu to continue to protect the merchant ships. But most of them have been transferred back to the capital. Su Qingyu plans to disperse these people and send them to the guards in the Beijing camp. Mrs. Wang nodded to show that she understood. She hesitated for a while before saying, I recently asked your father about your title, and he always said that he needed to discuss it again. What is going on? But what means does the Queen Mother have to obstruct it? When a new emperor ascends the throne, he usually honors his stepmother, his biological mother, and the concubines of the previous emperor. Su Qingyu ascended the throne as his brother's successor. After ascending the throne, how to show his filial piety, respect the Queen Mother, and settle his brother's widow became a problem of some size. Li Wancheng, as the Empress of Renzong and the biological mother of the new emperor, had been given the title of Empress Dowager after her biological son ascended the throne. Later, during several festivals, Empress Dowager Li was repeatedly given the title of Imperial Emblem. Now Su Qingyu is the new emperor. After ascending the throne, he naturally wants to make his biological mother the Empress Dowager. However, there has never been a situation where two Empress Dowagers coexist in the country. Some ministers also advise that the title of Empress Dowager should not be given to the noble concubine, but only the title of Imperial Emblem should be added to show respect. There have been precedents for this approach in the past. The ministers meant that they had to wait until the Empress Dowager passed away before honoring the concubine, who was the emperor's biological mother, as the new Empress Dowager. But Su Qingyu naturally would not agree with this approach, so now he just kept those memorials in his heart and did not send them out, giving outsiders his attitude. Lin Muyue now lives in the small courtyard next to Yun Danyuan. Although Su Qingyu is busy, he will come to his mother to have meals and talk to her every day. So now that Lin Feng is busy and has no time to talk to his wife in detail, it is Lin Muyue, who is now squatting in the harem, who understands a little better. It's not the Queen Mother's side. It's just the disturbance in the previous dynasty. Lin Muyue also defended Queen Mother Li in response to her mother's doubts. Mrs. Wang was not relieved after listening to her daughter's explanation. She continued to ask, What does your mean now? It's not what the family wants. I think your father is not willing to fight for it. I always feel uneasy. She and her husband had some disagreements. Although Mrs. Wang knew the ins and outs of it, and knew that her husband Lin Feng was always worried about the interference of relatives in politics, she still felt that since her husband was going to step down, her daughter must fight for the title. Don't you understand? He has withheld all the memorials. Some of those people have given up, while others are still insisting. It's just that they don't know Yu's personality. It's all in vain. Lin Muyue felt that her son had a bit of a stubborn character. Even if the whole court opposed the things he had decided on, he would not be shaken. Mrs. Hua thought that this was the best way to go. Some of those people have become stupid because of reading books, and some have bad intentions. Just make up your mind. In the motorcade of the Prince of Wu's mansion, or the new emperor's residence, Shui Baochai was sitting in the car and talking with Yun Xia. This time, the female official Zhang decided not to return to Beijing. So the highest-ranking official in the motorcade was Yun Xia, and the next one was Shui Baochai, who was like an invisible successor. Miss, just memorize the things on this list. You can take your time to do the rest. Yun Xia handed Baochai a list of the relationships between important people in the palace, and told her to read and memorize the words on it. Shui Baochai took the list and took a look. She saw that the people listed on it were all well-known people in the palace. So she thanked the person on the other side for his kindness. Thank you, sir. You still have to worry about such a small matter yourself. In fact, Shui Baochai also lived in the palace for a period of time because of this election. She looked at the information about the queen on the list and felt a little emotional. Yun Xia smiled. She knew that her madam had high expectations for the girl across from her. So she just said, Girl, please take a look at this first. There are other things for you to see. Knowing how many things she would have to worry about after coming to Beijing, Shui Baochai also felt that the road ahead was long and full of unknowns. But she also liked this feeling. Mrs. Shui thought about it before going to Beijing this time, and brought her son to Beijing with her. She also discussed this matter with her daughter before making this decision. Shui Baochai was also very fresh to this feeling, and she found that she enjoyed this feeling of being valued. After coming to her senses, Yun Xia happened to hear this. She faced the person opposite and answered seriously, I am not afraid of these, but it will be hard and troublesome for you to teach me. Yun Xia felt that it was true. She admired Shui Baochai a little more. In fact, before Miss Shui appeared, Yun Xia was also worried about the successor. In fact, since the founding of the dynasty, the status of the queen and the female officials around her can be said to have gradually declined. At that time, the founding queen herself was not only the emperor's virtuous wife, but also someone who could influence the government. The female officials around her can be said to be in the same position as the emperor's servants, and half of their feet are in the court. But the influence of the queens after that was only in the inner court. Like the queens or queen mothers of previous generations, the female officials around them only walked in the inner court and did not ask about the affairs of the previous dynasty. Since Lin Miyue has won Shui Baochai to her side, her expectations for Baochai are naturally not just these, so Yunxia, who has been with her for so long, naturally has high expectations for Baochai. The Lin family who still stayed in Mingzhou, Daiyu helped her mother prepare the things to take to the capital. Lin Hai's transfer order needs to be issued after the new emperor officially ascends the throne. So this time, the Lin family did not go to the capital with the people in the palace. Because of the national mourning, it was not easy for officials to celebrate the new year. There was another special situation in Lin Hai's family. So the Lin family also spent the new year in a low-key manner. Except for the interactions that could not be avoided, and the families of Lin Daiyu's classmates, who got along well with her, there were not many social interactions during the new year. This time, the main reason for packing up was that after so many years, she was finally going back to Beijing. The head of the family, Jia Min, had been feeling excited. What do you think of this plum vase? There are also red plums in the garden at home. When I was a child, I often picked plum blossoms to put in a vase for my mother. Jia Min watched people packing up. After seeing a plum vase, she thought of some childhood events and told her daughter about it. The home mentioned here is naturally the Rong Mansion in Beijing. Jia Min often sees something that reminds her of the time when she was a girl in Beijing. Lin Daiyu also noticed some small changes in her mother during this period. She smiled and said to her mother, "When I return to Yinqing this time, I will pick some flowers for you and your grandmother. Okay?" When her daughter said this, Jia Min felt a little bitter again. Since she got married and followed her husband out of Beijing, she had been separated from her husband. After so many years, she finally felt like she was dreaming to go back. Seeing that her mother was about to cry, Lin Daiyu hurried over and shook her mother's arm and said, "Can you tell me more about Grandma's family? I remember you said that there are several sisters in Grandma's family. I want to prepare some small things for the sisters. What do you think is good?" After hearing her daughter's words, although Jia Min knew that she was comforting herself in a roundabout way, she also said, "The girl in the eldest brother's family has married, and there are girls in the second brother's family and Ning Mansion." After talking about family matters with her daughter for a while, Jia Min also adjusted herself. She looked at the time and said, "It's already this time. Your father is expected to come back. Let's pack these and prepare for dinner." "Okay. Father has worked hard these days. What good things you prepared. I can also enjoy it with you," Daiyu said to her mother with a smile. Lin Hai's main task during this period of time was to hand over the affairs at hand to his subordinates, and to arrange some things in the palace after King Wu left Beijing. After all, he was in Mingzhou as one of the governors because of King Wu. Now that King Wu has entered Beijing and succeeded to the throne as emperor, it is also a question whether to continue to retain the governor's office or leave it to the new governor. King Wu left in a hurry, so Lin Hai didn't have time to ask. But he felt that with His Highness's mind, he should keep it and not let the new governor move. After all, the affairs of maritime merchants still need someone who can make decisions. If the maritime merchant office of the past is not restored, there must be a governor sitting here. When Lin Hai returned home, he saw the dishes on the table and felt emotional. When the emperor passed away, all the civil and military officials had to mourn, especially now that Lin Hai and his family were being watched by countless eyes. They had to be cautious. They had just resumed their normal diet in the past few days. Although the Lin family was not the kind of family that strictly followed the rules of not talking while eating or sleeping, Lin Daiyu had been weak since she was a child. And for the sake of her spleen and stomach health, the Lin family basically did not talk at the table. Therefore, the family gathered together to talk after finishing the meal. Lin Daiyu did not drink tea, but took a cup of water with osmanthus honey and sipped it. Lin Hai did not talk to his daughter first, but asked his wife a few questions. "How are the things at home packed? Although we can delay for a few days, we will have to go to Beijing soon, and will not be able to wait until the spring. Jia Min was eager to go home. When she saw Lin Hai asking, she said, I have packed almost all the things I need to carry with me. But there is one thing that is very important. That is, the house in Beijing is also an old house. It may need to be repaired before people can live in it. This is more important than packing things. Lin Hai's family was also a noble family. So naturally they had a house in Beijing. So this time when they returned to Beijing, the couple discussed and planned to repair the old house before living there. Your Highness has sent someone to ask about my house before. I guess we need someone from the palace to help with the renovation. We will also spend some time on the road. Madam, don't worry too much. Seeing his wife thinking about the house, Lin Hai also said quickly. When Lin Hai and his family entered Yanqing, it was estimated that the coronation ceremony had already ended. Su Qingyu's plan was to announce the establishment of the queen when he ascended the throne, and then issue an imperial decree to reward the queen's mother's family. Therefore, the original specifications of Lin Hai's house might not be enough and needed to be expanded. Lin Daiyu was also listening to her parents' conversation. She asked curiously, if we go back now, what will happen to my cousin-in-law? I always wanted to ask before, but never had the chance. The two sons of the Jia family returned to the Lin mansion due to the chaos of war. So Lin Daiyu asked now. Lin Hai smiled and said, we don't have to pawn this house when we go back. I asked Baoyu, and he said it's not good to return home before completing his studies. So he won't go back with us this time. Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan naturally missed their families in Yanqing, but they didn't receive any letters from their family and their elder brother. So Jia Baoyu finally made up his mind and insisted on studying in Mingzhou and not going home. Jia Min then said, the two uncles and aunt from the queen's mother's family will also return to Beijing this time. We will be able to take care of each other when the time comes. Lin Hai nodded. The two brothers of the Lin family have helped a lot these days. It is indeed a good idea to return to Beijing together this time. Lin Daiyu thought of another layer and said with a smile, since this is the case, Sister Feng also wants us to go together? With her, my mother, and I will not be bored on the way. It is not easy to read and do needlework in the carriage. Lin Daiyu was still thinking about taking her various picture books to look through them in the carriage. At this time, she realized that she had to go with Madame Wei, Madame Liang and Shifeng. She did feel a little more lively. Jia Min laughed at her daughter. You are so happy that you forgot everything. Xiao will also go to Beijing with you. It will be boring to ride in the same carriage with you too. Lin Daiyu didn't show anything on the surface, but her heart was indeed a little turbulent and not as calm as before. She was a little shy after her mother pointed it out, and went to her mother to act coquettishly. Oh, mother, why did you say it out loud? Jia Min hugged her daughter and laughed. She smiled and said, okay, mother won't say anything. You are so old and still act like a spoiled child. Lin Hai looked at his wife and daughter's actions and smiled. He raised his hand and took a sip of tea leisurely without saying a word. Chapter 178. The Jia family in Yanqing was also filled with joy. One reason was that Jia Zhu, the real pillar of the family, had been promoted again. Now he was transferred to the Ministry of Justice and became the right vice minister. Another happy event was that the Aunt Jia Min in the family was finally going to return to Beijing after so many years. The old lady in the mansion was now looking forward to her daughter and granddaughter. Li Wan was also somewhat curious about this aunt, who had been married out of Beijing for many years. In her spare time, she asked her husband about the preferences of her aunt and sister. When I married into the family, my aunt had already left the house. Can you tell me about my aunt's preferences? Otherwise, I am always afraid that I will not be able to entertain her well. Aunt Jia Min was a top lady in the circle of nobles. The husband she married later was also a first-class talent. She had prepared the annual gifts for the family for so many years. She was a person who was invisible, but had a high sense of presence in the Jia family. Knowing that her daughter, son-in-law and granddaughter were also going back to Beijing, Jia Mu also carefully instructed her two granddaughters-in-law to prepare for the reception. However, at the same time, Mrs. Wang has not been very happy recently. Although she dared not show it in front of her mother-in-law, she couldn't help but complain about it around her close friends. As Mrs. Wang's daughter-in-law, Li Wan was naturally dragged by her mother-in-law to complain a few times. But Li Wan naturally knew her limits and would not mention it to others. Li Wan was even more concerned about this in front of her husband. Even though Jia Zhu now realized that his mother was a bit confused they were biological mother and son after all, and she was not a fool to sow discord between them. So she just asked her husband to tell her about his aunt's preferences that he knew. Jiazhu wanted to ask his wife to ask his mother, but he realized something just before he said it, so he thought about it for a while, and picked out some things he remembered and told his wife. Jia Lian's wife Yang was also troubled. She didn't mind telling her mother-in-law about these things, but Mrs. Xing didn't know much about these things. Jia Lian was younger than Jiazhu, and he didn't really remember the preferences of his aunt Jia Min. However, while teasing his daughter and answering his wife's words, Jia Lian casually said, "What's the big deal? Just prepare some things from the capital. My aunt has been away from home for so many years, and I think she is thinking about things from the capital." Yang glared at her husband. She was originally a girl from a scholar family with a gentle temperament. But after spending so many years with Jia Lian, her temperament has also changed a little. She has become more outgoing and has a bit of a fierce temper. Jia Lian was quite impressed by this. He smiled awkwardly, put the silk flower he brought for his daughter into the little girl's hand, and stopped teasing her. He approached his wife and said, "Don't be angry. My husband is not just trying to please you. Think about what I just said. Isn't it true?" Yang thought about what Jia Lian had said, and her anger gradually dissipated. Her husband's words were indeed a train of thought. After thinking for a while, she said, "That's a train of thought. We can arrange the banquet this way. However, since Miss Lin is from the south of the Yangtze River, her taste must be light. We must also ask the kitchen or order a few dishes from a restaurant in Beijing that specializes in southeastern cuisine. You can also discuss this with sister-in-law Zhu. I heard that the old lady specifically asked sister-in-law to help this time." Seeing that his wife was thinking about it, Jia Lian also added hurriedly, "Jia Zhu's official rank is high enough to open his own residence. But his parents and even his grandmother are still alive, so he can't just split up the family. Under such circumstances, Li Wan is busy socializing with the women of her husband's colleagues, and doesn't care much about the housekeeping. Just like this time. If it weren't for the old ancestor Jian Mu's order to let the two granddaughters-in-law prepare together, Li Wan wouldn't have asked her husband this question. There are still two girls in the Jia mansion. Jia Shichuan is reading a book, while Tan Chun is sitting cross-legged on the bed doing needlework. Shichuan didn't turn a few pages of the book for a long time. She read for a while, and then threw down the book and asked Tan Chun, "What kind of personality do you think Miss Lin has? We usually chat and laugh with each other. I wonder if she is used to it." Tan Chun felt it was interesting to hear Shichuan talking about the sisters chatting and laughing. There are more dirty things in Ning Mansion than in Rong Mansion. Shichuan, the only girl in Ning Mansion, can't stand her brothers and nephews, so her personality is inevitably a little cold. She is the most restrained one in her interactions with her sisters, but now she is actually worried about others. Thinking about the New Year gifts sent by Ming Zhou and the gifts specially prepared by Miss Lin for the girls of the Jia family, Tan Chun put away her needle and said, "I think the sister of the Lin family must be a good person. Besides, even if she comes to stay, she will only stay for a few days. If you really can't get along with her, just be patient. This girl of the Lin family is the queen announced by the new emperor to the world. When she comes to the Jia mansion, she is a distinguished guest among distinguished guests. No matter what she is like, the sisters in the family will naturally treat her with courtesy." Jia Shichuan also knew this truth. She put aside what she had just said and asked, "But in this case, can Sister Ing Chun come back for a day or two?" This year's New Year was very boring. Sister came and only said a few words in a hurry. As a newlywed, the husband's identity was a bit subtle. When Jia Ing Chun first married into the Gu family, her life was not as comfortable as at home. However, the young master of the Gu family really loved his wife. Therefore, although she came back in a hurry during the New Year, she still followed all the etiquette. Furthermore, the smile on Jia Ingchun's face when she returned home was not fake. The people in the family, especially the married Lady Wang, Li Wan and others knew that she was generally doing well in the Gu family when they saw Ingchun's smile. Jia Tanchun also missed her sister Ingchun very much. She also said, if someone else came, it might not be certain, but if the sister of the Lin family came, Sister Ingchun would definitely come back. The girl of the Lin family was the future queen, and there was a princess in the Gu family. Naturally, they would not miss the opportunity to find out a little about the future queen's temperament in advance. The ancestor of the Jia family, Grandmother Jia, has had something on her mind recently. One day, after getting up, she asked Yuan beside her, Is Zhu off duty early these days? Wait for him to come over after he returns home. I have something to tell him. Yuanyang thought that the ancestor was going to instruct Master Zhu about her aunt's affairs again, so she didn't think much and said, Master Zhu seems to come back early these days. Then I'll tell him. Grandmother Jia nodded and watched Yuanyang leave. Go out, she called Qingwen, who was waiting in the room, to come over. You also go and tell the eldest and second daughters, and when Zhu comes back from work in the evening, ask them to come over. Qingwen has officially established her foothold in Grandmother Jia's place since the last time. She was originally a little maid who stayed with Grandmother Jia for a while, and then she was assigned to serve the young Master Baoyu of the second room. Now that she is back again, some people are not convinced, but after the last incident, these voices gradually disappeared. Of all the maids serving Jiamu, Yuanyang was naturally the most outstanding. After Qingwen came back, she gradually surpassed the others and became the second most proud person. After listening to the old ancestor's instructions, Qingwen also responded with a crisp voice. And then she took the other little maids in the house to go out and clean up the house. Jiamu knew that her daughter was returning to Beijing with her granddaughter. Even if she couldn't let her daughter stay in the mansion, she still wanted to see if she could keep her granddaughter for a few days. If Lin Daiyu came to stay at the Jia mansion for a while, after careful consideration, Jiamu decided to have one of the 5 main rooms she lived in redecorated, and let her granddaughter live there. It had been a few days since she had been busy decorating the house. Today, Qingwen brought the little maid to replace some of the decorations that Jiamu had criticized. Grandma, look! Is it decorated properly now? After Qingwen had finished cleaning up, she went to Jiamu again to ask for instructions. The old lady became interested and took another look. Looking at the things that were replaced, Jiamu nodded. These things are still good. What's the point of decorating the little girl's room too plain? It should be more magnificent. Looking at this room that was decorated to her liking, Jiamu finally found some faults. She said, I remember that you likes to read books on weekdays. You can also go to the library to get a small bookshelf. I remember there is a 3-layer sandalwood bookcase that is very exquisite. It is just right to put it in this room. Qingwen agreed. After thinking for a while, she said, since we are going to get another bookcase, why not get a small white jade incense burner or some other vase? Jia's mother also thought it was a good idea. Okay, you can arrange it as you like. After the old ancestor finished looking at the house, Qingwen went out to tell the 2 masters in the family. Jia, she was looking at a painting from the west. When the servant beside him came to tell him, he frowned and said, I know. And there was no more news. Jia Zheng thought about it and called Qingwen in. Did mother say anything about calling us brothers and Zhuer? In fact, Jia Zheng also knew that the old lady would tell her son something in private. Although he felt a little upset, it was okay because his son was the one who could do it. This time, the old lady actually sent someone to send a message to call him and his eldest brother together. Jia Zheng was indeed a little curious about what it was. When Qingwen saw that the old lady called these people, she knew it must be an important matter. So she honestly replied. The old lady didn't say anything. Jia Zheng didn't feel disappointed when he found out nothing. So he asked Qingwen to go back and let him do it. After Jia Zhu finished his shift, his servant greeted someone and said, Sir, the old lady wants you to come over. Seeing that his master responded casually, the servant looked around and added quietly, the old lady also wants the 2 masters to come over. Jia Zhu raised his eyebrows and went back to his own courtyard and said goodbye to his wife before leaving. Jia Shi and Jia Jing did not leave until they heard from the people around them that Master Zhu had gone over. So they waited until Jiamu saw her 2 sons coming slowly before ordering the servants in the room to leave. Looking at her 2 sons and a grandson, Jiamu somehow felt a little lucky. She said to the others, I called you here today because I have 2 things to tell you. As soon as these opening words came out, the expressions of the 3 people below changed. Jia Shi also sat up straighter. Everyone perked up and wanted to listen to what the old lady had to say. Your younger sister and her family are all going back to Beijing. The position of a son-in-law is a high level. You also understand the status of your sister and niece. After Jiamu finished speaking, she saw that her 2 sons and grandson nodded slightly. She knew that they had listened to her words and understood the pros and cons. What Jiamu was thinking about now was, one was that the various messes in the Ning mansion next door needed to be sorted out, and the other was that the nobles owed money to the national treasury. So when Jiamu told everyone what she had said, the expressions of the three people below were different. Jia, she asked hesitantly. The old lady's worries are somewhat reasonable. But we can't interfere with what's going on in the mansion next door. And the money owed. This is not a small amount. Jiaju concentrated on thinking, and did not express his attitude at the first time. Instead, Jiazheng said, although there is no real job in the mansion next door, there is a title after all. It is also a loss of face for the Jia family to make a fuss over those stupid things. If mother comes forward, it would be good for us brothers to call Zhen and Rong to talk to them. Hearing that his father did not mention the money at all, Jiazhu came back to his senses and looked at his grandmother. Seeing that Jia's grandmother did not move, he lowered his head and took a sip of tea. When the two things Jia's grandmother mentioned today were said, Jiaxi and his brothers felt that it was because their mother cared about her sister and niece. Although the Jia family was only Lin Dayu's maternal grandfather's home, her identity would inevitably make people look at the Jia family. Although the people in the Ning family did not necessarily have any relationship with Lin Dayu, the censors and the idle people would not care about this. If they saw that they were related, they would definitely report the matter together. However, when Jiazhu saw that the old lady did not respond after his uncle and father finished speaking, he said, "Old lady, you are far-sighted, and your grandson admires you." Seeing her grandson say this, Jiamu was relieved. She looked at her two sons with a complicated look. Do you think that I am only doing this for Minner and Yuer? Jia, she coughed embarrassedly. And Jiazheng also drank tea to cover it up. Seeing her sons like this, Jiamu stopped talking, and only looked at her grandson and said, "Yuer, what do you think of these two things?" Jiashu stood up and bowed to the people in the room. "I think what the old lady said makes sense. One is to preserve the face of the Jia family, and the other is to preserve the future of the Jia family, which is the inside." After this, Jiamu nodded slightly. Jiaxi and Jiazheng also pondered for a while, and no one in the room spoke for a while. Seeing her two sons like this, Jia's mother sighed and said, "The Ning Mansion's affairs can be slowly adjusted. I think the debt is the most important thing." Jiashu also said, "Emperor Renzong had this idea at the beginning, but it was not implemented. The late emperor did not have any interest in this. But the current gentleman is obviously going to follow the old path." After that, Jiazhu added, "I am now promoted by Lord Lin, and my family has a relative named Uncle Lin. We will wait for the Lin family to enter the capital for a while, and it is appropriate to raise this matter." After Jiazhu finished speaking, he finally made the reason clear. Seeing their mother's attitude, Jiaxi and Jiazheng knew that there was no room for turning back, so they could only agree together. Grandmother Jia knew the family's situation. It would be very painful to repay the money to the treasury. However, she had seen several generations of emperors, and finally saw her grandson become successful. Naturally, she did not want to ruin her grandson's future because of money. Chapter 179. The convoy of the Prince of Wu's mansion hurried along, and everyone endured the bumps on the road and shortened the time to enter the capital. Yunxia felt a little regretful that she didn't catch up with the coronation ceremony after arriving in Yanqing, but she was also happy that her mother was now the Queen Mother and could enjoy a peaceful life. However, Lin Muyue was not a person who could sit idle. She just felt that it was not good to make a splash recently and affect her son. She thought that she would start to make trouble after Dayu arrived in Beijing. A man who knows the current situation is a hero, and the Jia family is not short of heroes now. Since there is someone who can give advice, things will naturally be done beautifully. Yunxia said after reading this memorial. Lin Muyue now lives in a newly renovated palace. This palace is located in the north of Shokong Palace, on the west road of the Imperial Palace. After Su Qingyu ascended the throne, he renovated the original palace and opened a garden for his mother to enjoy. Originally, Lin Muyue meant to live in Shokong Palace. It just so happened that the concubines in the palace, who could leave the palace, used this as an excuse to leave the palace when the new emperor ascended the throne. If she lived in Shokong Palace, it would be quiet. But Su Ruiqing disagreed with this. The Queen Mother was supposed to live alone in a palace. He was embarrassed that he couldn't let his mother live in Xineng Palace. What's more, some concubines without children also needed a place to live. This Shokong Palace should be left for 2 generations of concubines to live in. The letter Yunxia mentioned was what Jia Zhu submitted to the emperor privately. Because there was something about the harem in the letter, Su Qingyu also brought it to his mother for discussion. This Lord Jia really loves his sister. If ordinary people sell it at this time, they may not be able to get such a lot of money. Lin Muyue naturally read the letter. It was about the eldest daughter of the Jia family, Yuanchun. Now the princesses in the palace are still headed by the emperor, but the second princess is determined to be the third princess. And she will also be old enough to choose a son-in-law. Only the little princess is still at the age of studying. But there were many people in the previous dynasty who were unhappy with the princesses studying, so there were also people who secretly submitted petitions recently. These people all wanted the emperor to close the Longji Hall, where the princesses studied in the palace. After hearing such rumors, Jia Zhu thought about it, and finally asked the Empress Dowager and His Majesty in a memorial whether they could grant his sister a favor and return home. As the second prince, Su Qingyu showed his gentle and modest side in those days. Only some important officials knew the true character of this prince. Now they all looked coldly at those who jumped up and down and tried to influence the emperor. Yunxia smiled and said, "That's right. But it seems that Jia is unwilling to leave the palace. Baochai is also related to her, and the child has been to see her a lot these days." Speaking of Shui Baochai and Jia Yuanchun, Lin Muyue asked Yunxia, "You have dealt with the girl from the Jia family before. Don't you think that the child's personality is similar to Baochai's?" After hearing what the queen said, Yunxia thought for a while before saying, "Yes, they are a little similar. But Baochai is a little more special. And there is something about her that I can't describe." Lin Muyue smiled. "That's right. If we hadn't come to Beijing, I would have wanted her to help with the maritime business and shops in the palace." Yun Xiao wasn't surprised when she heard this. After all, she had worked with Shui Baochai for a while. "So that's what you were thinking?" But the atmosphere in Mingzhou is more open. It's hard for women to show up in public in Beijing. Beijing has its own advantages. Lin Muyue thought that she could have a big time when she returned to Beijing. But she felt that she had to see what her son wanted. It was hard to force him. So she was just waiting and watching. "I just feel it's a pity. These children's talents and knowledge are not inferior to men. I'm not bragging. Even if it's extremely difficult to pass the imperial examination, the girls I taught before can still pass the imperial examination. But for women, this is just a fantasy." Lin Muyue said this with a bit of regret. Yun Xia thought about the girls who studied with her in the Wu Wang mansion before. She felt it was a pity in her heart, but women have always been so pitiful in this world. She looked at the queen and hoped that there would be some changes. The master and servant were talking. After arriving in Beijing, Shui Baochai went directly to the palace. Today, she did not go to her cousin Jia Yuanchun as Yunxia said, but went to see Empress Xiao. After the new emperor ascended the throne, Xiao Qingyi was still honored as the empress, and was given the title of an Yu. People in the palace now call her Empress and Yu. As the new emperor's sister-in-law, Xiao Qingyi lived in a palace connected to the Xineng Palace. This palace was originally for the concubines to live in. But the emperors of several generations did not have too many concubines, so this palace has never been used. Li Wancheng also talked to the new emperor in person, and finally decided that Empress Anyu would live here, so that she could serve the Empress Dowager, and stay away from all kinds of troubles. Therefore, when Shui Baochai came to visit Empress Anyu this time, she also needed to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager, who lived in the Xineng Palace. Empress Dowager Li was chanting in the big Buddhist hall of the Xineng Palace, and did not see Shui Baochai. Only the female official beside her came out to say a few polite words. Shui Baochai took the little palace made to the Ningshou Palace next door. Wang, the female official beside Empress Xiao, was waiting in the corridor in person. After seeing Shui Baochai, she politely invited her in. As the legitimate mother of the new emperor, Empress Dowager Li is also a banner for Su Qingyu to show filial piety. Although Empress Dowager Li is now heartbroken and spends every day in the Buddhist temple, except for seeing her daughter. No one in the palace dares to treat the Empress Dowager badly. She is still one of the most noble women in the palace. However, Empress Xiao is only the wife of the previous emperor, and she herself has not left any offspring for the previous emperor. Therefore, there are many villains in the palace who take advantage of the situation. Wang Nuguan was naturally happy to see the people around Empress Dowager Lin coming. Empress Xiao was not very old, but she had experienced many things that ordinary people could not imagine since she entered the palace. Therefore, when Shui Baochai saw her, she silently said in her heart that things had changed. Since the death of the previous emperor, Xiao Qingyi was not only against the rules, but she was also too lazy to dress up. Today, she was better when meeting guests. She had a few jade hairpins on her hair, and 2 pearl earrings hanging from her ears. However, her outer shirt was only a light wormwood green, with some flowing cloud patterns embroidered on it. Xue Baochai wore a blush dress today. This color was not conspicuous, but it looked brighter against Empress Zhao's background. Xiao Qingyi greeted him first. "You are here. I have prepared some tea and snacks. Please sit down." Xue Baochai bowed in accordance with etiquette. Then she sat down opposite Xiao Qingyi and said, "It has been many years since we last met. How have you been these days?" In fact, this was a bit of a conversation. Empress Xiao had been having a very difficult time since she entered the palace. Although she and the emperor had some good feelings for each other, she was not very happy as an empress in general. Xiao Qingyi smiled calmly. "It's just like this now, which is much better than many people. The late emperor had many concubines before, and now they can only live in Shokong Palace with the older generation of concubines." Xiao Qingyi is open-minded. Compared with these people, she is lucky. After all, as the queen, she still needs to be treated with courtesy. Xue Baochai smiled softly when she heard this. And she also said, "I still have a lot of things I have seen and heard along the way. Your Majesty, are you willing to listen to them to relieve your boredom?" Empress Xiao originally picked up a piece of dessert and was about to eat it. She looked at Xue Baochai and said, "What things have you seen and heard? You have always been full of worries, but now you seem to be more clear-headed. Is it related to these things?" Somewhat surprised by Empress Zhao's evaluation of herself, Baochai did not tell a story first but asked, "Full of worries. Are you referring to the time when I was in the palace?" "That's right." Xiao Qingyi's smile was also a little more relaxed when she mentioned the previous things. Recalling the time when she was a concubine in the palace, Xiao Qingyi felt a little more relaxed. She said, "At that time, you tried to be thorough in everything. You may not feel it yourself, but I really felt that you were very tired." Xue Baochai thought about the situation of her family at that time, and then thought about it now. She also smiled and said, "It is true that you said that. At that time, I was always tense because of things in my heart. I was always afraid that I would do something wrong and be disliked by others. At that time, the future of the Xue family was uncertain. Xue Baochai really wanted to enter the palace as a concubine to find an opportunity to change her family's status. At that time, Xue Baochai was thinking about how to be inconspicuous and leave a good impression in others' hearts. Xiao Qingyi was in the same room with her at that time, and naturally felt a little bit of her tension. Later, I went to Mingzhou. Thinking about it, this should be the most correct decision my family has made in all these years. Now that she talked about the past, Xue Baochai also felt fortunate that she finally gave up the path of entering the palace. Now it is a blessing in disguise. It is a blessing in disguise for herself and her family. Although she failed in the selection of concubines, Xue Baochai also escaped a disaster. Those lucky ones are now waiting for placement in the palace, and they are not as free and happy as her. Xiao Qingyi looked at the people opposite her with some envy. If she had not been selected as the emperor's concubine, she would probably live a simple life with her husband now, without getting involved in these complicated palace affairs. I was born in a royal merchant family. Although I am not as noble as you, I have never suffered any grievances in food, clothing, housing and transportation since I was a child. Xue Baochai brought the matter back to what she wanted to say. Xiao Qingyi also knew this. "Sister, you were very outstanding in the past. Since ancient times, heroes have not been asked about their origins. Those who only care about people's origins are fools in the world." Seeing that Empress Xiao had shown some of her former liveliness, Xue Baochai was also happy for her. "You are right. Sister, do you want to tell me something? Just now you were talking about something else and got sidetracked." The two of them regained some of the feelings of the past. Empress Xiao felt very relaxed, so she talked more. Now that she had come to her senses, she asked Xue Baochai to continue. Xue Baochai saw that Xiao Qingyi's gloomy look gradually faded away. She swallowed what she wanted to say and told her about the local customs and practices she had seen in Mingzhou, and when she returned to Beijing. Xiao Qingyi had also traveled a long distance to Beijing in the past. She could even add a few words to some of the things she heard. After talking for a while, the distance between the two gradually faded. Xue Baochai looked at Empress Xiao and slowly told her the most important thing she had come here for today. "I saw that the grandson of the Prince of Xiang seemed to like you very much. Do you want to raise the grandson?" Xiao Qingyi was quite surprised and puzzled when she heard Xue Baochai ask this. "Shall I raise the grandson? The grandson of the Prince of Xiang was a chess piece in the hands of Empress Dowager Li. This child was a little embarrassed after the current emperor ascended the throne. At present, he was still sent back to live with other children. He would be sent back after a while. But Su Qingyu had other plans for these children. It was fine to have a few children of the princes, but since the little grandson of the king of Xiang had come, he thought it would be good to hold him in his hands. But he was not a madman, so after thinking about it, he decided to see if his sister-in-law was willing to take on the responsibility of raising the grandson of the king of Xiang. Lin Miyue knew what his son was up to when he just started. Not only did he offend the king of Xiang with his greed, but Su Qingyu also had the idea of reducing the power of the vassal. There was no reason not to use the handle of the king of Xiang. So today Shui Baochai came to visit the queen. One reason was to talk about the friendship between the two. Baochai was worried about this former sister and wanted to come to see her in person to feel at ease. Another reason was to shoulder the task ordered by the queen mother. Xiao Qingyi was shocked by this question just now, so she didn't continue to speak after asking a question. Now her heart is filled with some complex emotions of confusion and expectation. Raising a child is not a simple matter. Xiao Qingyi recalled that Xiang Wan's son was close to her, and was a little moved, but she was afraid whether she could take on such a big responsibility. Seeing all this, Shui Baochai said to Xiao Qingyi, "It is not necessary to come up with an idea today. You can think about it slowly. If you have made a decision, just send someone to tell me." Xiao Qingyi smiled. "I know. Sister Shui, don't be so polite." "Madam." Shui Baochai didn't expect Xiao Qingyi to say this, but after hearing the content of this, she replied with a smile on her face and a solemn tone. "Okay, I know. Sister Xiao." After the two of them spent an afternoon, Xiao Qingyi was a little reluctant when they parted, and asked Baochai to come and talk more often in the future. Shui Baochai also agreed before taking the little maid back. Xiao Qingyi watched the long-lost bright color slowly disappear from the transparent window, but what was different from the past was that she now had an expectation for the exchanges. The people serving beside Empress Xiao also heard what the two had just said. Nianfeng and Nianyun looked at Wang Ningguan eagerly, but Wang Ningguan shook her head slightly at the two. Seeing that the queen was going to take a rest after meeting the guests, Wang Ningguan pulled the two big maids out. She looked at the two who were eager to speak and said, "This matter is not that simple. I know you all think that if Wang's son is here, the queen's life will be less boring, but this matter is deeply involved. We don't need to persuade it. Just look at how the queen herself weighs it." After hearing Wang Ningguan's explanation, Nianfeng and Nianyun thought about it for a while, and understood the pros and cons. Although Nianyun understood, she still said to Wang Guan, "That's right. But when I see your majesty like this, I always feel that having a child would make her happier. It depends on your decision." Chapter 180. In the end, Empress Xiao decided to thank Empress Dowager Lin for her kindness. She was willing to raise the grandson of Prince Xiang. The child didn't know how his parents raised their children before. After changing the environment, he adapted well, and was close to the Empress. Prince Xiang didn't react at all when his grandson was taken away. He just kept him in Beijing, as if he didn't exist. This made Empress Xiao feel sorry for the child. The new emperor's accession to the throne naturally had to bring about a new atmosphere. Su Qingyu took advantage of the fact that he took over the throne from his brother, so he started to make drastic reforms right from the start. Some conservative and eccentric ministers had less reason to advise the emperor. It is said that when a father is alive, he observes his ambitions, and when he is dead, he observes his actions. If a man does not change his father's ways for 3 years, he can be said to be filial. This sentence of Confucius can be said to be a good excuse for ministers to advise young kings. But it is a pity that it is not applicable to an emperor who succeeds his elder brother to the throne, which is rare at least once in 100 years. Su Qingyu's father was originally a gentle man with a strong character. But Su Ruiqing compromised for some reasons. Now that he has taken over the family, Su Qingyu's methods are completely inherited from his father's teachings. He looks easy to talk to and easy to control. But in fact, it is difficult to change his mind once it is made up. The recent controversy in the court is that Su Qingyu wants to try to change the military examination system. This is also a way of inheriting his father's will. But Su Ruiqing's reform of the military examination system was not big. And now Su Qingyu wants a big change, which has stirred up a hornet's nest for some people. The Queen Mother Lin Miyue has heard the rumors in the court. Since returning to Beijing, she has stopped asking about her son's affairs in the previous court as before. So when these disputes spread to the harem, she is also worried about her son. This kid is the same. He made such a big change with just one move. No wonder the officials of the previous dynasty quarreled. Lin Miyue met with no strangers today. They were Princess Yao and her daughter Gu Yuan. Miss Gu sat obediently in her seat and ate the fresh Western snacks from Queen Mother Lin. Yao chatted with the Queen Mother casually with a smile. Hearing Yao casually say some complaints from some officials of the previous dynasty against the emperor, Lin Miyue also knew why she entered the palace today. She was here to test the news. So no matter which camp the Grand Princess Yao in front of her belongs to, Lin Miyue started by complaining about her son half-truthfully. Hearing the Queen Mother's words, Yao shook her head and said, "No, I don't really understand these matters of state affairs. But I heard from the Prince Consort that what His Majesty mentioned hit the nail on the head. And that's why they quarreled so fiercely." Grand Princess Yao said that she didn't understand state affairs, which was purely self-deprecation. These princesses were also educated seriously in the past. And the Gu family has been a first-class family in Beijing for so many years. So it is impossible for her not to understand state affairs. Although Lin Miyue did not take the initiative to ask about her son's affairs, Su Qingyu was filial to his mother and always came to accompany her for meals and walks. Her father was still in the position of a cabinet minister. So naturally, he was not really a woman in the deep palace, who turned a deaf ear to the outside world. As soon as Princess Yao said this just now, Lin Miyue knew her and the Gu family's attitude. Today, they entered the palace to submit their names. Seeing that the smile on Queen Mother Lin's face was more sincere, Yao said casually, "Several sisters also wanted to come to the palace to pay homage to you. But it happened that something happened and I came alone." Lin Miyue naturally knew the meaning behind this. That is, the princesses and their husbands' families behind them were on the side of the emperor's nephew. So she continued to talk to Yao for a while, and finally gave some gifts to the little girl brought by the princess before letting her leave the palace. The princess sat there for the whole afternoon. After Lin Miyue sent the people out, she glanced at the clock in the room and saw that it was time for dinner. "Did Yu say that she would come to dinner today? How did the princesses come to me to show their loyalty after this incident? It's really strange." Lin Miyue asked Wen Huai beside her. Wen Huai thought for a while and said, "She didn't say anything. Why don't I go and ask now? It takes a long way to get to the Yongxing Palace where the emperor is." Seeing that her son didn't say anything, Lin Miyue shook her head. "Forget it. Let's have dinner normally. I'll go to see you in person in the evening." However, it may be that the mother and son have a tacit understanding. Although Su Qingyu didn't say hello to his mother in advance today, he also came to his mother's place for dinner. Although the mother and son pay attention to the taste of the meal, they don't care about the pomp. Su Qingyu is used to eating with his mother. He is happy eating. Lin Miyue has been observing her son. Seeing that Su Qingyu can still eat, she thinks that there should be nothing important in the court. After finishing the meal, the mother and son rested for a while. Lin Miyue took the initiative to start the conversation and said, "Let's go to the small garden together. I want to build a glass house in the garden. Can you help me decide where to build it?" Over the years, the level of glassware or glassware made by the craftsmen of Dezheng can be said to have risen sharply. Lin Miyue looked at the glass and thought of building a sunroom. The palace where Lin Miyue lives now is called Concubine Palace. The garden inside is not big. Su Qingyu looked at the space that had been specially cleared. He knew that his mother did not really ask him to come out to discuss the repair of something. "Do you have anything to tell your son?" Su Qingyu looked at his mother and asked first. Lin Miyue was not surprised that her son guessed it. She asked directly, "What do you want to do by making such a fuss? Why did the princesses start to enter the palace to test my intentions today?" In fact, reforming the imperial examination is not a new thing. The content of the imperial examination in each dynasty has changed. Even the literary examination. For example, in the matter of writing poems, some dynasties required the examination of writing poems, while others did not. But Lin Miyue thought for a long time, and couldn't think of any reform that could benefit the princesses. Why did they start to send people to hint at him directly? Su Qingyu smiled. "It's not because of this. The ants may have come to see you because I plan to take the royal family to go to sea. They just support their son to return the favor." Before, Lin Miyue had been thinking about the imperial examination and the princesses, but he didn't think of this. After listening to his son's explanation, he suddenly realized, "I was wrong. It turned out to be because of this." Before, the maritime trade was well developed in Su Ruiqing's hands, but after Su Chengyu ascended the throne, he first abolished the port of Mingzhou, and then sent his own people to the newly opened port to mess things up. There have always been voices in the court opposing the lifting of the maritime ban, so no one has taken the initiative to bring these things up now. Su Qingyu not only wants to get this matter back on track, but also wants to make money with several clan members. Several aunts are sensible people. My son has also asked Uncle An about his opinion. Several uncles and great-uncles are also somewhat tempted. It depends on whether they are willing in the end. Su Qingyu's bait is actually quite tempting. After all, no family would dislike money. Give a sweet treat after a blow. It's okay for the princesses, but if those princes knew what you were thinking, I don't think they would be willing to pay attention to you. Lin Muyue knew that her son was giving the princes some sweet treats before reducing the power of the princes, so she teased him like that. Su Qingyu smiled helplessly and a little embarrassed. That's true, but after my son became a prince, he found that there were many disadvantages, so he had these ideas. The princes of Dezheng were far away from the capital, and the prestige of each prince in the princedom was not consistent. Some held real power while others were gradually sidelined. But no matter what the prince himself is like, the prince is nominally the supreme ruler within the fiefdom. Not to mention the various hidden incomes, the rivers, lakes, seas, and many fields in the fiefdom occupied by the prince may have been the livelihood of the people. It is not to say that all princes are evil people, but a prince's palace is a huge monster in a place, and the princes cannot do anything too much to the people under them, so the number of ghosts lying on the prince's palace can be said to be increasing, and the people in the fiefdom will have a hard time in the long run. In addition, the current rule is that only one son of a prince can inherit the title, and the other children will not be rewarded. At most, they can get a reward from the emperor when they get married. These princes also want to accumulate family property for their children. For various reasons, Su Qingyu's actions have indeed attracted many princes to be curious about going to sea. Lin Muyue is also well aware of these things. She also agrees with her son's actions. If this is the case, then I understand. But you still have to take it slowly. Otherwise it will be troublesome if the royal family members oppose it together. Su Qingyu knew what his mother meant. My son plans to start with the king of Xiang, so that everyone will just think that he is confused and does not stand in the right team. And the rest will be done slowly. Lin Muyue did not ask in detail about the imperial examination. She knew that the resistance to this matter might be greater than that of reducing the power of the princes. So she did not give her son any random advice. She only asked him to meet with important officials more often to discuss and find the most appropriate solution. After her son returned to the Yongxin Palace, Lin Muyue thought for a moment and asked Yunxia. It's been so long. Is there any news about Dayu and the uncles and aunts? When can we get to Yanqing? Yunxia said. It takes a while to travel by land from the south to the north at this time of year. If we are not in a hurry, it will probably take another 10 days or half a month to get there. Lin Hai and his family were not in a hurry to go to the capital. After all, the transfer in the capital gave them almost 2 months. So the family, including Lin Muyue's 2 uncles and aunts, were not in a hurry. Although they did not go sightseeing along the way, they still went to Yanqing quite leisurely. However, it was definitely not a comfortable thing to go out at this time. Lin Dayu originally thought that she could spend time chatting and laughing with Wang's sister and Xiao. But when they were really on the road, Wang Shifeng had to take care of her son and couldn't get away at all. At first, Xiao and Lin Dayu got together and talked about everything. Unfortunately, the temperature got lower and lower as they went north. Xiao didn't notice that she caught a cold, although it was not serious. She was afraid of infecting Dayu, so she went alone in a carriage. Actually, Lin Dayu had never experienced winter in the north. It was inevitable that the carriage would raise dust when it was on the road. However, it was not the time of spring in the north, so the road was frozen, and it was not easy for people to be covered with dust. Jia Min looked at her daughter sitting in the carriage listlessly, and she asked with a smile, "Are you not having fun like before?" Lin Dayu was embarrassed by her mother's words, and she approached her mother and said coquettishly, "Mom." This was the first time for Lin Dayu to go on a long journey. It was better when she took the boat. Since she changed the carriage, she has been unable to hide her excitement. On the one hand, she was curious about the scenery that was different from her hometown. And on the other hand, she was looking forward to going to Beijing to see her relatives. Seeing her daughter approaching and calling her in such a dragging voice, Jia Min knew that she was just acting like a spoiled child. But she was very fond of it. She smiled and said, "Okay, sit down quickly. We should be able to reach the county town today. We can go to the post station to rest. You can take people to visit shower." Jia Min herself had to talk to Madame Wei and Madame Liang and visit Wang Shifeng and her son Lin Xiao. So after thinking about it, she decided to let her daughter take people to visit Shi Xiao herself. Lin Daiyu also knew what her mother meant. She and Shi Xiao were classmates, so she was really worried about Xiao. So she nodded and said, "I know. Mother, Dr. Luo and little Dr. Luo are coming to Beijing with us this time. I will see who is convenient and ask them to go and see Xiao again. The cold is not a serious disease." Dr. Luo also took the time to diagnose Shi Xiao's pulse and prescribe some medicine. However, sitting in a carriage is not conducive to recuperation. Shi Xiao has not recovered recently. Lin Daiyu saw all this and thought about asking the doctor to see if he could change the prescription or something. Yi Yining was personally feeding medicine to her daughter with a medicine bowl, when the little girl's voice came from outside. "My lord, Miss Lin and Dr. Luo are here, and they said they want to visit the girl." Shi Xiao coughed a little in the quilt, and she looked at her mother and whispered, "Mom, don't let anyone in. I'm afraid that I will pass the disease to you and Dr. Luo." Yi Yining actually thought so too. She was about to refuse, but Dr. Luo outside the door raised his voice a little and said, "I have treated all kinds of diseases. You just have a small cold. I will check your pulse and change the prescription." The mother and daughter looked at each other, and Yi Yining personally opened the door and invited the two in. Lin Daiyu also came in. She looked at Shi Xiao's slightly thin face and had an idea in mind. After returning to her room, she sent someone to ask her mother Jiamin. Finally, Lin Hai decided that everyone should stay in this small county for 5 days. Chapter 181. On the contrary, Shi Xiao felt very embarrassed after hearing the news. And her mother Yi Yining was also a little worried that it would delay everyone's journey. It was Jiamin who came forward to comfort the mother and daughter. "Don't be too embarrassed, we are all exhausted on the way, and it will only take about 10 days to get to the capital, so we can rest a little." Hearing that Jiamin said this sincerely, Yi Yining thanked her for her kindness. Shi Xiao's cold was not serious, but it was not convenient to rest well and boil medicine on the way, so she recovered a lot after resting in the post station for 2 days. The small county where they stayed was called Guani County, which was also a county near the sea. However, it was not possible to go to the seaside at this time of year. There was nothing to see in the city, so Lin Daiyu just rested in the post station to relax. However, Lin Hai, Lin Ling, and Lin Jun had no way to hide away. Officials from all over the country had their own communication network. Every time they arrived at a place, someone would send visiting cards and gifts to them. When they were on the road, they could refuse and not accept the gifts. However, they could not refuse as before. The local county magistrate and prefect were fine. But the local governor also learned that Lin Hai and the 2 brothers of the cabinet ministers in Beijing were going to Beijing. It was difficult to refuse officials of this level who came to visit in person. The local governor who came to visit was named Zhou. He was the local left governor. Although the left and right governors were both important officials in a place, and their official positions were from the 2nd rank. However, the unspoken rule in the officialdom was that the right governor was more respected. Just like Lin Hai was later transferred to Mingzhou. But for various reasons, he still became the right governor. Mr. Zhou looked about 60 years old, with a patch of white hair. He looked at Lin Hai and bowed first. Lin Hai's transfer order had been issued to the 2nd rank inspector of the inspectorate, so he was half a rank higher than Mr. Zhou. Then he accepted the greetings from the Lin brothers. After a while of greetings, everyone sat down. Mr. Zhou's story was inspiring, because he was only a fellow Jinsher when he took the imperial examination, and was the lowest among the candidates. Generally speaking, the top 2 candidates had the opportunity to stay in Beijing or even enter the Hanlin Academy, and the bottom 2 candidates can find a way to be transferred to some lucrative places. However, if the top 3 scholars do not have a lot of wealth in their families, they can only go to remote areas to be county magistrates. This Mr. Zhou is a model of a county magistrate who worked his way up from a poor county town. From a 7th rank county magistrate to a 2nd rank governor. Mr. Zhou is about to retire now. Although he met Mr. Zhou, Lin Hai thought he was just here to make friends before he came. After all, if scholars at this time want to socialize with someone, they can always involve some friendships, such as the time of being listed, the teacher or other relationships. But when Lord Zhou started talking, Lin Hai put away his slightly contemptuous look, and Lin Ling also looked at his brother. And the 2 of them looked at the person who was talking seriously. At my age, I don't want to get involved. And your majesty may not be willing to see these news when he first ascended the throne. Lord Zhou's words were a little unusual. Lin Ling was secretly happy when he heard this. Lord Zhou's words actually made a lot of sense. But the emperor in these words was his nephew. So he felt something was wrong. Lin Jun had no way to deal with his unreliable second brother. He could only wink at him by raising his hand to drink tea. Lin Hai asked Mr. Zhou solemnly, "Do you mean that something big happened in this area?" Mr. Zhou took a deep breath, as if to stabilize his emotions, and then said, "Yes, your expectation is right. You also know that the eastern coast of this area has never been as grand as the southern merchant ships. But many local residents also make a living by fishing. Local fishermen don't actually go out to sea in winter. After all, this is already a relatively northern area, and it is difficult to go out to sea to fish in winter. However, there are always some fishermen who are skilled and brave, and they will go out to sea even in the winter winds, waves and undercurrents. The problem is these fishermen. There was a small fishing village, and 3 boats that went out to sea together did not come back. The people in the village originally thought that it was a disaster caused by the undercurrent in the winter sea. But what happened later proved that it was not the case. This incident was a man-made disaster rather than a natural disaster. Experienced old fishermen know that it is not easy to sail and fish in winter. One of the reasons is that they understand the direction of the sea flow. In winter, the boat can easily drift away. Small fishing boats rely on manpower, and it is difficult to fight against the flow of sea water when the wind blows. Once the boat drifts away, it is common for it to not come back. The 3 families had originally accepted their fate and were going to hold funerals for those who had not returned. But at this time, a group of strong men came from nowhere in the village, looted the village and robbed some women in the village. And these people left, leaving the villagers terrified. The villagers were at a loss. And when such a big thing happened, the village elders did not dare to conceal it and immediately reported it to the county magistrate, who reported it to the prefect. And after being reported to the higher authorities, the matter was piled up on Mr. Zhou's desk. Lin Jun's brows were furrowed when he heard the last part. He knew in his heart why Lord Zhou wanted to meet Lin Hai. Because there were no pirates in this place, this time fishermen were killed. Villages were looted, and women were kidnapped. Then where these pirates came from was a big question. And the more serious problem behind this was that these pirates were not a temporary thing. If a village was looted, the village chief had a chance to report the matter. If a village was massacred in the future, it would be a big deal. Unfortunately, such a matter is very important in the eyes of Lord Zhou. But it is still unclear whether the emperor will pay attention to it if it is sent to the capital, and whether he is willing to send people to investigate it. I have also sent people from the palace to investigate. This matter is not trivial, and does not seem to be done by ordinary bandits. That's why I want to meet you and tell you about these things. Lord Zhou ended with this sentence, and then left without saying anything more. I thought I was just going to chat with an adult who was eager to make friends, but I didn't expect that the group would actually hear such a thing. After Lord Zhou left, Lin Hai also had a headache. He looked at the other 2 lords Lin and asked, "Do you have any good ideas, brothers? Do you want to mention this matter to His Majesty after it arrives in Beijing?" Lord Zhou also mentioned that he had sent this matter to Beijing. The people present were all familiar with the ways of doing things in Beijing. Such a matter might not be placed on the emperor's desk. Lin Ling was a straightforward person and said directly, "Of course, I have to report it to you. I feel distressed by the old man's words. Besides, this matter concerns the lives of so many people. There is no reason to ignore it." Lin Jun agreed with Lin Ling's words, but he still retained some doubts about Lord Zhou. But you can't just believe everything you hear about these things. Even if you want to intervene, you have to send someone to investigate again. Lord Zhou's words imply that the people here are simple and honest, and there has never been such a thing in the past. If these people come from other places, they may have committed many sins. Lin Hai also agreed with Lin Ling's words, but he felt that Lin Jun's concerns were reasonable. Lin Ling nodded. He had also been in the local area. The things in the memorials of local officials were sometimes true, and sometimes false. There were also cases of exaggeration and concealment. It was indeed necessary to investigate it carefully. When the group finally arrived at Yanqing, Jiamin was about to cry when she saw the city gate that she had not seen for many years. Lin Daiyu was also in a carriage with her mother at this time. She watched her mother lower the curtain and began to cover her eyebrows with a handkerchief without saying a word. Jia Min was filled with various emotions. One moment she thought of the dowry nanny, who had accompanied her out of the capital, and was now dead. Then she thought of her mother's face when she sent her out of the capital. When Jia Min calmed down, Lin Daiyu handed her mother a hood, and asked her to cover herself up. Seeing her daughter being so attentive, Jia Min smiled knowingly, and put on the hood, before getting off the carriage. When they arrived at the mansion in Yanqing that had been largely renovated, Lin Hai and his wife, and Lin Daiyu were a little surprised at the scale of the mansion. Especially since Lin Hai and Jia Min had lived in the original house of the Lin family in Beijing. Now, they saw that the newly built house was very different from the original one in terms of scale and interior decoration. Jia Min calculated the rules of this house and her mother's house, and gradually got a rough idea in her mind. After Lin Daiyu returned to her own courtyard, she also looked around quietly. This Lin mansion was carefully tidied up by people from the palace headed by Lin Miyue. The furnishings inside were also carefully designed. It was not the usual grandeur of the palace, but a style that was noble and had a bit of fun and sentiment. Have you brought the young lady's bookcase? You can pack the rest slowly. But the things in the small box must be prepared immediately. Qing Tang watched people carrying boxes into her young lady's courtyard, and asked the maid who was delivering the things. The old maid smiled when she saw that it was the maid next to the young lady. Miss Qing Tang. Of course we brought it. It's in the first box. If we make mistakes due to our clumsy hands, we hope you will forgive us. Qing Tang didn't act like a fool just because she was someone next to the young lady. She knew that the old maid who could deliver things to the young lady's courtyard was not simple. So she politely replied, Madam, you don't have to be so polite. I am also relieved that you can do things. And Qian was more and more happy to see Qing Tang like this. She said a lot of good things to the person, and asked the person who brought it to be more careful. She left only after seeing that everything was in place. Xueyan was watching the old nanny talking to Qing Tang in the house. Nani Qian is not an easy person to answer. Qing Tang gets along well with her, which is rare. Daiyu didn't notice the lawsuit outside, but she agreed very much when she saw Xueyan praising Qing Tang. That girl is really good. It's not good to be busy today. When you settle down and give out rewards, remember to increase Qing Tang's silver by 3 levels. Xueyan agreed crisply. She only had her own girl in her heart and eyes. Now that she saw Qing Tang's ability, she didn't feel jealous. Instead, she thought it was a good thing that someone could work together to serve the girl. Chapter 182. After entering the capital, the Lin Hai family did not have much free time. Lin Hai had to submit a memorial to the emperor first according to the rules. After receiving the approval, he could officially work in the inspectorate. During this period, he naturally had to meet with relatives, friends, and colleagues. Jia Min had already started socializing with the ladies of various families in the capital. As soon as the Lin family's carriage entered the mansion, the next day, invitations flew into the Lin mansion like snowflakes, including invitations from princesses and other top ladies in the capital. Jia Min naturally read all these posts. She personally replied to those who sincerely wanted to invite people to come to her house and agreed. She also chose polite words and attached some gifts and rituals to those who just wanted to say hello. Apart from those who came to socialize because of the power and future status of the Lin family, Jia Min's most important thing was definitely to visit her relatives in the Jia mansion. When Jia's mother knew that her daughter was coming back, she didn't want to wait for a day. It was only after Wang Furen and Li Wan and others persuaded her that her aunt needed to rest for a day and clean up the house, that the old lady who was looking forward to her daughter's return was persuaded to stop. On the second day, Jia Min left the affairs of the mansion to the steady maid beside her, and she was eager to go home. So she got on the carriage with her husband and daughter to return to the Jia mansion. As a son-in-law, Lin Hai naturally had to go to see his mother-in-law. Jia Min had followed him out of Beijing for many years, partied with her parents and relatives, and worked hard for the Lin family for half her life. He actually felt a little guilty towards his wife for so many years. Today, when he went to see his mother-in-law, Lord Lin, who had experienced many ups and downs, was a little nervous. However, as a son-in-law, Lin Hai was a distinguished guest. Although grandmother Jia loved her daughter, she was not an unreasonable person. The two masters of the Jia family did not dare to put on airs in front of this brother-in-law, who was extremely talented and a senior official in the ministry. So after visiting his mother-in-law and going to the front yard, Lin Hai gradually relaxed. It was fine when Lin Hai was here. After he left, Jia Min looked at her mother with clear eyes. She saw her mother's gray hair, and she was trembling when she saw her trying to get up. Finally, she couldn't help but hold her daughter's hand and hug her mother. The three of them hugged each other and cried for a long time. Now Jiamu's eyes were actually a little blurry. She stared at her daughter's face and said with a choked voice, "I thought I would never see you come back in this life, but there is a day when mother and daughter are reunited." When she sent her daughter out of Beijing, Jiamu thought it would only take a few years. When her son-in-law had accumulated some experience, she could naturally let her husband ask for mercy and transfer him back to Beijing. Who would have thought that the old Duke Rong died early? And his son-in-law Lin Hai was deeply trusted by the emperor. He had been an official outside for so many years. He finally had the dawn of returning to Beijing. But it was delayed by the change of the throne. Now Jiamin was standing in front of her. This scene, Jiamu didn't know how many times she had dreamed of it in her dreams. But when a real daughter was really in front of her, she actually had a feeling of not knowing what year it was, and couldn't distinguish between reality and dreams. Hearing such words, Jiamin, who had been persuaded not to cry, couldn't help it. She knelt directly on her mother's legs and kept wailing and repeating, "It's all my daughter's unfilial. It's all my daughter's unfilial." Lin Dayu also knelt beside her mother with tears in her eyes. She supported her mother, who was shaking with tears, and gently helped her to calm down. Grandmother Jia also saw her granddaughter's little action, and she also gently stroked her daughter's hair. "Okay, don't say such things." Hearing the old ancestor's words, Mrs. Wang also hurried over to help her sister-in-law up. And Li Wan took the handkerchief that Qingwen had just twisted and handed it over. Lin Dayu was also surrounded by her sisters, and sat down on the couch together. When Tanshan and Shichuan saw Lin Dayu, they had completely forgotten their previous speculations about her temper, and only focused on holding her hand to comfort her. Jiamin's complicated emotions accumulated over the years after she saw her mother just now suddenly surged into her heart. She lost her composure and was a little too distracted from her daughter. But she also felt her daughter's concern for her as a mother. Now she took the handkerchief and tidied herself up a little. Jiamin calmed down a little and looked at her daughter. She was relieved to see that she was sitting peacefully. Jia's mother also felt mixed emotions when she saw this scene. The daughter she protected at the beginning was now this age. And now she has become a mother who will check on her daughter first. The mother and daughter had been separated for many years, and everyone present had an idea of what would happen after they met. Now the situation seemed to be a little calmer. Mrs. Wang also spoke. "My aunt has been separated for many years. Now the family has finally returned to Beijing and brought back a beautiful niece. This is a happy event. Don't you think so, old lady?" Grandmother Jia was also looking at her granddaughter Lin Dayu. Seeing that she was mentioned, Dayu also stood up and wanted to kowtow to her grandmother. The little girl had also brought a cushion. But Grandmother Jia felt a surge of love when she saw this fragile granddaughter, and she directly took her hand and sat beside her. It was Jiamin who spoke up again. "Mother, you are Yu's grandmother. This child should bow to you when she sees you for the first time. And you should also call your two aunts Yu." After hearing her daughter say this, Jiamu happily watched her granddaughter bow to her and greet her. After hearing Dayu say Yu greets grandmother, the smile on her face deepened. After Lin Dayu met her two aunts and sister-in-law, she quickly had someone help Dayu up and pull her to sit next to her. Seeing her mother like this, Jiamin also smiled all the time. "You? Just now you hugged me and cried sadly. Now you have forgotten me when you see you're here." Hearing her daughter say this, Jiamu also smiled and nodded in her daughter's direction. Your temper was revealed in just a few words. I think Yu's temper is like her son-in-law, not like you." Jiamu's words just now implied a bit of closeness to her son-in-law Lin Hai, and Jiamin was relieved. If he heard what you said, he would be so happy that I don't know how to do it. When everyone, after talking for a long time, Jiamu looked at her daughter and granddaughter and said, "You stay and talk with me. You go play with your sisters, and come back to me after dinner." Mrs. Wang and others also stood up with a tactful look. "Grandma, let's go back." Mrs. Xing only spoke a few words today when everyone was persuading her. She felt very uncomfortable watching the scene of the loving mother and the filial daughter just now, and she was happy to go back to her room. Li Wan and Yang are the daughters-in-law of the younger generation. After they leave, they will be busy with the evening dinner. They accompany Lin Dayu and her two sisters to the place and say goodbye after seeing that everything is ready. Tanshan and Shichuan are now living in a small courtyard. The main house has 3 rooms. After discussing, the two girls each lived in a room. There are two side rooms in the courtyard. One is arranged as a study, and the other room is temporarily vacant and has no use. Sister, go in and wash up first. We'll go to the west wing to kill some time later. Tanchun was older, so after her two sisters-in-law said goodbye and left, she asked Lin Dayu what she thought. Lin Dayu was quite excited when she met her grandmother with her mother just now. Now that Tanchun asked, she agreed. Thank you, sister. When Lin Dayu was taken into the inner room by the little maid beside Tanchun to wash her face, put on makeup and comb her hair, Tanchun and Shichuan were waiting for her in the main room. The maid said that Miss Lin was already combing her hair, and then the two girls went in. The three girls talked about jewelry together in a relaxed and happy manner. After Jiamu and the others left, she talked to her daughter for a while before asking, "How are Baoyu and Lan'er? I saw your sister-in-law wanted to ask but didn't, so I asked her in advance to ease her mind," knowing what her mother meant. Jiamin also replied, "Both children are fine. I wanted to bring them back this time, but they were ambitious. They said that they went out to study, and there was no reason to give up halfway." Baoyu and Lan'er both said that they didn't want to come back with their daughters. When their uncle's transfer order came out, Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan were actually a little confused, but they remembered the purpose of going out. Jia Baoyu had grown a lot after experiencing so many things, so they decided to stay and study for a while. After listening to her daughter's explanation, Jia's mother was also very pleased to say, "She has grown up. It is good for the child to go out and see the outside world. Baoyu was spoiled before and was a little unrecognizable. Now I hear you say that he has made great progress." Hearing her mother say this about her nephew, Jiamin smiled and said, "Which child in the family is not carefully raised? This can't be said to be spoiled. I think yours is the same. No matter how much I love her, I still feel it is not enough." After saying this, Jia's mother sighed. Girls are different after all. It is true that you cannot love them too much. Thinking of her childhood at home, Jia Min was a little disappointed. Girls' days are always happy. My daughter has not had a bad life over the years, but it is still different from the days with you and father. As the old Duke Rong and the Duke's wife, and even the only girl in the Rong and Ning mansions, Jia Min was a real noble lady and daughter of a duke's mansion when she was young, and she lived a fairy-like life. In the beginning, Jia Mu and her husband had some disagreements about her daughter's marriage. Jia Mu originally wanted her daughter to marry an old relative, but Duke Rong was attracted to Lin Hai, a young man who had taken the path of a scholar. In the end, Jia Mu compromised and agreed with her husband's idea. After Jia Min got married, she and Lin Hai were in harmony. So she, as a mother, didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Then Lin Hai took Jia Min out of the capital. This guest was indeed promoted step by step, but he also took his daughter away from home. Jia Mu also had complaints about her husband and dissatisfaction with her son-in-law. Now the past has become a mess. The changes in the court sometimes make the old lady Jia Mu unable to grasp the pulse. Fortunately, her grandson's efforts have stabilized the Jia family. Jia Mu is now looking forward to her daughter and granddaughter, and she will no longer dwell on the past. Speaking of this, you must let Yer stay for a few more days to accompany me. An old woman. I have already arranged for her to live under my nose. You have nothing to worry about. Jia Mu liked her granddaughter very much when she first saw her granddaughter. Just now, when everyone was here, Jia's mother said that Lin Dayu's personality was not like her daughter's. But in her heart, she actually felt that she was very much like her daughter when she was a child. And she was full of love for her. Jia Min was also prepared for her mother's question. Tomorrow I will go to the palace to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. I don't know what the Empress Dowager's rules are. When she leaves the palace, let her stay with you for a few days. Hearing about the palace, Jia's mother's expression was also a little emotional. I met the Empress Dowager when she was still a concubine in the East Palace. So many years have passed, and the Empress Dowager is still as beautiful as before. But our family is not as good as before. When the old Duke Rong was still alive, the Rong Mansion and Ning Mansion were considered the first-class nobles in Yanqing. Now the Jia family and Rong Mansion are trying to change their status. Jia Zhu has entered the court as an official through the imperial examination, and Jia Lian, as the heir to the title, is also working in the government office. The grace of a gentleman will decline after 3 generations, and will be cut off after 5 generations. Jia Min did not feel much after hearing her mother's words. Rong Mansion has now safely passed this hurdle, and her mother's words are just a sigh of emotion. Fortunately, Jure is doing well. Not to mention our family, even if it is a young man from a family of scholars, there are not many who are more promising than him. Jiamin said this after carefully considering the words, and as expected, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw her mother put away the sad expression she had just put on, and turned into a smiling face. Grandmother Jia was indeed very satisfied with her grandson Jiazhu. She said to her daughter, "Do you still remember the family of Shangwagong?" Shangwagong's family was once prominent. Jiamin naturally knew his family. My daughter naturally knows. Has anything happened to his family? After living in Jiang'an for a long time, Jiamin knew Shangwagong. But in her memory, this family was still a well-known noble family in Yanqing. But from what her mother said, his family should have fallen into decline. Jia's mother also said with some sympathy, the old lady of their family passed away before, and this family originally had no promising descendants. Once the old imperial edict was gone, the plaque of the Duke Xia's mansion was removed, and the whole family could not live in the original house. The title is still okay, and it will be decided by your majesty. But the way they fought for the family property opened the eyes of everyone in the capital. Hearing the situation in her mother's words, and the hidden meaning of sympathy, Jiamin comforted her again. You are as vigorous as the pines in Nanshan Mountain, and the children in your family will never reach this point. Jia's mother smiled and stopped talking about this topic, and only asked her daughter to tell more about what she had seen and heard in the south in recent years, and her granddaughter's preferences. Chapter 183. In the evening, Jia's mansion held a night banquet. Although it was not a good time like spring and summer, it was rare for the family to gather together, and it was also a lively atmosphere of reunion. Because they were relatives, the evening banquet was also placed together, but a screen was used to separate the men and women in the middle. Grandmother Jia brought her daughter-in-law, grandchildren's wives and girls together. Jiaxi and Jiazhen brought their sons, and the nephew invited the nephew and nephew's grandson from Rongfu to accompany the guests. Among all the men in the Jia family, Jiazhu was the one who could talk to Lin Hai the most. Although Jiazheng had never made any achievements in his life, he was also a man of some literary knowledge, and could have a few words with his brother-in-law. After all, Jiaxi was Jiamin's brother, and Lin Hai would deliberately talk to this brother-in-law. Only the people from the Ning mansion next door could only accompany the banquet awkwardly. They felt more comfortable after the banquet started, and the wine was drunk. Jia Rong was also at the banquet today. He drank a few glasses of wine when the banquet was in full swing, and felt a little drunk. After apologizing, he also planned to go out to get rid of the alcohol. After leaving the banquet place with the servant, Jia Rong washed his hands first, and then asked the maid of Rongfu to lead the way to a room to rest for a while. After filling his stomach with a pot of tea in the room, Jia Rong felt more comfortable lying on a chair. He complained to the servant beside him, "Mr. Lin's upright character is really unbearable. I thought my second uncle was the most decent person, but today I know that he is just a small witch compared to a big witch." The servant didn't dare to respond to such words, but just hung his head and said nothing, and quickly filled his master with another pot of tea. However, Jia Rong did not relax for long. Shir, a servant of Jiazhen, found this place soon and said that the master wanted people to go back. Hearing that his father had sent people to call, Jia Rong did not dare to delay any longer. He returned to the banquet with his head lowered and eyes ashamed. Jiazhen glared at his son, who had gone out to have fun. He felt some unspeakable pain in this place to entertain guests. He, as a father, insisted on sitting down, but his son dared to run out and have fun. Being looked at by his father like this, Jia Rong could not help shrinking his neck. It was Jiazhu who saw that the situation was not good and made a smooth situation. "Brother Jin, you are such a strict father. If my son Ronger were half as good as you, I would be satisfied." Jiazhu smiled and raised his glass to clink with Jiazhen. This was just a polite remark. Jia Lan's age was there. He was very sensible at a young age. To be honest, Jia Rong might not be as sensible as his little cousin. Jiazhen secretly complained that Jiazhu was such a cruel father. He packed up his children and sent them to the south to study. He accepted the compliment and said, "No, Lanner is obviously promising. It's not like this bastard who has nothing to do every day." Jia Rong didn't dare to say a word after being scolded by his father. Seeing this, Jiazhu had to raise his glass and persuade Jiazhen to drink a few more times before he finished. Lin Hai was not unaware of the lawsuit. But he could not say anything, seeing that Jia Zhu had already started to talk to Jia Zhen. He just chatted with Jia Shi and Jia Zheng from time to time. Jia Mu's side was full of joy. It was not appropriate to invite a troupe to perform, so they just invited a few people to sing some songs, accompanied by the music. The ladies gathered together and chatted enthusiastically. Lin Daiyu was also surprised when she saw the dishes. The dishes on the table not only had authentic Beijing flavors, but also some Jiangnan-style dishes. She thought they tasted very good, which showed that they had put a lot of effort into it. It wasn't just Lin Daiyu who noticed. Looking at the table of dishes, Jiamin knew how much her family had thought about her return home this time. She personally toasted her two sisters-in-law with a glass of wine, and at the same time praised Li Wan's two younger wives. She might have been a little polite to her sisters-in-law and nieces-in-law. Jiamin really liked the girls of the Jia family. Tanshan and Shichuan were both beautiful, and had a literary temperament. She liked them at first sight. After talking to them during the meal, she felt that the two girls were good. When she left, she gave one bracelet from her wrist to each of her two nieces. Lin Daiyu had to go to the palace the next day, so they didn't stay up too late today. Jiamin said goodbye to her mother after dinner. Jia's mother felt that time passed by like water that day. She was about to burst into tears when she saw her daughter getting ready to go out. Seeing her mother like this, Jiamin hurriedly said that she would come back to talk to her mother in a while, and asked Yer to stay for a while after she came out of the palace. Finally, she persuaded her mother with great difficulty. On the way home in the carriage, Jiamin found it interesting to see Lin Hai's face flushed with alcohol. Your husband's face flushed after drinking alcohol, which is really a good thing. I guess your brothers will not be embarrassed to force you to drink later. There was water prepared in the carriage. Lin Hai was afraid that the alcohol would affect his wife and daughter, so he changed his clothes and washed his face before leaving the Jia mansion. That's true. I saw that the two uncles hesitated and didn't feel like urging me to drink. It's probably because they thought I couldn't drink much, Lin Hai said with a smile. In fact, in terms of drinking capacity, Lin Hai has practiced for so many years and is not bad. But when he and Jiamin first got married, he really couldn't hold his liquor, which left such an impression on the Jia family. Today, after drinking only a small pot of wine, Lin Hai's face turned pale. Jia Shi and his brother probably thought of the past, so they didn't force their brother-in-law to drink too much. Lin Daiyu yawned with her handkerchief covering her mouth. Today, she drank a glass of wine with her mother's permission. Although she was not drunk now, she was less energetic than usual. Jiamin touched her daughter's head and felt a little regretful. Today, I forgot my sense of propriety. You have to enter the palace tomorrow. I shouldn't have let you drink that glass of wine today. It was just that one glass. Later, Sister Tanshan poured honey water mixed with rose water for us sisters, not wine. Looking at her mother's self-blaming expression, she quickly said to her mother, the maids poured the wine for everyone at first. They were all precious wines from the Jia family. The first glass of wine was for Jia's mother, so Lin Daiyu couldn't say anything else. She also drank the glass of wine. After that, Tanshan heard that the girl from the Lin family would enter the palace tomorrow. She thought about it and asked the servant beside her to get honey water mixed with rose water. After the things were brought, Tanshan poured a glass for Lin Daiyu. Sister, drink this. There should be a lot of these Western things in Mingzhou. I think you should be able to get used to it. Lin Daiyu knew that Tanshan was thoughtful and caring about her, and she thanked her at that time. After hearing her daughter's explanation, Jiamin looked at Daiyu's eyes and saw that she was clear-headed and not drunk. She also said, that girl is really good. I like her when I saw her today. If you want to live in the mansion, I will feel relieved to have someone like her to take care of you. She thought her daughter was good in every way. But Jiamin also knew that it depends on fate for the sisters to get along. She and her husband, her daughter had been away from the capital for many years, and the only exchanges with her family were letters and gifts. Today, seeing that her daughter got along well with the girl from her mother's family, she was relieved. Lin Daiyu felt quite fresh to be treated like this today. When she was in Mingzhou, she was always the leader among the girls. She usually took care of others. Now it was the first time that she was taken care of by her elder sister. Although Sister Shichuan doesn't talk much, I see that the child often takes care of you. I guess she is looking at what you like to eat, and what you don't like to eat. Jiamin was also observing another niece and said this. Jia Shichuan's personality is not as eloquent as Tanshan, but she also likes this sister who came to her house today, so she often uses the public chopsticks to pick up some dishes for Dayu during the meal. Lin Dayu naturally felt the care of these two sisters. She also said, "It's a rush today. When I go again in a few days, I will be able to spend more time with my sisters." Hearing her daughter talking about sisters, Jia Min said again, "Your grandmother's family also has a girl who is the same age as you. This time, she probably didn't invite anyone because it was a family dinner. She should be there next time you go." Lin Dayu was a little confused when she heard about her grandmother's family. Later, she thought about it and realized that it should be the Shi family, the mother's family of her grandmother, the old lady of the Jia family. Lin Hai didn't interrupt when he heard his wife and daughter talking, until they talked about the Shi family. He said, "The two marquises of the Shi family are indeed great men, and the Shi family has not had an easy time over the years." Jia Min nodded. She had not been in Yanqing for many years, but today she heard her mother talk about the affairs of the Shanhua family, and she knew that the nobles had not had an easy life over the years. The Shi family is still a family with two marquises who have retained their titles, and the two marquises in charge are indeed capable. After hearing what her parents said, Lin Dayu's curiosity about the girl from the Shi family was also aroused, and she had the idea of getting along well with her. After returning to the Lin mansion, Lin Dayu was also urged by her mother to go back and rest. "You have to go to the palace tomorrow after you have rested enough. Go back and wash up and rest quickly." After tidying up the belt of her daughter's cloak, Jia Min said to her daughter, and then went back to rest with her husband. Only Xueyan, a maid, followed Lin Dayu to the Jia mansion today. After she took the maid back to the house, Qin Tang saw the girl and said quickly, "The girl is back. The hot water is ready. Do you want to take a bath?" Lin Dayu nodded and went into the inner room. In a small corner separated by a screen, there was a wooden barrel with hot water and fresh flower petals. It was still cold, so it was not suitable to soak for a long time. Xueyan and Qin Tang helped the girl bathe and wash her hair. After making sure that Lin Dayu's hair was dry, they helped her go to bed. It was the first time for Dayu to enter the palace, but it was not the first time for Jia Min to enter the palace with her daughter. But she had entered the palace a long time ago, so she was still tense and didn't want to make any mistakes this time. There were two queen mothers in the palace now. Lin Muyue had spread the word in advance and asked Jia Min and her daughter to pay respect to Queen Motherly first after entering the palace. If ordinary women from outside the court who were related to Lin Muyue entered the palace, such as her mother, Madame Wang, her aunt, Madame Wei, etc., they would have actually saved themselves this trip. However, Lin Dayu's status was special, and Lin Muyue didn't want this little thing to affect her image in the heart of the Queen Motherly and be talked about by others. So she still gave this instruction. Jia Min also understood what the Queen Mother Lin meant, and after entering the palace, she took her daughter to the Xinang Palace of the Queen Motherly. However, Lin Muyue also sent Yunxia to guard the palace gate. After Yunxia waited for Jia Min and her daughter, she followed them to the Xinang Palace to pay homage to the Queen Mother. Sending Yunxia over was also a way for Lin Muyue to make her attitude clear, so as not to make Empress Dowager Li too embarrassed for her distinguished guest. The Empress said that both the madam and the young lady were entering the palace for the first time and were not familiar with it. So she sent this humble minister here. Yunxia was naturally very polite to Jia Min and Lin Dayu, knowing that she was treated so politely today because of her daughter. Jia Min would not put on airs in front of the female officials around the Empress Dowager, not to mention that they were old acquaintances. Jia Min had also had some contact with Yunxia when she was in Ningzhou before. "Thank you, sir. Please," Jia Min replied politely. Lin Dayu also bowed slightly to Yunxia. Seeing Yunxia avoid the bow and smiled at her, she nodded and smiled again. Empress Dowager Li sat upright in the Xinang Palace. Empress Xiao was sitting at the bottom beside her. She seemed to attach great importance to this meeting today. After Jia Min and her daughter Lin Dayu entered, they naturally bowed to the two big Buddhas at the top. Empress Dowager Li did not make things difficult for them. After receiving the bow normally, she quickly asked them to take a seat. Normally, if Lin wanted to see a guest, Empress Dowager Li would simply ask someone to pay respects outside and basically not see anyone. Today, she wanted to see Jia Min and her daughter, because she knew that this was the queen candidate Lin Muyue had chosen for her son, so she asked someone to come in out of curiosity to see what kind of person she was. The girl in her teens sat on the chair with her head slightly lowered, with her back straight and her posture graceful, and she politely did not look directly at the faces of the two ladies in the upper seats, and her eyes did not wander around. Li Wancheng looked at the girl sitting there quietly, and knew that she must have been well educated. She asked someone to stand up, and said a few words. And Lin Daiyu naturally responded appropriately, and behaved very well. Xiao Qingyi looked at the girl standing there answering questions, and her tone was not hurried or slow, and the content was also very respectful and humble. She knew that this girl was not simple. Jiamin was a little worried about whether Empress Dowager Li would embarrass her daughter. But seeing that the Empress Dowager asked only some ordinary questions, and her daughter would nod slightly after answering, she was relieved. After about a quarter of an hour in Xineng Palace, Empress Dowager Li looked at the exquisite little clock in the room and politely sent the guest away. Although Yunxia followed to Xineng Palace, she could not go in directly without the Empress Dowager's summons. So she stood in the corridor waiting. Seeing that Jia Min and Lin Daiyu looked relaxed when they came out, Yunxia knew that this hurdle for today was over, and smiled and invited people to go to her own palace. Chapter 184. Lin Muyue's palace is different from Empress Dowager Li's Xineng Palace. The Xineng Palace is the residence of successive empresses, which is simple and solemn. Empress Dowager Li now has a deadwood-like mood and starts to like to go to the big Buddhist hall to chant. The whole Xineng Palace gives people a feeling of dusk and haze without any vitality. But the palace where Lin Muyue lives now is newly renovated. Lin Muyue herself did not even decorate the Buddhist hall. There are a row of bird cages and racks hanging under the corridor of the main hall. She will raise some colorful parrots and songbirds as soon as the weather gets warmer. The cat that Lin Muyue had entrusted to Yun Danyuan to raise had died. So after much thought, she decided not to raise another one this time, but to raise some other animals. Lin Daiyu and her mother entered the main hall. Lin Muyue sat on the rosewood throne under the plaque of Xiatang Ryong in the main hall. Seeing someone coming in, she said happily, "No need to be polite. Come and let me see. Why do I feel that you has lost some weight again? After traveling all the way." Her diet and sleep were not stable. Lin Daiyu did lose some weight. However, she also said, "Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty has lost some weight. You must take care of yourself." Lin Muyue was speechless. She stood up and said to Jia Min and Lin Daiyu, "Let's go to the warm room to talk. It's warm inside, and you don't need to wear a cloak." Shui Baochai also followed the empress. She smiled at Daiyu while everyone stood up. Daiyu, who received this little signal, also smiled back, asking the little palace maid to help Jia Min and Lin Daiyu take off the fur capes they were wearing outside. Lin Muyue asked Jia Min to sit on the luohan bed with her after letting people in. Lin Muyue asked Yun Xia and Bao Chai to stay after serving tea and snacks, and asked everyone else to leave before asking, "How is the Lin mansion being renovated? Madam and you, are you able to adapt to the climate in Beijing?" Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai sat together on an embroidered cushion on one side. After they sat down, they took advantage of the conversation between the two adults at the top, and shook hands privately as a greeting. Seeing the queen asking questions, Jia Min gently put down her teacup and replied, "Everything is fine. I have been away from Beijing for many years, and thought that I would renovate the mansion this time. Your Majesty and the Queen have shown great favor. I am flattered by your kindness." Lin Daiyu looked at her mother and the Queen Dowager and spoke carefully. "When I saw the layout of the room, I knew that the Queen must have given detailed instructions." "Thank you, Queen." Yun Xia heard Lin Daiyu say this, and after looking at Lin Muyue, she said, "The Queen herself drew the pictures and made some small ornaments. Have you seen them, young lady? Do you like them?" Lin Daiyu naturally also observed those unusual little things. They were a group of animal ornaments. The little things were black and white and cute. They were really cute. Of course, I saw that the set of small animals didn't look like the common ones in the country, so I knew that it must have been made under your order. Your Majesty. Lin Daiyu is now well informed. She thought that anything she saw was new and strange, and after thinking for a while, she felt that it must have been the idea of the Empress Dowager. Seeing that Daiyu noticed those little things, Lin Muyue was also very happy. Yes, the prototype of that set of ornaments was a tribute from Nanyang, and now it is being raised. I saw that those little things were interesting, so I ordered people to make those things. Such little things may not be liked by ordinary ladies, so Lin Muyue only ordered people to make 2 sets. One set was placed on a table she often used, and the other set was sent to Daiyu and placed on a small tray on the Duoao pavilion. So that's it, Dayu knew that this should be one of the gifts sent by the southern countries when His Majesty ascended the throne. The Queen Mother must have liked it when she saw it. So she ordered people to make this set of things. Shui Baochai also smiled and said, "The Queen likes that set of things very much. She has always placed it on the desk for viewing. However, that set of small things is exquisitely made. The craftsmanship of the inner palace has improved a lot." Seeing that her daughter and the Queen Mother were talking happily, Jiamin smiled and did not interrupt. She waited until the topic came to an end before saying, "I went back to my mother's house these days. Seeing that everything at home was the same as before, I was relieved. However, I was born in the Duke of Rome's mansion. After this trip, I felt that the current family seemed to be a little out of the rules." Hearing these words, Lin Muyue smiled. "Since there was a clear decree when you ascended the throne, the Lin mansion will sooner or later hang up the sign of the Duke's mansion. Expanding it first will only save trouble later." When Su Qingyu ascended the throne, she was also crowned as the queen. Although she had not yet officially started to confer titles on the father of the queen-to-be, it was a matter of time. That's why Lin Muyue asked the people in the palace to help renovate the Lin mansion. Before Jia Min could reply, Lin Muyue pretended to be ignorant and asked, "You are from the Rongfu Jia family. So are you related to Jia, the teacher who teaches the princesses in the palace?" Jia Min was quite surprised that the Empress Dowager would ask about this matter. "Yes. The girl mentioned by the Empress should be my mother's family, whose maiden name is Yuan Shen." Shui Baochai also looked at Jia Min and said, "Speaking of this, I have to call you aunt." Jia Min was also aware of the relationship with the Shui family. She smiled and said, "In this case, why call me madam? Just call me aunt." Lin Dayu and Shui Baochai got along well at the beginning, and Baochai often visited the Lin family. At that time, she just called her madam in a proper manner. Now, the word aunt has the meaning of getting closer. After entering the palace, Jia Min had been feeling very tense. Now she heard Shui Baochai talking like this and started to laugh a few words. Only then did she feel a little relaxed and put aside her nervousness. After talking for a while, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Not only Jia Min, Dayu saw that the Empress was still as fond of laughing as before, and she was not polite in everything she said. She also relaxed a little, took the snacks handed over by Baochai and began to eat them in small bites. Looking at Dayu, Lin Muyue said again, "It will be a while before the wedding. I want to ask you what you think. Are you willing to live in the palace for a while?" Because when her son ascended the throne, he issued an edict to recognize the original marriage contract and directly made the Lin family girl the queen. Now that Dayu has entered the capital, Lin Muyue has the idea of bringing her into the palace to live. It was an old custom to keep the daughters of important officials in the palace for a few years. Generally speaking, they were raised by the Empress Dowager or the Concubine Dowager. It was also meant to let the emperor develop feelings with these girls. Jia Min understood why the Empress Dowager asked about her niece just now. She glanced at her daughter and asked first, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. May I ask if you want to keep her until the wedding?" Lin Muyue knew that Jia Min was reluctant to let her daughter go. "Don't worry. You won't live in the palace forever. I have discussed with the emperor. Like the officials, you will have a day off on the 5th day of every month. When there are festivals, you will be sent back to reunite with you." After hearing the Empress Dowager's explanation, Jia Min felt relieved. Seeing that her mother did not continue to ask, Lin Dayu understood what she meant. She said to the Empress Dowager, "Thank you for your grace." When he went out and lost his daughter on the way home, Lin Hai felt a little unhappy when he heard his wife talking about entering the palace today. If the prince was the son-in-law, Lin Hai, as the father-in-law, could still give a few words of advice and show some dignity as an elder. However, facing Su Qingyu, who was already the emperor, Lin Hai now felt that he had a lot of grievances but couldn't express them. When he heard his wife say that his daughter was going to live in the palace, his face immediately fell. After a long while, he asked angrily, "In this case, where will Yer live? Will she live with the Queen Mother?" Jia Min also felt funny when she saw her husband like this. The Queen Mother said that she could either live with her and the Shui family girls, or live with the princesses. Lin Muyue only mentioned this arrangement after thinking about it. According to the rules, the ladies who were waiting for the new year naturally had to live with the Queen Mother. But she was worried that Dayu would feel bored. So she also said that if Dayu was willing, she could also live with Baochai and the princesses. When Lin Hai heard about this arrangement, he knew that the Empress Dowager had also put a lot of thought into it. However, he suddenly realized and asked, "Didn't you promise your mother-in-law before that you would let your stay in the Jia mansion for a few days? Did you tell the Empress Dowager today?" Jiamin naturally still remembered this matter. "I told the Empress Dowager, and she said that she understood that the old duke's wife missed her granddaughter, and that it would be okay to wait for a while before entering the palace." Now thinking back to when she finished speaking, Jiamin always felt that the expression on the Empress Dowager's face was very strange. She seemed to want to say something but held back. But the complex emotions in her eyes were still captured by Jiamin. Speaking of this, the Empress actually still remembers Bao Yu. This time, she even asked me if the child is going back to Beijing. After getting rid of the thought in her mind, Jiamin chatted with Lin Hai again. Lin Hai replied casually, "Maybe the Empress cares about our family." So she asked, "By the way, besides, Bao Yu is indeed impressive." Lin Hai also had a good impression of Jia Bao Yu, his wife's nephew. He felt that although this child did not seem to be a down-to-earth, hard-working person who could be loyal to the country and the people, but he is gentle and has a kind of indescribable insight. Although he is a little childish, he is much better than some people with bad intentions. Jiamin can't help talking about her nephew. Speaking of which, this child, Zhu and Yuan Chun, are all brothers from the same mother. Why are these children so different in character? Jia Zhu is needless to say. After entering the palace today, Lin Muyue has mentioned Jia Yuan Chun a lot, and she is not stingy with praise in her words. Therefore, Jiamin has a better understanding of the temperament and personality of this niece. Thinking about Bao Yu again, she does feel that this child is a little simple. Lin Hai still said indifferently, "What's the big deal? But the child is kind-hearted. It's not a bad thing. It's good to have one person at the helm of the family. It's good if both children have the same ideas and work together. Otherwise, it's not a good thing." Thinking about the situation at home, Jiamin also agreed with her husband's statement. "That's the reason. I think the family is thinking the same way now. So they let Bao Yu go out. It's also good to be an idle scholar." Seeing his wife think this way, Lin Hai, he also smiled and said, "Very true. Madam, will you accompany your mother-in-law to dinner before you come back after sending you home?" Hearing her husband ask this, Jiamin was a little curious. "Do you have any social contacts that you can't turn down?" Lin Hai shook his head slightly. "It's not a colleague who is hosting a banquet, but His Majesty summoned me to the palace to meet him. I think he might want to keep me in the Yongxin Palace for dinner. So I asked this question." Jiamin understood, knowing that His Majesty wanted her husband to come to the palace to discuss important matters. So she didn't ask any more questions, and just said that she would stay and have another dinner with her mother. Chapter 185. After Lin Muyue returned to the palace, she slightly reformed the ranks and titles of the palace ladies, changing the names of the ladies serving the concubines, and distinguishing them from the ladies of the 6 bureaus and 1 department. The highest-ranking lady around Lin Muyue now is Yun Xia, who is a 4th-rank imperial officer, and Fu Yu, who is beside Empress Dowager Li, is now also called the Yuzhong. There are also several female officials around her who were previously awarded in Mingzhou, and now Lin Muyue has directly assigned them to her palace. All of them are called female attendants. The 5th-rank female officials, under the imperial chief, are called palace officials. Now Shui Baochai's rank is exactly in this rank, and Wang, the female official beside the queen, has also been awarded this rank. It is common for female officials to change their titles, since their ranks have not changed, and they are only in the inner palace. It has not attracted much attention. People in the palace just need to be careful not to call them the wrong names. When Shui Baochai first entered the palace, she only served the queen mother. Some people even speculated whether she was the concubine selected by the queen mother for the emperor. Now her title has been determined. She is now called Shui Gongling or Gongling when she walks in the palace. Today, Shui Baochai went to Empress Zhao's place. Xiao Qingyi also laughed teasingly when she saw him. "The palace commander is here. Please sit down." Facing Xiao Qingyi's teasing, Shui Baochai also smiled helplessly. "I am not worthy of your address of sir and please." The two sat and talked, and Shui Baochai's eyes also drifted to Su Xinwu, the grandson of the king of Xiang, who was sitting next to Xiao Qingyi. Su Xinwu wore a dark blue robe and sat next to Empress Xiao. He took a small silver bowl filled with fruit and ate the cut apples in it. Seeing the child sitting so obediently, Shui Baochai also liked it. "Your Highness is really well behaved. The Empress Dowager sent me here today to ask if you are used to it, and if you need more help." Xiao Qingyi wiped the corners of Su Xinwu's mouth with a handkerchief. Her smiling eyes were full of motherly love. After listening to Bao Chai's words, she said, I can take care of him. The child doesn't need a wet nurse at his age. I saw that the nanny who came to Beijing with him was diligent, so I kept her. In addition, there is a young eunuch and 2 palace maids. I have a lot of people around me, and it's enough to take care of him. Although Xiang Wan's son was kept by the queen, he was not registered under the names of Su Chengyu and the queen. There were naturally more people serving the prince in the palace. Lin Muyue also thought of this and asked Bao Chai to ask. But Xiao Qingyi also knew that it was an extraordinary decision made by His Majesty and the Queen Mother that she could raise this child. And naturally she did not want this child to become the target of public criticism or to covet things that did not belong to him when he grew up. So she also refused to add more people. When Xue Baochai heard Xiao Qingyi's answer, she also knew why. So she also replied, okay. Wait until the child grows up and then slowly add people to serve. But don't be polite with me. If you really need anything, just tell me and come. Knowing that Xue Baochai was sincere, Xiao Qingyi did not refuse. She nodded and replied, okay. I understand. If there is anything I can do for you, I will ask for your help. After talking for a while, Su Xinwu finished eating the apple. Xiao Qingyi wiped his hands with a handkerchief, touched his head and said, Xinwu, this is Shui Gongling. You can also call me aunt in private. Although Su Xinwu was young, he was sensible at his age. When he heard the queen say so, he jumped off the couch, standing still amid the queen's exclamation, then walked to Xue Baochai and bowed, said earnestly, hello, Aunt Xue. Xue Baochai was also somewhat surprised by the child's cleverness. She wanted to stand up and return the greeting, but Xiao Qingyi said, Sister Xue, please accept this greeting. If it's not about this child, even if I have troubles with you in the future, this is nothing. Looking at Queen Xiao, Xue Baochai also accepted this greeting. She also imitated Xiao Qingyi's actions, and touched the little prince's head. Okay, Xinwu. If you want to eat or play anything in the future, tell me, Auntie will bring it to you. Children of this age are short-tempered. Xue Baochai talked to Xiao Qingyi for a while. Su Xinwu leaned on the queen and slowly fell asleep, feeling the little body pressed against her. Xiao Qingyi felt helpless. She motioned the nanny standing beside her to come over and said softly, take Xinwu to bed. Be careful not to let him kick the quilt all the time. It will be bad if he catches a cold in this weather. Watching the nanny carrying the child gently, Xiao Qingyi retracted her gaze and said to Bao Chai with a little apology, I'm sorry. Sister, did the Empress Dowager come here today to tell you something important? Children are like this, Xue Baochai said with a smile. After a sentence, she said, yes, there is indeed something. The queen has an idea, but she also wants to ask your opinion. In fact, Xue Baochai came today because Lin Muyue wanted her to bring a message to Xiao Qingyi. The queen wants to ask you if she wants to send those concubines who have not given birth back home. What do you think? After Su Chengyu left, he left many concubines. No matter what their ranks were, they were all the new emperor's sisters-in-law in terms of seniority. So how to place these concubines actually sparked some discussion. Unlike Su Qingyu's previous care for the concubines left by his father, Su Qingyu actually had a headache with these young imperial sisters-in-law. When many ministers met the emperor privately, they suggested that these concubines go to the Buddhist temple to practice. And some people also thought that it was a good idea to let these concubines leave the palace. How to place the concubines was also a matter of the harem. And Su Qingyu was used to consulting his mother when he had something to do. So he also asked his mother's opinion when he paid his respects. Send them back to their families. After hearing what Xue Baochai said, Xiao Qingyi was obviously a little surprised. She murmured and missed Xue Baochai's gaze. For a while, no one in the room spoke. After hearing the words return home, Xiao Qingyi couldn't control her emotions. However, after thinking for a while, she looked up at Xue Baochai and said, I think this is a good idea. But I can't control what the Empress of Xineng Palace thinks. When Xiao Qingyi entered the palace, she was just a young girl who had just begun to fall in love. Although she was not very indulged in love, she did have some thoughts about her young husband, the emperor. But Su Chengyu was not an emperor who wanted to be with one person for the rest of his life. He was more respectful than close to the empress. Although he gave face to Empress Xiao, they were not a loving couple. So Xiao Qingyi was just a little envious of Empress Dowager Lin's willingness to let those people go home. She had no objection to the arrangement of the Empress Dowager. But Empress Dowager Li, as the biological mother of the emperor, was not willing to let those concubines go home after her son's death. This was not something Xiao Qingyi felt she could control. Shui Baochai nodded. She looked in the direction of Xineng Palace. The queen should be sitting in Xineng Palace now. I just hope she can get what she wants. In Xineng Palace, Lin Muyu had told Li Wancheng her thoughts. She had prepared to persuade people for a long time. Who would have thought that Li Wancheng would slowly turn the Buddhist beads, listen expressionlessly, and then gently utter a sentence. You can do whatever you want. Seeing the surprised look on Lin Muyu's face, Li Wancheng showed a slightly sarcastic smile. Why, what do you think I will do? You are not allowed to cry so much or go to the late emperor to cry? It was rare that Li Wancheng stopped her from saying anything, but Lin Muyu seemed to be happy about it. She smiled and said, No, just put yourself in my shoes. I'm always afraid that you don't want to. Li Wancheng smiled calmly and said, They are all miserable people trapped in this palace. Why should I make things difficult for them? Some of them are originally from palace maids or even musicians. It may not be possible to find their families. The original fight was also a fight for the throne. Li Wancheng herself did not have any romantic thoughts for her husband. She naturally knew what those women in the harem thought. Even if they were her son's concubines, she did not want to make things difficult for these women. I know this. Too. You also know that I have opened many shops and workshops in Mingzhou. Some time ago, my subordinates improved the weaving machines. I thought that if they are willing, they can go to Mingzhou to manage things. They can also get married in the future. If they don't want to, they can live in the garden in Beijing, said Lin Muyue. Before in Mingzhou, Lin Muyue had won over a group of capable people. Among those people, there were not only people who could mix rouge and powder, but also some who were capable in other fields. Among the craftsmen employed by the palace, some of them improved the weaving machines according to Lin Muyue's few words and a few rough drawings. Now these machines have been put into use for some time. Jiangnan has always been a prosperous place for sericulture. There are countless women in Jiangnan who are good at raising silkworms and weaving. If a woman living in the city is good at embroidery, she can even support a large family. So after making a new machine this time, Lin Muyue thought about it and decided to keep these things in Mingzhou. If it can be promoted in Jiangnan, then it will be promoted step by step to the whole Zheng. Li Wancheng heard that Lin Muyue had found a livelihood for these people, and she also thought it was a solution. Well, some people should be willing. But some people probably don't want to live a life of having food and drink provided for them. Everyone has their own fate, and you can do whatever you want. After talking about this matter, Queen Motherly was impatient to talk about anything else. She just said that she still had to worship Buddha and didn't waste any more words with others. She directly asked Fu Yu to send the guests away. Although Lin Muyue seemed to be driven out, she was not angry. She looked at the time leisurely. She said to Yun Xia beside her, Speaking of which, I haven't seen the princesses for a long time. You can accompany me to see them. Since her son passed away, Li Wancheng no longer let her daughter live with her, but let her go back to live with her sisters. In fact, the princesses would also pay their respects to the two queens. But Yunxia knew that it was not too late for the queen to see her, and she also wanted to go and see the princesses. So she also said, The princesses haven't finished school yet at this time. Shall we go to Lanji Palace to take a look? Speaking of Lanji Palace, Lin Muyue was also quite interested. Okay, I will also go and see what the princesses are learning now, so that I can add or delete some things when the time comes. Chapter 186. Empress Dowager Li had stirred up some troubles over the succession to the throne before, but now she seems to be indifferent to worldly affairs, not asking about the affairs of the palace, except that she would care about her own daughter, the third princess, and she would only see her when Empress Xiao came to pay respects. After the death of their brother, the princesses stopped attending classes for a while. After Su Qingyu ascended the throne, he asked his sisters for their opinions, and then made a new schedule for them, and asked them to go to class normally. When Lin Muyue arrived at Lanji Palace, it was already time for the princesses and their companions to move around freely. The oldest princess Enian and Jia Yuanchun were chatting together. The youngest princess Chaohan was playing chess with the young palace maids, and the companions took Xixia to have tea and snacks. Princess Shiro was sitting alone at the desk reading a book. She was flipping through the book to kill time, but the thick pile of Buddhist scriptures beside her was carefully copied. Shi Xiao followed her mother into the capital. Lin Muyue meant that if Yi Ning was willing, she could let Shi Xiao enter the palace to study with the princesses. If not, she would let Shi Xiao live with her mother at home. After thinking about it, Shi Xiao was willing to enter the palace. She felt that the atmosphere with her sisters was very good, even though she had to be a monarch and a minister with the princesses in the palace. The Queen Mother said that the princesses were not arrogant and easy to get along with. She was willing to believe the Queen Mother. However, Yi Yining was a little worried about her daughter's future. She had actually thought about marrying Fu Shan, who was also a female official. The two of them were familiar with each other. She was not afraid that her daughter would be bullied if she married him, because she knew each other well. Once the noble concubine Lin became the Empress Dowager, Yi Yining brought her daughter to Beijing, but her and Fu Shan's two sons are now temporarily staying in Mingzhou. Shi Zhe and Chan Heguang. One is unable to go to Beijing directly because of studying, and the other is studying medicine with Xiao Dr. Luo, and later got the attention of an elder of the Luo family. So it is not easy to go to Beijing to study medicine with the old senior. So the affairs of the two children were delayed. Fu Shan also knew Yi Yining's worries. She also asked her opinion in private, and only said that it was up to Yi Yining to decide on this matter, and she would accept any result, and it would be fine if Shi Xiao was willing to get married. The reason why she said this was because Fu Shan knew that she had a son, and that it was okay for him to get married later. But Shi Xiao was a girl, and it was not easy to delay. However, Yi Yining's biggest headache was that her daughter was not smart, and Shi Xiao had no intention of getting married and starting a family. She was unwilling to force her daughter to delay until now, and she could not say anything definite about Fu Shan's promise, and only said that they would discuss it after they settled down. Shi Xiao is living happily in the palace now. She is not unaware of her mother's worries, but she really has no interest in the brother of the Chang family, so she is happy to hide away like this. Among the previous companions, the daughter of the eldest princess, the girl of the Gu family, was taken home by the princess mother, and the daughters of the Su clan spent this period of time in the palace peacefully. Now Gu Yuan has also come back to study together, and the girls just pretend not to know about the previous lawsuit. They are very curious about Shi Xiao, the girl who has had a lot of interactions with the Queen Mother. Shi Xiao is gentle and sincere, and the girls get along well with each other. After Lin Muyue came, the little Princess Chaohan had the best eyesight. She went over to greet him and called out Mother. Let Mother see if Chaohan has grown taller again. Lin Muyue picked up the little princess and asked after pinching her face. Children always like to be told that they have grown taller. When Chaohan heard her mother praising her like this, she also giggled and hugged her mother's neck and laughed happily. When the others saw that it was the Queen Mother who came, they all came over to pay their respects. Lin Muyue also looked at everyone and said, "Don't be nervous. I just came to see you. Let's go sit down and talk." The main hall of Longji Palace was not as rigid and regular as the place where the princess studied. In a corner of the main hall was a small tea room. Now everyone went into the tea room to talk. After entering, Lin Muyue looked at the small stove and saw that the window was also open before letting people sit down. "Do you come here often?" Enian noticed the action of the Queen Mother looking at the window and the stove just now, and she also smiled and said, "The sons and ministers are paying attention. When there is charcoal fire under the stove, they will pay attention to open the window. You don't have to worry." Looking at Enian, Lin Muyue's eyes were a little complicated. Enian has grown up too. Lin Muyue felt that the process of raising a child was really wonderful, especially in a world like this. The process of a girl from a well-behaved child to a young girl, and then to the age of marriage is so short. Enian sensed some emotion in her mother's words. She smiled gently and said nothing. Princess Shiro was a little silent. After Queen Mother Lin came, she bowed with everyone else. At this time, everyone sat down and started talking. She also sat in her seat silently with her tea in her hand. Lin Muyue came here to visit the princesses today on a whim. So after she sat down, she also asked about the princesses and their companions' recent days. Several clan girls were not very familiar with the Queen Mother, so they just responded with some polite words. However, Shi Xiao and Lin Muyue were more familiar with each other. The intimacy in their tone, and the Queen Mother's more friendly attitude towards her made several clan girls envious. Seeing Shiro's silence, Lin Muyue took the initiative to greet the little girl. "How is Shiro these days? I heard from your mother that you coughed a few times a while ago, but you are fine now." Shiro was a little surprised that Queen Mother Lin would take the initiative to care about her health. She raised her eyes and glanced at the Queen Mother at the top. Seeing that the concern in her eyes was not fake, she also whispered back, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am fine. Your mother asked someone to boil some pear juice for me. I feel much better after drinking it." Lin Muyue looked at Shiro's face carefully, and felt relieved that she looked ruddy and healthy. "That's good. The weather is likely to fluctuate these days. Don't be bothered to add or remove clothes when going out." Shiro nodded and finally became more lively. She could also say a few words when the sisters talked together. Princess Enian was very happy to see her sister like this. When Lin Muyue left, she also left a small surprise for the princesses. She and the girls announced that they would introduce another young lady to them. When Xiao heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. "My queen, are you going to let Yer come to the palace?" Seeing that Xiao had guessed her thoughts, Lin Muyue smiled and said, "Yes, it's Yer. I thought she would be bored at home, so I let her come to the palace to live for a while, and she can go back home when everything is ready." The princesses and the daughters of the clan who were studying with them didn't know it just now. But now they all know who this girl who was favored by the Empress Dowager to enter the palace is. It is the daughter of Lin, the future queen of the new emperor, the princess's brother. After the queen mother left, Su Yuexin also took Shi Zhao's hand and asked, "My dear sister, is the Miss Lin that the queen mother just mentioned an old acquaintance of yours? Tell us about her now." Gu Yuan was also a little curious. "My mother sent an invitation to Mrs. Lin, but looking at the current situation, I'm afraid only Mrs. Lin will respond." "What kind of person is Miss Lin?" "Xiao, why don't you tell us now?" Xiao was a little shy being stared at by so many curious eyes, but she still spoke softly. Said, "Yer has a very good temper. We studied together at that time, but she was the only one who could learn everything thoroughly." Su Mingyu asked curiously, "Can Miss Lin also excel in the things that the teachers have been teaching recently?" Su Qingyu added some new courses for his sisters, one of which was the Western arithmetic that Lin Daiyu and Xiao had learned before. These girls who could enter the palace to study with the princess were extremely smart, but they were not used to these things. Xiao had come into contact with these things before, and she had already learned most of what the teachers taught. So in the eyes of others, she was already very outstanding in these subjects. Now she said that the girl from the Lin family could take the lead in everything. So assuming you asked this question, Xiao nodded. Yer was the only one who could keep up with the lessons taught by me and the masters. She didn't really like this, but she was born with a keen mind and could learn anything at once. Several girls looked at her with envy, especially the little Princess Chaohan, who pouted and said, "This sister is so amazing. I haven't memorized the poem yesterday." Hearing the little princess say this, the others couldn't help laughing. Enian pinched her sister's face. "You just work hard. I think you didn't pay enough attention to the fact that you couldn't memorize such a short article." Chaohan rubbed her sister's hand flatteringly. Enian fell for her sister's tricks and rubbed the little princess's head before letting her go. Shiro said to her sister seriously, "Chaohan, if you can't remember the article, why don't I read it to you again? Once you understand the meaning, it won't be difficult to memorize it." Princess Shiro's face was almost wrinkled into a bun, but seeing her sister's serious expression, she could only reply weakly, "Yes. Thank you, sister." Ji Yuan and the second Princess Enian were engaged, and Su Qingyu naturally summoned two companions after returning. Yin Hankai was now transferred to the Hanlin Academy as a 5th-rank Hanlin scholar, and could be regarded as a close minister of the emperor and a favorite in front of the emperor. Ji Yuan and his family were somewhat embarrassed, but Su Qingyu was a nostalgic person, and Ningbo Ho was indeed a practical man, so he had no intention of replacing him, but just place some of his own people in the Beijing camp. Su Qingyu had just heard his future father-in-law and two uncles talk about their experiences when they entered the capital, and after thinking about it, he also invited Ji Yuan to the palace, intending to hand this matter over to him and the civil servants, who were imperial envoys, to supervise it. Ji Yuan entered the palace today to take orders, and Yin Hantai also came to watch with great curiosity. After the three of them finished talking about the business, they planned to go to the palace to run horses together. Chapter 187. Actually, Ji Yuan was quite resentful. His marriage to the princess was a happy event, but the marriage of the two people was full of twists and turns. Now that the late emperor has passed away, Princess Enian, as his younger sister, will have to postpone her wedding. What's more, the new emperor has not yet married. In the palace, whether it is the Empress Dowager or the people below, their minds must be on the emperor's wedding, So Princess Enian's wedding date will have to be postponed, and he, the son-in-law, has also been forced to move up his age. Yin Hankai knew his thoughts very well. When they drank together in private, they often laughed at his boyish thoughts. Ji Yuan also sneered at Yin Hankai. Although this boy didn't become a dandy when he grew up, he was now a poet and a wine lover. If he hadn't been concerned about his official position, he would have had countless female confidants. Although they were in front of the emperor today, the relationship between the three of them was very close at the beginning. So although the two of them felt a little nervous about meeting the king, they were much more relaxed than before. There was no shortage of good horses in the palace, especially when Su Qingyu ascended the throne. The south presented several excellent Dayuan horses. When Ji Yuan saw these horses, his eyes seemed to be glued to them. Su Qingyu was not stingy either. He already had Feiguang, a horse with very human nature. So the horses presented this time were well raised. If you like, go pick one that suits your temperament. If you can tame any horse, I will give it to you. Su Qingyu looked at Ji Yuan, who was eager to try, as if he had seen a stunning beauty, and said directly and straightforwardly. Ji Yuan was overjoyed. It's a deal. Your Majesty, your word is golden. You can't go back on it. Seeing Ji Yuan like this, Yin Hankai would have laughed if he hadn't still been concerned about the rules and etiquette. Su Qingyu did not restrain himself. He smiled and said loudly, "Of course it is true. I will not deceive you for this." Seeing Ji Yuan excitedly going over there, Yin Hankai also said, "This person's temperament has not changed. He is very intimidating in front of outsiders, but his true colors are revealed in front of close people." Yin Hansai's words were very clever. Ji Yuan was actually a little rude in his excitement just now. He secretly apologized for Ji Yuan, but at the same time, he also explained the reason. That is, the three people present were very close and had a friendship when they studied together. So Ji Yuan was like this. Not that he was disrespectful to His Majesty. In fact, there was no need to be so cautious. But Ingwa Marquis's family had been favored by brother Su Qingyu before, so his family was a little embarrassed. Yin Hankai was thinking about this and explained this. Su Qingyu naturally understood what Yin Hankai meant. It's okay. I naturally know Ji Yuan's character, and I also know about his family's affairs. Ingwa Marquis is a real talent, so it's normal for him to be reused. Hearing what His Majesty said, Yin Hankai also smiled. Your Majesty is right. You summoned us to the palace today, not to run a horse. But is there anything else you want to tell us? Ji Yuan got his job just now. Yin Hankai thought that although he asked to come today, but looking at His Majesty's current intention, he should not just let him grow grass in the Hanlin Academy. Besides, although the Hanlin Academy is an extremely important government office, Yin Hankai also feels extremely bored. He has been working for a long time, and somehow, he still misses the feeling of riding a horse out of the capital. Although he has always known that his companion is a smart person. Su Qingyu also smiled and looked at Yin Hankai when his thoughts were guessed. That's true. But I don't know if you dare to take this job. His heart tightened. Yin Hansai's mind turned quickly. He looked up at the emperor. This? You think it's an important job? I dare to ask if it is related to that side. Seeing Yin Hankai pointing to the north, Su Qingyu nodded. He looked at Ji Yuan, who had already started to compete with the horse in the parade ground. He also said to Yin Hankai, Let's go, let's run a few laps, and then we'll talk about it after Ji Yuan is done. Looking at Ji Yuan rolling on the ground to avoid the horse's hooves, Yin Hankai laughed out loud this time, and after coming to his senses, he bowed to Su Qingyu and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Lin Dayu, who lived in her grandmother's house, also felt quite fresh. The customs in Beijing and Mingzhou were different. Even if they were both wealthy families, she was not quite the same at home as at her grandmother's house. Especially since Lin Hai and Jiamin only have one daughter, Lin Dayu. They don't spoil their daughter, and don't let her develop a bad temper. But they love her like a treasure. There is another thing about the Lin family that is very uncommon in other families nowadays. That is, Lin Hai has raised his daughter like a son for so many years. Lin Dayu has never felt that she is inferior to men since she was a child. And she has a kind of pride that is not easy to detect. This does not mean that Lin Dayu has a bad temper. But she has her own pride in her bones. Just like the unique character of Autumn Chrysanthemum standing proudly in the wind. Living in the Jia mansion, several uncles came to see their niece on the day Lin Dayu entered the mansion. Dayu went to Jiaxi first with her aunt, Mrs. Xing. Now Jiaxi and Jia Zheng, the two brothers, attached great importance to their sister and niece. They not only met their niece in person, and said a lot of caring words, but also asked each of them to prepare a very heavy gift for Dayu. In the eyes of the two uncles, even though Lin Dayu is well informed, she was secretly surprised when she saw the things the two uncles took out. Jiashi himself may not have much knowledge, but he loves to show off his elegance. He gave Dayu a landscape painting of the great masters of the previous dynasty. Seeing that the painting was so rare, Dayu wanted to refuse it, but Jiashi was extremely generous, and even pretended to be angry, and finally let the person accept it. Dayu had met her two aunts, Mrs. Xing and Mrs. Wang, before. At that time, her mother and grandmother were crying together, and Mrs. Wang tried to persuade them earnestly, while Mrs. Xing only said a few polite words. Lin Dayu also noticed this at the time, and she had a general idea of the temperaments of the two ladies. As expected, when she arrived at the two aunts' place, no matter the gifts they gave to Lin Dayu, a junior, or their attitudes, there were some differences. Mrs. Xing was not unkind, but she was not good at such a situation. Her compliments were dry, and she just kept repeating those few words. Moreover, when Lin Dayu saw the things Mrs. Xing gave her, she knew that it was probably prepared by her grandmother and her aunt. She was very familiar with the box. She had seen it at her grandmother's place before. The maid who was with the old ancestor found it, although she only saw it once. She remembered it. After Mrs. Xing said, "You are a girl who was born with good fortune." Qingwen, who was standing beside Lin Dayu, saw that the girl's teacup was empty. She also stepped forward to pour tea. This action was to tell Mrs. Xing the time. Mrs. Xing naturally knew who Qingwen's maid was, and when she saw that she was going to pour tea, she also reacted. She felt a little embarrassed but still said with a smile, "Look at me. I feel close to you as soon as I see you. And I have been talking to you about this and that for so long." When it came to her second uncle Jia Zheng, he changed his approach. What he gave to his niece was not a famous painting, but a few hand-copied ancient books. These books were copied by your sister, and they are all things passed down in the mansion. It is not a waste to give them to you. Hearing that it was her sister who copied them personally, Lin Dayu actually felt a little embarrassed. She thought that when she was in the mansion, she should invite her sisters to have tea and snacks together more often. So she also politely thanked her second uncle a few words, and took the books herself before leaving. Mrs. Wang, the second aunt, was born in the Wang family. Lin Dayu had experience with Wang Shifeng. Now, looking at this much older lady, she somehow tasted some of Sister Feng's personality. None of the daughters in the Wang family read much. Wang Shifeng read some books before she got engaged in order to have more topics to talk about with her fiancé. After marriage, Lin Jingyi was also happy to teach his wife to read, and he found it quite interesting. So Wang Shifeng has become more and more knowledgeable in these years. In addition to her straightforward personality, she is not like a lady raised in a civil servant's family. She can also gradually write some poems and essays. She doesn't need to ask her husband to write poems for her banquets, like she did at the beginning. Although Mrs. Wang did not start studying after getting married like Wang Shifeng, she was well educated and well informed. She had not lived in vain for so many years. She was much better at praising people than Mrs. Xing. The gift prepared for Lin Dayu, her niece, was also a dowry that Mrs. Wang brought from the Wang family after she opened her own box. Mrs. Wang actually had some disagreements with her younger sister-in-law Jiamin, but she also knew that the Lin family was now in an important position. In addition, her daughter was still in the palace, and she could also get the favor of the people in front of her in the future. So she spent a lot of money to take out the real good things. The ancestors of the Wang family were also wealthy. There are also claims that the ancestors of the Wang family also made their fortune through maritime business. But the Wang family was not an honest merchant at the beginning. There were even cannons in the fleet at the time. However, those were just speculations. Lin Dayu actually couldn't remember who mentioned this matter to her. It was only when she saw the small box of red and blue sapphires given by her second aunt, Mrs. Wang, today that these thoughts came to her mind. It's not worth anything. It's just some small things. You can take it back and set it on anything or just keep it for fun. Mrs. Wang was also generous. Seeing that her niece wanted to refuse, she spoke directly. Lin Dayu had no choice. The day before she entered the mansion did not count. Today was a gift from an elder. She had not been able to refuse her uncle's painting just now, and it was not easy to refuse her aunt's gift now. So she accepted Mrs. Wang's generous gift, and only thought about finding a chance to return the gift later. Mrs. Wang was much better at grasping the key points than Mrs. Xing. When she talked, she said that it was unfortunate that Dai Yu could not see her eldest sister at home, and then she asked Dai Yu about the customs of Mingzhou and asked a few questions about her son Bao Yu. In response to Mrs. Wang's words, Dai Yu just went along with her. When she talked about her elder sister, she only said that if there was a chance, the sisters would meet in the future. As for her cousin Bao Yu, she only talked about the things that happened when everyone got together during the new year. After talking for a while, Mrs. Wang also timed it and let Dai Yu go to find the sisters. There was another excitement in the Jia mansion today. That was that the Shi family sent their daughter Shi Shangyun to the Jia mansion. This lady was also a frequent visitor to the Jia mansion. However, she came this time with a mission given by her two aunts, so she was not very happy. Sitting with Tanchun, Shi Shangyun played with her handkerchief and said, "How long will it take?" Just now, the maid came back and said that Miss Lin had entered the second gate. How come my sister hasn't arrived yet? Shichuan was painting something. When she heard Shi Shangyun's words, her hand stopped for a moment, but she immediately continued her work without saying anything. Tanchun, who was still arranging the embroidery pattern, raised her head and said, "I guess the ladies kept her there to talk, so she stayed there for a while. Yuner, come over and help me sort out the embroidery pattern." When Shi Shangyun saw Tanchun calling her over, she also lifted her skirt and came over. "I see you have been arranging it for a long time. Why haven't you finished it yet? I have never seen you arrange anything so carefully before." Seeing that Shangyun had already started to help her with her hands even though she said this, Tanchun smiled and said, "This is what you were brought. I thought that no matter what happens later, it's always a good idea to talk about these things." After hearing these words, Shangyun picked up an embroidery of the adopted son and looked at it casually. There are more patterns in the south. I think that from these things, Miss Lin must be very good at needlework. Shichuan had seen those embroidery patterns a long time ago, and she also said, "That's right. I also think Yura is not only good at needlework, but also good at painting. The sisters at home can write and paint, but Shichuan is indeed more talented in painting. She also likes to paint a few strokes when she is bored. The last time Jiamin came home after many years, she also prepared gifts for the whole family. Several young wives and girls had various materials and head ornaments in fresh colors, and Jiamin had asked in advance to prepare small things according to everyone's preferences. This time, Lin Daiyu's visit was not so solemn. She asked people to prepare snacks and brought some new glass products, just thinking of them as small items to be exchanged between sisters. Before Shangyun and Tanchun had finished sorting out their things, a little maid came in and said, "Miss Lin is here and has entered our courtyard." The three of them looked up at the little maid, and Tanchun said, "Okay, we got it." When the little maid immediately went out to greet the guests, Tanchun and others also got up and sorted out their clothes. The three of them went to the main room to meet the guests. Just now, it was said that Miss Lin had entered the courtyard gate, so as soon as the others left the inner room, the curtain of the ticket was lifted up, and a light yellow figure caught the eyes of the girls. When Lin Daiyu took the initiative to greet her, the girls came to their senses and went to sit inside the house to welcome Daiyu. Chapter 188. Jia Tanchun and Jia Ainchun had known Lin Daiyu before, and they were actually related to her, so they were more familiar with each other. The two sisters of the Jia family had already called Lin Daiyu's sister affectionately, but Shi Shangyun was still a little angry with the late Miss Lin. But Lin Daiyu was polite, and although she didn't know that Miss Shi in front of her had some awkward feelings towards her, she still apologized to the three girls. "I'm sorry, sisters. I was delayed for a while just now. I'm late." Daiyu took off her cloak and sat down. She apologized to everyone first. Tanchun smiled and said, "There's no need to apologize. Sisters, you don't have to be polite." Knowing that Daiyu must have been kept by the master and the ladies to talk for a while longer, Tanchun would never let her apologize for this, so she quickly said this. Hearing the other party call her you, Daiyu also smiled. "I am a little late after all, and I made you sisters wait for a while in vain." Shichuan looked at Daiyu's rosy cheeks and asked again, "Do you feel cold all the way? We have been feeling quite comfortable in the room. If you feel cold, ask someone to add some more charcoal." Touching her face, Daiyu said, "Not cold. I think this room is warm enough. Thank you for your concern." After hearing this, Tanchun looked at the two people, and then looked at Shangyun. "I haven't asked you about your specific age. You, Shichuan and Yuner, It's not certain who is older. Dayu was stunned. She herself was younger than Tan Chun. But she had indeed not talked about age with Shichuan. Not to mention Shangyun, who she had just met for the first time today. When she came to the Jia mansion before, she just randomly called them sisters. At that time, everyone's focus was on Jia Mu and Jia Min. There was no time for the younger generations to talk about their ages. A few people compared their ages. Dayu, Shichuan, and Shangyun were all born in the same year. Dayu's birthday was on the Flower Festival. Shichuan and Shangyun were both born in April. Dayu was actually the elder sister. Shichuan felt quite depressed after hearing this. She was the youngest girl in the family. When Dayu came, she thought she was a younger sister. Unexpectedly, Dayu was older than her. Tan Chun looked at her sister and smiled. And she happened to meet Shangyun's eyes. The little awkwardness in Shangyun's heart just now disappeared. When she saw Tan Chun laughing secretly, she immediately said, "Okay. You are making fun of us. But I caught you." "Oh, I didn't mean that. Sister Yun, you should understand clearly." Although Tan Chun said that she didn't mean that, she emphasized the word sister. As expected, when Tan Chun said that, Shangyun immediately refused to obey, and she went over to make a fuss with Tan Chun. Dayu saw the scene for the first time, but she could see that Shangyun just wanted to tease Tan Chun. And she also saw that Shichuan just sat aside and did nothing as usual. So she just smiled and watched the two sisters playing. When Shangyun finally stopped, Tan Chun tidied her clothes and the crooked jewelry on her head. She looked at Dayu and Shichuan and said, "Look, this is the most annoying little ancestor. What sister or sister? She will fight you if you don't agree with her." Shangyun also knew that Tan Chun was just teasing. She had just won a victory. And now she was like a general who had won a battle. After drinking a cup of tea, she said, "Don't ruin my reputation. Today is the first day I met Sister Lin." Hearing this, Dayu also smiled and said, "No, I brought some snacks today. Why don't you have some with tea?" Sure, Shangyun was a little curious. Just now, she saw the maid next to Dayu holding a large box. And the people next to Tan Chun also quickly took it and put it away. "What kind of snacks do you need to bring in like this?" Sure, Shangyun was outspoken, and she asked out her doubts. There were maids in the room who had been listening to the girls' conversation. As soon as Sure Shangyun finished speaking, the secretary personally brought something over. Fresh fruits and vegetables were rare in this season, and the Jia and Sure families were not short of them. However, after the cake covered with fresh fruits was brought over, everyone gathered around curiously. Tan Chun was the oldest, so she also distributed cakes to everyone. After tasting it, Shangyun said, "It is somewhat similar to butter-soaked snails, but the texture is firmer at the bottom. I like both." After eating it, Shichuan also said, "Yuner is right. It is somewhat similar." Dayu nodded. "Grandma likes this dessert very much. I also left the recipe to Sister Qingwen. If you like it, you can try it again in the future. Most of the elderly like these soft sweets." Jiamu also likes small desserts such as butter-soaked snails. This time, the foreign dessert was presented by her daughter and granddaughter, and she also liked the taste of the old lady. So she directly asked Qingwen to tell the kitchen to make sure it was cooked. Knowing that Shangyun was also in the Jia mansion, Dayu also took out a purse and handed it to her. "Sister Yun, take the recipe back too. If you like it, you can ask someone to make it for you to try." Shangyun took the purse handed over by Dayu and felt that she was very thoughtful. "Thank you, Sister Lin. I also prepared necklaces for the sisters today. I drew the pattern myself and picked out the beads and accessories by hand." Don't be disgusted. In fact, the necklace was a gift from the Marquis's wife to Shangyun. She didn't lie. At that time, the Marquis's wife was worried about what to give to the girls of the Lin family. Shangyun felt that when girls gave gifts to each other, they only needed to be thoughtful. She thought about embroidering a purse or something small, but the Marquis's wife thought it was not appropriate to give embroidery. One reason was that the gift was too light. The other reason was that Miss Lin had come from Jiangnan and had seen all kinds of good crafts. After all, Shangyun was just a little girl. How could she compare with the embroiderers in Jiangnan? So in the end, they compromised. Shangyun drew the patterns and selected the beads and other accessories herself, and made a few necklaces. Today, the gifts were sent out. Shangyun felt that she had completed the task given by her aunt. Dayu asked Qi Tang to take the gifts. "How could I dislike it? My sister's thoughts were the best." I also brought some small things. It's really not worth anything. It's great that the sisters can put them on the desk at will. I received a set of animal ornaments of different shapes from the Empress Dowager before. Dayu was inspired. She thought of making a few sets of different animals to give to the sisters. But the animals given to others were all common animals. The one given to Tanchun was a set of bird-shaped ornaments. Some perched on branches. Some with wings spread. The one given to Shichuan was a set of cute cats. And the one given to Shangyun was a set of koi-shaped ornaments. The girls were all very happy to receive the gifts. Dayu chatted with them for a while. But Qingwen came to pass on a message. Just now, Qingwen accompanied the girls to greet several masters and ladies. After sending them to her girls' courtyard, she returned to the old lady. Now that she was here, everyone knew that the old lady must have given some instructions. Tanchun said, Sister Qingwen, what instructions did the old lady give? Qingwen bowed and said, The old lady said that the girls will go to her place for dinner today, and asked me to ask Miss Lin and Miss Yun if there is anything missing. Just send someone to report to me or other sisters. Dayu and Shangyun are both going to stay in Jia Mansion for a while. The room that Jia Mu had arranged for Dayu has been cleaned up. If Shangyun comes to Jia Mansion, she will always live with Tanchun and her sisters. So Jia Mu also asked Qingwen to come and ask. Don't miss the two girls. Dayu looked at Xueyan. She had just gone to the room to put the luggage and other things. Xueyan also followed the people in the Jia family to tidy up the room again. Xueyan saw the girl looking at her, and smiled and said to Qingwen, Everything is very good. Dayu also said, I will go to thank my grandmother in person later. I just took a look at the room and felt that everything was in good condition. Thank you for your hard work. Sister. Shangyun also said, Everything is good. I am used to living here. Coming here is the same as going home. There is nothing uncomfortable, and nothing is missing. Even if there is something missing, Sister Tanchun must have prepared it in advance. Right? As she spoke, Shangyun hugged Tanchuan's arm and shook it a few times. Seeing her like this, Tanchun pinched her face again. Yes, there is nothing short of it. We all know what Sister said just now. Wenshin, can we go there at noon? Qingwen nodded. If the girls go there first, they can chat with the old lady. Now the old lady has just taken a nap. It would be appropriate for the girls to go there at noon. After Qingwen left, the girls looked at the time. Tanchun asked Dayu, Where? Do you have the habit of taking a nap? If you feel tired and want to rest, we can also take a short nap. When you get up, you can pack up and go directly to the old lady. Although Dayu had studied with her previous friends, it was a new experience for the sisters to get together and take a rest. Besides, Yanqing was located in the north. Whether it was a wealthy family like the Jia family or a person with a better life, they would all have a Kong at home. The maid spread out the quilts and asked the girls to rest. Feeling the warmth coming from under her body, Dayu yawned quietly and rested for a while. After the four girls got up, they took turns to wash and dress. Dayu put on the pearl hairpin, and she held the earring made of rice beads that she was wearing today and pointed it at Shichuan's ears. Sister, why don't you wear mine? I think it matches your clothes. Looking at the pattern on Shichuan's clothes, Dayu handed the earring to Shichuan. Shichuan was stunned for a moment. She looked at the smile on Dayu's face and the gentle look in her eyes. She took the things and thanked her sincerely. Thank you. Sister, Jia's mother was going to set up the meal. Mrs. Xing, Mrs. Wang, Li Wan, Yang and others also went to the old ancestor's place. So when Dayu and others arrived, the Rongqing Hall where Jia's mother lived was very lively. A group of people gathered together to talk with the old ancestor. After the girls arrived and sat down, Jia's mother looked at her granddaughter and asked, I remember your mother told me that you were born in February. How should you celebrate your birthday this year? I always thought about celebrating your birthday for you. The birthday of a young girl is not a day to celebrate in a big way. But Jia's mother just waited for her daughter and granddaughter to come back. So naturally, she wanted to plan everything for them. Dayu knew that her grandmother loved her, but she could only apologize and said, Grandmother's kindness is my blessing. I shouldn't refuse it. It's just that I should be in the palace at that time. The Queen Mother has already decided to do this in the palace. Hearing Dayu say this, Jia Mu was a little disappointed. But she was still happy for Dayu. The Queen Mother took a fancy to her granddaughter. So Dayu's life in the palace will definitely be smoother in the future. Since it is the Queen Mother's grace, then it's fine. Just play with your sisters for a while during this period, Jiamu said to Dayu happily. The girls looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Tanshun was the first to reply. Don't worry, old lady. We felt that we got along well with you the moment we met. Shichuan followed up with, second sister is right. Sister Lin is good in every way. The only bad thing is that she can't stay in the mansion all the time. Grandmother Jia looked at Dayu and smiled and replied, our Yer also has her own home. She can't live in our mansion all the time. Whenever she comes, you sisters should have fun together. Just like Yuna has come. Grandmother Jia actually loves her niece. Sure, Shangyun. Very much. Shangyun's parents died one after another, and she was raised by her uncle and aunt. Grandmother Jia felt sorry for this little girl, and often let her stay in the Jia mansion. Even 10 fingers have to be distinguished by length. Not to mention that she is a child of a brother. Sure, Shangyun's uncle and aunt can't treat her like their own child. This is not to say that Sure Nai and Sure Ding's wives have been short of Shangyun in terms of food, clothing and other expenses. It's just that people's hearts and minds are so few people can escape this rule. Seeing that the old lady mentioned her at this time, Shangyun also said, it will be more lively when Sister Lin comes. Yuter likes this kind of liveliness. Seeing so many young girls at her place, Jiamu also felt that it was very lively. She also liked this kind of liveliness. Hearing Shangyun say this, her smile deepened. Yes, it will be more lively in a while. Mrs. Wang knew what the old lady meant by liveliness. She looked at Dayu and said, Yura is a very lucky person. The liveliness that the old lady said will indeed be common at that time. The sky is full of joy. I just wonder if the girls in our house and Miss Yun can also share some of the good fortune. After hearing this, Jiamu was a little unhappy. She said just enough. This is not something that a child like her can decide. If you want to know, you can ask her next time when Minner comes. Jiamu said just now, because she really cares about her granddaughter, but when Mrs. Wang mentioned this, the meaning of her words changed a little. She wanted Dayu to agree to let the 2 girls from the Jia family and Mishra go to the Lin family to send off the bride. It was impossible for Jia's mother to let Dayu reply like this. So she stopped Wang Furen from talking. Wang Furen was a little embarrassed by what the old lady said. Seeing that her sister-in-law had made her mother-in-law angry, Xing Furen carefully curled her lips while drinking tea. However, Jia's mother's words made sense. Wang Furen replied to her mother-in-law in a low voice, saying that she had no other intentions. Dayu also helped to make up for it, and the matter was over. After the meal, Dayu did not accompany her sisters back, but stayed with her grandmother and continued to talk with her. Chapter 189. Older people usually go to bed early. Today, the family had dinner together, so it took a long time, since the family was still cleaning up outside. Jiamu took Dayu to the inner room to talk. Holding her grandmother's hand, Dayu followed them slowly. After entering the inner room, she helped her grandmother to sit down before she sat down with peace of mind. Jiamu couldn't stop looking at her graceful granddaughter. She saw that Dayu had already sat down, but she seemed to remember something and got up to get a cashmere blanket for herself. Seeing Dayu carefully covering herself with a blanket, Jiamu smiled and said, You are a thoughtful and caring child. It's hard for your mother to let you accompany an old woman like me. Dayu felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. Grandmother has spent a lot of time thinking about me. Yer knows it all. You are embarrassing me by saying this. Putting herself in her shoes, Dayu came to the Jia mansion several times. From the old lady Jiamu and her uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, and sisters to the servants in the mansion. The elders and sisters all cared for her very much. The housekeepers, maids, and servants in the Jia mansion were also respectful to her. Dayu was filial to grandmother Jia. One reason was that grandmother Jia was her grandmother, and they were blood relatives. Another important reason was that grandmother Jia was a very kind elder, and was very caring and loving to her. Looking at her granddaughter sitting there quietly under the lamp, grandmother Jia sighed again. When your mother was pregnant with you and gave birth to you, there were some twists and turns. Fortunately, she recovered later, and you were born a healthy child. I was very worried at that time. But it was difficult to see your mother after such a long distance between Beijing and Jiangnan. Fortunately, I waited until today and waited for you to come back. At that time, Jia Min was pregnant. It happened that Jia Zhu and his wife of the Jia family happened to be in Jiangnan. Grandmother Jia also asked many questions after her granddaughter-in-law came back. Finally, After getting the news that her daughter and mother were safe, she went to the temple in Beijing to donate a lot of money. But when she heard that her daughter only had a daughter, Jia Mu was actually a little worried about her. She also knew the situation of her son-in-law's family. The Lin family had been a single-line family for several generations. When Mrs. Lin was alive, she had embarrassed Jia Min. Although Mrs. Lin had passed away, Jia Mu was also very worried about what her son-in-law Lin Hai was thinking. It was precisely because of this that she had some prejudices against her son-in-law. Later, as the days passed, Jia Min had no more good news after she had a daughter. But the relationship between her and her husband became better. The couple was content with having a daughter and no longer insisted on having children. Jia Mu's heart was finally put down. Jia Min was the head lady of the Lin family, so naturally no one would talk about what happened back then. Lin Daiyu herself had no brothers or sisters. When she was a child, she was actually curious about why her mother didn't give her another brother or sister. At that time, her mother just smiled. Later, Daiyu realized that her mother was a little older when she gave birth to her. Later, the doctor also said that although the lady herself was fine, the young lady looked thin, but was a healthy baby. However, Jia Min was unable to have another child. Knowing what her grandmother was saying, Daiyu also said, "Everything is fine now. Not only my parents, but Yura will also stay in Yanqing for a long time. You can't see her even if you don't want to." Hearing her granddaughter say this, Jia's mother didn't want to see her. She was just afraid that she would not have many chances to see her child after she was behind the palace walls. However, it was not easy to say these words to her granddaughter. So after hearing Daiyu's reply, Jia's mother just said, "Okay, our Yura will stay with me for a long time." Jia Min was also very busy these days. She sent her daughter to her mother. And in fact, she also wanted her to avoid the recent social activities and social events. The weather was not very good that day. Although it was not snowing or raining outside, it was gloomy. In addition, it was often windy in the north at this time of year. She frowned as soon as she went out. However, the one who sent the invitation today was a family with considerable status in the capital. That is, the family of the Prince of Nannan, one of the several princes of different surnames in Dezheng. In fact, if it were really based on the power of the Lin family today, it would not be a big deal for Jia Min to refuse the Prince of Nannan. Among the several princes of the royal family this time, Jia Min only went to one or two families. This was because of Lin Miyue's instructions and warnings. She didn't want these people in the royal family to bother her like swarms. A few princesses would be fine, but these distant clans shouldn't have too many petty calculations. However, the Jia mansion where she came from had contacts with the Nannan Palace. When she was a child, she had been to the Nannan Palace many times with her mother. So this time, the Nannan princess personally sent an invitation. So Jia Min couldn't refuse to go. Although the Nannan princess was called the princess, she was not very old. If you count carefully, she was of the same generation as Jia Min, but she was slightly older than her. When Jia Min arrived at the palace, the Nannan princess dowager was very polite to her and asked the princess of Nannan County and her two daughters to accompany the guests. The two daughters of the old Nannan prince were not much different in age from Daiyu. They accompanied their mother and sister-in-law to receive the guests. Both girls were visibly bored. The Nannan princess dowager was just as Jia Min expected. She came to reminisce about the past and build relationships. She talked about how the ancestors of the two families were loyal to each other and how the descendants should help each other now. It's not that the Nannan Palace has great powers and knows that the man sitting on the dragon throne now wants to protect his family, but the Nannan princess wants more ways and connections. When I first married into the palace, old lady sure also brought you here. At that time, I felt close to you. Now I haven't seen you for many years, but I don't feel strange. It's fate. The Nannan princess is very good at speaking to people and telling lies to ghosts. People who don't know the inside story think that the two are good friends. Who knows that Jia Min and the Nannan princess didn't get along well back then, when the dowager, who was the prince's wife, had just married into the palace. The old prince's backyard was in chaos, and the princess was also strict with her daughter-in-law. So when Jia Min, who was still a noble lady, came to Nannan Palace with her mother, the dowager's attitude towards Jia Min was only lukewarm. Jia Min wanted to laugh after hearing this, but she held back and went along with the other person's words. It's amazing that you still remember the past. Now these children are about to reach our age. Time flies. just as she was worrying about not having a topic to bring up the children. Nan and Wang Taifei quickly said, "Speaking of this, why didn't your daughter come and sit with us today? I originally thought that I also have 2 girls here, and you can play together." Jia Min did not publicize the fact that her daughter went to the Jia mansion. No one in the family said anything when she went to the banquet alone. Now that Nan and Wang Taifei said this, her smile faded a little. It's not a coincidence that the child went to her grandmother's house. The 2 girls in Nan and Wang mansion were, according to the rules, given the title of county master. But since Su Qingyu's father, the control over the palace has been tightened. The heirs of the prince's mansion who inherited the title of prince were naturally given the title of crown prince. And the rest of the heirs had to pursue their own careers. Originally, the eldest daughter of the prince's wife among the clan daughters could be given the title of county lady. And if the father of the prince was willing to ask for the title for his daughter, the emperor would also grant the title of county lady. The county prince's mansion was downgraded to a lower level. The eldest daughter of the county prince's wife was a county lady. And if the father of the other daughters asked for the title, they would be given the title of county lady. Since Su Ruiqing, basically no more titles were given except for the prescribed ones. And only a reward was given to the clan daughters when they got married. Since Emperor Fengtai, they have been quite generous to their daughters. The daughters of the princesses will be granted the title of princess, but there is no regular title for boys. So one of the 2 girls in the Nanning County Prince's mansion is a little embarrassed now. The Queen Mother invited Jia Min to her house today, also wanting to consolidate the relationship in a roundabout way. It would be best if her daughter and the girl of the Lin family could have some friendship, so that she can ask for a favor when her daughter gets married in the future. Hearing Jia Min's words, the Queen Mother of Nanning Prince felt a little disappointed, but she also adjusted her mood and said, "That's really unfortunate. Just wait for a chance to see each other again in the future." The 2 ladies of the Nanning County Prince's mansion also felt more bored, and it was only when the current princess of Nanning County gave the 2 girls a look that they continued to sit and chat with the guests in boredom. The Nanning County princess also invited some ladies and daughters from other families this time. At this time, she talked to Jia Min for a while, that is. She invited people to go around the palace, and she went to the front to entertain other guests. In fact, there were no flowers to appreciate in Yinqing at this time of year, so the Nanning County princess only said that she wanted everyone to have a small gathering to renew the friendship of the past, and the guests were all daughters of noble families or wives who married into these families. Jia Min actually saw an old acquaintance, that was the wife of Yingbo Marquis Wen. She saw that she was sitting in an inconspicuous place peeling peanuts, and she also went over and patted her on the shoulder. Mrs. Wen herself didn't really like such gatherings, but she knew Jia Min was coming today, so she waited here. Seeing Jia Min coming, she was also full of joy. "Finally I get to see you. You are a busy man now. It's really not easy to see you." "What busy man? I clearly sent you a message. Even if it wasn't today, we would still meet in a few days." Jia Min was not polite. Sat down and said directly, "Speaking of the real fate between these 2 people, Mrs. Wen was raised by the old Marquis and his wife at home. But the old Marquis was concerned about the fact that he was the only daughter of his comrades, and didn't ask her to change her surname. So when Mrs. Wen was socializing with the old lady, she was also secretly bullied by some people. Mrs. Wen was generous and kind-hearted. Sometimes she really didn't feel bullied, sometimes she just didn't want to cause trouble. Once Mrs. Wen went to a banquet, a young lady deliberately embarrassed her and knocked over the water, making her clothes wet. Jia Min saw the whole process at that time. She directly exposed the person's behavior in front of everyone, and gave Mrs. Wen the clothes she brought and asked her to put them on. Since then, the 2 of them have been friends. Mrs. Wen later married and had children, including the son of the Yingbo Marquis' mansion, who was later selected as the prince's companion and son-in-law. Jia Min has always been paying attention to these things, and said things to Beijing. Mrs. Wen was also happy to see her today. "Your invitation was sent half a month later. I wanted to meet you in advance, but was afraid of disturbing you. I finally got this opportunity today, so I came." Jia Min replied after hearing her say, "It's nothing else, because the mansion still needs to be cleaned up slowly. It's not easy to entertain guests. You also know that there is no one in my family who can help. I am the only one who is watching these things. That's why I didn't send you an invitation right away. Now the Lin mansion occupies a larger area than before. Even if the people in the palace do things seriously and carefully, there are still some things that are not in line with Lin Hai, Jia Min, and Dayu's wishes." After the family moved in, Jiamin also ordered someone to bring the blueprints to her husband and daughter to think about it for a while, and picked out some places that needed to be modified and recently asked someone to make changes. Mrs. Wen also nodded in understanding. Yes, you won't leave the capital again after you come back this time. You have to clean up the house. After that, Mrs. Wen asked again. The climate in Jiangnan and Beijing is very different. Have you adapted to it after coming back like this? Jiamin smiled and said, It's nothing to adapt to. I also grew up in Beijing. Even Jiangnan is not so comfortable at this time. Mrs. Wen was a little envious. I haven't been to such a far place yet. But it's easy to be windy in Beijing at this time, which makes people uncomfortable. You and Yer should also pay attention. Jiamin thanked Mrs. Wen for her kindness. The two of them chatted for a while, and then the little maid of the palace came to invite someone over. The two of them got up and returned to the main hall to chat and drink tea with everyone. It was not early when they returned to the mansion. But Jiamin did not see her husband when she returned to the main courtyard. She asked the people who stayed in the mansion, Is the master not back yet? The maid hurriedly replied when she saw the lady asking. The master sent someone to send a message back, saying that the emperor summoned him, and he would be back later today. Jiamin looked at the time and felt that it was time for the palace gate to be locked. The emperor would not let his close ministers live directly in the palace. So she went into the house to wait for Lin Hai to come back. After half an hour, Jiamin had packed up and was looking at the account book. And there were footsteps outside. She knew that someone was coming back. After Lin Hai entered the house, he felt warm all over. It was fine in the palace. But now that he was outside the palace and sitting in the carriage at this time, even if he held a small stove to warm his hands, he felt cold all over and uncomfortable. When Jiamin saw her husband coming in, she also said, Do you need anything? Have you had dinner at this time? Seeing that his wife had changed into pajamas, Lin Hai hurriedly said, Madam, don't bother. His Majesty has left dinner for me tonight. I will go to wash and change clothes now. There is no need to bother with anything else. When Lin Hai packed up and changed his clothes and came back, Jiamin also asked with a smile, What's the important matter? His Majesty kept you so late before releasing you. Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. It's not just me. Basically, all the adults in the cabinet and the 6 ministries are here. I can follow the hearing because His Majesty deliberately promoted me. This matter has nothing to do with the censorate. Chapter 190. After the new emperor ascended the throne, Pei Gulao asked to retire. It was normal for an old Gulao to resign at this age. Some people who were not well informed thought that Pei Gulao had returned to his hometown after 3 dynasties, which made the Pei family a little embarrassed. Pei Siming also returned to the ancestral land of the Pei family with her grandfather in a low-key manner. Even Gulao Pei really loved his granddaughter. Bringing people back to the hometown was also meant to protect her. But when Pei Gulao left, there were only 2 people left in the cabinet to support it. In this way, the elders were too busy in many cases, because there was no rule that the cabinet had to have a certain number of people, but generally speaking, at least 3 elders were needed to handle various matters. A 4-member cabinet is also a common configuration. While Su Qingyu intends to invite his future father-in-law Lin Hai to join the cabinet, he also does not want his grandfather to resign so quickly. So he means to ask people to nominate another person who is worthy of joining the cabinet besides Lin Hai. All those who can go to the Yongxin Palace to discuss matters today are also candidates for cabinet elders. They gathered together today because Su Qingyu wanted them to come up with ideas for the things in the north. When Su Qingyu ascended the throne, naturally, people from all directions came to congratulate him. The Khan of the Ang tribe in the north married the emperor's sister. The relationship between the 2 tribes was indeed slightly eased after Princess Ling Yu married him. They also sent some gifts to celebrate the new emperor's ascension to the throne. These gifts were not worth much, but the person who sent them was of high status, a noble of the Ang tribe, and one of Mu Khan's confidants. The man also brought a handwritten letter from Khan to the emperor of Dajing. It was not known whether Mu Khan himself was familiar with Dajing characters, or whether Princess Ling Yu taught him. The handwritten letter Mu handed over was written in both Chinese and Ang characters. The content of the letter was nothing else but Mu Khan's previous idea of borrowing Dajing's troops to advance westward. The Ang tribe and the Zheng dynasty had a feud for generations. Sometimes the Zheng dynasty had the upper hand and occupied all the Ang tribe's fertile land to raise horses. Sometimes, as before, the Ang tribe plundered the border of the Zheng dynasty and even occupied important passes. Decades of grievances and grudges were mixed together. The An tribe herders had experienced being driven north by the Zheng dynasty's soldiers and lost their pastures, cattle, sheep and horses. The people of the Zheng dynasty, especially those in the border towns, were also plundered or even killed by the An tribe. The Zheng dynasty had always regarded the An tribe as bandits and enemies. The An tribe also coveted the prosperity of the Central Plains and wanted to go south to rule the Central Plains like the successful nomadic tribes before. So when Yukon sent a letter like this, Su Qingyu immediately doubted the truth of what he said, although he thought that if the An tribe could move westward, it would be beneficial to Zheng. But this matter was very serious and might be a trap. So he summoned the ministers to discuss it together. Lin Hai was silent all day. He was a civil official and had always been in charge of taxation and business affairs. So he didn't understand these things and naturally didn't dare to speak easily. Most of the people who went to discuss matters today were civil officials, because Su Qingyu wanted to send an envoy to the An tribe, and he wanted to ask the opinions of the nobles and the candidates they thought were suitable. Lin Hai listened to his colleagues arguing all night, and now his head was buzzing. He went home and told his wife Jiamin about what happened today. Jiamin also knew the urgency of this matter. However, it was not Lin Hai's turn to go on such an envoy. After listening to Jiamin, she said, "I guess the most likely option is to choose someone from the Hanlin Academy who is talented and skilled in archery and horsemanship. In addition, I think His Majesty intends to promote His Royal Highness Prince Yin. And it may also be that His Royal Highness will be the chief envoy and select a few more as deputy envoys." Jiamin's idea was not after listening to her husband's words today, but she came up with it herself after observing the situation in Beijing after returning to Beijing. Lin Hai also agreed with his wife's opinion. Madam is right. After discussing today, His Majesty only said that he would think about it again and asked everyone to submit memorials to recommend candidates. All the important officials who could attend the meeting today had relatives, nephews, and younger generations. So after these people went back to discuss, there were many different candidates in the memorials handed to the emperor. Su Qingyu was also clear about these things. But he was so angry that he almost laughed when he saw some of the candidates here. He couldn't help but say a few words when he went to pay his respects to his mother. "I don't know what these people are thinking. Do they really think that my son is young and easy to fool? It is the principle to recommend talents regardless of kinship. However, the people they recommend are not great talents, but reliable people. What are the things these people recommend?" Su Qingyu said whatever he wanted to his mother, not giving face to these people who did things in a mess. Lin Miyue flipped through the memorial casually. "It's not all to fool you. But someone didn't feel your pulse. The selection of the envoys was carefully considered. And some of the deputy envoys were indeed a bit casual. It is not easy to guess the emperor's intention. Su Qingyu is the new emperor, and the relationship between the subordinates and the emperor still needs to be adjusted. This time, it is obvious that some people did not understand the emperor's intention and perfunctorily did their work with personal opinions." After being appeased by his mother, Su Qingyu finished talking about state affairs and began to ask his mother, "When can Yu come to the palace?" The sisters are looking forward to her coming and have asked their son many times. This time it was Lin Miyue's turn to be speechless. She felt that her son was not asking for the sisters, but for herself. How many days will it take? Yu has returned to her grandmother's house for a few days. You should also understand that the old lady misses her granddaughter. But thinking of this, Lin Miyue asked hesitantly, "Are you going to live in the Yongxin Palace forever? In this case, Cunning Palace should be farther away from the Yongxin Palace. Cunning Palace is the palace where the queen lives. It is the first palace behind the Qianqing Palace. It has always been the residence of the queen. Not only is this palace symbolic, but Cunning Palace has gone through several generations of owners, and is also one of the most luxurious and comfortable palaces in the palace. Its own small garden is also exquisitely built." Su Qingyu looked at his mother. "I want to wait until my wedding to move to the new palace." Lin Miyue also knew that the Yongxin Palace was of great significance to her son. She looked at her son and said, "Okay, let's do as you wish." Su Ruiqing lived in the Yongxin Palace by himself. When Su Qingyu was young, he was often received by his father there. He had watched him handle government affairs in his father's arms. After he ascended the throne this time, the Qianqing Palace had not been cleaned up yet. So Su Qingyu temporarily lived in the Yongxin Palace. This time, his mother asked about it, and he told her the specific date of moving to the new palace for the sake of the future. Speaking of which, The missionaries in the capital have also heard the news and come here. You must have received many memorials recently. Lin Muyue looked at her son and mentioned another thing. Lin Muyue and her son have always maintained a good relationship with the missionaries. Whether it is Father La Pu who has returned to heaven before, or Father Baoxin who came later, they all have a mutually beneficial relationship with Lin Muyue and her son. Now that King Wu has ascended the throne, these priests from different countries are even more excited. The supreme ruler of this huge empire once had a friendship with some of them. This information made them extremely excited. Recently, the number of missionaries in Yanqing has increased sharply. Speaking of business, Su Qingyu's expression became more serious. My son has also received some letters of greeting. But not all of these people have real skills and are willing to work for the country. Su Qingyu didn't take the missionaries seriously before. But after so many years in Mingzhou, he personally participated in many maritime business affairs. Whether it was missionaries or some so-called merchants from the West, his impression of these people became more and more complicated. The so-called missionaries and merchants are just their vanguard. If the country is small but rich, these people will not be like those in Zhengzhou. Lin Muyue was not surprised that her son could see these things. The age of exploration can be said to have opened an era of trade between all parts of the world. But this is not entirely a good thing. Population, gold, and precious spices are all commodities. But the first one and the second one listed together can't help but make people feel ironic and cold in their hearts. Seeing that his mother also knew these things, Su Qingyu also said, "That's true. So I think I should be on guard." From Su Qingyu's own perspective, the more he understood about maritime merchants, the more he understood why many dynasties would rather ban the sea than support maritime merchants. One reason is that if the government wants to maintain the maritime merchant office, it needs capable officials to handle this large number of affairs. Another reason is that China is originally vast and rich in resources. If it is just trade, many dynasties would rather give up these benefits because they don't want to train the navy to protect merchant ships. Lin Muyue said. Speaking of this, Avia and her crew have some guns on their ship. I thought if you have any ideas, you could ask the Armory Bureau to study it. Su Qingyu had not expected what his mother said. He looked at his mother. Are you talking about the firearms on those ships? Yes. Those things. I heard Avia introduce them. I always feel that they are more advanced than what we have equipped in the army now. Lin Muyue didn't really understand these things. But she saw from the equipment of the soldiers who left the capital with her and her son that the equipment on Avia's ship was indeed better. In fact, the Central Plains dynasties have always had experience in developing firearms. But most of these things were improved by craftsmen. Most of the officials who came from the orthodox literati path did not think much of these things. The Arms Bureau mentioned by Lin Muyue just now is the highest institution in the Zheng dynasty that develops military equipment. All kinds of weapons and equipment in the Zheng dynasty's army are made by the Arms Bureau, especially the production of firearms. At present, only the officials and craftsmen in the Arms Bureau know the whole process. But Lin Muyue didn't know how far the firearms of Zheng dynasty had developed. When he was in Mingzhou, he was a vassal king. It was definitely not easy to develop these things. Otherwise, wouldn't it be an excuse for the emperor to reduce the power of the vassal states? Military officers can recognize the benefits of these things. But for some reasons, the emperors may not be willing to equip the army with these things. Therefore, only a small number of elite troops and border towns have been equipped with firearms. Su Qingyu thought for a while. Some things in the West do have their advantages. There are many talented people in our dynasty. So we can take the essence and use it for our own benefit. I understand what you mean. I actually think it would be great if I could form a fleet to go out to sea. Su Ruiqing wanted to form a fleet. But he didn't want to run the maritime business himself. He planned to let the royal family do those things, which was also a way for them to make a living. He wanted to send some envoys to the West to take a look and understand what was going on there. Listening to her son's ideas that were against the bottom line of the ancestral family rules, Lin Muyue supported them. So she said, eat one bite at a time. Do one thing at a time. And take your time to come up with your ideas. Although her son's ideas seemed a bit extreme at the moment, Lin Muyue knew how many voices of opposition there would be in the court after he put forward these ideas. However, being complacent is the worst thing. Looking at her young son, Lin Muyue hoped that he could stick to his ideas and do things bit by bit. Lin Daiyu also stayed at her grandmother's house for a few days. She usually played chess and chatted with her sisters. This day, She got up in the morning and had breakfast with her grandmother. After thinking about it, she decided to go to see her sisters in the afternoon. So she leaned on the Kong table and read a book. However, before Dayu turned a few pages of her book, she heard footsteps outside. And sure, Shangyun's voice also floated in. "Is your daughter free? We are here to play with her." Dayu put down the book by herself. As soon as she stood on the ground and prepared to go out, Shangyun came in with a bright smile on her face. "Sister Lin, we are here." Shi Tang opened the curtain for the girls. And when everyone went in, she hurried out to bring tea. Xueyan thought that the girls should have had breakfast at this time. So she only took some dried fruits and snacks such as preserved fruits. But no snacks. After sitting down, Tanchun took the lead. She looked at Dayu and asked, Are you willing to go out? Madam said that there is a fairy's birthday recently, and Qingqiu Temple will hold a ceremony to celebrate it. She said she could take us to the temple to burn incense and pray together. Dayu heard her mention this matter when she had breakfast with her grandmother this morning. Seeing that her sisters came to invite her, she was naturally willing to go and have fun together. Okay. When I was in Mingzhou, I often went to an ancient temple to worship Buddha and burn incense. But I rarely went to the temple. This time, I was enlightened. Dayu smiled and agreed to this matter. The girls were very happy to see that they had invited people. So they stayed with Dayu to spend the morning. Chapter 191. Dayu saw her sisters coming, and she seemed to remember something and took out a scroll from the box to show them to everyone. Looking at the scroll that looked very heavy in her hand, Shichuan asked curiously, "What famous calligraphy and painting did you get, sister, that you framed it so carefully?" Among the two families in the Jia family, the two masters in the Rong family both have the hobby of collecting calligraphy and paintings. Although the eldest brother of the Ning family, where Shichuan was born, is not good at this, there are also many famous calligraphy and paintings hanging in the house. Shichuan herself likes to paint in her spare time. When she saw the scroll that Dayu brought out today, she knew at a glance that it must have been framed by a very experienced master. So she asked this question. Dayu shook her head after hearing this. "It's just something I painted in my spare time. And there is a blank space at the back. I brought it here specially this time to ask you to write something on it." After a few days of getting along, Dayu also got to know the sisters a little bit. She knew that these sisters were all talented and knowledgeable. And these small things of writing inscriptions were easy for them. Looking at the scroll, Tanchun said, "I guess it won't fit in this room. Let's go to our study room and have a look." Dayu's place was well decorated but not very big. She said, "Okay. In that case, let's go and tell Grandma. Should we come back to have dinner with her or leave it at your place?" When Tanchun and the others came just now, they naturally went to greet the old lady first. Grandmother Jia talked to the girls for a while before letting them go. Shangyun said at this time, "Let's come back and have lunch with the old lady. It won't take long to look at the paintings. We still need to think about the inscriptions." Tanchun agreed. Shangyun is right. We should tell the old lady when we go out and come back to have lunch with her later. Dayu naturally agreed. And they went to the main room together to pay their respects to the old lady and told her that they would come back to have lunch later. Grandmother Jia was very happy to see these girls. After listening to them, she also said, "What kind of painting is it? Our Yura is indeed a talented woman from Jiangnan. When you have finished, please show it to me." Dayu smiled a little embarrassedly and said to her grandmother, "I usually draw things when I am bored. They are all Western flowers and plants. This time I brought them here to ask the sisters to write some words on them. Can I give them to you later?" Just now, Tanchun and the others saw the background of the painting when it was framed. The pattern was a golden peony pattern, and they thought that this should be a gift for the elders. When they heard Dayu say that she was going to give it to the old lady, the girls were not surprised. Grandmother Jia was even happier. "Okay. Then I'll wait for your scroll." At Grandmother Jia's age, she had come from such a family and had never seen anything new in her life. But now she was still very much looking forward to hearing Dayu's words. This was how the elderly loved the younger generation. After talking with the old lady for a while, Dayu and the others got up to say goodbye. They went back to Tanchuan's study together. Shichuan unfastened the buckle herself and slowly spread out the scroll. The contents of the scroll slowly flowed out. "Well, some flowers look familiar, and some I've never seen before," Shangyun said after looking at several flowers while concentrating on the scroll. Dayu listened to Shangyun and said, "Some flowers were originally brought back from here, by Westerners to be cultivated. It is said that oranges grown in the south of the Huai River are oranges, while those grown in the north of the Huai River are tangerines. The same thing may look different when grown in different places. Shichuan looked at the painting and had some other questions. Who did you learn to paint from? Sister? I always feel that your brushwork is a little different from that of ordinary people. The girls were naturally able to paint, but Shichuan liked this more. So she had this question after looking at the scroll. Dayu said when Shichuan asked. You have a good eye. I used some Western painting techniques when I painted this scroll. It does not look like the style of the Chinese painting. Seeing the sister's curiosity, Dayu also became interested and picked up the brush and painted a few strokes on the spot. Shichuan took the paper and looked at it carefully. It feels a bit fresh. But is this painting usually painted on other materials? Generally, paintings are painted on rice paper and silk cloth. But Shichuan just saw Dayu's brushwork and the finished painting. And Dayu just said that this was a Western painting technique. So she also had such a question. Dayu also sighed at Shichuan's meticulous observation. That's true. I heard from the priest who taught me at that time that they all painted on linen. And there were also some murals painted like in our temples. Tanchun smiled and said, This is hard to see. Where? You are more knowledgeable. Dayu just smiled and said, It's not that I am more knowledgeable, but I still like these things. I think the sachet you embroidered, Sister Tanchun, is unique. I don't have such good needlework skills. Needlework is basically a must-learn for girls at this time, whether they are young ladies or girls from ordinary families. There are only a few who can't sew or have clumsy skills. Dayu herself must also be able to sew, but she does think that Tanchuan's needlework skills are excellent. Shengyun also said, Sister Tanchuan's craftsmanship is indeed good, but I also saw the handkerchief you often use. From the style to the embroidery, it is very good. Alas, I am the only one in this room with poor craftsmanship. Listening to Shengyun's deliberately drawn-out tone, several people laughed so hard. Shichuan said to her, This is not easy. The two female teachers are in front of you. Why don't you kowtow and serve tea? Shengyun hadn't spoken yet, but Dayu said mischievously, This won't do. Our craftsmanship is from two families. If Yuner kowtows, who can she learn from? Shengyun was already a little annoyed by Shichuan's teasing. Seeing Dayu saying this, she chased her and started to make trouble. For a while, the room was filled with bursts of clear laughter unique to young girls. When Li Wan and Yang came in, Li Wan was bumped by Shengyun. She caught Shengyun and said, Oh my little ancestor, how could you be so careless? What if you fall? Seeing that it was the sister-in-law, the girl stopped playing and greeted her. These days, Li Wan and Yang have been very caring towards the girls. Unfortunately, they are both wives and are not as free as Tanchun and other girls on weekdays. So they only come to see Dayu and the others sometimes. Seeing people coming, Tanchun also asked the two sisters-in-law to sit on the kong. And then she asked the maid to move chairs for herself and her sisters to sit. After Li Wan sat down, she didn't say anything more. She said to the four girls, Tanchun should have told you. Right? We have decided to go the day after tomorrow. So I came here today to tell you the specific date. The birthday of the gods is naturally the most celebrated day. But that day is also crowded. This time, the Jia family wanted the old lady and the girls to go to the temple. So they staggered that day and chose a day that was still within the celebration period to ask the temple master to receive only their family. Yang looked at the girls and smiled. There is one more thing I want to ask you and Yuner. Can you take a carriage when you go out that day? A large family was going out that day, and the Jia family's carriages were not insufficient. But so many masters needed maids and servants to serve them. The good carriages were mainly for the old lady and the master. And the ladies. It would be okay if the girls were separated. But in that case, there would be no best carriages to ride. Tanchun looked at Dayu and Shengyun, and they both nodded gently at her. She then said, Of course that's good. We are all willing to go together. Sister-in-law, can you let Haiqing and Lorong go with us? Jia Haiqing and Jia Lorong are the daughters of Li Wan and Yang. Tanchun asked this because the two sisters-in-law would definitely have to worry about the trip this time. And she was afraid that they would not be able to take care of their daughters. Li Wan smiled and replied, That's what we meant. We are sorry to bother you. I will treat all the girls to roast venison when we come back. It is not difficult to take care of nieces. The two girls are well behaved and have reached a sensible age. Tanchun and other girls usually help their sisters-in-law take care of the children. After Dayu entered the mansion this time, she sometimes saw the two children coming to play with their aunt. And Shangyun was more used to helping take care of the two children. Although I didn't agree to this for my sister-in-law. But we won't be polite if you say so. Tanshun knew that Dayu would probably go home after returning this time. So she also wanted the sisters to have a good time before Dayu left. So she also thanked Li Wan and Yang, the two sisters-in-law. When the day came to go out, the four older girls took the two younger girls together in a carriage. Dayu looked at the two sisters sitting obediently in the arms of the two aunts Tanshun and Shichuan, and couldn't help but stretch out her hand to pinch their cheeks. Jia Larong giggled when she was teased. Jia Haiqing was more shy. But both girls were very good-looking. Whether they smiled at people or lowered their head shyly, they were very cute. When it was time to get off the car, Tanshun and Shichuan checked whether the cloak straps of the two nieces were fastened. Dayu and Shangyun put on their hoods, and waited until everything was ready before letting the maids carry the two girls down. The old Taoist priest of Qingshu Temple looked like an immortal, and he personally received everyone into the temple. Dayu saw that he was familiar with her grandmother, and she knew that the Jia family must be frequent visitors to this Taoist temple. After entering the Taoist temple, people in the temple naturally led the people in Jia's house to burn incense. Dayu looked up at the statue in front of her and silently recited a few words in her heart before lowering her head to worship and insert the incense into the incense burner. When everyone gathered together again, the Taoist master of the temple looked at everyone present and said to Jia's mother, Amitabha, how is the old ancestor? You are still so healthy after so many years. Has Aunt Min returned to Beijing? It's a pity that we have no chance to meet this time. Zhang Taoist priest is an immortal who has been granted by the royal family. Although the emperors who followed him now do not believe in gods and Buddhas, Jia's mother is willing to give him some face. She is too busy to come here. But there is a distinguished guest here today. I wonder how good your vision is. Can you figure it out? Said Jiamu with a smile. Taoist Zhang stroked his beard, looked at the girls and said, Is the daughter of Aunt Min here? I am familiar with the grandmothers and girls in the old ancestors' family, but I have never seen this girl with beautiful eyes and long eyebrows. She should be the daughter of the Lin family. Lin Dayu saw that she was mentioned. She glanced at her grandmother, and saw that Jiamu nodded slightly to her. She also followed the way the sisters and sisters called her sister-in-law and called Taoist Zhang Grandpa Zhang. Chapter 192. The old Taoist laughed, and his wrinkles were smoothed out. He said, May you be blessed. Then he said to Jiamu, The blessings of our ancestors are incomparable to ordinary people. Jiamu knew what the old Taoist was up to. She just said modestly, It's all because of my son-in-law's ability. What does it have to do with me? Taoist Zhang smiled and said, It's your blessing after all. I don't have anything else here. I just offered some things for the birthday of the ancestors. I hope you won't reject them. The little Taoist boy took out a tray while Taoist Zhang was talking. He lowered his head and held the tray high and stood in front of Jiamu. Jiamu glanced over and saw embroidered scriptures, jade toys, and some beautifully embroidered purses or bags, which should contain amulets. Seeing these things, Jiamu looked up at Taoist Zhang again. After thinking for a while, she said, In that case, I will accept it. But in this case, you should donate some silver, silk and other things to the temple. Jiamu said this to Yangshi. She was now in charge of a large number of things in the family. Qingshu Temple has always had some relationship with Rongfu. On weekdays, people from Jia Mansion also come to burn incense and have fun. So she also responded, Yes. Grandpa. I'll remember it. I'll ask someone to send something to Grandpa Zhang when I go back. Taoist Zhang also stopped when he saw that it was a good opportunity. He didn't say anything else. Seeing Jiamu's arrangement, he thanked her and asked everyone if they wanted to stay and watch the show. They are all immortal plays to celebrate the birthday of immortals. It is not taboo to watch them in the temple now. It is just for fun. Zhang Daoist naturally knew that there was an important person in the group of people from Jia Mansion. At this time, everyone in Jia Mansion was behaving in a proper manner, and did not want to violate taboos. But the plays to celebrate the birthday of immortals were another matter. Besides, this period was actually long past the mourning period for the emperor. It was okay for ordinary people to hold a banquet at home and watch the plays. It was just that some careful people in Jia Mansion were unwilling to do so. Today, everyone in the Jia family went out, and Jia's mother wanted everyone in the family to watch a play to relax. So she nodded and agreed. Okay, Jenner. You and Jewer should go outside to watch the charity. Dayu didn't really like watching fairy plays, but she naturally wouldn't sing a different tune at this time. So she followed everyone upstairs. However, after the play started, Jia's mother didn't let Dayu and the other girls sit by themselves as usual, but asked Li Wan and Yan to sit with the girls. During the whole process of watching the play, Dayu saw Taoist Zhang talking to her grandmother, and her grandmother was smiling all the time. When they returned to the Jia mansion, the sky was already full of stars. Dayu helped her grandmother into the house. She was about to go back to the house when she was stopped by Jia's mother. Seeing the doubt in her granddaughter's eyes, Grandmother Jia sighed and said, "I just want to tell you something. It's not a big deal. I'll tell you You can go back and tell your parents what's going on, and they can make the decision." Dayu thought of the old Taoist's words today, and she had a rough idea of what her grandmother was going to say. She nodded and said, "Your nose. I'll listen to what you say, and I'll tell my parents when I get home." Taoist Zhang of Qingxu Temple is the substitute of the old Duke Rong of the Duke Rong's mansion. He was once called Dahuan Xianren by the emperor himself. He also holds the seal of the Taoist Records Office, and was named Zhongli Zhenren. Unfortunately, since the death of Emperor Fengtai, the two successive emperors and the current emperor did not believe in immortals. The current emperor gave Taoist Zhang some hope. When he saw the young lady of the Lin mansion coming today, he naturally regarded her as a savior. It was not that he wanted to do anything to embarrass others. Taoist Zhang just wanted the young lady of the Lin mansion to help pass on the message. If His Majesty or the Empress Dowager was interested in summoning him to the palace to preach, it would be a great joy. This old Taoist has some face in the various mansions in the capital, so I did not reject him on the spot. But he also has a sense of propriety. You and your parents know the temperament of His Majesty and the Empress Dowager better than us, so whether to help him or not is up to you to decide. Looking at the expression of her granddaughter, Jiamu knew that she had an idea in her mind, so she did not say a word. After a few words, she let him go back when it was getting late. After returning to her room, Qi Tang took the initiative to lead people to make the bed for the young lady, and Xue Yan helped Dayu take off the jewelry on her head. She took off another hairpin around the young lady, and Xue Yan said, "Today, the old Taoist priest has made a wrong decision. Your Majesty is the most impatient about listening to sutras and burning incense." Lin Miyue, as a concubine and queen mother with a unique style, was not very interested in these religious activities when she was in Mingzhou. This is not to say that she never goes to temples, but every time she goes to temples, she has other intentions. Take Dayu several visits to the temple with the imperial concubine to relax. Dayu always felt that the imperial concubine was more interested in the scenery and vegetarian food in the temple than in worshipping Buddha and discussing Buddhism with the monks. Su Qingyu, who was the king of Wu at the time, would accompany them every time they went to the temple. He didn't care about the temple at all. He just wanted to have some time to meet the girl he liked by following his mother to the temple. At this time, it was not easy for the wives and girls of each family to go out. Apart from activities such as spring outings and temple fairs, burning incense was a rare activity for girls to go out of the house. Both of them were very tactful and polite. Su Qingyu always seized the opportunity to tell Dayu about the latest news, and sometimes gave Dayu some small things to please her. Dayu's mind drifted away when Xue Yan talked about worshipping Buddha. She unconsciously rubbed a strand of hair. Xue Yan saw that her daughter stared at herself in the mirror for some reason. She was a little surprised, and whispered a few words. Miss. Dayu came back to her senses after Xue Yan called her. She smiled at Xue Yan's concerned eyes. "Nothing, I just thought of something." "Well, go to bed quickly. You can have a day off tomorrow. I guess I will go to Sister Zhu the day after tomorrow, and it will definitely be a night of noise again. The palace has been a little lively recently. The birthday of the new Emperor Su Qingyu is actually in the first month of the year, but it was still in the mourning period of the previous emperor, so it was not easy to celebrate. Now that everything is settled, Lin Miyue also wants to hold a small party for her son to liven things up, which can also be regarded as a birthday party." Su Qingyu watched his mother carefully considering who to invite. He was also a little happy in his heart, but he still said, "It's not a big deal. My son is already this age, and it's embarrassing for others to bother with all this." Looking at her son, Lin Miyue said, "Just listening to you say this, I thought you were already in your 70s or 80s. It's necessary. It's almost a habit to celebrate your birthday every year. I feel uncomfortable if there is no such thing this year." Looking at her son, who was as tall and handsome as a bamboo, Lin Muyue seemed to see another person in his face. She lowered her eyes to look at the list in her hand, and waited for a while before saying, "You has also entered the palace on this day. It can be regarded as a chance for you to meet, in order to create some opportunities for her son to get along with Dayu." Lin Muyue racked her brains, and finally came up with a trick to invite someone to the palace to spend the new year. Dayu came back this time, and stayed in the Jia mansion for a few days. In fact, when she first knew that Dayu was going to stay at the Jia mansion, Lin Muyue still thought about whether to directly summon her to the palace. But she thought about it later. According to the current situation of the Lin family and Dayu's own identity, the people in the Jia mansion would not treat her badly. Moreover, in this life, the housekeepers of the Jia mansion were firstly Wan and then Yangshi. The actual head of the Jia mansion was Jia Zhu, who had passed away. Let's not talk about the current situation of the Ning mansion. The family style in the Rong mansion is indeed much better. This family, from top to bottom, is not always the mansion she knew where everyone is rich and noble, respectable and respectable. When Su Qingyu heard his mother talking about Dayu, he was visibly happier. He said to his mother, "Speaking of you, her maternal grandparents are thoughtful. Before, the emperor wanted to recover the silver owed to the treasury but failed. Now their family has come to talk to their son in person about this." Lin Muyue looked at her son. "It was Jia Zhu from their family who told you." Jia Zhu is the only one in the Jia family who has a high official position and can see the emperor. Although Jia Shi has a title, it is just an empty title. He doesn't even need to go to court. So how can he have the opportunity to see the emperor? Su Qingyu nodded and said, "That's right. This man is quite down to earth. My son saw that he worked hard and was favored by his grandfather, so he was willing to promote him. Now his family can also work, so there is nothing to worry about." After hearing her son's words, Lin Muyue thought that it seemed that the Jia family would not end up like before. She also changed the subject and asked, "Speaking of which, how is the matter of sending people out of the border going? Have you decided on the candidates?" Knowing that her son wanted his younger brother to gain some experience, Lin Muyue was actually a little worried about Qingluan's safety. However, Yun Danyuan was open-minded and thought that this was a good opportunity for her son to go out and gain some experience. She persuaded her sister Lin a few words. Seeing that Yun Danyuan, her own mother, was not worried, Lin Muyue was no longer worried about this matter. She asked now because she wanted to see when her son had decided to go out. "I heard from the envoy that they also have a festival to celebrate in spring, and he also asked his son if he could let them go back before that, saying that he wanted our distinguished guests from Dezheng to see the customs of the grassland." Su Qingyu said to his mother. Lin Muyue thought about her experience of traveling in the grassland in her previous life, and was a little curious about the scene. She said, "You should also remember to ask someone to bring something to your sister, Lingyu. Alas, I always think about her." Before the other princesses were born, Lingyu was the only girl in the East Palace, and all the queens liked her very much. Lin Muyue also liked this little girl very much back then. Now that Princess Lingyu has married far away, Lin Muyue knows that it is difficult to expect her back. So she just tells her son to remember her sister. Su Qingyu also feels sorry for his sister. He replied to his mother, "Yes. My son is always thinking about this matter." When the eldest brother wanted to marry Lingyu off, Su Qingyu and his third brother Qingluan were very dissatisfied. But unfortunately they failed to stop it. Now that he is the emperor, one of the reasons why Su Qingyu wants to accept the request of the Xiang tribe is to see if doing so can also make his sister's life better. Chapter 193. Su Qingluan was the chief envoy in the mission this time, but the actual leader of the delegation was a vice minister of the Ministry of Rites. This Lord Yuan was also a Hanlin and later transferred to the Ministry of Rites. He is now in his 40s, and is extremely suitable for missions from both his physique and knowledge. It seems that all literati have a dream of going to the frontier. Since leaving Beijing and heading north, Lord Yuan has been more energetic. Su Qingluan was listening to the noise coming from the carriage on horseback, thinking that Lord Yuan, who is usually very serious, had now revealed his true colors. But he looked up into the distance, muttering in his heart that the An people were really strange. It was so cold, and the wind was always blowing. How could they hold a celebration? The An people were a nation on horseback. When the envoy saw the Duke Yin of Dezheng riding his horse, he rode up to him. "What do you think, Your Majesty? It's still about 2 days' journey. You can rest when you arrive at our tent." the noble said to Su Qingyu in a slightly strange Zhejiang dialect. Su Qingyu looked at the man. It's okay. But I didn't expect Niu Khan to be so sincere, and actually asked you to take us directly to the king's tent. The king's tent is considered a forbidden place for the An people. Generally, when two countries hold an alliance, they choose a place and send envoys to discuss. This time was the same. But later Mu directly sent someone to tell them to take the people to the king's tent. The nobleman named Murin looked a bit like a young person. He didn't have a full beard like the average An people, but was fair and clean. His eyes were also brown. At first glance, he looked more like a young person, as if he felt the gaze of Prince Yin. Murin smiled and said, Your Highness, are you wondering about my origin? Su Qingluan was caught red-handed, but he did not seem embarrassed at all. He just asked, I am a little curious about your origin. Lord Murin, I think you look like a young person. Murin smiled and said to the Prince of Zheng, Your Highness, do you know the meaning of my name? The names of the An people are not the same as those of Zheng. How could Su Qingluan know this? So he said directly, I would like to hear more about it. It means stream. My mother picked me up from the stream. When he said this, Murin looked normal. Su Qingluan was a little surprised. The An tribe attaches great importance to origin and blood relationship. Seeing Murin like this, he thought he was at most the descendant of the An people and the Han people. He didn't expect that he was actually a baby picked up by the An people. Seeing that Prince Yin was listening to him seriously, Murin continued, You can see that my appearance is different from that of ordinary An people. It may not be obvious when I was a baby, but when I grew up, my adoptive parents were actually quite worried. Now Murin speaks easily, but at that time, his adoptive parents' mood was not just worried. Murin was born in a small tribe. He was smart since he was young. He would not just swallow his anger when he was bullied. He would often retaliate. As a result, many people who were already unhappy with him naturally disliked him even more. Once, the child of the leader of the tribe took the lead in bullying Murin. The child was used to being domineering and was encouraged by the people below to teach Murin, a foreigner, a lesson. At that time, the child of the leader brought his guards with him and pressed Murin, who was still a teenager, to the ground and tried to poke his eyes with a bow and arrow. Later, it was Mu He who appeared and saved Muren. After that, Muren always followed the son of the Khan, who could be regarded as his savior. Mu He's own background allowed him to see some things that other Ong nobles could not see. Muren also saw this precious quality in him and kept working for him. A man will die for his friend. Your Khan is indeed very kind to you. After listening to all this, Su Qingluan did not say anything else but just sighed. Muren looked at the seemingly careless Prince Yin. When the prince arrives and meets the Khan, you will know why I am like this. You and the Khan will get along well. Su Qingluan did not comment. I hope so. I just hope that the people at the border will be worry-free. Whether you can get along well with the Khan is not a big deal. Princess Lingyu was resting in the tent. She had been feeling a little uncomfortable these days, so she was reluctant to go out. Niu Khan was also a little worried about the princess's health, but the doctor who came to the grassland with the princess said that the princess was fine, so he could only ask Lingyu to rest more. There are also some medicinal herbs growing on the grassland. The medical officer also used these herbs together with the medicine brought from the Central Plains to prescribe a prescription. Erju watched the medicine boiled and carefully brought it in and handed it to Princess Lingyu. Princess, the medicine is here, but it's a little hot. Please be careful. Erju handed the medicine to Princess Lingyu and reminded her. Erbai held out a small pottery jar, which contained candied plums. She planned to wait until the princess finished drinking the medicine before handing it to the princess to suppress the bitterness in her mouth. Seeing Princess Lingyu frowning and drinking the big bowl of bitter medicine, Erbai handed the food to the princess and asked her to eat it. Erju asked in a low voice, Princess, are you really not pregnant? Princess Lingyu just picked up a plum with a small silver fork and put it in her mouth. When she heard Erju ask her how many times she chewed the plum and ate it. Really not. Princess Lingyu was actually a little helpless. She had been feeling unwell recently due to the changing weather and gastrointestinal discomfort. This situation might be similar to the reaction of pregnancy. So everyone from Mu to the servants around her began to ask in a roundabout way. Especially when Mu heard the reply from the maid of the Ong tribe beside Princess Lingyu. He came in high spirits and then went back with his head down and his eyes downcast, which made Princess Lingyu laugh. The doctor said that I'm not pregnant, but I can feel it myself. I've been drinking this medicine for 3 days, and I'm much better. Don't talk about it anymore, said Princess Lingyu. Although Mu Kan seemed to be quite happy, Princess Lingyu also felt the hostility vaguely revealed by the other women of Mu. She was also a little amused. But this time she was really not pregnant. And the hostility of these people came too early. Princess Lingyu also had complicated feelings. She also had the expectation of becoming a mother. But she was still a little afraid to take such a step when she thought of the relationship between herself and Mu. Mu came to Princess Lingyu again in the evening. He looked at Princess Lingyu, who looked a little haggard due to her recent illness, and said, "There is one more thing I want to tell you, Princess. Your envoys from Zheng will be here soon." Princess Lingyu took a bite of the food with chopsticks. And when she heard what Mu Kan said, she covered her mouth and tried to chew a few bites in a hurry to swallow it. Seeing this, Mu Kan regretted the timing of bringing up the topic. Seeing the princess like this, he quickly said, "Princess, eat slowly. I won't run away." Erju watched the princess hand her a glass of water. After Lingyu finished chewing, she drank the water and rinsed her mouth before speaking. "Is it what the Khan said before? My brother actually sent someone." The An tribe naturally knew about the change of the throne. Princess Lingyu was stunned for a long time after hearing the news that the emperor had passed away and the second prince, King Wu, ascended the throne. At that time, she was still thinking that if the second brother ascended the throne, Mu He's previous thoughts might still have room for maneuver. She didn't expect that the second brother, who is now the emperor, really sent an envoy. Mu He Khan looked at Lingyu and said, "Mu Ren sent someone to deliver a message. He may arrive in the next 2 days. It is said that the leader is also a royal prince, who is probably the princess's brother." Lingyu thought for a while and said, "That should be the third brother. He has always been good friends with the second brother, and he is skilled in archery and horse riding, so he can run this trip." Mu He raised his eyebrows after hearing this. "Skilled in archery and horse riding? Then when this prince arrives, I will ask for your advice." "Khan, what you said is a bit bullying." Lingyu smiled. Even the princes of Dezheng had to learn these things since childhood. But compared with people like Mu He who grew up on horseback, how could they compare? Seeing Mu He who became childish after hearing what she said, Lingyu had a headache. This person's narrow-mindedness always manifested itself in some strange places. Mu He coughed lightly and said seriously, "It's just a competition. Princess, don't worry. There will be a sacrifice day in a few days. Warriors who compete on this day will receive the blessing of the gods. You know it." Lingyu knew this custom. But she looked at Mu He who was hesitant to speak. Finally, she just said, "It's up to you. By the way, my brother must have something important to discuss with you. Have you discussed the matter you mentioned before with the people in the tribe?" Mu He Khan had discussed his previous ideas with his confidants. He slowly let the news out. For a while, there were all kinds of voices in the tribe. Some agreed and some opposed. But generally speaking, there were more people who agreed. After all, when Mu He unified the An tribe, he had almost cleared out the people who were most likely to sing the opposite tune. Later, Mu He knew that the emperor of Dezheng had a bad temper. So he gave up this plan. He didn't expect that there would be such a day. He has been working late at night to discuss countermeasures with his confidants. Mu Ren was sent to congratulate the new emperor on his coronation. Mu He originally thought that it was a rare thing that he could bring back the emperor of Zhongyuan to talk. He didn't expect Su Qingyu to send an envoy directly. This was beyond Mu He's expectation. "Since your brother is sincere, I will naturally come up with something. Don't worry, Princess. I decided this matter after careful consideration. I have no intention of deceiving the emperor of Zhongyuan," Mu He said to the princess. Princess Lingyu lowered her eyes and smiled. "I don't understand these. But my brother is coming, and I hope the Khan will allow us to meet." Lingyu also knew Mu Khan's temper thoroughly, and she knew that if she said this, Mu would basically not refuse. As expected by Lingyu, Mu Khan immediately agreed when he heard the princess's question. "It's nothing. If the princess wants to see her family, she can see them." After saying this, the two continued to eat dinner together. Seeing the tired look on Princess Lingyu's face, Mu also said goodbye tactfully. Lifting the curtain and going out, Mu was a little depressed. But he thought about the pile of things in his tent, and put these thoughts in his heart aside, and walked back with heavy steps to deal with government affairs. Chapter 194. There are still snowy and windy scenery in the grassland in February. Although Yincheng is in the north, this season is not as unbearable as before. Lin Daiyu stood by the window. She was fascinated by the scenery outside the window. Qi Tang came in and saw his daughter standing there. So he said, "Do you want to go out for a walk? You should be careful at this time. Although the weather is getting better day by day, it is not necessary to go back home." Daiyu smiled. "It is not easy even in Mingzhou at this time of year. But I heard Lin Ru say that the elders of their family have been to the southernmost part, which is a place where they can live comfortably in winter." Seeing the girl leave the window and sit back on the couch, Qi Tang said, "It would be a good thing if there is a chance to go out." Nodding to agree with Qing Tong's words, Daiyu asked again, "Sister Bao will be here soon. Are the osmanthus honey and snacks I want ready?" "It's ready. The sister next to the queen seems to know that Mr. Shui is coming today, and she has brought some things over," Qi Tang said to Daiyu. Daiyu said, "Then bring all the things here later. The queen must have known about it, so she sent the things here." Qi Tang was about to reply, when a maid came in and said, "Hello, Miss Lin. Lord Shui is here. Would you like to come in now?" Daiyu then stood up and went out to greet him. Qi Tang smiled helplessly and followed her young lady to go out to greet Lord Shui. Shui Baochai had a rare rest today, so she wore her ordinary clothes. She smiled as she saw Daiyu coming out, and called out, "Sister Lin." Daiyu had been in the palace for a while, but she found that Baochai was so busy that she was like a spinning top. Her idea that they could get along like before was shattered. Every day, Daiyu would go to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Sometimes, the two of them could only see each other once a day, and they would just say hello and say a few words before going their separate ways. The reason why Baochai was so busy was because Lin Muyue had given her a new task to do. Before the new emperor ascended the throne and the imperial edict had been issued to announce the selection of the empress, the countries around Shang also heard the news, and many small countries sent envoys with gifts. After the coronation ceremony, some envoys went back, and some simply did not leave. When these envoys came to Beijing, they also brought some goods with them. Before trade was opened, these envoys who came for specific celebrations were also caravans. Although there are many more new things in Yinqing now than before because of trade, but whether the people are here to see the fun or really want to buy something, they are willing to go to such a temporary market to have a look. The original people have not left, and the envoys have come in a steady stream. Yinqing now has a bit of the feeling of thousands of countries gathering in the past. But under such circumstances, some problems continue to emerge. One is that the things brought by the envoys are naturally not bad, but there are also some merchants who come with the envoys. The quality of the goods brought by these people is not so stable. The capital has its own Honglu temple to coordinate these matters. But the Honglu temple has sufficient experience in receiving envoys and solving related issues. But it lacks some experience in identifying the quality of these goods and how to manage foreign merchants. Lin Muyue's palace also has a lot of imported items. She brought Yunxiao with her. When Baochai sorted these things, she found that Baochai was very familiar with them, and she gradually had an idea in her mind. When her son Su Qingyu came to her again to complain about the people in the Honglu temple, Lin Muyue took the opportunity to point out Baochai. When we were in Mingzhou, someone in the palace was in charge of the maritime business. Baochai had learned a lot at that time. With her background and experience over the years, she is suitable, Lin Muyue mentioned casually. Su Qingyu paused while drinking tea and really listened to his mother's words. He thought for a while holding the teacup and said, "It's an idea. This requires going out of the palace to deal with people. I don't know if she is willing to show up." Over the years, Su Qingyu seems to have developed the habit of discussing things with his mother, and he is convinced of the ability of the children officials around his mother. When Lin Muyue proposed this suggestion, Su Qingyu did not think that the female official could not handle this matter at first, but was thinking whether Shui Baochai was willing to take over this matter. Seeing her son, Lin Muyue was also a little happy. She looked at the people and said, "If you think she can do it, I will ask her opinion. That child looks humble and generous, and behaves in a proper manner. But I know she has her own ideas in her heart." Lin Muyue murmured to herself after saying that. When she told Baochai about this, Lin Muyue saw the complex expression on the opposite side of her face, and the uncertainty and lack of confidence that rarely appeared on her face. However, Baochai thought about it and decided to take on this task. However, she also made a suggestion to the Queen Mother. "I want to select some colleagues from the palace to assist. This matter is very important, and we need some helpers." Lin Muyue looked at her with a smile. "Of course, we can hold a small exam. You can draft some questions and I will bring people to check them for you. Then select the talents you want. After Xue Baochai selected her team, she began to get busy. Lin Muyue also specially approved a token for her to walk out of the palace, so that she could travel easily. Because of these tasks, Baochai has been very busy recently. Today, Dayu finally came to see her. When she saw her, she said, "Finally, you are here. Come in quickly." Baochai followed Dayu into the house. She looked around the room and saw many things that were not there before. "Your room is elegantly decorated. It feels like I am back in Mingzhou." Dayu pulled her to sit on the Luohan bed. "What's this? You are working for the Empress Dowager, and you are surprised by this. The Empress Dowager has moved the original bamboo room to the palace." Baochai looked around before retracting her gaze. It's a pity that Yanqing is not a place suitable for bamboo to grow. The best thing about the bamboo room of the queen is that you can see greenery when you open the window. There is no such scenery in the palace. Dayu also looked out the window as Baochai said. She said, "Different places have different scenery. There is nothing we can do about it. I heard that the scenery is excellent when you climb high and look far in the autumn in Beijing. This is better than Mingzhou. You are very insightful." Baochai smiled when she saw Dayu said this seriously, and did not dwell on this topic anymore. When Dayu saw Qingtang bringing something over, she also asked Baochai to take a sip and try it. "This is made from osmanthus honey with red dates and other things added. I only have that small jar of osmanthus honey left. I only asked someone to bring it out to treat you when you came." Baochai saw that the teacup was filled with amber honey water, and it was also sweet. After taking a sip, she said, "You are worthy of having your birthday on the flower festival. The food you use every day is also elegant." Dayu burst out laughing. "It's hard for you to pull my birthday out of this. I was wondering why you, the great Buddha, came down to earth today. It turns out that you came with an errand. You are taking advantage of me, girl. And you are still acting cute. It's all for you," Baochai said after taking a sip, covering her face with a handkerchief. It was a coincidence. Lin Muyue had just brought Dayu into the palace to celebrate her son's birthday. Then came Dayu's birthday, the flower festival. In February, Yanqing began to show its beauty. During the flower festival, peach blossoms, crab apples, and other early blooming flowers were already blooming. "I don't want to bother, but it's the good intention of the queen, and I don't want to let her down," Dayu said. According to the rules of the Lin family, girls don't celebrate their birthdays. Lin Hai and Jiamin would prepare gifts for their daughter, and the family of three would be happy together. However, since Lin Dayu came to Mingzhou with her parents, she rarely had such a quiet birthday. Dayu first made friends with like-minded people, and then she accompanied the queen mother in the palace. When others had birthdays, the queen mother would celebrate with the girls. Now that she has entered the palace, even if Lin Muyue does not want to celebrate Dayu in a big way, as long as there is a banquet, she can't help but invite the princesses and princesses living in the palace. In addition, Dayu's birthday naturally requires the Lin family's wife Jiamin to enter the palace. Dayu also asked the queen mother to let the grandmother and sisters of the Jia family enter the palace together. The total number of people is not small. We wanted to invite fewer people to the palace, but the queen made some calculations with us, and we thought that if we invited this person, we would have to invite that person. So in the end, there were still so many people. Baochai was also a little helpless. She had just ordered people to go to each mansion to convey the queen mother's order, and she knew exactly how many people would come. Baochai also had something to say, which was that when Dayu really officially entered the palace, the queen's birthday would be celebrated by the whole Zheng dynasty. By that time, Dayu might be even more tired of these things. Dayu glanced at Baochai and seemed to have thought of those things. "Forget it. Don't think about it. We sisters finally have some free time. Let's not talk about these troubles." Baochai also nodded. "Yes. Do you want to play a game of chess? I've been so busy these days that I don't even know what day it is. Let's play chess to relax." Qingtang and the people who came with Baochai thought that the two girls were extraordinary after hearing this. Playing chess, which is so laborious, has become a way to relax. Dayu agreed happily. "Okay. We can go fish watching after the next game. I heard from the queen that she seems to have got a few excellent goldfish recently. Let's go and have a look," Baochai also said after hearing this. "Okay. I come back late at night these days, and I don't want to disturb the queen. I greeted the queen early this morning and came here. I didn't know about this, After watching the two girls start playing chess seriously, Shi Tang also quietly withdrew with the people who came with Bao Chai. Chapter 195. Lin Muyue was holding a scroll of brocade painting and looking at it. A palace servant slowed down and came in to announce, "Madam, Mr. Xue and Miss Lin are here." Putting down the things in her hand, Lin Muyue was a little surprised. "Hurry up and ask them to come in." After Dayu and Bao Chai came in hand, Lin Muyue looked at the two of them and smiled. "It's rare to see you two together, sit down." Dayu and Bao Chai still bowed before sitting down. Dayu felt familiar with the scroll that the madam held up. "Your painting looks so familiar to me. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere." Lin Muyue smiled. "It was the painting that you drew before. I asked someone to take it to make this brocade scroll. I gave the order last autumn. I forgot about it in the hustle and bustle, and only got it now." Dayu suddenly seemed to remember something and stopped talking. It was Bao Chai who looked at the painting and said, "It's the painting that you drew before. I asked someone to take it and make this brocade scroll. I gave the order last autumn. I was so busy that I forgot about it, and only got it now." Dayu suddenly seemed to remember something and stopped talking. It was Bao Chai who looked at the painting and said, "It's the painting that you drew before. I asked someone to take it and make this brocade scroll. I gave the order last autumn, and only got it now, because I was so busy." Dayu suddenly seemed to remember something and stopped talking. It was Bao Chai who looked at the painting and said, "It's the painting that you drew before." After drawing the picture, she said, "What kind of flower is this? It's quite lovely. Can you help us?" Seeing Dayu hanging her head and playing with her handkerchief, Lin Muyue smiled and said, "It's the flower of a persimmon. We often eat this. But the flower is not very common." Bao Chai said after a "So that's the case. Your Majesty is knowledgeable and likes these things. Your Majesty's filial piety is even more rare." Lin Muyue ordered someone to hang up the painting. Seeing that Dayu had adjusted her mood and acted as if nothing had happened, she said, "I have to tell you about this. Ask him to reward you well when the time comes. You have worked hard these days." Lin Muyue saw how busy Bao Chai was these days. There were many people outside the palace who were dissatisfied with the female officials in charge. There were also some villains who did not dare to do anything on the surface, but secretly tripped her up. So not only was she busy with her own work, but dealing with these people also took up a lot of Bao Chai's energy. Lin Muyue saw all of this. But she knew that if Bao Chai wanted to continue like this, she would have to face these things sooner or later. So she also ordered people to protect her safety, and did not interfere with others. The reason why Bao Chai could rest for a day now was that she had caught the handle of those who deliberately made trouble, and forced the leader to come to her in person to apologize. Recently, her official duties were also smoother, so she gave herself a day off. Hearing the Empress Dowager say this now, Bao Chai knew that the Empress Dowager took her hard work seriously. "It is my duty. It is my duty to do my job well." Lin Muyue smiled and said, "How can there be so many duties? You should be rewarded for your outstanding work. This also shows that you, as a master, is clear about rewards and punishments. Don't refuse it when the time comes." After saying this, Lin Muyue also waved to Dayu. "Why are you sitting so far away? I have prepared some small things for you too. See if you like them." Dayu also stood up and came over when she heard it. "What new things are you going to give us?" "The Empress?" Lin Muyue handed each of the two girls a small brocade box and said, "You will know when you see it for yourself." Dayu opened her box and saw 2 jade hairpins carved with persimmon flowers. She looked up at the Empress Dowager, and her cheeks slowly turned red. She closed the box and held it in her hand without saying anything. Bao Chai was a little surprised by Dayu's behavior. She thought that something must have happened that she didn't know about. However, now was not the time to ask questions. She also opened her box and took a look. She saw a jade crown that only men would wear. "Dayu is fine. Bao Chai has been wearing plain clothes these days. I saw that other things were not very useful, so I asked someone to make this jade crown for you." Seeing Bao Chai open the box and stare at the things inside, Lin Muyue looked at her and said, after Bao Chai came to her senses, she met the gentle gaze of the Empress Dowager. She suddenly felt that the gaze was similar to the look of her mother. The similarity was the gentleness and pride in her eyes. The difference was that her mother would sometimes look at her with worry. Bao Chai also knew her mother's worry. The Empress Dowager's eyes were full of encouragement. It seemed that in the eyes of the Empress Dowager, she could always follow her heart. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will not let you and your majesty down, Bao Chai said solemnly. Lin Miyue said gently at this time. It's not that we trust each other. Bao Chai, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I support you whether you want to continue or stop. Seeing Bao Chai nodded thoughtfully, Lin Miyue said to the two girls, Don't you want to see the fish? Let's go to the side hall. Now the pond outside has not been planted yet, so it's not easy to put fish in it. I'll let someone raise the fish in the tank first. In the evening, Lin Miyue also asked Dayu and Bao Chai to stay for dinner together. Afterwards, she asked Yunxia to send Dayu back personally, and then asked someone to ask Bao Chai to come and talk to her. After everything was settled, Lin Miyue sat cross-legged on the Kong mat in her pajamas and coat. When Bao Chai entered the room, she saw the Empress Dowager with her face bare and reading a book. Seeing Bao Chai coming, Lin Miyue casually put the book on the Kong table. Come on. Sit down quickly. Let's talk for a while. Bao Chai now knew the Empress Dowager's temper. Seeing Lin Miyue say so, she didn't hesitate and sat opposite the Empress Dowager. Do you have anything to say? Is it about Yuer's birthday? Lin Miyue laughed. It's not about Yuer. It's your own business. Why do you always think about others? Bao Chai did a good job in her work these days, and Lin Miyue's thoughts became more and more. The clearer it is. She looked at the man and continued, You have seen the importance of maritime business these days. Your Majesty means not only a few good ports, but also a new government office in the capital to manage these things. What I am thinking is, are you willing to officially serve in this government office? The reason why Lin Miyue has always insisted on using female officials is for this day. The court has its own rules for official positions. If you want to open the door to female officials, you can only start training female officials from the harem, and then gradually blur the duties and powers of female officials, and push female officials to the front. The affairs of maritime commerce have been continuously improved for 3 dynasties, but there has never been an independent department responsible for and coordinating the whole process. Therefore, Su Qingyu did not arrange a position for his future father-in-law because of this idea. He wanted Lin Hai to become the official of this new government office. The Xue family was once a royal merchant family. Lin Miyue knew that she had let her son see Bao Chai's ability. But the current situation is to let Bao Chai take up a position in this new government office. There is nothing wrong with it except that Bao Chai is a woman. The new government office also has a lot of room for operation. Maritime trade is often accompanied by tributes from other small countries. Therefore, the treasures and tributes are often collected in the palace and need to be connected by eunuchs or female officials. Because of this link, there is room for operation. This position could have been given to eunuchs, but both Lin Miyue and Su Qingyu have some unspeakable shadows in their hearts towards eunuchs, so Su Qingyu would rather use Bao Chai. A female official. You are now a 5th-rank palace commander. When you go outside, His Majesty means to give you a 6th-rank position first. Although it is a little lower than your current position, it can be regarded as shutting up some people's mouths. Lin Miyue looked at Bao Chai slowly digesting the news, and continued to add. Bao Chai pondered for a long time, until the candlelight in the room burst into a flower. After hearing the sound of pop, Bao Chai raised her head and asked with determination. Since that's the case, will I have to walk around like an ordinary official in the future? Lin Miyue nodded. If you agree, you will be a formal official of Dezheng. You don't have to live in the palace all the time, which will delay your work. The homes of the princes and officials above the 3rd rank in Dezheng are called mansions. When the Xue family was at its peak, the plaque of the Xue mansion was also hung in the mansion. When Xue's father was young, he also wanted to make a change at home. Unfortunately, he didn't fulfill this wish until his death. Xue Pan is now a little more serious, and it doesn't seem like he can complete this task. Hearing the Queen Mother's words, Xue Baochai seemed to be able to feel her heartbeat. The thumping sound became clearer, and at the same time she felt that her thoughts seemed to be pulled away little by little, until she heard herself say, Okay. Su Qingluan was surrounded by a group of Ong people and forced to drink. He was not afraid of anyone who came and clinked bowls with him, and then drank it all in one gulp. Princess Lingyu frowned and couldn't help but call Erju to talk. Go and remind the 3rd brother, this wine is the aged wine I brought with me. There is no way your body can't stand it if you drink it this way, Lingyu ordered. Erju also felt the alcohol was overwhelming when she saw that. She hurried over after receiving the princess' order. Lingyu saw that after Erju finished speaking, both those who urged her to drink and her 3rd brother restrained themselves. She was relieved and put her heart back in her stomach. Her bai was also paying attention to the movement over there. She saw Erju walking back and said to the princess, "Do you want to use something? I saw that Jelluo had baked some things. Why don't I bring some to you?" Jelluo was a maid that Lingyu had just taken in recently. When you gave her to Lingyu, he hinted a few words. Lingyu knew that this girl was not simple and had the real ability to protect her safety. So she also kept her and treated her well. In the past, Lingyu would not let Jelluo do these things. But today's situation is special. Mu hosted a banquet for the envoys from Dajing. Now the people of the entire tribe are gathered together. People with brains will naturally not cause trouble today. So Jelluo volunteered to grill the meat. Su Qingluan was persuaded by the maid sent by his sister to stop drinking. He also followed the people to see what his sister was doing. He saw an Ong woman holding a small plate of meat and handed it to his sister. She also smiled and took it and tasted it before retracting her gaze. The people who had urged him to drink had left tactfully. So now the place was quiet. After Su Qingluan turned around, he met Muhi's eyes directly. Muhi smiled at the person opposite him. The princess will have someone to entertain her. Your Majesty, don't worry. Su Qingluan replied with a fake smile. Lingyu is my biological sister. And as her brother, I am naturally worried about her. Chapter 196. Muhi did not comment after hearing this, but he did not say anything back. Just picked up the bowl and took another sip of wine. It was Mu Ren who said something to smooth things over. The princess is now the wife of our Khan, and now there is one more person to take care of the princess, so the prince can rest assured. Su Qingluan snorted but did not refute. If that's the case, then it's good. Although the deputy envoy, Lord Yuan, who went out to the border with him, usually had a hobby of drinking with his colleagues and friends, the Ong people's habit of drinking so much still made Lord Yuan unable to hold his liquor. Now only Su Qingluan was left to talk to Mu He and the others. So now Su Qingluan also tried his best to avoid some topics, only talking to Mu He about some unimportant things. And now, he couldn't control himself when talking about his sister Lingyu. When his elder brother wanted to marry his sister off, Su Qingluan was unwilling. Now that he saw his sister and knew that she was doing well, he was relieved. But Su Qingyu himself felt a little uncomfortable in the past few days on the grassland. When he thought of his sister Lingyu's age and helplessness, he felt even more uncomfortable and couldn't help but say a few words to Mu He. Mu He didn't feel offended. He also knew that life on the grassland couldn't be compared with that in the capital of Zheng. However, he had already given the best to Princess Lingyu. He didn't think it was a big deal to be criticized like this. The grassland is bitterly cold. I also feel that the weather has become increasingly strange in recent years. I think Yuzheng people should have realized this. Mu He said to the person opposite him instead of focusing on the business. Su Qingluan paused as he was about to grab the wine bowl. That should be the case. I'm not an agricultural official, so I don't know much about these things. This was not true. Although Su Qingluan was not an agricultural official, he had an elder brother who had many contacts with agricultural officials. As a younger brother, he could be said to have been influenced by him. When Su Qingyu was still the king of Wu, he was very attentive to farming. When he first started doing these things, it was half out of interest and half to inherit his father's legacy. But later, when he saw the high-yield crops in the fields, Su Qingyu really felt the importance of these new crops. Now that he has ascended the throne, he is gradually promoting these crops to various places. Because he already had experience in Mingzhou, the capital had also received reports and records from Mingzhou before. Promoting crops and food is also the most indisputable new policy, so now the development of this matter can be said to be very smooth. In this process, Su Qingluan was actually curious about why his brother was so anxious to promote new crops. When his second brother put the disaster situation and grain production in various places in front of him, he understood why his second brother was so urgent. Su Qingluan always felt that the national destiny had been passed down to this day, and the national fortune of Dezheng had always been pretty good. It was only after his father ascended the throne that some twists and turns occurred. However, these twists and turns were all in the court, not among the people. Only after seeing those reports did Su Qingluan realize that it was not that the lives of the people in Dezheng had no twists and turns, but that those who had lived in the temple for a long time could not see or were unwilling to see the lives of the common people. Famine, plague, and the occasional bandits and pirates. The lives of the people have always been difficult, especially those farmers who work hard to make a living. There will always be a difficult time when the wind is not good and the water is not smooth. In recent decades, such difficult times have become more and more frequent. and river diversion and flooding have become common. Now that Mu He said this, Su Qingluan thought of these things in his heart. Mu He looked at the expression of the Zhenghorn prince opposite him, and he actually had some ideas in his mind. He thought that the young prince was still a little naive. If the Lord Yuan just now had not been drunk, it would not be so easy to see what he was thinking. But Mu He had no ill intentions. He looked at the man and said, "This is not a major news or secret. Besides, I have no ill intentions. It's just a casual chat. Your Majesty, don't be so nervous." Mu Ren followed up and said, "Yuzheng people value farming, and our tribe pursues lush land with water and grass for grazing. It all depends on the mood of God. You can naturally feel the solar terms." Su Qingluan looked at Mu Ren, an Ong noble who looked more like a Zheng person, saying these words here, and he actually felt a little strange in his heart, although Mu Ren's words made a lot of sense. Su Qingluan said after listening, "That's true. But the Khan led your warriors to plunder in the south, which was not a natural disaster. After Mu Khan unified the An tribe, he went south to plunder the border town of Dajing. The sorrowful voices of the people in the border town at that time could move the heaven and earth." Su Qingluan did not experience it personally, but he could feel the suffering from those words. So when his brother wanted to marry his sister to such an old foreigner, who had a debt of blood and tears to the Zheng people, Su Qingluan was so opposed to it. Mu He's eyes were heavy after hearing what Su Qingluan said. But he still said, "It's all for survival. Now there is an opportunity to resolve the feud between Yuzheng people and my clan. It depends on whether Yuzheng people are willing." Su Qingluan was not a 3-year-old child. This kind of thing can't be just said verbally. The Khan's sincerity must also be shown. When the atmosphere was tense, Princess Lingyu came here with her 3 maids. She took an exquisite silver wine pot and 2 silver wine glasses from the tray in Erji's hand, and poured 2 glasses of wine by hand and handed them to her brother and husband. "I haven't toasted the Khan and my brother yet, but I can't drink much and can only drink tea instead of wine. I hope everyone will forgive me." After Princess Lingyu finished pouring the wine, she also took the silver cup filled with tea from her boshu. When Yuren saw the princess coming, he also stood up and gave up his seat. He glanced at Jeluo. Jeluo just poured a cup of wine in an ordinary copper cup and handed it to him without saying anything. In fact, Princess Lingyu also saw that the few people who were still talking and laughing suddenly turned cold. She was afraid that her brother would suffer, so she came to mediate. Seeing the princess coming, Mu He and Su Qingluan both put aside their previous matters temporarily, and talked with the princess about festivals and celebrations on the grassland. Dayu finally breathed a sigh of relief while changing clothes. She asked Shuayan to pack up her clothes that smelled of alcohol, and she changed into a new set. After changing clothes and sitting in front of the dressing table, Dayu looked at the jade hairpin on her head and felt that it didn't match. Her first dress was a set of deep and light jade colors, but the second dress was a red-bottomed plum blossom pattern. The 2 transparent jade hairpins on her head looked a little weird. Dayu took off the 2 jade hairpins and felt a little empty. She felt uncomfortable no matter how she looked at them. It was Qing Tang who took out a brocade box and handed it to her daughter. "Why don't you wear these 2 hairpins? They will go well with your skirt today." Seeing the persimmon flower on the hairpin, Dayu looked away and thought for a while. "Okay, you help me wear them. Don't keep the ladies waiting for too long." Today was to celebrate Miss Lin's birthday. Su Qingyu shamelessly squeezed in. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of everyone present. When Jiamu saw the emperor appear, she felt much more at ease, knowing that the emperor still favored his granddaughter and was willing to show up to give him face. Concubines like Yun Taifei, who were familiar with the emperor, were watching the show when they saw Su Qingyu coming, and even felt a little relieved that they saw the pigs they raised finally go to eat cabbages. Several princesses and county princesses were thinking about it. Some were simply watching the show, and some had their own little calculations in their hearts, thinking about currying favor with the Lin family. Su Qingyu had his own affairs to deal with, so when he came, everyone had already had a drink and had fun in the garden. It wasn't long before night fell, and it was time for the evening show. Dayu had just gone to change clothes and found an excuse to go and clear her mind after drinking. Lin Miyue also ordered people to prepare sobering soup for the girls, and told them to drink before coming back. After the girls who wanted to change clothes just now came back, Lin Miyue announced when everyone was together. "Since everyone is here, let's go watch the show. There hasn't been a show in the palace for a long time." I don't know if these people's skills have also been lost. Yun Danyuan smiled dully when she heard it. You'll know when you see them later. Lin Muyue was a little confused about what Yun Danyuan was laughing at. But it was not a good time to ask. So she took everyone to the theater. When the play started, Lin Muyue realized what Yun Danyuan was laughing at. She took the play script and looked at it. She found that in addition to the common plays today, there were also a few plays she had written. Daiyu had seen the new play rehearsed by the Empress Dowager once before, and didn't think much of it. However, the daughters of the Jia family whispered a few words to each other as they watched such a play for the first time. Li Wan also saw a play she had watched before, and felt that the times had changed. However, now, whether it was her or Jia Zhu, the Jia family was developing in a good direction. So she suppressed her feelings. Everyone drew the plays they wanted to watch. Looking at the play title on the playlist, Su Qingyu looked at Daiyu sitting on the other side. Seeing the jade hairpin on her head, he smiled unconsciously. The tapestry painting hanging in Lin Muyue's palace was originally a painting by Su Qingyu. When he was painting it, Daiyu also gave him some pointers. At that time, Su Qingyu found an opportunity to thank Daiyu, the master. That's why Daiyu felt embarrassed when she saw the painting and the two jade hairpins. Daiyu seemed to have sensed the gaze coming from her. She also looked back. For a moment, the two people's eyes met. Seeing that the person opposite her was a little flustered and wanted to look away, Daiyu smiled at him generously. Chapter 197. Su Qingyu ascended the throne for the first time. In front of the emperor, there was still Pang Chong, who had served Su Qingyu before, among the eunuchs. However, Pang Chong also knew that he was not like Mao Kai, who had served the emperor since childhood, so he did not compete for credit and just did his own thing. On this day, Empress Dowager Lin held a banquet, so it was already late when the emperor came back. Pang Chong was leaning back and dozing off, and was woken up by his apprentice before he went to greet him attentively. Your Majesty is back. Do you want to take a bath now? I have already asked someone to prepare it, Eunuch Pang asked attentively. As soon as Su Qingyu entered the room, he glanced at the clock in the room. He said calmly, no need. I still have some things to do. You should prepare to take a bath after I finish my work. Seeing the emperor stride into the room for handling government affairs, and not allowing anyone to come in, Eunuch Pang rolled his eyes, and pulled Mao Kai to start a conversation. Brother Mao Kai. Wait a moment. Brother. I have some wine and food specially left here. Why don't you go and have some? Pang Chong was more than old enough to be Mao Cai's father. But now, he didn't feel embarrassed to call him brother. Mao Kai also knew what this person meant. He smiled and replied, You don't need wine. I feel ashamed to accept the rest. Thank you, Brother Pang. I have been following His Majesty all day, and I am hungry. I will accept your meal today. Your Majesty cares about the world. You have to deal with government affairs when you come back at this time. Brother, you are someone who follows His Majesty, so you will naturally have to work harder. Seeing Mao Cai's response, Pang Chong smiled even more deeply, and he started to flatter him. As soon as Eunuch Pang said this, Mao Cai couldn't hold back his smile, but he still coughed and said politely, It's our duty to serve His Majesty, but we also need to persuade His Majesty to take care of himself. The Queen also ordered not to let His Majesty stay up too late. Eunuch Pang also said knowingly, Very, brother. You know what to do. Brother, you can go and use the things without worry. When the clock rings in a while, I will also go in and persuade His Majesty. Mao Kai nodded and praised Eunuch Pang politely. Eunuch Pang didn't say much and directly asked his apprentice to take Mao Kai to use the things, and he waited at the door for His Majesty's instructions. But Su Qingyu in the inner room was not worried about the country, and the people like the two loyal eunuchs thought. His mind was full of the smile that Miss Lin gave him when he was watching the play just now. To be fair, the play on the stage today was very exciting. The actors kept in the palace were not only not rusty in their skills, but they worked very hard because they had finally shown their faces in front of His Majesty and the Empress. Except for Su Qingyu, who was absent-minded and had no intention of caring about what was going on the stage. Even Concubine Yun and the princesses who often watched the play could not help but give a lot of tips to the people on the stage today. After watching the show, Su Qingyu said goodbye to his mother with a stern face. When he came back, he was thinking about painting the scene that he had just seen. Lin Muyue saw Su Qingyu's look, and she was speechless, thinking that her son was too embarrassing. Although your Majesty was a little shy in front of me, but it was easy for him to give gifts and say nice things. I don't know who this kid took after. Why is he so shy? Lin Miyue was happy and drank more wine in the evening. When she returned to her palace, she saw that Yun Xia was the only one around her, and she kept talking to him. Hearing Lin Miyue's inappropriate words, Yun Xia was once again thankful that she had asked the other servants to leave. She stuffed the man into the quilt and said casually, "Your Majesty is still not enlightened. But this also shows that we respect the girl." Lin Miyue lifted the quilt and stood up. "You can't talk like that. This boy is so dull that he can't please the girl. I'm afraid that even if these two people are together, they will be incompatible. What's the point?" Although Lin Miyue decided to arrange a marriage for the two after asking the two children's opinions, this marriage must have triggered a switch. One thing after another happened, and Lin Miyue's plan to let the two children get along well and cultivate feelings was interrupted. Yun Xia looked at Lin Miyue. Her expression was full of helplessness for her not sleeping well and talking nonsense here. "You don't have to worry about it. You and His Majesty had never met each other back then and later on. You lived happily together for such a long time." The His Majesty in this sentence naturally refers to Su Ruiqing. Lin Miyue was betrothed to the prince at the beginning and later on. The two of them lived well. Lin Miyue was confused and clear at the same time. She looked at Yun Xia in confusion. "You don't know about my relationship with him yet." "No. You are fooling me." Yun Xia had a splitting headache and felt that she was foolish to try to reason with the drunkard. She went over and stuffed him back into the quilt and slid the curtains down. "Go to bed quickly. Tomorrow is the day to pay respects. You won't be able to get up if you stay up any later." The next day, when Lin Miyue woke up, she was refreshed. She looked at the two dark circles on Yun Xia's face suspiciously. "Strange. I don't need you to work the night shift here. Why do you have such big dark circles on your face? Yun Xia, why don't you go and have a rest?" Yun Xia thought that her queen's ability to forget everything that happened last night as soon as she woke up was also magical. She squeezed out a smile from her teeth. A few words came out. "No need. I've had a good rest. It's just that I can't recover because of my age." Lin Miyue felt something was wrong when she heard this. But the concubines who wanted to pay their respects in the palace were also coming. So she could only hurriedly say, "Then you roll the eggs. Don't waste the eggs. Just feed them to Cheese Pug." Yun Xia secretly rolled her eyes. "Don't feed that little thing randomly. I see that the dog is about to become a ball. Concubine, she can't say anything to you. You should have some idea in your mind. She was the woman who gave birth to Su Ruiqing's last son. At first, she was just a small noble. And later, she got the position of Jieyu with her son. After Su Chengyu ascended the throne, she was also honored as a concubine. Concubine Qi and the sixth prince were both the most transparent people in the palace. She had always been honest. And the sixth prince she gave birth to was the least conspicuous among the current princes. Although he was the youngest son, Su Ruiqing, the father, did not remember to give his youngest son a title when he died. When Su Chengyu ascended the throne, he only gave him the position of duke and sent his younger brother away. It was only after Su Chengyu ascended the throne that he was made a prince and allowed concubine Qi to live in the palace. But concubine Yun, who is now the head of the imperial concubines in the palace, has no intention of leaving the palace. So concubine Qi had no choice but to continue living in the palace. However, she is now in a better mood and has even raised a puppy to entertain herself. The kitten that Lin Miyue raised at the beginning has passed away. She doesn't want to raise these fluffy little things around her anymore. But she is still envious of others. Concubine Qi also mustered up the courage to get close to the queen since Queen Mother Lin returned to the palace again. She hasn't figured out how to please the queen yet. But the puppy she brought with her has accomplished this task. Therefore, Concubine Qi was very active in paying respects to the empress. And she would always come early with her dog. When Lin Miyue had just finished combing her hair and came to the 8 immortals table, someone outside came and said, "Your Majesty, Concubine Qi is here to pay respects to you." After thinking about it, Lin Miyue felt that she came too early today. So she said, "Please let her in," thinking that people probably didn't have breakfast at this time. Lin Miyue told Wen Lu, "Go and get another set of bowls and chopsticks." Concubine Qi was several years younger than Lin Miyue, but she only wore some colors like gold and dark purple, and her hair was done in a mature bun. Seeing that Concubine Qi came in wearing a lotus white jacket and a jade pink skirt, Lin Miyue secretly thought it was strange, wondering if there was a happy event in her family. Although Concubine Qi was dressed festively, Her expression was a little nervous. After entering the house, she still bowed and greeted as usual. When the Queen Mother politely asked if she wanted to join the table, she sat down as she was asked. Lin Miyue really felt uncomfortable without something in the morning. When she saw Concubine, she put a shrimp dumpling on the plate. She stopped talking and started eating with her chopsticks. But when Huai was careful, she saw that the Queen Mother had already eaten a row of crab roe buns, shrimp dumplings, and bean curd rolls, and was picking up the lotus root from the plate with chopsticks. However, there was still only one shrimp dumpling on Concubine Chi's plate. She knew that the Concubine Tai was probably here to see the Queen Mother today with something. Lin Miyue also got up on time and had breakfast. After she finished eating, she went into the inner room to rinse her mouth and came out again. Seeing that when Huai had taken Chi to the main room to sit down, she also wanted to go over and ask if there was really something wrong. Concubine Chi was also sitting quietly in the main room. When she saw Queen Mother Lin come out, she stood up again. She sat down again only after the Queen Mother sat down and told her to sit down. After Lin Miyue looked at the tea, Concubine Chi also tasted the tea without any intention of speaking, but her movements were still a bit anxious at this time. Seeing this, Lin Miyue asked first, "I think you seem to have something on your mind, but it's about Chenhe. The prince in the palace is also my sister and my child. If there is anything, just tell me directly." Chenhe is the name of Concubine Chi's son. Looking at Concubine Chi, who was so hesitant and came to her head, Lin Miyue felt that there was nothing else worth her doing except her son's matter. As expected, Concubine Chi was relieved when the Queen Mother mentioned it. "It's about this child. Your Majesty has granted him a mansion since he ascended the throne. This child has been saying that he wants to serve his elder brother. But I think he is so young, it's good that he doesn't cause trouble for his Majesty." After saying a few polite words, Concubine Chi continued, "He has been going back and forth in and out of the palace for the past few days. I think something is wrong with him." After asking him a few questions, it turns out that this child has some ideas. He said that he has set his eyes on a girl and wants to marry her as his princess. Chapter 198. After hearing what Concubine Chi said, Lin Miyue was actually a little dazed, but she came to her senses and thought that according to the habits of today's people, it is common for the sixth prince to want to marry after being granted a title at this age. Concubine Chi saw that the Queen Mother's expression was a little strange, and she was quite at a loss. She looked up at Wen Lu and Wen Huai beside the Queen Mother, and was relieved to see that the two of them were still normal, but she still kept silent and dared not speak again. It was only after Lin Miyue reacted and saw that Concubine Chi looked bad that she hurriedly said, "Nothing. Nothing, I just thought of something else. It's okay for Chenhe to get engaged and married at this age. No matter which girl she is. I can help you contact her family to come to the palace to take a look. The marriage of the third prince was considered a thing of the past. Now that Su Qingyu, the emperor, has not yet married, the sixth prince will naturally be ranked behind the emperor." Lin Miyue didn't say anything just now. Concubine Chi thought that the Queen Mother was a little concerned about the order here and didn't want her son to get engaged so soon. She was relieved to hear what the Queen Mother said. However, when she saw Queen Mother Lin asked which girl it was, Concubine Chi's beautiful face showed some sadness. She looked at the Queen Mother and said hesitantly, "You may not know this family. It's just an ordinary girl from a student's family." Lin Miyue was originally not interested. She didn't really like to do these matchmaking things. Just now, she thought about helping Concubine Chi to build relationships. But she didn't feel motivated. Now she heard that the sixth prince fell in love with a girl from a student's family, and she became interested. Concubine Chi was a little embarrassed. She was used to having no ideas. The sixth prince was also a dull person. But this child probably had the stubbornness inherited from the Su family. When he saw that girl, he was determined to marry her. The surname of the student was Wu. Miss Wu was a little older than the sixth prince. Her uncle's family was a small timber merchant in Beijing, and had a relationship with the manager of the construction of the prince's mansion. So Uncle Wu took on some of the work of repairing the prince's mansion. The reason why Miss Wu met the sixth prince was because she caught her brother, who was looking for her uncle to play in the prince's mansion. The master of the Wu family is currently a student of the Imperial Academy. This old student has bad luck and has never been selected as an official. So now he is just a scholar who has not entered the literati circle. But Mr. Wu has a good attitude. He and his wife have 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son has now passed the examination and is better than his father. The youngest son is the youngest of the 3 and is at a naughty age. Miss Wu's maiden name is Ingwa. It was a coincidence that the task of finding her brother fell on her that day. Mr. Wu was not doing well in the academy, and his family did not want to be disturbed by this news. Mr. Wu was busy socializing with his fellow students that day and was not free. Mrs. Wu was dizzy and unable to move when she heard the news that her son was missing. Finally, Wu Ingwa, who was still a girl, went out with her maid and servant to look for someone. She was smart and thought of asking her uncle for help. After going to her uncle's house, and Wu was also anxious, she sent people to her husband, who was still working in the palace. Later, a message came that it was indeed the young master of the Wu family, who was wandering around and finally went to play with his uncle. When Wu Ingwa arrived, her brother was eating melons and laughing foolishly among the craftsmen. Seeing her brother's careless look, Wu Ingwa was furious, but she couldn't get angry in front of everyone. She only let out her anger when she went out through the small door. She grabbed her brother's ear and got on her donkey cart. This scene happened to be seen by the sixth prince Su Chinghe. Miss Wu's face, which was lively and active even when she was angry, was imprinted in the little prince's heart. Later, after some inquiries, he found out the girl's name. If it was just this one face, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the young master of the Wu family was a rebellious man. He ran away once and then again. Uncle Wu and his wife had no sons, and no other brothers had children. He treated this nephew like a son and indulged him to come to help. The Wu family gradually got used to the young master's troubles. Miss Wu was worried and went to pick up her brother several times. As a result, she became familiar with the sixth prince. Of course, at this time, Miss Wu didn't know that the young man in front of her, who was not dressed very luxuriously, was the sixth prince. She just thought that he was the son of a steward in the palace. So she had no burden to chat happily with this younger brother who was slightly younger than herself. Later, the renovation of the palace came to an end. Uncle Wu no longer had to go to the palace to watch over it. And the Wu siblings naturally didn't have to go to the palace to look for their uncle. Su Chinghe didn't feel anything at first. But he never saw the girl from the Wu family. He always thought that he felt something was wrong when he was with someone. It happened that Concubine she thought that she should arrange a roommate for her son. When his mother mentioned this matter, the little prince was a little shy and wanted to reject his mother's kindness. Concubine she naturally asked her son why. After getting her son's answer, she suddenly realized that from then on, the one who was worried was not the little prince alone, but the mother and son. After hearing what Concubine she said, Lin Muyua was somewhat happy. She looked at the people with a smile and said, "It's hard for you, as a mother, to be so open-minded. That's good. If you just go and convey the order directly, the family will be confused. Although the father of the children has passed away, the concubines who marry the princes pay great attention to the family background of the imperial concubines. Concubine she is extremely rare. Concubine she was also somewhat helpless about her son's personality." That's what you said. And the same is true for this child. Even if we can't tell the girl, we should find her father and brothers to test the waters and slowly tell the matter. The child is still young and it's inevitable that he will be a little careless in doing things. We should always ask others for their opinions. How about this? You ask Chinghe to talk to the girl's father and brothers. And if it's decided, then go to Yur to issue an order. Lin Muyua thought to herself. Could it be that these children are all the same when it comes to love? Why are they all so shy? However, the old mother Lin Muyua, who was still worrying about other children's marriages, didn't know that her eldest son was fully prepared to please his future wife today. Su Chinghe wore a star blue robe and a darker blue cape. He was as tall and handsome as a jade mountain. He was so ostentatious that even Maokai was secretly licking his teeth. The princesses who were studying in Lonji Palace and their companions gathered together to hold a poetry meeting. The princesses not only had great powers and invited the respected old Hanlin and female officials to comment, but also invited the emperor to prepare the prize for everyone. Su Chinghe was a fat sheep offered to him, and the princesses would naturally not show mercy to him. However, the literary gathering naturally required some elegant gifts, so he ordered people to prepare famous paintings and calligraphy, various famous inkstones, famous pens and famous inks as prizes. However, due to the busy schedule, when Su Ruiching arrived, everyone had already presented their own articles. The Hanlin and the female teachers were arranging the seats for everyone in a room, and the princesses and their companions were talking in groups of 3 or 4. Glancing at the people present, Su Chinghe exempted everyone from the formalities. he asked curiously. Where is Chao-han? Why is she nowhere to be seen? And why is Miss Lin not here either? Princess Enian smiled, and pretended not to hear her brother's slip of the tongue. Chao-han accidentally spilled ink on her skirt. Yura was worried, and took her to change clothes. She will be back soon. Princess Shiro also looked at the second emperor and said, Are you going to go in and take a look? Shiro just wanted to sneak in to see the result, and knocked over the inkstone. If you go in and see the result, I think the masters are going to say something. Su Qingyu didn't know which Hanlin and female masters were here today. He looked at his sisters and said, That may not be the case. If those old masters were here, it would be useless even if I went in. I think we should just wait here for the results. Su Qingyu was not lying. He knew that those who could see the princess must be old Hanlin. These people might have really taught him, or even his father. They might not be very polite when they see the emperor. So he thought to himself that he should stay here to drink tea and wait for the results. Dayu walked back holding Princess Chao-han's hand. She looked at the depressed look of the little princess and said gently, Chao-han, don't be sad. I'll give you a new purse. Okay? Chao-han had just knocked over the inkstone, which not only stained her skirt with ink, but also stained a purse hanging on her body with ink. Therefore, she had been a little depressed. Hearing Dayu's words, Chao-han raised her head with a pair of red tears. Thank you, Sister Yu. But this purse was made for me by my mother. My mother was sick these days, and embroidered a purse for me. But I didn't keep it well. Princess Chao-han's biological mother was Concubine Kai. She had been in poor health recently, and had to take medicine all the time. However, the doctors in the Imperial Hospital changed the prescriptions again and again, and the concubine's health still did not improve. Concubine Kai's spirit was also getting weaker and weaker. The only bright spot in her illness was her little daughter Chao-han. She spent a long time embroidering this purse. Princess Chao-han looked carefree and happy, but she was very filial to her mother. In the past, she often stayed with her mother except for classes. She was too sensible to be a child of her age. Dayu had just entered the palace and didn't know much about the concubines. She felt a little apologetic when she heard this. Is that so? How about we go to visit the concubine queen today? Princess, explain it to the queen, and she will forgive you. Chao-han nodded, looked up at Dayu with caring eyes and said, Thank you, Sister Lin. Mother will be happy to see you. Concubine Kai had an acute illness recently. The Imperial Hospital treated her, but there was no improvement. Lin Miyue and the Emperor asked about this matter, but it didn't work. After everyone arrived, Su Qingyu also saw his sister's drooping eyebrows. He sighed in his heart, and knew what his sister was sad about. He planned to visit the concubine later. The Hanlin and female teachers in the room also knew that the Emperor was coming. Although Maokai had already told everyone not to come out to greet him, the people inside also had many years of experience as officials. They also tacitly accelerated the speed of reviewing, so as not to let His Majesty wait any longer. Chapter 199. Thinking about Concubine Kai and his sister, Su Qingyu did not say much after the Hanlin scholars came out to announce the results. He just distributed the rewards to everyone. He went to the little sister Chao-han and touched her head. The princesses saw Chao-han come out with red eyes, and knew why she was like that. Shiro wanted to say that the sisters should go to visit the concubine together, but Enian pulled her sleeve and gave her a look. Princess Shiro looked at Dayu, who had already held Princess Chao-han's hand, and then looked at her second brother, who was talking to the nanny next to the princess, and she knew what was going on. Sister, your article today is very good. Tell me what you think about it. Princess Shiro deliberately raised her voice and said. The girl's voice was crisp. After Shiro said this, Su Qingyu turned his head to look at his sisters. Shiro has made more progress. In addition to these, we should also prepare to make summer clothes. You can go to mother to choose fabrics. Don't really raise my sisters to be old pedants. Su Qingyu now has no concubines to serve in the harem. So whether it is Jiangnan or the embroidery room in the palace in Beijing, the fresh fabrics produced in these places are first provided to the princesses to choose. This time when the fabric came, he also told his sisters to choose fabrics and make clothes. Upon hearing this, Enian bowed to his brother. Thank you, second brother. The queen mother has good taste. We are willing to go too. The other daughters of the clan and the girl from the Gu family were also happy to show their faces in front of the queen mother. When they heard His Majesty say this, they happily thanked him. These girls were either sisters or cousins. Su Qingyu felt more comfortable with them. So he also accepted everyone's thanks calmly, thinking in his heart that he should also choose some jewelry for his sisters. Dai was trying to comfort Princess Chao. After Su Qingyu and her sisters came out, she said to others, "Your Majesty was very generous just now. But do I have any new fabrics to wear?" Su Qingyu was a little helpless. He turned around and whispered to Maokai before saying to Dai, "After visiting the concubine dowager, I will take you to the private storehouse. Okay? There are not only fabrics from Jiangnan, but also some fabrics from Southeast Asia and the West. You can choose them first. Just don't sell them to me in front of Yin and the others. The country has been a country of silk since ancient times. But fabrics from different places also have their own styles. In the past, there were also ladies in the palace who got fabrics from Southeast Asia and made dresses to wear, which was also very exotic, let alone Nanyang over the years. Some clothes and materials from the West are indeed desirable. Su Qingyu actually has some small ideas. He hastily looked at a few Western dresses and thought they were pretty good. He also wanted to take one for each of his sisters and Dai, holding a handkerchief to cover her smile. Dai cleared her throat. "Your Majesty, what do you think of me? It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Please send your fresh materials directly to the Empress Dowager." Su Qingyu smiled. "I am not the kind of person who forgets my sister. I also want to ask Miss Lin for help. Please don't refuse." Princess Chao eyes rolled around. She looked at Sister Yura for a while, and then at her second brother. She felt that both of them were a little different from usual. After arriving at Shokong Palace, Su Qingyu looked at the palace servants in front of Concubine Kai's palace with sad faces. He was also shocked. When he came to visit Concubine Kai before, she was in good spirits, and the servants around her were not so depressed. How could she become like this after just a few days? The palace maid smiled as she saw someone coming when the emperor arrived. "Your Majesty, are you here to visit the concubine dowager? I will go in and tell her." Su Qingyu had a sudden idea, and he did not want to bother the sick concubine dowager, so he did not send anyone to tell her in advance. Now after hearing what the palace maid said, he just said, "Don't disturb the concubine dowager. I am only here to visit her. If I make the concubine dowager's condition worse, it will be my fault." The palace maid nodded gratefully. After entering, she hurried out and said, "The concubine dowager invites your Majesty. The princess and Miss Lin are going in." Princess Chao was still young. Concubine dowager Kai felt that she was not in good spirits, since she was not feeling well. She entrusted her daughter to Princess Enian's mother, Concubine Dowager Yao. But Chao was worried about her mother, and would basically come to pay her respects to her mother after school. The little time that mother and daughter meet each other every day is also a rare joy for Concubine Kai during her illness. Today, when she heard that His Majesty was coming and the future Queen Lin's daughter came with her, Concubine Kai knew that Chao must have shown something that was seen by the girl from the Lin family. But it is also an honor to be visited by the emperor during her illness. After hearing the report from the palace servant, Concubine Kai asked someone to burn incense and tidy up the house. As soon as she entered the house, Dai smelled the scent of spices. She had learned to make incense from Madame Wei for a while in her spare time. After sniffing carefully, she realized that Concubine Kai put a lot of sandalwood and mint in the spices here, which suppressed the bitter taste of the soup and the stale smell of the room where the sick person lived. After Su Qingyu entered, he also wanted to pay his respects to his mother. Lin Dai followed the blessing ceremony. Empress Dowager Kai looked at the two people greeting her, and felt that the two people in front of her were really a good match. It was not the coldest time of the year, but Empress Dowager Kai was still covered with the thickest quilt. Su Qingyu looked at her yellow face and said sincerely, "How do you feel, Mother Kai? Is the imperial physician who treated you still attentive? When I came to visit you before, you were in better spirits. How come you are like this now?" Empress Dowager Kai smiled weakly when she heard this. "It's better now. I am a long-term patient, and there is a sick air in my room. The Emperor and Lin girl don't need to stay any longer. You can take Chao back after you have seen him." Chao heard his mother calling him name. She looked at her mother and whispered to her second brother, "Royal brother, I think mother has lost a lot of weight. Is mother going to get better?" Su Qingyu looked at Chao looking at him eagerly. He held her in his arms and comforted her. "It will be fine. Your Majesty will have to watch our Chao grow up in the future." Looking at Concubine Kai like this, Dai felt uncomfortable. She looked at everyone in the room and had an idea in her mind, but she also knew that it was not easy to say it out loud now, so she planned to wait until she was alone with Su Qingyu before saying it. After talking for a while, Su Qingyu saw that Concubine Kai was in low spirits, and was considerate enough not to bother her anymore. Daiyu and Concubine Kai were not familiar with each other, and had only met once when she first entered the palace. The emperor was here today, so they did not say much. Just now, they said that Xiaohan would go back with her brother. But when it was time to go out, the princess refused to take a step. Concubine Kai had no choice but to keep her daughter, and said that she would send someone to send her back to Concubine Yao later. She only asked Su Qingyu and Daiyu to go back together first. After leaving the house, Su Qingyu asked Maokai to stay, and asked the maids, who served the concubine, if there was anything missing. Then he asked Pang Chong to go to the imperial hospital and pass on the order to ask the director to come and diagnose the concubine. Daiyu watched the emperor order the 2 eunuchs around him to go out, leaving only a few eunuchs and guards to accompany him. And she found it a bit interesting, which slightly dispelled the worry she had felt when she saw Concubine Kai was unwell. After Su Qingyu finished explaining the matter, he looked at Daiyu and said, "You must have something to tease me again." After hearing what the emperor said, Daiyu did not refute. She just lowered her head and fiddled with her handkerchief. People say that when a lady goes out, she takes 8 steps at a time. There are many maids and old women around her to serve the young lady. Your Majesty only has 2 big companions around him now. Why don't you pick some sisters to serve you? What sister? I dare not respond to your words. If my mother hears it, she will punish me. Su Qingyu laughed out loud. He didn't care that Daiyu teased him with the other ladies. He didn't argue with her. He just said one sentence to reassure the person on the other side. Being called your. Daiyu looked up at the person opposite her. You are so smooth talking. When did your Majesty learn to say nice things? Su Qingyu laughed dumbly. I swear to God. How dare I lie to you? These are not nice words. In the imperial court, besides Maokai and Pang Chong, there are only these guys. I didn't use palace maids in the past. The eunuch serving behind them didn't dare to eavesdrop on the conversation between the 2 masters. But they were too close to avoid hearing a few words. At this time, they were all amazed that this future queen was really extraordinary. Generally speaking, no matter what a lady who becomes a queen thinks in her heart, she will at least put on a virtuous attitude on the surface. But this one is really unusual. It forced His Majesty to say such words and not stop. She also had to chase after His Majesty's words. Although His Majesty is young, he is also a serious person in the eyes of the court officials. These young eunuchs have really seen His Majesty act so coaxingly. If you count carefully, His Majesty is really so humble in front of this future queen. Seeing Daiyu stop talking, Su Qingyu had something to say. In fact, the palace does not assign maids to serve the princes. Except when I was young. My mother and her elder sister were by my side. Since I started school, I have only been around Maokai and his friends. Daiyu nodded when she heard what Su Qingyu said. It turns out that I was wrong. I still have to apologize to your Majesty. Seeing that Daiyu really bowed to him after she finished speaking, Su Qingyu quickly dodged. Don't. This is really too much for me to bear. Daiyu smiled slightly when she saw that the noise was over. Just now, when I saw the concubine dowager like this, I do have an idea, but it depends on whether His Majesty approves it, and whether the concubine dowager is willing to do it. Hearing that Daiyu was talking about serious matters, Su Qingyu also changed his expression and said seriously, I would like to hear the details. Have you thought of any solution? The Imperial Hospital has 1 director and 2 judges. The director basically only diagnoses and prescribes for the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, and the 2 judges are now responsible for checking the pulses of the concubines dowager. In fact, the medical skills between the chief and the judge were not much different. It was the judge who treated Concubine Kai before. In fact, Su Qingyu was still worried about the chief this time. So when Daiyu said she had an idea, Su Qingyu was willing to listen to her. I was thinking, why not summon those Western doctors to the palace to see the concubine? Daiyu kept looking at Su Qingyu's face while she spoke, and she was relieved when she saw that there was nothing wrong with him. Chapter 200. Daiyu's idea did not come up suddenly after she saw the concubine just now, but she had studied with the priest before, and had learned that the Empress Dowager helped improve the method of vaccination with the help of the priest. From this incident, Daiyu saw the achievements of Westerners in the art of medicine. With this clue, she often deliberately mentioned these things when discussing Western affairs with the priest to ask the priest to talk more about relevant knowledge. Because the development of Western medicine today is certainly progressive, but in a sense, it is also a chaos of various theories. although Dayu could not fully understand what the priest said. She was smart enough to see some good points in these Western theories. In particular, Dayu found that Westerners had discovered some new medicinal materials in their travels to various places over the years. If the emperor and the imperial doctors of the imperial hospital were unwilling to let Western doctors enter the palace after she spoke, it would be good to be willing to use some new medicines. However, Su Qingyu looked at Dayu and said to her in a somewhat uneasy look, "I have no objection. But this is not something that can be done just by my agreement. I still have to ask the Queen Mother for her opinion. Judging others by oneself." Su Qingyu couldn't help but think of his father's illness when he saw the sick and haggard appearance of Queen Mother Kai. If someone had said that there was a way to cure his father, he would be willing to believe in the other person's medical skills, whether the person was a Westerner or a Zheng person. However, Concubine Kai lived in the Deep Palace, and Su Qingyu was worried that Concubine Kai would not want to see those people, and would not believe in their medical skills. Although he knew the other party's worries, Dayu's heart was finally relieved after hearing what Su Qingyu said. She thought for a while and said, "I don't think the queen is such a conservative person. Besides, even if it's for Chauhan, she must be willing." After talking about the business, Dayu and Su Qingyu talked about some meaningless things together. When they arrived at the Yongqing Palace, she looked at the screen wall and said, "I was reluctant to walk in the past. But why did it feel so fast today?" Su Qingyu was a little happy in his heart, but he still coughed and said, "Maybe it's because I sat all afternoon today and saved my strength. Let's go and pick the things as soon as possible. She should have someone send you back as soon as possible." Dayu nodded. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Hearing this, Your Majesty again, Su Qingyu still looked at people and smiled. "I still like the words you said to me just now. You are. If there are no outsiders, don't say Your Majesty or not. It makes me uncomfortable." After speaking, Su Qingyu added, "If you want to call me by my name, just call me by my name. My father must have thought about this name for a long time. But unfortunately no one calls it by it on weekdays." As the son of the crown prince and later the prince, Su Qingyu was called by his mother, grandmother and others. But they only called him Your instead of his full name. Others either called him Your Highness or later called him Prince. Even Ji Yuan and Yin Han Kai, the two closest companions, would not call the prince by his name without respect. Dayu heard this and said, "How can you call someone by their name? Do you have a courtesy name?" Su Qingyu heard this and said, "Really? I don't have one. At first, my father wanted to ask the master to give me a courtesy name, but then the chaos was over, and my mother said she wanted my grandfather to give me one, but she probably forgot about it later, anyway. I don't have a courtesy name now." Looking at Dayu's thoughtful look after hearing what he said, Su Qingyu had an idea, and he blurted out, "Why don't you give me a courtesy name? It's what we call each other privately anyway. And there is no restriction on who can choose the name." Dayu was stunned for a while. She said stumblingly, "How can this be possible? There is no such reason in the world." Su Qingyu wanted to say that it was a good thing for a husband to choose a name for his wife. Why can't it be the other way around? However, he also took into account that the two had not yet officially married. So Su Qingyu just said, "It doesn't matter. At most, this matter will only be told to the mother. She won't care about it." Su Qingyu felt that if his mother heard about today's incident, he thought that his mother might not only not blame him, but also praise him for making the girl happy. Speaking of the Empress Dowager, Dayu also smiled. "Okay, then I'll think about it. But don't blame me if I don't choose the right one." "Why blame you? This courtesy name is only used between you and me. It's not good for me to choose your courtesy name. Otherwise my father-in-law will blame me," Su Qingyu said with a smile. In fact, given the current situation of the two people, Su Qingyu's choice of courtesy name for Dayu is not an offense. But he is still considering that his father-in-law is still alive, and is also well educated. So how can he take over his father-in-law's job? Dayu said, "My father also said he would give me a name when I was 15 years old. But he didn't tell me what name it was. A girl is 15 years old. And Dayu's 15-year-old ceremony was also held in a small ceremony according to ancient rituals. As a father, Lin Hai could naturally give his daughter a name. But when naming Dayu, Lin Hai had used up so many pins, and now the old man was struggling to choose a name." With a chuckle, Su Qingyu turned his head to look at Dayu. "Forget about the courtesy name. I will just call you Sister Yu. Okay?" Dayu saw people staring at her with burning eyes. and she was still stared at so hard that a little blush appeared on her face. How dare I say no? I just follow your majesty's wishes. Suqingyu didn't say anything else, but just coughed and said, Sister Yu, please, it's getting late. If you finish picking things early, I can send you back. Dai wondered why he wanted to send her back, but later she thought that His Majesty was going to pay respects to the Empress Dowager again. So she nodded and followed Suqingyu in. There are also many rooms in the Yongxin Palace. Suqingyu led people to a place. After entering, Dai couldn't help but exclaimed in her heart, this room is different from the style of the entire palace. It is decorated in a Western style. However, after a closer look, Dai said to Suqingyu, it's a pity that the rules of our palace are not quite the same as those of the West. Even if the furnishings in the room are all arranged in a Western style, they are still not quite the same. At that time, when people in the Zheng dynasty built houses, especially houses for people to live in, especially because they wanted to pay attention to gathering together to relax, the room where the bed was placed must be small and exquisite. At this time, the Western imperial palaces had already reached certain specifications. Dai had read some picture albums under the introduction of the priest, and knew what the style and scale of Western palaces were, and how the rooms inside were decorated. Suqingyu was also somewhat helpless. With such a learned girl as his sweetheart, it was really difficult for him to please others. So Suqingyu could only say, that's right. It's a pity that money is scarce recently, and it's not easy to build a garden. If you like it, how about we slowly build a Western-style palace? The royal palaces and courtyards were not built all at once. Suqingyu's brother was not included. His father actually had his own garden that he liked and repaired and added later. Suqingyu now has too many places to spend money, so he can't afford to build a large-scale project. So he can only make a promise to the person in front of him. I dare not be so extravagant. I think it's great that you have this intention. Dai looked at the young emperor in front of her with a smile of forgiveness on his face. And she was also touched. Xueyan and Qin Tang came with the girl. After hearing these words, they couldn't help but look at each other and smile. When Dai turned around and looked at the layout of the house, Suqingyu also said to her, I would like to trouble someone around you to send one to go with Guanghe and the others to get things. They are all exquisite clothes. These guys are clumsy and make people worry. Suqingyu saw that Dai brought 2 people, and he only asked one person to help watch. And he still had to leave one person to serve Dai to make her feel at ease. Dai nodded and looked over. Qin Tang took the initiative to pay his respects and followed the eunuch in front of the emperor, leaving Xueyan beside the girl to listen to the matter. Dai was invited to sit down at the table with obvious Western style. Suqingyu looked at the things on the table and said, this is the milk tea that mother made before. It goes well with these Western things. I asked someone to let it sit for a while, and it's ready to drink. Try it, and see if you like it. Dai had also drunk this kind of drink before, but she felt that the pattern of the tablecloth and the set of utensils on the table today were new, and the taste of the drink seemed to have changed a little. After Dai expressed her doubts, Suqingyu smiled and said, it has indeed been improved. What flavor do you like? I will ask someone to give you the recipe. After the two chatted for a while, Qin Tang and the eunuchs in front of the emperor came back. Suqingyu just said that the boys in front of the emperor were clumsy, but in fact, these people were also very skillful and sensible. When they were packing up, they called Qin Tang sister, and didn't ask her to do anything. Qin Tang was a little embarrassed, but she behaved neither servile nor overbearing, and was polite to others. So the people in the imperial court had a good impression of her. After everyone came back, Dai looked at the row of clothes and couldn't help but be a little speechless. Is this a Western-style skirt? Where did your majesty get it? Because she had a priest as a teacher. Dai was naturally not unfamiliar with these clothes, but she had never seen them in person. Although Avia and others who had met before were women, they naturally would not wear these court dresses. So Dai also felt a little fresh and stood up to take a closer look. I was thinking about forming a fleet, and recently I also ordered people to send a lot of Western items. But these skirts and accessories were presented by Western nobles, and I wanted to give them to you girls. Suqingyu said to Dai. Chapter 201. It is said that everything is afraid of a coincidence. Suqingyu was thinking of sending people to see, and it happened that a Western country sent someone to visit with semi-formal documents. It is called semi-formal because the person did not have the title of envoy, and was not a formal mission. But at the same time, the letter was still a handwritten letter from the king of the country, and the content inside was not entirely private. So Su Qingyu also considered this matter. He did not give the person the treatment of a formal envoy, but he also met with him several times and accepted the gifts he brought. These dresses were one of the gifts brought by the envoy. When Su Qingyu first saw those clothes, he was a little speechless. At that time, he was still wondering whether they were sent by the other master or the product of the envoy's own initiative. After talking with the envoy several times, Su Qingyu also learned that the envoy had some unconventional thinking. Knowing that these were the clothes he ordered his wife to prepare, he accepted the clothes. After looking at the clothes for a while, Daiyu heard the words, "I think these clothes are very different from the clothes of our dynasty, but their workmanship, style and embroidery are also excellent." There is another half sentence that Daiyu didn't say, that is, "These clothes are beautiful and can be liked by the princesses, but there is no chance to wear them." Su Qingyu seemed to see through Daiyu's thoughts. "It's okay for you to wear them in the palace. If you really don't have any ideas, you can go to your mother's palace and wear them for fun. There's nothing to worry about. There are many pieces here. Please help pick some and go over. When Yin Yan and the others are choosing the materials, ask them if they are willing to take one back." Su Qingyu didn't force them. Daiyu also accepted the request. Thinking about the preferences of the princesses, she picked a few clothes and matching accessories and asked them to put them away. Lin Muyue had actually been thinking about what concubine she had said to her in the morning. When she saw her son and Daiyu coming in with a lot of bags in the evening, she was a little surprised. "What day? Why did you bring so many things?" Lin Muyue asked in confusion. After Su Qingyu bowed to his mother, he replied, "These are things temporarily stored with you. Today, my son promised my sisters that they would come to you to pick out fabrics for clothes. These are Western clothes, so I will pick them out for them as well." Lin Muyue joked to her son, "You are really good at finding things for me to do." "Okay, I got it. Do you want to stay for dinner today?" Seeing that her son agreed, Lin Muyue asked Daiyu again, "Does Daiyu want to eat anything? I'll ask someone to serve the dishes." Daiyu knew that the queen was not being polite, so she told the truth. The dish of chicken slices with lotus leaves that the queen served before was good. "Otherwise, let's serve this one." Lin Muyue nodded and looked at her son again. Su Qingyu also ordered a lamb chop. Seeing that everyone had ordered all the dishes, she asked Wen Huai to tell the kitchen. After dinner, Lin Muyue sent her son away first. She took Daiyu to the side hall to look at clothes. "Strange. Where did all these clothes come from? Are they all for Yin Yan and the others?" Daiyu looked at clothes with the empress. "Yes. There is another one that I think is very suitable for the empress. I asked someone to put it away and brought it separately. I don't know where your sister is." Wen Lu said. "It turned out to be that box. It is also here. Does the empress want to bring it now?" "Just now." His Majesty and Miss Lin came with a group of people and boxes of different sizes. Daiyu took the opportunity when the mother and son went to the inner room to wash their hands to tell Wen Lu to put 2 boxes separately. Now after hearing what Daiyu said, she realized why Miss Lin had given such an order just now. Lin Muyue didn't expect Daiyu to remember to save one for herself. After all, according to current standards, these new things are suitable for young girls to try. For someone like her who has lost her husband and is about to become a grandmother, she should behave properly. How could she try such clothes? Seeing that the queen remained silent, Daiyu plucked up her courage and said, "You like new things so much. And you often take us out to play. You also like obvious talk about Western customs. I thought I would pick one for you." After studying in the palace for so many years, Daiyu felt that what she learned from the people in front of her gradually changed her mind. When she saw those clothes today, her first thought was whether she should also pick one for the queen. Picking up the dress that Daiyu picked for her, Lin Muyue still didn't say anything. But anyone could see the queen mother's joy. "When the weather gets warmer, I'll take you to a flower banquet. If you want, you can all dress up then." Lin Muyue put the clothes back and said to Daiyu, "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." Seeing the queen mother's enthusiasm, Daiyu simply responded. The envoys from the west not only brought gifts to the emperor of the Great Zheng, but also set off a wave of discussion in the court. The discussion became longer and longer, and the memorials were still piled up on the imperial desk in the Yangqing Palace. Some people came to kneel and advise the emperor. Su Qingyu looked at the piles and told Maokai, "You don't have to bring the memorials to me." Maokai responded carefully, but he looked at the emperor and said hesitantly, "There is one more thing. There are several adults who want to see you." One of them is an old Hanlon who once taught you. The old scholar is over 70 years old now. It's not good to keep people waiting in this weather. Although it was not too cold outside. Suching Yu put down his pen and thought for a while and said, "Please invite the old man in. And tell the others to go back and do their jobs well." After receiving the emperor's order, Maokai also respectfully pushed him out to pass on the oral order. In his heart, he actually felt that those who still came to bother the emperor were really tactless. This old man was really old, and his mind was not clear. He didn't know that he was being used as a knife. Since Suching Yu ascended the throne, there have been ministers who wanted to take advantage of their seniority to threaten the emperor. But Suching Yu was ruthless to these people. Those who were incompetent and came to him to die were stripped of their positions. And those who were capable but confused were ordered to go home and think clearly before doing anything. Of course, there was another important reason why the emperor could do this. That is, the cabinet ministers were all in the same mind as the emperor. And in addition to his future father-in-law Lin Hai, Suching Yu also wanted to add another person to the cabinet. Now the old ministers, who were expected to join the cabinet, were also in a state of confusion. And they would never go against the emperor at this time. Maokai was a eunuch promoted by the imperial concubine. He was handsome and likable. He was not very old, and did not have the slick and stale air of the old eunuchs. Therefore, he had a good reputation among the civil officials. When he went out to pass on the message to the old Hanlon, Maokai was also smiling and respectful. He went over and personally helped Mr. Huang up. "Why do you have to do this, old man? Do you need to do this if you want to see His Majesty? His Majesty always remembers your kindness in teaching him to read. As soon as I passed this message in, I ordered my servant to invite you in." Mr. Huang was not in good health. He knelt for a while, and felt that the cold air coming from the blue bricks underneath had already penetrated his bones. He was already a little bit overwhelmed. Being supported by Maokai, Mr. Huang felt his bones creaking all over his body. But he still had the determination to advise the king and speak frankly for the country. And couldn't help but say a few words to Maokai. "Eunuch is the person your majesty relies on the most. And you should advise your majesty to respect the established laws and follow the principles of saints and sages before you act on them," Mr. Huang said earnestly. But Maokai responded with him, thinking in his heart that Mr. Huang was worthy of being a Hanlon. And his words were so elegant, which really made him a little uncomfortable. The officials who are now highly valued by Suching Yu are all well educated and have fought hard in the imperial examinations. If we talk about the literary skills, they may not be inferior to Mr. Huang. But the emperor does not like such a response, and even ordered people to say less clichés and useless words when submitting memorials. So now the ministers who could often meet the emperor no longer speak like this, helping Mr. Huang, who was already trembling. Into the Yongqing palace, Suching Yu looked at him, and there was no extra expression on his face. When he knelt down again and bowed, he just asked him to take a seat. Being treated like this, Mr. Huang was also nervous. It was true that he had taught the princes before, but Suching Yu, who was still the second prince at that time, was mainly taught by his great-uncle Lin Jun. He was just one of the teachers who taught the princes. Mr. Huang had no practical ability in his life, but he did work diligently in editing books, drafting imperial edicts, and teaching the princes to read, and did his job well. Suching Yu actually still respected him in his heart. But today's matter was really too involved, and he had to use today's matter to get Mr. Huang out completely, so that he would not become the knife used by others to kill people. Seeing people sitting down, Suching Yu was still reading the memorials and didn't say anything. He left people aside and caught Mr. Huang off guard. Maokai and Pang Chong didn't move without instructions. Mr. Huang knelt for so long and thought that he would at least have a cup of hot tea after coming in. The emperor would listen to what he had to say. He didn't expect that the emperor would just leave him aside without saying a word. Mr. Huang's face changed when he finally couldn't help but wanted to stand up and salute and then give advice. He found that the emperor finally stopped writing and looked at him. Suching Yu looked at the old man, whose face was flushed, and he was about to get angry. He said calmly, "Although the weather is hot, I think you should calm down when I see your face. Give you a cup of chrysanthemum tea. I can have my tea as usual." The emperor still had to thank his subjects for giving him tea. But this cup of tea choked old Huang. He pinched his nose and thanked him, and took a sip of the tea with a deep hatred, looking at Mr. Huang's face that was wrinkled like a bitter gourd. Suching Yu drank half a cup of tea before saying, "Teacher, what important things do you want to tell me today?" Without waiting for anyone to speak, Suching Yu immediately said, Recently, I have to deal with a lot of things. Now I am trapped in these documents, and I know how vast the world is. Oh, nothing. I just have some feelings. Please continue to speak. Mr. Huang naturally knew that the emperor was saying that he was busy with affairs. And if there was nothing important, please don't disturb him. However, he felt that what he wanted to say was the most important thing. So he still planned to persuade the emperor today. Your Majesty has set a precedent by meeting with a Western minister before. And now you are going to select someone to go on a diplomatic mission. Forgive me for being blunt. But this is not a wise move. As soon as Mr. Huang opened his mouth, he was talking about these things. This sentence was also the beginning of Mr. Huang's chatterbox. He had a plan in mind before he came. After discussing, the group felt that the emperor would only meet him at most. So everyone's expectations were all on him. So Mr. Huang started with the benefits brought by the previous maritime ban laws. And then said that the emperor's ancestor was the first to open up the maritime trade, which was the ultimate law of the saints in history. And the saints of later generations should follow it. Finally, he said that the most important thing at the moment was to open up the channels for speech and select talents. It was not impossible to discuss the way His Majesty wanted to reform the imperial examination. Su Qingyu thought that this group of people were willing to make concessions. But I don't need them to make concessions. He looked at the people who were about to cry and remained indifferent. Change is better than no change. I have made up my mind to do so. Teacher, you don't need to persuade me. Mr. Huang is the representative of a conservative force in the court. Su Qingyu actually knows what these people are thinking. But he doesn't intend to back down. Giving in one step means giving in the second step. In the end, the emperor will become a mascot in the court. Whatever he wants to do depends on the faces of these ministers. Although Su Qingyu ascended the throne at a young age, he already had experience in governing. Now he also had the help of his grandfather and others. He would not be easily fooled. When he met Mr. Huang today, he made his attitude clear. However, Mr. Huang was not someone who would give up so easily. Seeing the emperor like this, he began to talk about the same old things again, talking about his grandfather's policy, and using it as a guideline to persuade His Majesty not to go against the laws of his ancestors. At the same time, for so many years, merchant ships have been sailing back and forth in several places with good ports, which has indeed brought certain troubles to local government offices. Mr. Huang also exaggerated these problems and talked about them. Su Qingyu smiled and said, Teacher, what you said is a bit strange. My grandfather broke the ban of the predecessors and opened up the national treasury. My father followed the path of my grandfather. I am now following the laws of my ancestors. How can there be any mistakes? Moreover, when problems arise, they should be solved instead of directly denying the whole thing. You should not be blinded by a single leaf. You should understand this principle without me saying it. After blocking Mr. Huang's words, Su Qingyu restrained his smile and said, Teacher, you are old. Some people think that you are easy to talk to. They always whisper in your ear. Talking nonsense, I know all these things, and you should understand them too. When the emperor stared at him, Mr. Huang's spirit of generosity just now seemed to dissipate all at once. He sat dejectedly in the armchair for a long time before saying, This old minister is just worried about your Majesty. You have been away from the capital for a long time. Now it looks like a calm pool of water, but there are turbulent waves underneath. I am afraid that you... These words were spoken by the old man in front of him. Su Ruiqing was actually a little surprised in his heart, unexpectedly. This old gentleman actually had a plan in mind. Seeing the emperor's face move slightly, Mr. Huang smiled bitterly. I am not a complete bookworm. If I hadn't worked in the Hanlin Academy for so many years, I wouldn't be this old. Your Majesty is young and ambitious. It's okay if you don't listen to my words today. Mr. Huang thought he had said everything he could say. He looked at the emperor sitting on the dragon throne, and knew in his heart that he was not an emperor that his subjects could manipulate as his subjects wished. Just like his father. In this case, his mission today was considered complete. No matter how the emperor and his subjects fought in the future, he would just claim to be sick and not be the leader. Looking at the old man's staggering steps, Su Qingyu felt uncomfortable. After he and others went out, he stood up and went to the window to look at the new buds on the trees outside for a long time. And then he gradually dissipated the turbid air in his heart. Chapter 202. When it was time for dinner, Su Qingyu hesitated for a while and called Maotai over. You should go to the Empress Dowager and tell her that I will go over to eat later. Maotai replied. The Empress Dowager also sent someone to ask It seems that the Empress Dowager also has something to say to your majesty. The Empress Dowager sent people to invite the emperor to dinner quite often, and the mother-son relationship between Lin Miyue and Su Qingyu was considered very harmonious among all the Empress Dowagers and emperors in history, but there were not many times when she explicitly said that the emperor must go because of something. Su Qingyu didn't quite know what his mother wanted to say, but he still responded, "In that case, remember to ask the kitchen to send today's meal list to the Queen Mother, and also be prepared if you want to order any dishes." Seeing Mao Pai responded and then left. Su Qingyu threw himself into the memorial in front of him. He had his own ideas about the envoys, but this was not something that could be done just by thinking. Even if the ministers no longer objected, selecting people, building ships, and determining routes were not trivial matters. Su Qingyu himself valued this first time going to sea, so he wanted to keep an eye on everything. Perhaps because he was thinking about something. The day passed by like flowing water. In the evening, he arrived at his mother's palace. Su Qingyu looked at Daiyu, who was waiting for him in front of the palace. He walked forward a few steps and asked her to excuse him. "No need to be polite. Why are you waiting for me here? Mother is relieved to ask you to come out." Daiyu pointed to her new cloak with a furry circle of fox fur on her shoulders. "I have this. I haven't thanked your majesty yet. You are wasting such good fur at this time." It was no longer the time to wear a fox fur cloak. The cloak Daiyu wore today was only made of silk cotton, but it had a furry edge on the collar. Su Qingyu looked at the girl standing across from him, who looked even more charming and lovely with the fur of the white fox. "It's not a waste at all. It's just slightly worthy of you. Come in quickly. Your mother is waiting impatiently." After the two of them went in, Lin Miyue was holding some materials to put in a vase. She looked at the two of them and said leisurely, "I'm not waiting impatiently. If you like, you can talk more in the corridor." Daiyu was embarrassed to listen to the greetings and went to change her clothes. Only Su Qingyu, who was thick-skinned, was left to say to his mother, "Son, I still want to talk for a while, but I'm afraid that the wind will blow Daiyu." Glancing back at her son, Lin Miyue felt incredible about the progress of people in making the girl happy. But she was also happy to see this situation. "You go wash your hands. 2. It's time for dinner." Lin Miyue put down the half-finished flower arrangement materials and prepared to go into the inner room to wash her hands, while telling her son to do the same. Su Qingyu followed his mother into the room and washed his hands obediently like a child. When the mother and son came out, Daiyu had already cleaned up for a while. Lin Miyue waved her hand and told Daiyu to sit down by herself. She pushed away her son's hand that wanted to help her sit down with disdain. "I'm not old yet. You go sit down too. Don't bother me by circling in front of me." Su Qingyu was confused by what he said. He didn't know what he had done wrong. He glanced at Daiyu secretly and wanted to seek help from her, but Daiyu just gave him a helpless look. When Daiyu said goodbye to the Queen Mother and went to Lanji Palace today, the Queen Mother was still fine. She actually didn't know why the Queen Mother was so upset when she saw His Majesty today. But fortunately, Lin Miyue behaved normally and peacefully afterwards, and didn't show her displeasure to her son again. Su Qingyu had a comfortable dinner. After the three of them had dinner, Lin Miyue looked at Daiyu and said, You said before that you would embroider a handkerchief for me? I have already chosen the pattern for Yunxia. You can go and play with her." Daiyu naturally knew that this was probably because the Queen Mother had something to tell His Majesty. She was not curious about what it was, so she went out and returned to the side hall where she lived. After watching Daiyu leave, Lin Miyue told her son about the marriage of the sixth prince, the son of Qi. After she finished the background information, she said, "The marriage of Xiaolu is a precedent. I still have to ask your opinion. The sixth prince was preceded by the fifth and fourth princes. The fifth prince was born to Ruan. Naturally, the mother and son did not dare to be picky. It was already stated that the selection of concubines in the future would be decided by His Majesty and the Queen Mother. Now that the brother on the throne has changed, concubine Ruan and her son did not dare to act rashly. Only the fourth prince was special. This was the son entrusted to Lin Miyue before Zhu Yinfu left. Although he was entrusted, the fourth prince was also a sensible person. So Lin Miyue just had to take care of him more in matters such as marriage and opening a mansion. Lin Miyue also planned to ask the rest of the Zhu family for their opinions on the fourth prince's marriage. She and Su Qingyu had thought about it, and would not interfere too much in Qingling's marriage. In terms of titles, Su Qingyu gave the titles of county kings to his brothers equally. Especially, He did not confer the title of prince on his third brother, who had the best relationship with him. This was actually somewhat unexpected by some people. Some people with a keen mind also tasted something from it. After hearing what his mother said, Su Qingyu smiled and said, "It's a coincidence. Xiaoyou's marriage coincides with what my son wants to do. Marry a virtuous woman. As long as the girl has a noble character and Qingyu likes her, everything else is trivial and has nothing to do with her." Seeing that his son had no intention of objecting but was happy to see it happen, Lin Muyue also said, "I know what you mean. It depends on whether the girl's family is willing. For many families, it would definitely be a happy event if they could marry their daughter into the royal family. But the Wu family is now in a gloomy mood. Poor Mr. Wu had already thought about giving up his official career this year, and wanted to go home from prison to be a happy old man. He was so overwhelmed by the pie that fell from the sky." Mrs. Wu looked at her husband with a look of disappointment. She slammed the table and scolded him, "Official! Official! Official! Others are obsessed with money, but you are obsessed with the official position. You can't walk when you hear the word official, and you don't think about your own flesh and blood at all." Mr. Wu was quite henpecked. He was yelled at by his wife, and he quickly forced a smile and said, "Calm down. Calm down. I am not thinking about Enir's future. His Highness the Sixth Prince is young and gentle, so who knows if he is not a good match. Besides, the prince wants to marry our Enir as a princess with 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothals, and he doesn't want her to be a concubine." Looking at the old wife opposite, with a look of rage, Mr. Wu's voice became lower and lower. The eldest master of the Wu family saw that his mother was about to roll up her sleeves, and hurried over to hold her shoulders, and persuaded her, "Anger is harmful to your health, mother. Please have a cup of tea." Mrs. Wu did not appreciate it. She glanced at her eldest son and scolded, "You are not a good person either. Are you also planning to sell your sister so that you can get promoted and make money?" Seeing that his wife started to scold her eldest son, whom she always loved and cherished indiscriminately, Mr. Wu was sweating profusely. With trembling hands, he took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead and thought about what to say. The atmosphere in the house was tense. Seeing that Mrs. Wu had drunk a cup of tea and was about to start scolding her husband and son again, Wu Yingbo, who had been listening to the noise in the house, lifted the curtain and came in. Her sister-in-law tried to pull her sister-in-law but failed. Seeing the surprised eyes of her parents and brothers, Wu Yingbo was not embarrassed at all. "My daughter is willing to get married. Parents don't have to worry about her." Frightened by her daughter, who suddenly rushed in, Mrs. Wu pointed at her daughter with a handkerchief in her hand. "What can I say? Is marriage something that you, an unmarried girl, can say?" Mrs. Wu knew that her daughter was always bold. In fact, she also thought that it would be better for her daughter to be more outgoing and bold, so that she would not be bullied easily when she went to her husband's house. However, this girl who had grown up was fearless. Now she had to intervene in the matter of marriage, which still gave her a headache. Uncle Wu was also frightened by his younger sister. He hurriedly pulled his sister to take her out. "What do you know? The palace is not a good place. This is what we should worry about. You little girl, go back and rest." Wu Yingbo did not move. She looked at her parents and brother and said, "I know who the Sixth Prince is, and why he came to our house to propose marriage. There is nothing wrong with this. It would be a good thing if my father and brother can be appointed as officials because of this." Uncle Wu heard the word appointed as an official with his ears. Mrs. Wu stood up and hurriedly squeezed her son away. She took her daughter's hand and asked, "Who is the background of the prince? I heard your father say that he thought he met a thief. He believed it a little after seeing the jade pendant, and knew that it was not an ordinary thing, and that no thief would easily cheat it." Recalling those afternoons of gossiping with the boy, Wu Yingbo told her parents and brother about the matter in detail. After hearing her daughter's story, Mrs. Wu shouted at her eldest son angrily, "Go and call that little bastard. I won't stop until I beat his ass to pieces today." Seeing that his mother was no longer as dignified as before, Uncle Wu felt that his eyes had been opened. Seeing that his mother, who always treated her younger brother as the apple of her eye, and would start to cover her heart when he and his father moved a finger, was now taking the initiative to teach his younger brother a lesson. He wanted to laugh, as he tried his best to stop his mother. After a while of such a commotion, Mrs. Wu sat back in her armchair, and sobbed with a handkerchief in her hand. Seeing her mother like this, Wu Yingbo was a little at a loss. Master Wu looked at his children and waved his hand with experience. "Go out. I will talk to your mother. No matter what happened today, you are not allowed to make it public. Especially Gu. You must keep it in mind. The prince told the two of them about this quietly in private. Master Wu was not sure about the prince's way now. So although he knew that his son had always acted cautiously, he still gave such a warning. Wu Gu is the name of Grandpa Wu. He bowed to his parents and picked up his sister, who had just knelt on the ground in the chaos. The brother and sister went out hand in hand. Outside the door, Grandpa Wu's wife Jean stood in front of the door. When she saw her husband and sister-in-law coming out, she hurried over to greet them. I heard the noise inside, and I didn't dare to go in. What happened? Jean's name was Qin Xian. When the young master of the Wu family had an accident, she happened to go back to her mother's home to visit her sick mother. That day, she was not at home. Qin was a little confused about the commotion today, but she was frightened by the constant mention of the prince and the prince in the room. Seeing her husband and her sister-in-law coming out with unhappy faces, Qin was also full of doubts. But she still went up to show some concern. Wu Gu waved his hand tiredly. It's nothing. There is just a marriage that parents don't agree with. You go and take Ingwa back to the room and comfort her. Qin nodded. She looked at her sister-in-law who was hanging her head and secretly wiping tears beside her and touched her head. Let's go back with my sister-in-law and leave the things here to parents and your brother to worry about. Chapter 203. Watching her children leave, Mrs. Wu's soft sobs gradually turned into loud sobs. She went straight into the inner room and slapped the Kong table and cried. Seeing his old wife like this, Mr. Wu hurried over to persuade her. Okay. Old woman, don't cry. It's not a bad thing. There's nothing to cry about. Mrs. Wu felt weak and breathless after what she said just now, but she still forced herself to say, it's not a bad thing. Is the royal family something that we, the small families, can marry? How old is the sixth prince? Our Ingwa was fine in the first few years after she got married, but what should we do in the future? The sixth prince Su Qinghe is still young now. If they have a marriage contract, it is estimated that it will take at least 1 or 2 years before the official wedding. Su Qinghe can wait for this time, but Mrs. Wu privately doesn't want her daughter to wait. Mrs. Wu was more concerned about her youngest son than her 3 children, but she would feel pain for her youngest son. When the news came out, Mrs. Wu's first thought was not how much benefit the family could get from her daughter's marriage, but how to plan for her future. Master Wu saw his wife walking around in circles on the floor of the house. He gritted his teeth and stamped his feet and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. The prince is just asking what our family thinks. I'll ask Gur to write a letter and return the jade pendant. The Wu family naturally knew which direction the gate of the prince's mansion faced. As soon as Master Wu finished speaking, Mrs. Wu stopped sobbing and said in a hoarse voice, You must keep your word. I've remembered it. The Wu family was just a small family. They raised a family to serve them. The men in the family were responsible for driving the carriage and guarding, and the women were responsible for sweeping and cooking. The two had a son who served as a servant when the masters of the family went out to socialize. Wu Ingbo was brought up by Mrs. Wu when she was little. When she was a little older, she lived in the West Wing and took care of her own daily life. Later, her eldest sister-in-law married into the Wu family, and she finally had a companion to talk to. After being pulled out of her parents' main room by her eldest brother, Wu Ingbo went directly back to her own West Wing with her eldest sister-in-law. After entering the room, she shook the copper pot on the table and saw that there was still water in it. So she poured a cup for herself and her eldest sister-in-law. Miss Wu actually had an idea of what her parents said just now, but she didn't really care about the things her mother was worried about. In Wu Ingbo's opinion, it was meaningless to think about whether a man would change his mind. Why not take the actual benefits when they were in front of her? Wu's family is located in the South City, where the people of Yanqing live. This alley is inhabited by scholars, but that's all. However, some people move to other places after being promoted. When Wu Ingbo was a child, he liked to eat the banquets held by these people. But most of the loyal people are butchers, and most of the unfaithful people are scholars. Wu Ingbo has seen many people who moved out after passing the exam and getting promoted, and also many original wives who are old and ugly and not respected by their husbands. Although the Wu couple have always been good to their daughter, the old couple have carefully considered their daughter's marriage, but Wu Ingbo always feels that these things seem to be meaningless. Now that a marriage with a princess of a county has been arranged, Wu Ingbo actually thinks that there is nothing wrong with marrying into the palace, even if her husband really changes his mind in the future. It doesn't matter. Qin was shocked to hear her and say such a thing. On the one hand, She never thought that her aunt was such a successful person. And on the other hand, she also felt that what her aunt said was somewhat reasonable. Su Qingyu chose good words for his younger brothers. So Su Qinghe was now called the Prince of Kong. His own palace was almost completed. So although he had not officially moved out of the palace recently, he liked to stay in the palace when he had nothing to do. Wang Qi, the eunuch who served the prince, was a fat and cheerful eunuch. But he had just received a hot potato from the gatehouse. And now, he couldn't smile at all. Wang Qi was not old, and didn't have any disciples around to help him solve problems. He looked at the square face of Hu, the guard who was guarding the prince, and felt that he was not someone he could discuss things with. Hu, the guard, looked at the fat but short eunuch circling in front of him, and he felt a little dizzy for some reason, and suddenly had the urge to hold him down and stop him from circling. Seeing Wang Qi finally stop swaying and make up his mind to knock on the door, Hu the guard also breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Su Qinghe, who was sitting in the room, heard someone knocking on the door 3 times regularly. As soon as the knocking stopped, Wang Chao's voice came in. "Your Majesty, someone handed you a letter and a token. You must take a look now." Su Qinghe was looking at his private list in the room. The emperor would naturally reward the prince who opened a mansion. Over the years, Su Qinghe and his mother had also accumulated some things. The emperor naturally would not covet these things and let them take them out of the palace. So now, he sorted out the property of himself and his mother. Su Qinghe felt that it was quite rich. He thought that if he asked his brother to find a job in the future, he would be able to support his mother and his future wife and children. "Come in, who sent the letter and the token?" Su Qinghe did not react at first, but when he came in and saw Wang Qi's face, which was always smiling, was cautious, his heart skipped a beat. Seeing the 6th prince burst into tears as soon as he started talking to her, Lin Miyue could hardly keep the loving motherly smile on her face. Although she felt that if the other party's parents did not agree, whatever she did would be like coercion and inducement. So she might as well give up. However, looking at the 6th prince, Lin Miyue swallowed what she wanted to say. Concubine she also sat aside with a sad face. When she received the news, she was at a loss. Her first thought was to take her son to the Queen Mother for advice. Lin Miyue looked at the mother and son opposite her and suddenly had a bold idea. Her eyes flashed and she smiled at the two of them. "I do have an idea. Why don't we go out of the palace and talk to them privately? It's inevitable that adults will be worried when a child suddenly comes to their house. We, as mothers, may be able to mediate and make peace." She was caught off guard by the Queen Mother's brilliant move. But Concubine, she was not an ordinary woman. After thinking about it, she even felt that the Queen Mother's words made some sense. "Thank you very much, Your Majesty." After making her decision, Concubine she stood up neatly and thanked Her Majesty for her kindness. She was ready to wait for the arrangement here to leave the palace together. Seeing Concubine she and her son go out happily, Lin Miyue fell on her throne without any image and began to feel a headache. Yun Xia was free today and followed Her Majesty. She had just listened to the whole process. Now seeing Lin Miyue like this, she reminded her, "Your Majesty, please pay attention. People are coming and going." Lin Miyue turned her body a little to make herself more comfortable. "It's okay. Who dares to come in without notifying? Yun Xia, where do you think we should go to play when we go out?" Seeing Lin Miyue like this, Yun Xia felt even more headache. She gave up persuading Her Majesty and went to do things on her own. After sitting in a chair for a while, Lin Miyue also planned to talk to her son about this matter. After all, if she wanted to take Concubine Chi out of the palace, she would have to trouble her son to allocate guards and other people to protect the safety of the two. Su Qingyu was cleaning up the tale of the previous incident. Old Master Huang failed to persuade the emperor. If he looked for other people next, they would be the elders with status in the royal family. But there were not so many fools in the royal family. Now that the emperor had offered them a carrot, they would naturally not be willing to go against the emperor. Maokai carefully served the emperor a cup of tea. He knew that the emperor did not like to be disturbed when handling government affairs. However, since the Empress Dowager was coming to visit her son, he naturally had to come in and pass the news to His Majesty in advance. Su Qingyu frowned and glanced at Maokai. Maokai quickly put down the teacup and said, "Your Majesty." When Huai from the Empress's side came to pass on a message, saying that the Empress will come to visit you later. Hearing that his mother was coming suddenly, Su Qingyu was quite confused. But he still said, In this case, go and prepare some snacks. I am a little hungry. The Yongqing Palace naturally has its own tea room. Maokai heard His Majesty say so, and responded and went down, ordering people to pick 6 different colors of salty and sweet snacks and prepare them. When Lin Muyu arrived, she saw her son eating snacks with a handkerchief. She went over and teased him. "Oh, why do you eat these? I should have brought you some snacks from my place." After Su Qingyu finished the last bite, he rinsed his mouth with tea. "Mother, I'm not used to your snacks. These are the best for me." Lin Muyu sat down opposite her son. "I was just teasing you. Did you have a good lunch? You always let that kid Maokai fool me. And I caught you this time." "Ahem. I did have lunch. I just felt a little hungry while reviewing the memorials." Su Qingyu began to talk about other things. Lin Muyu did not expose her son's lie. She was asking for help today, so she just smiled and accepted her son's statement. "I came to you today for a serious matter. Didn't Xiaolu say before that he wanted to marry a girl? Unfortunately, the family didn't agree. Your mother Qi came to me and cried today, so I thought it would be better to take her to the family to talk it over," Lin Muyu said while looking at her son. Su Qingyu was also a little surprised. "Don't you want to? No, do you want to leave the palace?" Seeing her son suddenly react, Lin Muyu began to scold her son loudly, mainly saying that she was not right, but she was loud. "Hey, what are you shouting about? It's okay to just go out for a while. I can't really eat vegetarian food and chant Buddha in the palace every day. Right?" Rubbing his forehead, Su Qingyu felt a little headache. No, if you want to go out, I will give you the guard Ma. He will pretend to be the driver and ask a good hand to be the guard. I will arrange a team of people to follow you, and Qi Mufei from a distance to protect you." The guard Ma was the former Ma Qianhu. He is now also a guard in front of the emperor, and is quite trusted by the emperor. At this time, Su Qingyu thought of him first, which shows how trusted he is. Lin Muyu nodded in agreement. "You can arrange all these. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. I have decided to take Qi with me the day after tomorrow. You should also arrange people as soon as possible." Chapter 204. It was the wish of 2 successive emperors to take back the fiefdom and reduce the influence of the clan members. Su Qingyu agreed with his father on this point. Su Ruiqing only hastily conferred the title of prince and fiefdom on his second son. If the transfer of the throne went according to his wishes, in fact, he might have been more willing to end the practice of dividing the land and conferring the title of king since the founding of the country in his generation. But things did not go as planned. Su Ruiqing himself passed away in his prime, leaving behind a lot of unfinished business. The methods Su Qingyu is implementing now are mostly following his father's path. It is not easy to control the royal family. Su Qingyu learned that his brother wanted to choose a girl from an ordinary Beijing family as his princess. He thought this was a good entry point. Before, Su Qingyu used the succession to deal with the king of Xiang. Now the Xiang area has been taken over by local officials. He just needs to find a reason to order the king of Xiang to come to Beijing to change his title and take back these enclaves little by little. At present, the royal family is extravagant and likes to compare. The marriage of wives and daughters in each family is also a disaster area for comparison. Now, if the emperor's younger brother no longer marries a noble lady, it will naturally set an example for other royal families. In the future, Su Qingyu can also change the precedent of marriage for royal family members. So Su Qingyu knew that his mother was going to take concubine Qi out of the palace personally. Although he was a little worried about his mother's safety, he was actually happy to see that his mother could get this done. Since Mrs. Wu knew about the previous incident, she also began to plan a husband for her daughter. The master of the Wu family was already married, and he married the daughter of a scholar who knew her well. Mrs. Wu also planned a lot for this daughter. She also planned to marry her daughter to a family of equal status. Mrs. Wu was a little surprised when she heard the maid come to report that someone came to visit. Someone came to knock on the door? What did she look like? Did she say what she came for? The maid recalled the face of the person who knocked on the door and said, "It's a young lady who is not too old. She just said that she has something to see you. Here is the note." She handed over. Mrs. Wu frowned slightly and took the note to look at it. The note was signed by Lin, and there was no specific content in it. It only said that Lin from the capital wanted to visit Mrs. Wu. She thought that she didn't seem to know anyone with the surname Lin. So she asked the maid in her house about the woman she had just seen. "Just a girl. How is she dressed? Does she look like a decent person?" Mrs. Song, who was standing below, smacked her lips and thought for a while. The young lady is pretty, wearing a satin dress with good material and fine stitching. She doesn't look like a bad person. After hearing what Mrs. Song said, Mrs. Wu let down her guard a little. Your husband is still at home. If it's just a young lady, ask her to come in and talk. Mrs. Wu thought that her house was under the feet of the emperor, and she felt that no one would do bad things in broad daylight. Yun Xia stood straight in front of Wu's house. She also secretly looked at Lin Hatong where Wu's family lived. This small alley was not very wide. She estimated that the people living in this alley should be old neighbors who knew each other. After all, many people's doors were not closed. After entering the gate of Wu's house, Yun Xiao looked at the courtyard and felt that Wu's family was one of the better off families in this alley. The small courtyard was not big, but the main house was 3 spacious tiled houses, 2 side rooms and a back house. And the ear room and gatehouse were all complete. There was also a cherry tree and a large water tank in the Wu family courtyard. There was also a barn in the corner where a donkey was leisurely eating grass. Mrs. Song, who led Yun Xia in, was also secretly observing the visitor. She was shocked when she saw Yun Xia's gait. She felt that this young lady looked much more majestic than her own scholar wife. When Mrs. Wu saw Yun Xia coming in, she secretly thought that this person might have an unusual background. She thought about it in her mind, stood up and bowed to the person opposite her, saying, "Greetings, Auntie. May I ask who is the honored one in front of me? I should be polite." Yun Xia saw Mrs. Wu like this and thought that the girl from the Wu family must be good. She immediately turned sideways to avoid Mrs. Wu's greeting. "I don't deserve it. I am just the vanguard. There are 2 great Buddhas who want to see you, madam." Mrs. Wu was almost stunned after hearing this. She was thinking about the woman in front of her, who was most likely a palace lady, and she was wondering who these 2 great Buddhas could be. Yun Xia saw that Mrs. Wu was a little hesitant. She showed the jade pendant that Su Qinghe had given to the Wu family to prove his identity. "I am not a thief. This should be the jade pendant that His Royal Highness Kong Junwang gave to your family. I also asked the prince to prove my identity today." Mrs. Wu took a deep breath and knew that she could not avoid it today. She could only look up at Yun Xia and said, "I welcome you. But please don't disturb the peace of the neighbors." "Thank you." Yun Xia nodded. "Of course. Please rest assured, madam." Watching Yun Xia turn around and go out, Mrs. Wu said to Mrs. Song, who was already stunned, "You can also call Yinghua and Qin Xian over, and ask them to meet the distinguished guest." Mrs. Song woke up from her dream and went out to invite the eldest lady and the girl. Mrs. Wu looked around the house and silently chanted a Buddhist name in her heart. Lin Muyue brought Concubine Chi down from the carriage at the alley entrance. She was quite fresh to come to such a place with a strong atmosphere of life today. "We can go for a walk later before going back. How about you in the future? You can go wherever you want with Xiaolu living in such streets and alleys." "But I can't do that." Concubine Chi smiled. "You are the most blessed old lady. It's just that such streets and alleys do look familiar and cheerful to people. I always think about such street scenes." Although she was a concubine, Concubine Chi's family background was not high. She also grew up in such alleys when she was a child. So when her son said he wanted to marry a girl who was not from an official family, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Lin Muyue had brought her guards with her when she left the palace today. But when she saw such an alley, she sent them back to watch the carriages. She and Concubine Chi took 2 female masters, who were dressed as maids, and knew martial arts to the Wu family. Mrs. Wu was waiting in front of the main room with her daughter-in-law and daughter. When she saw the people coming, she looked over and saw a lady who was about the same age as the female official just now, leading another lady, and 2 maids to walk in. Lin Muyue was also observing the 3 people opposite. The older lady in the middle had a round face and a blessed look. The woman dressed as a woman next to her was not very outstanding in appearance, but had a good temperament. The only little girl could be called a little beauty with bright eyes and a kind look. Thinking that love at first sight can only happen when both men and women are good-looking, Lin Muyue thought Miss Wu's timid eyes were very cute. And she also thought that this girl was actually cheerful and lively. So there was a sense of contrast. Although Mrs. Wu didn't know which distinguished person in the palace was coming, she still gave her daughter-in-law and daughter a look and asked them to come forward with her to greet. Lin Muyue walked over quickly and helped Mrs. Wu up instead of asking her to kneel down. "I'm here today to persuade you to change your mind. If we really become in-laws in the future, how can I accept such a great gift from you? This is my daughter-in-law and Miss Wu. Don't be so polite." Mrs. Wu heard what the person in front of her said and realized that this must be a lady in the palace. She was supported and had to stand up with the help of the person. Thank you so much, Your Majesty. I hope you can forgive me for my humble home. Please. It's really a pleasure to deal with smart people. Lin Muyue looked at Mrs. Wu and said, No. It's our fault that we suddenly disturbed your family. After entering the house, Mrs. Song also quickly moved a chair. Lin Muyue and Mrs. Wu sat on the Kong. She looked at the people coming and going and said, No need to be busy. Yunxia, you and this lady go and have a rest. Only Xiaoliu's mother and I will stay here. And Miss Wu, please stay for a while too. Hearing the address from the person in front of her, Mrs. Wu was even more frightened. If Xiaolu was the sixth prince, then the sixth prince's mother must be the dowager consort. The person in front of her could speak like that. Thinking of the word Lin on the visiting card just now, she felt dizzy again. Miss Wu was a young lady. Today, the matter involved her marriage. Originally, Mrs. Wu wanted her to go back after meeting the guests. But now that the Empress had spoken, she had no choice but to let the young lady sit next to her. Qin was the daughter-in-law, so she just stood beside her mother-in-law. Concubine, she sat on the chair beside the Empress Dowager. After everyone was seated in the room, Lin Muyue spoke first. Originally, the girl's family had given us a confirmation letter, and we shouldn't bother about it. But I thought that the child at home was young and things were not well thought out. It was reasonable for me to come and tell your family about it. As parents, we should come and see him and say a few words for him. Lin Muyue said to Mrs. Wu with a smile. Mrs. Wu thought for a while and said seriously, There is nothing wrong with the prince's good etiquette. But please forgive me, Your Majesty. Marrying a wife is a major event in the country. My family has been just ordinary people in Beijing for generations. I really don't dare to marry high. After the new emperor ascended the throne, the families in Beijing thought that His Majesty would soon start the selection of concubines. After all, there are many things to be handled after the wedding. But it is still easy to just select a few concubines to serve. But both the emperor and the empress dowager seem to have forgotten about this matter. In fact, many ladies and young ladies in the high-ranking mansions in the capital were very upset. In addition to selecting concubines for the emperor himself, the selection of concubines also had an important function of arranging marriages for the royal family. So it is normal for Mrs. Wu to worry now. Mrs. Wu's words just now implied a hidden meaning. In the past, the emperor selected concubines for the princes during the selection of concubines. Why did he suddenly change the rules and ask to marry his own daughter? Chapter 205. Lin Muyue nodded to show her understanding. Madam, don't belittle yourself. Although there is such a rule, it's just that rules are dead and people are alive. What's more, Xiaolu really loves your daughter, so this is not a problem at all. After hearing what the Queen Mother said, Concubine, she immediately spoke up. It's like this, the child really wants to marry your daughter, and he doesn't have any bad intentions. Seeing the two ladies say this, Mrs. Wu was also confused. Just now, she looked calm and said so many words. But in fact, her heart was in a mess. These two ladies spoke sincerely, and she didn't know how to respond. Qin was also honest, and she was a young daughter-in-law, so it was difficult for her to interrupt. For a while, the room was quiet, with only the sound of everyone's breathing. Concubine, she had a smile on her face. But after a while, she was a little at a loss. Everyone in the palace was a top person, so it was rare for someone to say something, and no one would respond unless it was intentional. Lin Muyue knew that the lady opposite probably didn't know what to say, so she took the initiative to say, This is also a big deal. So we came here in person to show our sincerity. I hope Madam can discuss it with her family again. After hearing the word family, Madam Wu regained some of her thoughts. She said respectfully, Thank you, Madam. I am a little woman and don't understand these things. But this daughter is also my own flesh and blood. I can't help but think more about her and think about it. Lin Muyue also felt that mothers like Madam Wu really love their children. This woman is willing to be reborn a second time after getting married. I know Madam's worries. I have also thought a lot about the girls in my family. I am afraid that my mistakes will delay their future. Now that Madam Wu is so worried, Lin Muyue can understand what she is thinking. However, she brought Concubine Chi here today to show her attitude. So she also hopes that there will be a good result in the end. Concubine Chi also seized the opportunity and said, I also felt that this girl was a good match when I saw her today. Good girl. Come here. Wu Yingbo was a little at a loss. She looked at her mother carefully, trying to ask how to respond to the invitation of the concubine. Mrs. Wu had nothing to say. Why are you so stupid today? Since the queen has asked you to go, just go there openly. Miss Wu also stood up and bowed to the two queens opposite, and then took 2 steps and stood steadily in front of concubine Qi. According to the palace rules, these steps were not very good, but Wu Yingbo was very graceful and remembered to greet. So concubine Qi nodded secretly. When the little girl stood in front of her, concubine Qi took off a bracelet from her hand and said to everyone with a smile, "This is something I got these 2 days. I don't have a good gift for you today, so I'll give this to you." Wu Yingbo was quite at a loss. She looked at the bracelet with its exquisite shape and many gems, so she was not sure what the concubine in front of her meant. Seeing this, Lin Miyue said, "Nothing. Take it. I also prepared some gifts for you. They are not expensive, so take them for fun." If concubine Qi had prepared something meaningful, such as a bracelet awarded by the late emperor or the empress dowager, Lin Miyue would have stopped her from putting so much pressure on the little girl. However, the bracelet concubine Qi wore just now was indeed a tribute from the West a few days ago. The gemstones on it were cut in the West and looked shiny, which was indeed inconsistent with the style preferred by the Central Plains. After hearing Lin Miyue's words, Wu Yingbo thanked the queen for the reward without any worries, and accepted the bracelet generously. She put the bracelet on the Wu family girl's wrist with her own hands. Concubine Qi smiled gently. "I saw that the princesses looked good wearing it, so I asked someone to buy me one. It really looks good on the little girl's wrist." Mrs. Wu had been watching this place, fearing that her daughter would do something wrong and make the queens angry. Seeing this, she thanked the 2 queens again. After sending off the 2 big Buddhas, Mrs. Wu took her daughter-in-law and daughter back to her room again. She leaned on the pillow as if she had lost all her strength. Qin personally went to the kitchen to get hot water and made a cup of tea for her mother-in-law. Wu Yingbo sat aside with her head down and sat silently. Mrs. Wu slowly drank the tea and placed the teacup on the con table. The porcelain and the wooden table made a muffled bang sound when they met, which frightened Wu Yingbo so much that he looked up at his mother. Mrs. Wu saw her daughter sighing so deeply. She said, "Go and have a rest with your sister-in-law. Mother is tired and needs to rest for a while." Seeing this, Qin also said quickly, "Don't worry, Mother. I will let Yingbo go to my room to have a rest. People are really tired after tossing and turning for a while. You should have a good rest." Qin and her sister-in-law Wu Yingbo usually have a good relationship. She and Wu Gu are the eldest son and daughter-in-law and live in the East Wing. Wu Yingbo, as a girl, lives in the West Wing, and the young master of the Wu family lives in the back house behind the main house. Taking her sister-in-law back to the East Wing, Qin actually had a lot to say, but she was hesitant to speak when she saw her sister-in-law was still silent, fearing that it would be bad if she spoke. Wu Yingbo knew that her sister-in-law was just concerned about her and had no bad intentions. She said to her sister-in-law, "I don't know what to say to your sister-in-law. I'll just wait until Dad comes back and see how he discusses it with Mom." Before, Wu Yingbo had never thought that marrying a prince was a big deal. But today, when the 2 ladies came, she faced some of the rules and manners of the royal family, and began to worry about the future. Qin sure also knew that this matter was not up to her aunt, but she knew her father-in-law's temper, and she thought that as long as her mother-in-law agreed today, her aunt's marriage should be stable. She didn't have to marry a rich man, but if her aunt could really marry the prince and become a princess, the benefits it would bring to the Wu family were obvious. And as the daughter-in-law of the Wu family, Qin sure would naturally be happy to see the family doing well. Now Qin sure saw that her aunt was indeed a little depressed and couldn't say anything more. "Yes, we still have to wait for my father to come back and make the decision." The queen mother could hide her departure from the palace from many people, but Daiyu was not among them. But she naturally knew her limits and would not speak carelessly. It was a rare day for Baochai to be free. After Daiyu left Lanji Palace, Baochai was waiting for her on the palace road. Daiyu was very happy to see her. "Sister, you are here. Why didn't you send someone to tell me in advance?" Baochai wore her own home clothes when she entered the palace this time. She gestured to Daiyu to see what the little maid behind her was holding. There were some toys for children in the tribute list before. His Majesty saw them and said to reward them to the princes raised by Empress Anyu. Daiyu nodded to show that she understood. Baochai came to the palace this time with a mission. She guessed that she just happened to come to see her at the right time. "Do you have any homework to do? Why don't we go to the Empress's place and sit together?" Bao Chai looked at Dai and invited her. After all, the princess's homework was relatively light and not assigned every day. Dai thought about it and thought that she would have nothing to do when she returned later. So she accepted Bao Chai's invitation. Maybe it's been a long time since I went to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. It just so happens that I can go today, Dai replied. The Empress Dowager here naturally refers to Empress Dowager Li. Dai is the daughter of an important official who has come to the palace to wait for the new year. There is no fixed rule about how often she should pay her respects to Empress Dowager Li. So she went every 5 days or so. Whether she could see the Empress Dowager or not, she just regarded it as a courtesy and did not want to be criticized. Bao Chai naturally knew Dai's thoughtful nature. Okay. I was going to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Li has been obsessed with worshipping Buddha recently. The consumption of spices in the palace can be said to be the highest in the entire palace. The amount of spices transported by the merchant ships recently is acceptable. But the quality is not top-notch. Although it is just a small matter, it involves Empress Dowager Li. Bao Chai thought she should explain it in person. The two went to the Sinang Palace together. When they arrived, they were stopped by the palace servants at the door with apology. Master Shui, Miss Lin, it is really unfortunate that the Empress Dowager is not in the palace today because of something. If you two want to pay your respects, I will tell the Queen when she comes back. If there is anything else, I will trouble you to come back later. Although she was a little surprised that the Queen Motherly, who rarely went out, was not there. Bao Chai didn't want to say anything important. So she said to the little eunuch, we came at an inopportune time. I just want to trouble you to tell the adults around the Queen Mother. The quality of the spices is not very good recently. I dare not use them to fool the Queen. It will take some time before I can have good tribute. I hope the Queen will forgive me. Queen Motherly was not an unreasonable person. The little eunuch immediately replied after hearing what Bao Chai said, yes. I will tell the adults. Bao Chai felt much more relaxed when she went to Queen Zhao's palace. After entering the courtyard, she looked at the obviously newly made swing in the courtyard and said with a smile, this is something the Queen prepared for the little prince. It was Nianyun who led Bao Chai and Dai in. She also smiled and said, that's right. The little prince went to the study room to study a few days ago. The teacher in the study room said that he performed very well, so the Queen ordered people to make this swing as a reward. Children all like to play. Those who like to read are rare and strange children. The grandson of the Xiong prince is an obedient child. Although he may not like reading very much, he will obey the Queen's instructions. So his current performance is pretty good. Bao Chai came today by chance. So after she entered, Empress Xiao was also very happy. You are here. Ah. There is also a distinguished guest here. If it were an ordinary person in Empress Xiao's position, they might feel uncomfortable seeing Dai. But Xiao Qingyi was really free and easy and didn't care about it. After meeting Dai, the relationship between the two soon improved. Chapter 206. Empress Xiao had something on her mind recently. When she saw Bao Chai coming, she thought that she might as well tell her about it first, to see if it would be enough to fulfill her wish. Dai was also very kind-hearted. She saw that Empress Xiao always talked about going out to sea today, and she began to realize that the person in front of her probably wanted to ask Bao Chai to do something. Although Shui Bao Chai was only a 5th-rank official at present, she was also one of the direct lineage brought by the emperor from Mingzhou. She was in charge of an extremely important task at the moment, so there were at least 800 people who wanted to ask her to do something. Especially now Bao Chai is living in her own house in Beijing. It is rare to see Mr. Shui. But the Shui mansion is so big that she can't escape. Since Bao Chai was appointed, there have been countless people who have sent letters to her. But Bao Chai also knows the urgency of the matter. If those who ask her to do something are just small things within her ability, she will do it without offending anyone. But she is also very careful about what is beyond her ability to decide, and does not agree casually. Dai saw the meaning behind Empress Xiao's words today, and Bao Chai, who has been trained for so long, naturally saw it clearly. Bao Chai naturally trusted Xiao Qingyi's personality and character. She knew that what Empress Xiao wanted to ask of her would not embarrass her. So she took the initiative to speak, and stopped embarrassing the Empress. Qingyi, do you have something to tell me? If so, please don't be polite to me. There is no need for us to be so distant before. Bao Chai watched the Empress swallow her words again, and she took the initiative to start the conversation. This was the first time Xiao Qingyi wanted to ask someone to do something. Even when Su Chengyu was still the mistress of the palace, she had never asked the emperor for anything like this. so it was even more difficult for her to speak to her old friend at this time. Fortunately, Bao Chai took the initiative to say this. And Xiao Qingyi said a little embarrassedly, I want to trouble you with something, but I just don't know how to start. You are busy now, and I am afraid to bother you. The matter that Queen Xiao wanted Bao Chai to do was not a big deal. This was also something that many families in Beijing had recently started to look for ways to get their own family members into the fleet going out to sea. The struggle in the court finally won the emperor. Su Qingyu even used this matter to make many royal family members and noble families who owed money to the national treasury pay back the money they owed. After hitting a stick, he gave a sweet date. The fleet going out to sea this time was quite large. There were countless positions for the 7th and 8th grade officials who were temporarily set up. Su Qingyu stuffed all these noble sons in. Whether these families really sent their capable sons out to seek an opportunity for advancement, or just took silver to show their loyalty and stuffed some playboys in, Su Qingyu, the emperor who once again enriched the treasury, did not lose out. It's just that the Xiao family is a little embarrassed now. They were originally nobles in Jinling and Nanjing. They came to Beijing because they had a queen. So now they want to get involved in these things. But they have no way to ask for favors. Finally, the wife of Duke Chang'an went to the palace to ask the queen, hoping that Queen Xiao would go through the palace again and let the Xiao family place a son in the palace. Bao Chai smiled and said after hearing what the queen said, I thought it was something else. Is it worth it for you to worry about it for so long? I will go and tell you tomorrow. After the matter was done, Queen Xiao felt relieved. She smiled and teased Bao Chai. It's incredible. Our Lord Shui now speaks like a minister. But I like it. And I hope that you will be promoted step by step in the future. So that I, a little girl, can be regarded as someone to rely on. Bao Chai silently accepted the teasing of Queen Xiao. But she quickly shifted the blame. Bao Chai first said, What kind of ministers are there? I am a small official of the 5th rank. If a tile falls in the capital, it will hit 10 people. After watching Dayu eating melon silently, Bao Chai turned around and looked at people and said, The only one here who can be related to the court is the daughter of the old man in front of me. After returning to Beijing for so long, Lin Hai was officially promoted to the cabinet by the important ministers a while ago, and became one of the 3 cabinet ministers today. Lin Hai's promotion can be regarded as saving Lin Feng and Bian, who have been so busy that they have blisters on their mouths. Dayu was inexplicably provoked, and she refused to accept it. What's the reason? Why do you involve me? Sister, you are getting worse and worse. Although Lin Hai became a cabinet elder recently, his entry into the cabinet was something everyone expected. The girls who accompanied him in the palace were from princes and princesses' houses, so they just congratulated Dayu without much reaction. Bao Chai was the first person to tease her about this matter today, and this was in front of Queen Xiao. So Dayu felt a little embarrassed. Empress Xiao had just asked someone to do something for her today, but now she had turned her back on Dayu and started to help Bao Chai deal with her. I think so too. Bao Chai, you deal with those people more every day, and you have indeed become bad, as Dayu said. There are all kinds of people in the palace, but compared with the people Bao Chai has to deal with every day, these people are really small fry. Especially since Bao Chai is a woman. There are always people who are not convinced. So it is extremely difficult for her to gain a firm foothold now. Dayu and Xiao Qingyi both knew how difficult it was for Bao Chai. They were just teasing, and had no ill intentions when they said that today. Especially, Dayu had an extra layer of convenience compared to Empress Xiao. She had also carefully talked to her father during her break. Lin Hai also agreed to his daughter's request, and gave Bao Chai some convenience within his authority. Besieged by both sides, Bao Chai could only surrender quickly and said, I can't win against you two. Okay. I admit defeat. You 2 young ladies, please let me go. After Bao Chai admitted defeat, Xiao Qingyi and Dayu finally put away their magical powers. The 3 of them talked for a while at Empress Xiao's place, and waited for Xiang Wang's grandson to come back from school. Then Bao Chai and Dayu said goodbye and went back. Speaking of the fleet going out to sea, Su Qingyu also invited an interpreter to the palace to teach him Western languages and characters these days. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. He has been a studious person since he was a child. Now that he is going to send someone out, he is also very interested in what the Westerners say. He wants to add another lesson to himself. However, learning a language that has never been learned before is not an easy task. After studying for a few days, Su Qingyu felt that this would take time. So he summoned the envoys, who were still in Yinshan to the palace first. Envoy Martin was also very excited after receiving the order to be summoned by the emperor of the great Zheng dynasty. He was received once after delivering the letter of credence, the king and his own gifts, and received a return gift from Su Qingyu, but he was not summoned again after that. The eunuch who came to deliver the imperial edict had a much warmer smile on his face, which made Martin even more excited. After the interpreter beside him translated the contents of the imperial edict, he was not stingy in expressing his praise for the emperor of the Zheng dynasty. The interpreter assigned to Martin looked like a young man who was proficient in Western languages, but he actually had some background, and his family had a high-ranking official in the Honglu temple. However, this young man Huang really had no talent for writing, and was unlucky in the imperial examinations, so he could only start from interpreter positions and work his way up. After hearing the foreigner's chatter, Huang Tongyi just said lightly, "I will convey your compliments to His Majesty. But Sir Martin, please forgive me for being so nosy. Please don't say so many unnecessary words when you meet the emperor." Martin shrugged and put his arm around Huang Tongyi's shoulders. "Relax, my friend. I know all this, but I have lived here for so long and really want to meet your Majesty again. You know, I also came with a mission. For such a rich land as Zheng, it would be a lie for the Western countries to say that they did not covet it. However, no country dared to say that it could conquer such a land over such a long distance. So the goal of each country became to make friends with the ruler of this country to gain more benefits. The king of Martin's country was the same. But this king's ambition was a little bigger. He not only wanted such a large market for trade, but he also wanted to use the help of Zheng to support the Far East and gradually develop his own power. Huang Tongyi escaped from Martin's arms. To be honest, he couldn't accept the habit of these Westerners to make moves at any time. After tidying up his clothes, Huang Tongyi said to Martin, "There is one more thing I want to tell you. Sir, not only you, but also envoys from other countries have arrived in Yanqing recently. Huang has said all. Please prepare well." Leaving Martin dumbfounded, Huang Tongyi hummed a little song and left in a good mood. As the interpreter who speaks the most languages, he can be said to be the most informed person about these situations. He also hopes that this envoy who jumped too far will have good luck. Martin scratched his hair after Huang Tongyi left. He felt that the audience trip the next day might not be as smooth as he imagined. Walking in the palace city, although it was not the first time he came to the palace of Zheng, Martin could not help but admire how magnificent and spectacular this huge palace complex, which was different from the architectural style of his own country, was. Martin's good mood lasted until he saw an old rival appear in the palace. When he saw the disgusting face, he couldn't help cursing in his heart. When the old rival smiled at him politely, he felt that he couldn't help but blurt out the curse. Seeing Martin staring at him fiercely, Carlito was in a good mood and silently praised God in his heart. Facing such a brainless opponent, he felt that today's audience with the Emperor of Zheng would definitely be very smooth. The people serving in front of the Emperor were all top-notch people. The undercurrent between the two envoys was also seen by Pang Cheng, who came out to convey the Emperor's message and asked the two to wait for a while. He didn't show it on his face and was still smiling. After turning around and entering the house, he told the strange atmosphere between the two people. Su Qingyu didn't know that there was some hatred between the two envoys he was going to meet today. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, the two envoys represented two countries. If there was a rift between them, it meant that the Western countries were not united, and it was also in the interests of Zheng. Chapter 207. As expected, after Pang Cheng came in and whispered about the situation outside, Su Qingyu raised his eyebrows. He originally wanted to put down what he was doing and meet the two envoys, but now he changed his mind. Looking at the half pile of memorials left, Su Qingyu said to Pang Cheng, "Go and take the two envoys to the side hall to sit down, and wait until I finish reviewing these memorials." Pang Cheng nodded knowingly. "Yes, I understand." So Martin had to sit with Carlito and stare at each other. The two of them knew what they represented in this foreign court, so they didn't make a big fuss. They also tacitly treated each other as heir and didn't speak. Speaking of Martin and Carlito, they can indeed be regarded as a pair of old enemies. Their respective countries have also accumulated grievances for many years. For land, population, and later vast seas and territories. There are too many things that the two countries dislike about each other. Martin looks out of place, but his background is indeed very good. His family has been close ministers around the king for generations. He is also skilled in horse riding, can use firearms, and can go to the battlefield. Carlito is not much worse. He is also an elite child raised by several generations of noble families. He and Martin have fought on the battlefield. To be precise, he once led his army to defeat Martin and was almost able to capture him and ask for ransom from his family. Since then, Carlito has been fine. But Martin always remembers this incident, and the grudge between the two people has been formed. After a few years, the two countries seem to have discovered the growing potential overseas, and gradually stopped fighting between the two countries on their own. Although the war between the two countries has stopped, the dislike between the kings and nobles and the ordinary people in the two countries cannot be eliminated in a short time. At least now Martin still can't help the urge to beat Carlito when he sees him. But he still cares about where he is, so he doesn't hurt anyone. Carlito, on the other hand, was leisurely sipping tea. After all, he was entertaining the envoys. So Su Qingyu was not stingy. He served everyone the best tea. Carlito was a person who valued the quality of life. Now he was sipping tea with the best porcelain, which made him feel very comfortable. Su Qingyu did not let anyone wait for long. Those memorials were not important greetings or daily reports. In a quarter of an hour, he read all the memorials and wrote his reply. He also went to the side hall where the two envoys were waiting. Hearing the eunuchs in the palace singing "Your Majesty has arrived," Martin and Carlito knew that the emperor of the Great Zheng had come here. The two of them stood up and waited. After seeing Su Qingyu, they bowed and greeted him. Hearing the two envoys speaking the slightly strange Great Zheng dialect, Su Qingyu thought that these two people were thoughtful. They had not been in the Great Zheng for long, but they were very skilled in greetings, and etiquette after entering the palace. Su Qingyu sat at the top, the two envoys sat on both sides, and 3 interpreters sat near the 3 people. Huang Tony, who has outstanding qualifications and abilities, followed His Majesty today to serve as his interpreter. Su Qingyu still had the habit of speaking a few pleasantries first. I was delayed for a while by some things, and I am sorry to have kept you two envoys waiting. Carlito seemed to understand what De Jong said, but just couldn't express it well. He listened carefully to the young emperor's words, and when he finished speaking, he immediately said, "Your Majesty ordered people to serve excellent tea. I am a tea lover, and it is a wonderful thing to be able to taste tea in such a beautiful palace. How can it be considered a long wait?" Martin was stunned when he heard this. But before he could rack his brains to come up with some similar flattering words, Carlito had quickly cut into the next topic, and smoothly began to discuss with the Emperor of De Zheng about the issue of customs taxation and restrictions on Westerners' activities in De Zheng. Martin quickly adjusted his mood and began to listen carefully to the conversation between the two people, looking for opportunities to interrupt and express his own views. Su Qingyu talked with the two envoys for a while, and found that although the atmosphere between the two people was not good, and they seemed to be a little unfriendly, he also noticed that the demands of the two countries behind these people were very consistent. However, Su Qingyu would naturally not promise anything in this situation. After chatting and getting some information he wanted to know, he also blocked the words of the two people in a few words, and did not make any actual promises. On the way out of the palace, Martin was still walking with Carlito. He didn't want to walk side by side with others, so he was staring at the back of the person's head with deep hatred, although there was a gaze hanging behind him like a thorn. Carlito still walked slowly with an elegant pace. He even had the mood to talk to the interpreter beside him, as if asking the interpreter if he could go to visit somewhere else. After leaving the palace, Carlito sighed softly, walked a few steps quickly to Martin's carriage, and said to the man who had already boarded the carriage and asked the driver to hurry up when he saw him coming, "Do you want to talk?" Martin poked his head out from behind the curtain, stared at the man for a while, and said, "Okay." After meeting the envoy, Su Qingyu didn't want to go back to face the remaining memorials. He looked at the flowers outside the window that had begun to compete for beauty. "Let's go to the Imperial Garden. It's a good time now." Looking at the peach blossoms, magnolias outside the window, Maokai also sighed and said, "I have been in Jiangnan for so long. I always feel that the flowers in Yanqing are not blooming well. But I feel good when I really come back." Su Qingyu smiled, and he felt the same way. The palace in Yanqing was where he grew up. Even if the scenery in Jiangnan is the best in the world, the scenery of his hometown is his favorite. Both Xinang Palace and Cunning Palace have small gardens. After Su Qingyu ascended the throne, he also built a garden for Concubine Palace where his mother lived. Lin Muyue also invited the princesses and their companions to come to her place to pick out materials and discuss holding a flower banquet because the weather was good today. Because the princesses were to have a holiday, Dayu simply did not go to Longji Palace today. Lin Muyue also pulled her to talk. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, Xiaolior is also old enough to get married. I think the girl from the Wu family is pretty good, and I want to bring her into the palace to make things lively. You should also take care of her when the time comes, Lin Muyue said to Dayu. The girl from the Wu family here is naturally Wu Yinghua. Her family finally accepted the royal family's marriage proposal. Su Qingyu personally issued an imperial decree to grant his brother a marriage. This choice of princess also shocked many nobles in Yanqing. Because Dayu now lives in the palace, Lin Muyue has an excuse to bring Miss Wu into the palace. She also wants to bring her in to avoid the limelight and prevent those rumors from affecting Wu Yinghua. Dayu only knows what the queen intends. She nodded and said, I know what you mean. I will take Miss Wu with me after she enters the palace. The princesses are all easy to get along with. Dayu knows the queen mother's vision. No matter what the future princess is from, her temperament should be good. Such a girl will not have any difficulty getting along with the princesses and their companions. Lin Muyue was very happy to see Dayu agreed. Okay. I'll ask her to stay here temporarily. It's spacious here and can accommodate another girl. I'm going to choose some fabrics for her today. Please help me with the details. After Dayu agreed, Lin Muyue chatted with her about Empress Dowager Li. I think Empress Dowager Li seems to have come out a little recently and started to go out for a walk to relax. Since her son passed away, Li Wancheng has been trapped in the Xineng Palace. However, perhaps because the weather has improved these days, Li Wancheng's biological princess Shiro has also started to encourage her mother, and finally coaxed Empress Dowager Li to be willing to go out. Dayu couldn't say anything to Empress Dowager Li, so she just said, Princess Shiro often goes to the Empress place, and I always see the princess when I go to pay my respects. Lin Muyue thought for a moment. Su Ruiqing didn't have many daughters. The eldest princess had been married off to her evil brother Su Chengyu. The second princess Yinian had been engaged to Ji Yuanjue. And then, there was the third princess Shiro, the biological daughter of Empress Dowager Li. Now Empress Dowager Li had changed her habit of staying indoors, which should be related to the princess marriage. Thinking about this matter in her heart, Lin Muyue inevitably paid more attention to Princess Shiro when she saw her today. Seeing that her mood was no different from usual, she temporarily put aside what she was thinking about. The little girls chattered together about the material, and the atmosphere was lively and cheerful. The Jinjiang River was dry, and the tribute was high. The palace was full of single silk. Dayu picked up the albums with material examples. She touched an ivory white flowered silk material and liked it. But she was a little worried whether the color was too plain. Princess Yinian saw Dayu like this and leaned over to say, Do you like this material? Dayu was a little embarrassed when Yinian saw it. She looked at the pattern and said to the princess, Yes, the pattern on this material is interesting. It is a heron and a lotus. And a lotus root. It seems to mean successes. I don't know how it was sent to us. Princess Yinian looked at it carefully and laughed. This is probably the material for making clothes for my second brother. It will be the time for the imperial examination in a while. This pattern is suitable for wearing at that time. The court had been arguing about the method of selecting scholars, and Su Qingyu did not want to delay the imperial examination. So although the imperial examination was delayed to May, it was still carried out as usual. It was already very hot in Yanqing in May. It was still unknown whether the emperor would come to the Qiongling banquet or not. However, after seeing this piece of material today, Yinian and Dayu looked at each other. They both estimated that the Qiongling banquet should be highly valued by the emperor. Chapter 208. After choosing the material, several princesses and their tutors gathered in the small garden to drink tea and talk. Lin Muyue also took the opportunity to announce that Miss Wu would enter the palace. We still need to hold a formal banquet. These days, the weather is good during the day, so I think we should invite people to the palace to have fun. If you want to listen to operas in the evening, I plan to listen to your opinions. Lin Muyue looked at the princesses and tutors, who began to chatter excitedly. In March, it is a good thing to wear warmer clothes during the day and enjoy the flowers and socialize under the warm spring sun. But it is still chilly at night at this time of year. So Lin Muyue still plans to ask the children's opinions. If they are willing to play, then arrange some more operas to watch. If they are not willing, then forget it. The princesses looked at each other. They just exchanged opinions. At this time, Princess Enian said to Lin Miyue coquettishly, "Mother, we are willing to play for a while. But it's not too ostentatious. Right? Speaking of entertainment, the men of the royal family can go out for horse racing, drink and watch plays. For these gentlemen, there are not only these but also some unspeakable ways of entertainment." However, before the princesses got married, they could only stay in the palace most of the time. Su Ruiqing and Su Qingyu were already relatively open-minded fathers and brothers. Enian and others' lives were also comfortable among the princesses of previous generations. But they were still a little boring. At this time, when the Queen Mother said that she would hold a flower banquet and listen to opera, the princesses were very happy to have a chance to meet some people and listen to opera to relax for a day. Seeing that they were all very happy, Lin Miyue also promised and said, "Okay. Then it's up to you. Also, you all have to take care of Miss Wu on the day." This time, Princess Chao took the lead. The little girl smiled sweetly and said, "Don't worry, Mother. We will definitely take good care of Sister Wu." The Western envoys also brought doctors on board. Those people also brought some newly developed Western medicines. After discussing with the imperial doctors in the imperial hospital, they also tried to use some on Concubine Kai. With these targeted medicines, and the careful care of the imperial doctors, Concubine Kai's health finally got better little by little. And Princess Chao mood also became better and better. Lin Miyue nodded and praised Chao. "Okay. Mother knows that our Chao is the most sensible. Then Sister Wu will be left to Chao to take care of." The focus of the flower banquet that day was a little off. For no other reason than that Empress Dowager Li came out of her own Sinang Palace and came to the banquet hosted by Empress Dowager Lin. Her behavior shocked many people. However, Lin Miyue and the princesses had actually received this news in advance. In particular, Lin Miyue vaguely knew why Queen Motherly began to appear in front of the ladies again. After all, her biological daughter Princess Shiro had not yet been settled. The nobles in the capital were like crops in the fields. If they were not hurried to harvest this crop, others would have snatched it up first. Queen Motherly naturally could not wait until her daughter was older to start planning for her. So recently she began to pay attention to the outstanding children of each family again, planning to find a reliable one to settle her daughter's marriage. Today's appearance also conveyed such a message. Lin Miyue could imagine how many noble ladies would pass cards to Empress Dowager Li of the Sinang Palace to enter the palace after this time. In fact, there were many people in the capital who wanted to see the jokes between the two Empress Dowagers, but neither Lin Miyue nor Li Wancheng would give people a handle on such things. This time, Empress Dowager Li's reappearance in the palace banquet became a signal that gave some people a misconception, especially some old-fashioned clans and noble families. These people are different from those who actively support the emperor's new policy. They neither want to make up for the silver owed to the treasury, nor want to get involved in the affairs of maritime merchants. Instead, they just want to live with their titles. God knows that Li Wancheng plans to close the palace gates again after worrying about her daughter's marriage. At the banquet attended by the two queens and princesses, some people could not help but murmur. And finally they were caught by Lin Miyue. The two ladies gathered together to chat. They were both women from noble families. One was the wife of the Earl's mansion, and the other was the wife of the Marquis's son. The Earl's wife was also a member of the royal family. Although her husband only had the title of Earl, he was also a member of the Su royal family, and he had a prince ancestor. Seeing that there was no one around, the Earl's wife could not help but say to the person opposite, "It's really strange. I don't know what the Queen Mother meant. The Lin family girl is considered to have some background. Why did the sixth prince choose such a family's daughter as the princess?" The Queen Mother here naturally refers to the Queen Mother Lin. The Earl's wife, like a group of people in the capital, felt that the Queen Mother Lin really did not play by the rules, and made them quite unable to deal with it. When Lin Miyue was born and for a long time afterwards, her father was a minister. Lin Hai gradually became a cabinet elder after Su Ruiqing ascended the throne. It was also at this time that the Lin family truly became one of the top families in Yanqing. So in fact, when Lin Miyue became a concubine in the East Palace, although the noble families in Yanqing were a little surprised, they just thought that Emperor Fontai loved his son and chose a concubine with a good family background for him. Later, when Concubine Lin took her son out of the capital, it was not without people watching the joke. Even when Su Qingyu passed away, Su Qingyu returned to the capital as the emperor's younger brother and ascended the throne again. Some people still felt that Lin and her son were just lucky and were a little dissatisfied. This is what the two ladies thought. That's right. I think there's nothing good about the daughter of the Lin family. It's just that the Empress Dowager thinks she's good in every way. I heard that His Majesty is not young anymore, and there's no one to serve him. Looking at the empty space, the wife of the Marquis also whispered to the people. The royal family doesn't care about assigning maids to the princes. But when the princes reach a certain age, they will naturally have someone to serve them in bed. But Su Qingyu really doesn't even have the palace maids who can serve the emperor at night. As soon as this incident came out, some people in the small circle began to gossip. No one dared to make fun of or talk about the Queen Mother. But they still had the courage to say a few words about the future queen. Our Majesty is also a strange person. But now that the Queen Motherly has appeared again, I think that Lin will not be arrogant for much longer. Mrs. Bo smiled strangely when she heard this. And she didn't know who Lin was talking about in her vague words. Lin Muyue stood behind the rockery and felt quite magical. She thought to herself that it was rare to see people conspiring so loudly. And it was rare to see people in the palace who dared to speak like this. She was really curious about which family this edict came from. Li Wancheng stood aside with her daughter. She was holding an 18-bead bracelet and fiddling with it. As the queen and queen mother, she had been ridiculed by others. Now seeing that Lin Muyue was also disliked by others, she was also curious about how she would deal with it. Li Wancheng would usually say to herself in her heart, "Forget it. It's not worth getting angry for these people." However, Lin Muyue obviously didn't want to tolerate it now. She led her people to go around from the side. Lin Muyue looked at the two ladies, who were still talking about her happily just now. And their faces turned pale and blue. She felt relieved. Why? Isn't the banquet I'm hosting today lively enough? You two are still allowed to whisper here. Lin Muyue ignored the two people who were paying respects, and went over to sit on the stone bench leisurely. Wen Lu also quickly put a cushion for the queen. The two people squatting and paying respects were very embarrassed. As soon as they heard the Queen Dowager say this, they knew that the conversation just now must have been heard by the queen. The question now was how much the Queen Dowager heard. So the lady of the baron tentatively replied, "Your Majesty, today the imperial garden is full of flowers, and the scenery is very beautiful. We came here to see the scenery. Very, very, very. Your Majesty's flower banquet was very good, and we all liked it very much. We just stopped here after walking a long way to see the flowers." The wife of the Marquis followed suit. Lin Muyue smiled and didn't intend to let the two people on the opposite side go. "I see. But I seem to have heard you two talking about His Majesty just now. Is it true or not?" The charge of disrespect is simply an excuse that is too easy to use. Lin Muyue's smiling words sounded like gold to the ears of the two ladies. While the two were racking their brains to find something to say, Li Wancheng also walked over slowly. The two ladies thought that the savior had arrived, but who would have thought that Queen Motherly sat directly beside Queen Mother Lin, and ignored the two ladies as if they were air and didn't call them. Li Wancheng looked at the two people kneeling below. This was the first time she knew that such things could be handled in this way. She had heard people talking about her and her son behind their backs before, but she endured it every time without saying anything. It was quite new to see Lin picking on her this time. She was happy to watch the show and had no intention of saving anyone. The incident ended with Lin Muyue immediately driving the people out of the palace. Of course, this was just the beginning for the two ladies. After Su Qingyu knew about this incident, he also kept it in his heart. No matter whether the Lin mentioned by these two people refers to his mother or his fiancée, he could not tolerate it. So the families of these two people suffered. Su Qingyu found an excuse to deprive them of their titles and demote them. Lin Muyue was fine. Li Wancheng did send someone to pass on the news, asking if the matter was too big, whether it would affect the emperor's reputation and so on. She suffered so much anger because she was too careful. If it was when His Majesty was here, she would have endured it, but what is there to endure now that her son is the emperor? Lin Muyue quietly complained to Yunxia. Although Yunxia felt that her own queen was a bit easy to talk about, she also agreed with some of her words. What good is there in these people who gossip behind people's backs? Your Majesty certainly didn't deal with these two families just because of this. I'll tell the Queen Motherly on your behalf? Lin Muyue nodded in agreement. You go, I still have to personally watch over there to pack up Ingwa's things. Chapter 209. After deciding that the Wu family girl would also enter the palace to spend the new year, Lin Muyue also asked Dayu for her opinion on how to arrange for this girl. Dayu now lives alone in the side hall. She doesn't mind living in the same palace with others, So in the end it was decided that Wu Yingbo would also live in the east side hall of Concubine Palace. The Queen Mother's palace should have been the quietest place. But Lin Miyue was different from the ordinary Queen Mother. She was happy to have a more relaxed atmosphere here and have more young people around her. So she was quite excited to get the two girls to her side. The color of this curtain is too dull. Change it to wormwood green or sea foam green. Lin Miyue looked around after entering the side hall. First she found some faults in the fabric. When Huai followed and wrote down the Queen Mother's instructions, she thought for a while, and then asked, Miss Lin has a small study in her room. She also brought some books when she entered the palace. I wonder what this Miss Wu is like. Does she also want to prepare a place for reading? Both girls have already decided to become royal wives. Although one is the future queen and has an extraordinary status as the mother of the country, the other is the prince's wife and the princess of the county. But now the two of them will live together with the Queen Mother for a while. When Huai's question just now was to ask whether the Queen Mother should decorate the two rooms in the same way so that no one can find fault with them. Lin Miyue didn't think of this. After thinking for a while, she said, I felt that Yingbo didn't like reading that day, but your worry is reasonable. Get everything ready, just don't put any big books, find some interesting books like story books. As the Queen Mother, Lin Miyue naturally couldn't favor one over the other, so she also felt that when Huai was very thoughtful and agreed with her opinion. Now, the people who can work with Lin Miyue are all veterans, who have worked together for a long time. When Huai and Wen Lu are both experienced and rigorous in their work, which is in line with Lin Miyue's wishes. These rooms are all very well tidied. After taking a look around, Lin Miyue said, Very good. There are many things to do this month, and everyone is busy. When Huai, you can tell Yun Xia when the time comes, and increase everyone's monthly salary by 3 months. Everyone is naturally happy to get a reward. As soon as Lin Miyue said this, the atmosphere in the room changed in an instant. The palace maids and eunuchs who were still tidying up the room also moved more skillfully. Have you prepared tongue biscuits, mincemeat and other snacks in the kitchen? And bring a pot of freshly brewed milk tea. Come with me to see Yer. After Lin Miyue finished her own work, she also planned to take care of her son. Su Qingyu has been very busy recently. He did not show up at Lin Miyue's flower banquet before. He seldom accompanies his mother for dinner these days. As a mother, Lin Miyue is naturally worried about her son. So she looked at the time on her watch and felt that she could do another surprise check to see if her son had lunch on time. In the Yongqing Palace, Su Qingyu didn't know that danger was about to come. He called several important officials into the palace this morning to discuss who would be the examiner for the special examination. Watching the adults arguing back and forth all morning was a headache for him. After finally deciding on the candidate, he asked someone to give a banquet, but he just casually used some food and called it a day. After taking a nap in the afternoon, he felt refreshed. Su Qingyu started reading the memorials again in the afternoon. The Dezheng envoys to the northern border also said back news recently. Yin Hankai was also in the team this time. In the past, the private goods that Yin Datsai brought were all poems and essays. This time, the information he conveyed to His Majesty privately was unusual. Some of the words in it were vague, and Su Qingyu frowned. Su Qingyu thought for a long time and came to a somewhat shocking conclusion. Currently, he was also thinking about when to ask close ministers to come to the palace to discuss how to arrange this matter. Thinking about something in his mind, when he saw Maokai walking in with a somewhat flustered step and saying, The Queen Mother is here, Su Qingyu's face rarely showed a guilty look. Tell my mother to sit in the Jinxing Hall for a while. Just tell her that I have an urgent memorial to review. Su Qingyu thought about it, and quickly found an excuse to comfort his mother. Maokai went out after receiving the order. Su Qingyu put away the memorial that he had read many times, and went to the mirror. Seeing that his face looked good, he went over with relief. Lin Miyue was not unfamiliar with the Yongqing Palace. She had been to the Jinxing Hall many times before. After entering, she sat down as if she was familiar with the place. Maokai personally served tea to the Empress Dowager, and carefully told her the order that His Majesty had just given. Seeing Maokai's cautious look, Lin Miyue thought that this kid was still a little naive. It would be better to let Pang Chong come than to let Maokai fool her. At least the old man would not show his weakness in front of her and sell him out. However, Lin Miyue would not make things difficult for Maokai. She glanced at him and said calmly, I know. You go too. Although the Queen Mother still had a smile on her face, Maokai still felt a chill on the back of his neck. After he went out carefully, he silently chanted a Buddhist mantra in his heart. thinking that it was not because he was not good enough, but because the queen knew the emperor and himself too well. I hope the emperor will be blessed. When Su Qingyu arrived, he also saw Maokai standing by the partition in front of the Jinxin Hall with his head down. He paused and thought about finding an excuse to escape, while still wondering if this idea was feasible. When Huai came out and happened to meet Su Qingyu face to face, surprised that the emperor didn't go in after coming. When Huai still bowed and greeted him honestly, her voice was finally heard by Lin Muyue inside. Since you are here, why are you lingering outside? Come in quickly, Lin Muyue said as she slowly poured the milk tea. After Su Qingyu entered, he also saw the snacks and milk tea on the small table. After greeting, he sat opposite his mother and said with a smile, "You still remember that I like to eat this? The tongue biscuits are stuffed with pepper and salt, and the mincemeat cakes are filled with pine nuts, walnuts and many other nuts. This is a small snack from the south, which is not common in the north." Lin Muyue asked the small kitchen to prepare this plate of snacks when she saw her son like it when she was in Mingzhou. Seeing her son eating snacks by himself, Lin Muyue's accumulated anger gradually dissipated. It was easy to teach this disobedient child when he was young, but it is difficult to control him now that he is so old. I know you are busy, and I told you to eat well before, but why don't you learn from your mistakes? Although there was a bit of complaint in the words, Lin Muyue was actually worried about her son. Su Qingyu looked at his mother embarrassedly, and after finishing his food and drinking a sip of milk tea, he said, "It was just a coincidence today. My son has always eaten on time. If you don't believe me, ask Pang Chong." Seeing Maocai's behavior just now, Su Qingyu knew that he had completely exposed himself in front of his mother. So at this time, he just told his mother to ask Pang Chong. Lin Muyue had just thought of a solution in a flash. She glanced at her son and said, "Okay, I'll write it down." At lunch the next day, Su Qingyu looked at the 4 remaining memorials on the table and said to Maocai, "Just ask someone to make a bowl of eel noodles. No need to set up the meal." Maocai took the order and went out. After a while, he came back with a food box in his hand and a strange look on his face. Su Qingyu looked at the man who seemed to be hesitant to speak and was a little curious. "Why did you come back so soon? Did the Imperial Kitchen just happen to send this snack?" The Yangqing Palace has its own Imperial tea room, which is always warm with hot water and snacks. These noodles such as eel noodles are indeed just a snack in the palace. After all, basically only a small bowl is used to fill the stomach. Maocai came back to his senses at this time. He smiled and said, "This is something said by the Empress Dowager. Miss Lin brought people here to deliver it." Su Qingyu hurriedly said, "Why did Miss Lin come here in person? Don't let her stand outside. Please invite her in." Maocai asked the eunuch to carry the food box, and he went to follow the emperor out and said, "Of course, I have already asked the girl to sit in Jinxin Hall. Do you want to go now?" Su Qingyu walked over quickly, thinking that Maocai was sensible. "Okay, you did a good job." After arriving at Jinxin Hall, Su Qingyu saw a beautiful figure standing in the middle of the room. At this time, he also felt the tinkling sound of the jewelry on his body and the beating of his heart. When several people came over, they did not slow down their pace. Daiyu naturally heard the footsteps of people coming. She slowly turned around and smiled at Su Qingyu. "Greetings to His Majesty." Su Qingyu wanted to go over and help the person up, but after all, he was concerned that the two of them had not yet married. So he could only say helplessly, "Get up. How come you are so unfamiliar after not seeing each other for a few days? Didn't you agree to call me by my name before?" Daiyu stood up and pointed at the eunuch's hand. "The food box is in the room. Your Majesty, please eat first, don't let it get cold." Nodding, Su Qingyu said to Daiyu, "How about putting it here? Have you had lunch?" Daiyu didn't say whether she had lunch or not, but just said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, then I will take this opportunity to have a royal meal." The food boxes brought by Daiyu and her companions were filled with dishes that Su Qingyu and Daiyu both liked to eat. Su Qingyu was also very happy when he saw the palace servants put out all the dishes. Su Qingyu had a lot to say to Daiyu, but considering that the girl hadn't had lunch yet, he still abided by the rule of not talking while eating. After the two of them had lunch, Su Qingyu found an opportunity to say to Daiyu, "Want to go out for a walk? It's more comfortable to take a walk in the afternoon at this time." Daiyu smiled and agreed. She looked at Su Qingyu and said, "I have fulfilled your trust in what you said to me before, but you are not allowed to dislike it if you don't like it." Su Qingyu's mind moved, and he looked at her seriously and said, As long as it's you. I like it. You can rest assured. Seeing Dayu being led to rinse her mouth and wash her hands, Su Qingyu also went back to the bedroom to tidy himself up. After the two of them were tidied up, they went out for a walk for a while. Chapter 210. The Yongqing Palace is not far from Cunning Palace. Su Qingyu also asked people to clean up Cunning Palace again during this period. Now it is almost ready. It is only waiting for some decoration inside, and the owner to move in before slowly decorating it according to his own habits. As the residence of the queen, Cunning Palace has always been one of the best maintained palaces in the palace. After Dayu arrived at the small garden that had been renovated again, she also sighed. It is rare to have such a garden in the palace. The palace is solemn and solemn, so in fact, emperors of all dynasties did not like to live here. Generally speaking, when the weather gets hot, the people in the palace will go to the garden and the palace to escape the heat, so the garden in this palace is just like that. Su Qingyu looked at the small garden and said, "We can go to the temporary palace in a while." Have you never been there? Dayu nodded. Yes. I haven't been there yet. There are more things to do in the garden. You can go boating in the lake and fishing. It's much more comfortable than the palace. Su Qingyu said as he walked. The princess had heavy schoolwork. Su Qingyu was not willing to slack off when he was studying. Therefore, Lin Muyue could only let him relax a little when she took her son to the temporary palace. The boating and fishing he mentioned just now were what Lin Muyue liked to do with her son the most. Dayu was born and raised in Jiangnan. To be fair, the scenery is better than the palace in Yinqing. However, she looked at the person opposite her, who was seriously introducing the scenery of the palace to her, and she was looking forward to it. After walking for a while, it was already the time when the sun was the brightest in the afternoon. Su Qingyu was about to start his afternoon work to meet with ministers, and Dayu also had to go back to Lanji Hall for class. Neither of them took a nap today, but now they were more energetic than each other. When they were about to part, Dayu looked at him and said, "I have thought about what you told me before." Su Qingyu subconsciously looked back. He looked at Dayu with a burning gaze. Although he didn't say anything, the warmth in his eyes seemed to burn people. Dayu did not flinch when being stared at by such eyes. She said in a gentle but firm tone, A piece of wood in the sky is a boat. I think the late emperor gave your majesty this name with expectations. Since you want to give me a name, how about Sure Show?" Su Qingyu silently repeated this word in his heart several times. He couldn't help but smile and said to Dayu, "You wanted to give me the name Shimon, but you thought it was difficult to pronounce. So you changed it to these two words. Right? Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it." Maybe when Su Ruiqing named his son, he had this idea in mind, hoping that he could inherit his ambition to serve the country and the people and not let the ship of Zheng capsize. Dayu smiled but said nothing. She just walked away with her people lightly. "I don't know. It's too late. So I'll go first. See you next time." Watching Dayu and her people leave, Su Ruiqing stayed where he was and laughed a few times. He also took Maokai and others back to the Yongqing Palace to face the pile of memorials and the gloomy-faced courtiers. How long will it take to get to Yinqing? These years of living in the open air are enough. Yin Hansai's writing skills have really improved a lot during this period. The officer following Yin Hanlin was just an ordinary soldier. The captain looked at the sun and the nearby scenery, and replied hesitantly, "It will take another 10 days or half a month. If you feel uncomfortable, why don't you sit in the carriage and rest for a while?" Yin Hankai shook his head. He knew the map of this journey. He said to the captain, "It's okay. I can still bear it. I will go back to the carriage after the lunch break." Yin Hankai was not very conspicuous among the envoys, with the title of Hanlin Academy Scholar. But he also completed a special task during this period, which was to record many customs and systems of the Yong people. Even if the group did not gain anything else from this trip, the new knowledge in Yin Hansai's mind could still help De Jung gain some advantages in the war against the Yong tribe. However, Yin Hankai looked back at the Yong-style horse team and the carriage in the middle, and he did not expect to gain such a lot this time. In the carriage, Princess Lingyu looked normal, but the movement of rolling the rosary in her hand revealed her inner unrest. He sighed silently as he watched Princess Lingyu's movements, and wondered if his decision to bring the princess back to De Jung was right or wrong. Su Qingyu froze in his chair when he received the secret report. After a while, he found his voice again. He looked up at the commander of the Jinui and asked, "What did you say? Mukon came to De Jung in person? Are you sure this is the news sent back by Minister Yuan?" Upon hearing this, Commander Tao half knelt down and bowed his hands and said, I dare not deceive your majesty. This letter was personally taken back from Mr. Yuan by a foreigner, so it must not be false. The letter was written by Minister Yuan himself and presented to your majesty. So the Jinui people naturally did not dare to read the contents of the letter. Commander Tao under him also just learned the contents of the letter. Su Qingyu raised his hand to ask someone to stand up. He rubbed his temple and said, Go and summon the elders first. Don't alarm others. This matter is serious. Even a king like Su Qingyu, who has always been keen on reforms, can't figure out Mukon's way. This man had previously visited an important border town in Dajing and asked Su Qingyu to give up the princess to marry. Now Mukon wants to use the power of Dajing to plan to advance westward. Su Qingyu doesn't think it's strange. But it's very strange that he personally went to Dajing. There are still 3 cabinet elders in the cabinet now. The position of the 4th cabinet elder is now a carrot hanging in front of the court officials. Su Qingyu will not give up this position easily. The 3 cabinet elders are also used to being called by the emperor to have small meetings from time to time. They are thinking about the recent things and everyone has some ideas in their minds. But after Su Qingyu said the things, the 3 people were still stunned. Among the 3 cabinet elders, Lin Feng is now the most senior and closest to the emperor. He wanted to withdraw, but was persuaded by Su Qingyu. Faced with the grandson, who earnestly said that he would let his grandfather retire after the 4th cabinet elder was selected, Lin Feng could only postpone his original plan. So now when discussing things, everyone is used to Lin Feng speaking first, but today's events were too shocking. Lin Feng also took a while to regain his thoughts. May I ask your majesty, how many followers did the Khan of the Yang tribe bring with him, and did he say where he would go to meet again? Lin Feng still couldn't believe that Mu He dared to come to Yanqing, so he asked this question. Su Qingyu shook his head. He looked at the 3 elders and said, Minister Yuan's letter stated that Mu was coming to Yanqing. According to their pace, they will arrive soon. Elder Bian then asked, This? If so, we need to ask the Ministry of Rights to prepare the procedures for entertaining Mukon. The country has never received the Khan of the Yang tribe. If it is so urgent, we need to tell them earlier. Su Qingyu nodded. He looked at Elder Bian and dropped another bomb. Princess Lingyu is also in this convoy. The etiquette of the princess returned to Beijing to visit her relatives must also be discussed by the Ministry of Rights. As for the princess's involvement in the inner palace, I will also send people to contact the officials of the Ministry of Rights. I obey your orders. Elder Bian was even more surprised to hear that the princess was going to return to the court. However, he still knew where he was and suppressed his surprised look. He wrote down the content he was responsible for. Seeing that both of his colleagues had spoken, Lin Hai also asked, I dare to ask. This Khan of the Yang tribe has entered the capital. Your Majesty, will the Beijing camp take any action? After all, we must be on guard against others. And we should still dispatch some elite troops to protect your Majesty. The wolfish ambitions of the Yang tribe are like a flood and a beast in the eyes of the Zheng people. Lin Hai's worries are not unreasonable. As the emperor, Su Qingyu will naturally meet Mukon when he enters the capital. Lin Hai is also worried that there will be trouble at that time. Lin Feng also agreed with what he said. What Ru Hai said makes sense. Your Majesty should pay attention to it. Su Qingyu felt that since Mu was going to enter the capital, he should not plot intrigues on these matters. But he also knew that the concerns of the elders were reasonable. A son of a rich family should not sit in the hall. As an emperor, it is his duty to protect his own safety. Su Qingyu is also willing to make thorough preparations to reassure everyone. The fact that Mukon came to Beijing required the cooperation of several departments, which naturally could not be concealed. The palace was in an uproar, since Princess Lingyu married far away. Concubine Lu, who had been staying at home, also began to socialize. She was more energetic than anyone else to pay respects to the 2 Empress Dowagers every day. Li Wancheng was fine. She was also used to getting up early, and could stand Concubine Lu paying respects so early. Lin Miyue was so annoyed that she secretly complained to Yunxia. Oh my god. I don't know how long she will torment me. She can bear it. But I can't. After being forced to get up early again. Lin Miyue couldn't help but say to Yunxia after Concubine Lu left. Yunxia looked at the queen and said slowly, It's good for you to get up earlier. Before, you could have breakfast with Miss Lin. But later you became more and more lazy. Now that Concubine Lu has come to pay her respects, you can have breakfast with Miss Lin again. People say that beauty is a feast to the eyes. Isn't this also a good thing? Looking at Yunxia in horror, Lin Muyue said in despair. You have changed. Yunxia. Forget it. Ling Yu is coming back. As a mother, I can understand this. Lin Muyue could also understand Concubine Lu's feelings that she thought her daughter, who had married far away and would never see again, was coming back. So she would rather adjust her habits than make Concubine Lu uncomfortable. The attitude of the two Empress Dowagers towards Concubine Lu spread, and the 6 bureaus and 1 department naturally understood the importance of Princess Ling Yu. In addition, Su Qingyu did not allow the Ministry of Rites to be perfunctory, and the final process presented was satisfactory to everyone. However, although the officials in the court accepted that the Khan of the Ong tribe was coming to Yanqing, the scholars and people in the capital started a discussion. Commander Tao also felt that his life was miserable when he met the emperor. He was caught up in reporting such a thing to His Majesty, and he was really worried about his official hat. The scholars in the capital are talking about this. They are also talking loudly in teahouses and taverns, causing the people to join in the trouble. Now the Jingzhou Yin has detained 3 candidates. Your Majesty should know about this. But there are some things behind it. I have to report it. He told the story with a stiff upper lip. Commander Tao also secretly looked at the emperor's expression. Su Qingyu looked at the memorial and saw that Commander Tao was not angry, as he expected. He just said lightly, "These people have not violated the court's laws. Let them go. As for the people behind the scenes, it is worth investigating. You can ask someone to do it." Chapter 211. It is better to ease than to block. If the Jingzhou Yin is asked to detain these scholars, who are making trouble for a few more days, the discussions in the capital will have no end. Su Qingyu also knew that these people were just the ones who stood out, so he did not want to get angry, and just asked Commander Tao to investigate the people behind the scenes. In fact, Su Qingyu was also a little tired, because he found that the predicament he faced seemed to have no end. Ordinary predicaments are like a spider web. If you are stuck, you can find a way to get out. Or you can strike the enemy by surprise when the hunter appears. But Su Qingyu now found that he actually didn't have any specific enemies. The previous enemies might be Pei Go-Lao, who controlled the government, or Zhu Taifei, who stirred up trouble in the harem. But now Su Qingyu found that he didn't have a specific enemy. The royal family just wanted to keep the inheritance of the title, and the nobles wanted to make the title last longer, so that the family would not fall behind in various power changes. There were also many court officials who opposed the emperor's various measures. Among them, there were ambitious people who wanted to force the emperor to make concessions, but there were also those who had no selfish motives and just wanted to persuade the emperor to follow traditions and ancestral systems. Su Qingyu could be ruthless to those who were malicious and deliberately hindered him. But he also felt it was difficult to deal with those who just followed the rules and had no bad intentions. Emperor Fontai lifted the maritime ban because he saw various holes in the treasury and wanted to increase revenue. Su Ruiqing inherited his father's policy because he felt that the Western fleet brought many new things, including various high-yield crops that have now begun to take root in the land of Zheng. Su Qingyu saw other things in the fleets, including the fresh knowledge brought by Westerners, the advanced artillery on the so-called merchant ships, and the arrogance hidden in the eyes of the envoys. All these things combined once made Su Qingyu feel panic in his heart. In fact, he was also afraid that De Zheng would fall behind others, and he was also afraid that the foundation of his ancestors would be destroyed in his hands. However, Su Qingyu was relieved in one thing. That is, he was not really alone. He had a mother who could tolerate and understand him. And he also met a lover who could understand him and spend the rest of his life with him. After Commander Tao left, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. One thought after another passed through his mind. Su Qingyu opened his eyes again when Maokai came in. Maokai thought that His Majesty was very tired and wanted to take a nap. He was worried that His Majesty would feel uncomfortable and catch a cold if he fell asleep. So he wanted to go in and remind him. Unexpectedly, when he got close, Su Qingyu opened his eyes by himself. I deserve to die. But I disturbed His Majesty. Maokai was startled by Su Qingyu's sudden opening of his eyes. He thought that he had woken him up by coming in, so he quickly apologized. Su Qingyu actually didn't sleep at all. He just closed his eyes because he felt tired. So he shook his head and said, "It's not your fault. I didn't fall asleep anyway. Is there something wrong?" Maokai thought about it and actually reported something. "There is one thing. Lord Sun from the Ministry of Rites wants to see you. He should be asking Your Majesty about the wedding process." Su Qingyu nodded in understanding. Since it's about the wedding, you can ask someone to ask Lord Sun to come. Su Qingyu actually cared more about his upcoming wedding than his original coronation ceremony. The whole process was changed again and again, which made the people in charge of related matters in the Ministry of Rites want to hang themselves. Lord Sun is the right vice minister of the Ministry of Rites, and one of the few loyal court officials who supported Su Qingyu's ascension to the throne. He is also considered a student of Lin Feng, because he was a student selected by Lin Feng when he was an examiner, and he should call Lord Lin his master. Lord Sun was a young man with both talent and appearance. But after so many years of political affairs in the court, the handsome talent has become the old man in front of him, who always looks depressed. However, this man is really capable. Even Su Qingyu, who is picky and serious, now thinks that the regulations revised by Lord Sun are perfect. However, Lord Sun struggled for one last time at a link before the audience. He looked at the young emperor and persuaded him. This welcoming ceremony is an unprecedented rule. If your majesty does not want to treat the queen badly, you can send Prince Yin to welcome the bride. Are you going to be crowned as a prince too? It was no secret that Su Qingyu wanted to promote his brother to the title of prince. His close ministers also knew about it. So Lord Sun felt that if the bride was to be welcomed, sending a prince would be enough. After all, if the emperor went out of the palace to welcome his bride, there would be too many things to prepare and pay attention to on the day. This was not something that could be done by the Ministry of Rites alone. They also needed to work with Jing Zhaoyin, the emperor's personal guards, and other departments to pay attention to this process. Su Qingyu looked at other procedures. I think this procedure is very good, and there is no need to change it. Sun Aiqing, there is no need to persuade you anymore. Just ask people to prepare slowly. The great Zheng dynasty has been passed down to this day. It is rare for the emperor's wedding and the establishment of the queen to be held at the same time. Most of the queens in the past had already held weddings in the palace. And after ascending the throne, there was only the ceremony of establishing the queen. In this regard, Su Qingyu was the same as his brother. Su Qingyu also chose his queen through a selection rather than having a wife in the imperial residence. Su Qingyu also took advantage of this opportunity and based on his brother's wedding ceremony, had someone combine an unprecedented process, trying to make the whole process perfect while saving Daiyu the most effort and energy. This was also something Lin Muyue specifically told her son. As a member of the harem, she had experienced the ceremony of enthronement, and later, as the Empress Dowager, she was also congratulated by the ladies of the inner and outer court. But these ceremonies are child's play compared to the wedding and the establishment of the queen. The queen herself can be said to be the most tired, and the one who needs rest the most during the wedding. It looks simple. Just follow the instructions of the ceremonial officer and the female official. But the clothes on the body and the head are quite heavy, and after a day, people feel that their necks are about to break, not to mention that they have to be careful everywhere and consume their energy. Lin Muyue was still frightened, and she was absolutely sincere when she said this to her son. Yun Xia also added, also, this set of clothes is not convenient for doing anything, so it's not easy to eat or drink. On the day when Lin Muyue was named a noble concubine, because she was added to the process of the ladies' worship, she also kept some people to talk. At that time, the ladies and concubines could still eat and drink some snacks and tea provided by the imperial concubine's palace. But the imperial concubine herself still endured it. After receiving the homage, she had to go to the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's palace to express her gratitude. And then she had to prepare to entertain His Majesty without stopping. After listening to his mother's explanation of the whole process, Su Qingyu also reviewed some of the steps that were too tiring in the process, and also left some time for Daiyu to rest. After sending Lord Sun away, Su Qingyu felt better and planned to take this process to his mother to learn from her. Of course, the last version he told Lord Sun at that time was just a comforting word. Lin Muyue looked at her son, who was obviously very excited when he came with the new process. She secretly thought that this must be the party that workers hate the most. They have great power and are very picky. The final version can have countless suffixes to fill up an entire folder after repeated revisions. After reading the process, Lin Muyue felt that the adults in the Ministry of Rites really had a hard time. This version really can't be changed. Not bad, you have considered everything I told you before, looking at some cumbersome and unnecessary processes being streamlined. Lin Muyue also knew that her son was really thinking about Daiyu. Su Qingyu was happy to see his mother agree to the process. In that case, We need to ask the Ministry of Rights and the palace to prepare. I still need to trouble my mother and Aunt Yunxia. The palace will naturally have 6 bureaus and 1 department, and the eunuchs to work together. Eunuch Su Qingyu plans to send Pang Chung, who is beside him, to preside over these affairs. As for the female official, it is natural to have a female official with qualifications and experience to manage these matters. In Su Qingyu's view, Aunt Yunxia, who is beside his mother, is naturally the first choice. So he also stood up and bowed to Yunxia and solemnly asked for this matter. Yunxia refused the emperor's courtesy. She smiled and said to the others, "It's all part of my job. Your Majesty, why should you be so polite? Time flies. It's time for your Majesty to get married." Lin Muyue also looked at her son and said, "And Sister Zhang and Aunt Zhou, you should invite them to the palace when you get married. I'm disturbing them from enjoying their old age." After arriving in Mingzhou, Lady Zhang and Aunt Zhou gradually retreated to the second line. When everyone was going back to Beijing, Lady Zhang and Aunt Zhou did not return to Beijing. However, the children who they personally raised and watched grow up were going to get married, so they still had to go back to Beijing to take a look. Su Qingyu thought of the 2 female officials and aunts, who were not elders but more like elders. And they also said, "It should be so." And Aunt Jing, "My son's Nani, should also be rewarded." Lin Muyue still remembered these things very much. At the beginning, I gave Aunt Jing enough money and asked your grandparents to take care of her family. Although your milk brother was not a good student, he was smart and did some business in Beijing. Her family can live well now. Lin Muyue asked the Jing family to sign a contract with the Lin mansion. Later, when Su Qingyu grew up, Jing also left the palace. She saved money, and with the support of the Lin mansion, her family gradually got better. Su Qingyu recalled that he was also very embarrassed when he was a child. Now that I think about it, my son was not a worry-free child. It was hard for me. Lin Muyue glanced at her son and refused to fall for it. This kid was full of tricks. If he praised her now, there must be trouble waiting for her. So she put on a kind motherly smile and said, "There is no need to be polite between you and me." Seeing that his mother did not take the bait, Su Qingyu was not discouraged. He went over and said hesitantly, "There is another very important thing for you to do. I think when we go to the garden, you can continue to live with Yuer." Su Qingyu did not like living in the palace, so he calculated the time to stay in the garden recently. After entering the palace, Dai Yu lived with the Empress Dowager, Lin Muyue. But she gradually became familiar with the princesses. The princesses also invited Dai Yu to live with them. Su Qingyu was a little anxious after knowing this. After all, if Dai Yu lived with her mother, he could still meet her from time to time. But if she lived with her sisters, he, as the emperor's brother, would not be able to hang around her sister's residences often. Chapter 212. Lin Muyue smiled and teased her son. "So you are waiting for me here, okay? I will be a good person. This is also the last time you can spend with Dai Yu before you get married." Generally speaking, the emperor returns to the palace after the Mid-Autumn Festival, and among the auspicious days for weddings given by the Imperial Observatory, Su Qingyu chose March 12, which happened to be 1 month after Dai Yu's birthday. If the wedding is at this time, then Dai Yu will also have to go home after the Mid-Autumn Festival to start preparations. After all, it is better for people to spend the new year at home. Su Qingyu set the date in March again, considering that Dai Yu's birthday was in February, and he wanted her to celebrate this birthday at home. "If I don't send you home, my father-in-law will start to dislike me." Su Qingyu was reluctant to let Dai Yu go home, and was thinking about their future life after marriage. And he laughed at himself with a sense of satisfaction. Lin Hai naturally didn't have any obvious emotions towards the emperor, but sometimes he would inadvertently reveal a different attitude, especially when the two of them were playing in private. Lin Hai also secretly expressed several times that he and his wife missed their daughter. "You hit the point. This girl got married and entered the palace. You should understand how her parents feel." Lin Muyue looked at her son and sighed suddenly. She thought of the visit of Concubine Yuan in the original text. Su Qingyu looked at his mother and sighed suddenly. He was also very nervous. He just talked about Dai Yu and the girl entering the palace. He thought his mother felt that he did not respect Dai Yu's family and missed his grandparents and several uncles and aunts. Seeing his mother's expression, Su Qingyu said carefully, "My son was just joking. I didn't mean to disrespect you and my parents-in-law." "And mother, are you missing home? You were able to go to the Wu family incognito last time. If you want, You can also come back to our own home to have a look. Su Qingyu didn't think his mother was always thinking about what was wrong with the family. He even started to give his mother bad ideas. After hearing his son's ideas, Lin Muyue couldn't help but think about what happened just now. However, Lin Muyue thought that Yuan Shun was a female official in the palace in this life, and was one of the most respected and popular female teachers in Lonji Palace. She was not the concubine who struggled for the future and fate of her family in the Deep Palace. She would not end up with the ending of a tiger and a rhinoceros meet and a dream comes true. She also began to gradually relax her tense emotions. No need. I don't know how many people are watching the Lin family every day. No matter how careful I am, I guess people will find out. Lin Muyue thought about it and rejected her son's proposal. Su Qingyu also knew his mother's concerns. After thinking for a while, he said, "It will be much more convenient when we get to the garden. You can go to the garden given to your grandparents. Now these censors are annoying. They submit memorials every day, and my son is too lazy to read them." The censors now look at the new emperor with a sense of disappointment. After all, Su Qingyu issued many extraordinary decrees as soon as he came to power. Even though the two generals are sensible people and don't think much of the emperor, some of the people who can't turn around and the young people below are constantly submitting memorials. Lin Muyue laughed. "This is what you should worry about. But I also know you. As long as you think it is right and what you want to do, it is useless for these people to submit memorials." Su Qingyu smiled. Bao Shu said, the ancestor said, "No one knows a son better than his father, and no one knows a minister better than his ruler. But in your case, no one knows a son better than his mother." It didn't seem to take long from wearing a cloak to changing into summer clothes. Dayu also followed the crowd and brought a round fan to class. Today happened to be Jia Yuanchun teaching the princesses the art of playing the zither. At this time, there were not many ladies who could pluck the strings of the zither, and those who were proficient in this art were rare. Dayu is not omniscient and omnipotent. She can play the zither, but that's just her ability. Now she is fascinated by the sound of the zither flowing from Yuanchun's hands. After the song ends, the lingering sound makes people unconsciously intoxicated. Princess Enian closed her eyes and pondered for a while before saying, "The music score is the same, but different people play it differently. Compared with Sister Jia, we can only pluck the strings a few times. It is said that a mountain stream meets a soulmate. I am not good at playing the zither, but it is a blessing for the princess and the ladies to enjoy this song together." Yuanchun smiled slightly and said to everyone, "The zither is the instrument of the saints. The sound of the zither is the symbol of a gentleman. It is not a skill that girls often learn." Su Ruiqing raised his daughters in an all-round way. That's why he asked a female teacher to teach his daughters to play the zither. After listening to the music, everyone gathered together to chat. Looking that no one wanted to come in, Enian whispered mysteriously, "Big sister is coming back. Should we prepare for it?" The news that Princess Lingyu was coming back was like a wing. Other people in the palace might have other thoughts. Lu Taifei, the mother, and Enian and other sisters simply felt happy. Yuan Shun couldn't help but smile when she recalled the past events. "Your Highness is really thoughtful. I just don't know how long Princess Lingyu can stay, and whether it can be arranged by then." Princess Shiro has been silent. After all, it was her brother who married off her elder sister. She has always been a little embarrassed to talk about these things. Although she had eased Princess Shiro's embarrassment by sending a collection to Sister Lingyu before, she still felt embarrassed to interrupt now. But seeing that the sisters began to discuss this matter, and no one blamed her, Princess Shiro bit her lip and whispered, "It should be in the temporary palace by then. There are actually more places to play." Enian was happy for her sister to get over this hurdle when she spoke. After all, it was not Princess Shiro who could decide whether to marry a princess. She also felt that Sister Lingyu should not have blamed her sister. Princess Lingyu, who was missed by everyone, the Dajing envoys, and the Ong people were indeed on the way, because they were going to Yanqing, the capital of Dajing. Mu Kan did not bring many people with him as a personal guard. After all, he was really bold in doing this. To show his sincerity, he also took the initiative to tell the Yanjing Prince of Dajing that he only needed to bring 3,000 personal guards with him. These 3,000 people will live under the eyes of Yusheng people. "I can bring some people to live in your palace," Mu said to Su Qingwen. Su Qingwen knew that Mu had actually made a lot of concessions. His request was not excessive. But when he thought about this man saying that he wanted to live in the palace of Zheng, he felt that he was very annoying. He couldn't help but say a few words to him. "If the Khan wants to live in the tent, It's still okay. We young people will protect the Khan's safety. Su Qinglun looked at Mu Khan and said indifferently. Nuren couldn't help but want to laugh after hearing this. He quickly adjusted his expression to prevent himself from laughing and provoked the Khan to deal with him before he spoke. Your Highness, you are joking. We live in tents to graze in places with abundant grass and water. There is nothing for us to graze in Yincheng. So why should we live in tents? Nuren was still in the mood to joke. Su Qinglun stopped talking after hearing this. He looked at Nuren and said, There may not be a palace for you to live in. When we get there, I guess my brother and mother will be in the garden. As a prince and a prince, Su Qinglun knew his brother very well about the time to go to escape the summer heat. He estimated that Mu Khan and his entourage would be received in the temporary palace. Princess Lingyu saw the caravan heading south, and the grassland scenery changed from being everywhere to sparse shrubs, and then to forests. In fact, the caravan was not moving very fast. After all, there were still the young people who had to escort on foot. But even with such a changing scenery, Lingyu still felt very happy. The two maids who followed the princess back to the capital also became more excited. And the two young women who were serving the princess now were also very curious and looked forward to the day when they arrived in Dajing. Seeing the expectant look of the people around her, Princess Lingyu couldn't help but talk about the Zheng dynasty. From Qingming outing, watching dragon boats, and wearing purses on Dragon Boat Festival, to watching the moon on Mid-Autumn Festival. Her bite didn't disturb the princess when she was in high spirits. But when she started cooking in the evening, she couldn't help but say to Erju, at first, I thought it was a common thing. But now I know how good it is after hearing what the princess said. Erju also sighed. That's right. Fortunately, I have a chance to go back and see you. I think your highness hasn't been so happy for a long time. The two maids' whisperings didn't escape Lingyu's ears. She touched her face, thinking that she had been smiling softly recently. And she couldn't hide her happiness when she thought about going home and seeing her mother soon. The emperor's departure for summer vacation is not a big deal. Many important ministers' families are used to this. But there are also new nobles, or those who have returned to the public's attention, who are happy about it. Jiazhu came home from his duty in the Jia mansion and brought such good news. When I went to see His Majesty today, His Majesty awarded us a house near the palace and asked us to go with him to escape the summer heat. I just don't know if Grandma is willing to move. Jiazhu said this to his wife, because he knew that his grandmother would definitely be willing to move. Li Wan was overjoyed to hear this. But she began to wonder about one thing after hearing what her husband said. Speaking of which, our family also had a house granted by the emperor. Why have we never lived there before? After so many years, Li Wan was no longer a new bride. And she knew all the big and small things in the Jia family. But her family clearly had a house near the temporary palace, but did not live there, which puzzled her for a long time. Jiazhu was also happy to clear up the confusion for his wife. Many of our old relatives also have houses near the temporary palace. But those were rewards for the merits of our ancestors. If the children of the family are not promising and no longer favored by the emperor, it is actually not easy to live there. Those who can live near the royal palace must have people in their families who are valued by the emperor. After all, the fundamental reason why the emperor gave these people houses is to allow these adults to be summoned at any time without delaying government affairs. Li Wan nodded when she heard this. So that's the case. I guess the old lady is willing to move. But she is old now. And I am still a little worried about her health. In the palace, there is the eldest granddaughter whom Jia Mu has loved for a long time. And the granddaughter who is the apple of her eye. If she knew that her family had the honor of going with the emperor to escape the summer heat again, she would definitely be happy to go. But Li Wan's worry is also reasonable. Jia Mu is now old. And such a trip is also a problem for the old lady's health. Jiazhu said with some worry. You are still thinking about the old ancestor. But it is not easy to hide this news from her. We can only ask more people to keep an eye on the old ancestor. Speaking of this, Li Wan remembered something. The old ancestor already had a very capable Yuanong. And now there is Qingwen. These two girls are very capable. I think it is a blessing for us to have them. Li Wan's words were sincere. After all, the old lady had a capable maid by her side, which saved them the trouble of the younger wives. Actually, Li Wan was fine. Yang was the one who was more grateful to the two maids. After all, her husband Jiao Lian was the real heir of the family. And she was the one who really managed the family. The old lady was the most important person in the family. And as the housekeeper, Yang had to pay attention to everything that the old ancestor wanted. Before there was Yuanong. And then, there was Qingwen. These two maids really saved Yang a lot of energy and time by taking good care of the old lady. These two maids are good. And the lady always praises them. Jiazhu also knew the people who served the old lady. And he echoed her words. I don't know if I will be lucky enough to get 2 more of them after these 2 maids leave. Li Wan was reluctant to let them go. Qingwen could stay for a few more years. But Yuanong was indeed old enough to get married. Li Wan saw that the old lady was reluctant to let Yuanong go, but also started to touch her. And knew that she had the same idea. Jiazhu was not very clear about these matters in the inner house. He just let it go after hearing them. However, Li Wan started to worry again, because she mentioned this matter by chance. After all, the maids serving the old lady must be the smartest and most clever ones in the mansion. Now these maids are carefully selected by the family, and are also liked by the old lady. Especially Yuanong is really liked by the old ancestor. Li Wan now thinks that she is getting old and feels that the old ancestor may be upset for a while because of this matter. But now is not the time to talk about this matter. Li Wan looked at her husband and said, when you go to pay your respects later, tell the news to Madam and the old ancestor first. Jiazhu nodded. Madam has not been there many times to escape the summer heat. This time, I am accompanying the old ancestor and Madam. And I also want them to have a good time. Jiazhu naturally wanted to show respect to his mother. Li Wan also agreed when she heard it. It should be. Madam also likes lively nature. But our family has been. Fortunately, everything is fine now. Chapter 213. After receiving the news from her grandson, Jia Mu was overjoyed. She brought up some stories about the Jia family in the past, and talked about the time when her husband, the old Rongwugong, was still alive, and the family went to escape the summer heat. Although the Jia family was once a family with 2 lords, they were extremely wealthy. But after the death of the old Rongwugong, it must be said that the Jia family was actually on the verge of decline. Everything Jia Mu saw was a downhill road. Under such circumstances, she naturally no longer liked to mention the past. However, there is always a way out. Since Jiazhu got married and had children, the Jia family began to prosper again. This time, when the new emperor ascended the throne, the Jia family also repaid the debts owed to the national treasury at the insistence of Jia's mother. Although the family did not live as extravagantly as before, Jia's mother felt that life was more stable. No one has lived in our house for a long time. Although there are people left to guard it, it is estimated that it is also abandoned. If you want to go this time, you still have to clean it up in advance. When the daughter-in-law, the granddaughter-in-law and others came to pay their respects and talk, Jia's mother also instructed. The housekeeper's wife is Yang, who is the granddaughter-in-law of Jia's mother. What she said just now was also said to Yang. Jia's mother is also very relieved about this granddaughter-in-law. Unexpectedly, Yang did not respond directly as Jia's mother expected. She looked at the old ancestor and suddenly smiled a little embarrassedly. I dare not postpone my responsibility as a granddaughter-in-law, but I have been feeling unwell recently. After asking a doctor to come, the doctor said. Yang hesitated to say this, but Jia's mother was more and more happy. When Yang could no longer speak, she spoke happily. You child, you have already been a mother. What is there to be embarrassed about? I understand. In this case, it would be bad to tire you out. Daughter-in-law Zhur is still free. It's up to you to take care of this matter. After listening to Yang's words, Li Wan understood what was going on with her. She agreed without hesitation. Why should I ask the old ancestor? My sister-in-law has such a big happy event. As her sister-in-law, I don't have anything else to congratulate her. It's better to not let her worry about these small things. Yang has been in the Jia family for so many years, and has a daughter with Jia Lian. But since the birth of their eldest daughter, the two have never heard of any good news. This time, she is pregnant again, which is also an unexpected surprise. That's why she is so careful and cautious. She would rather postpone this matter, which is actually an important and face-saving matter. Hearing Li Wan say this, Yang knew that her sister-in-law was joking with her. So she replied, I am sorry to bother you, but I am not qualified to apologize to you. When the child is born, I will let the child apologize to you, which will be the full gift. Yang's words made everyone in the room laugh. Jia's mother pointed at people and said, It's Lianer who led you astray. You have learned to say nice things to please others. Li Wan got an extra job, but it was still very happy. She waited until everyone finished laughing and said to Yang, "Okay, I take your words seriously. When the time comes, no matter how smart my nephew or niece is, they will have to pay their respects to me." Mrs. Xing looked at everyone's conversation and rarely interrupted them. Although she often said that she was the husband and son, she didn't rely on any of them. But she still had some real love for the little granddaughter born by Yang. So she was very happy to see Yang pregnant again. Yang and Xing Furen, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, got along well. What she liked most about her mother-in-law was that Xing Furen never urged her to give birth to a grandson like other mothers-in-law. After she gave birth to her eldest daughter, she was actually a little worried. This worry gradually increased as there was no more good news. But Xing Furen herself became a concubine and a successor, not Jia Lian's biological mother. The relationship between her and Jia, she was just like that. So she was not really worried about the continuation of the Jia family's incense. So she comforted Yang Furen several times, which strangely calmed her worries. Yang was naturally very cautious and afraid of accidents when she had a child at this time. So after she got the confirmation, she thought for a long time and decided to postpone this task and recover her body first. The Rong mansion was full of joy and happiness, but the situation was not the same in the neighboring Ning mansion. The Jia family is now actually Jia Zhu's head. In the Rong and Ning mansions, the male heir of Ning mansion was the oldest and the patriarch of the Jia family. But as Jia Zhu's official position became higher and higher, the atmosphere in the Jia family began to become more subtle in the past 2 years. Although the Rong and Ning mansions are related, they are 2 mansions after all. Although the housekeepers in the 2 mansions are both surnamed Lai and have an inseparable relationship with Lai Ma in the Jia mansion, brothers still have to settle accounts. These 2 housekeepers must have done things that enriched themselves, but they would not manage the 2 mansions as one. The silver from the national treasury was also borrowed from the national treasury by the 2 families. When Jia Mu wanted to repay the silver for the future of her grandson, she naturally had to inform her nephew and nephew's grandson. However, Jia Jing and Ning Mansion had already lived a life of seclusion without caring about worldly affairs, while Jia Jin and Jia Rong, father and son, were full of romantic affairs and had no serious manners. Jia Jing had already stopped caring about Ning Mansion. Facing the mother of the neighboring mansion, who wanted to return the money, Jia Jin and Jia Rong, father and son, had a rare consensus. These 2 had lived a life of debauchery and dandyism, and naturally did not want to pay the money for nothing. It was rare for the mother of Jia to come up with an idea for external family affairs. She had already spent a lot of energy to suppress and persuade her own evildoer, and she could only let the neighboring mansion do as it pleased. So now the relationship between the Ning and Rong mansions has become more subtle. When Jia Lian was young and a playboy, he had a good relationship with Jia Jin and Jia Rong. But later, he was used to being controlled by his elder brother's wife and gradually restrained those habits. When Jia Jin asked him to go out for a drink, he only agreed to go to the Ning mansion. When Jia Jin asked Jia Lian to go to the banquet to have fun, Jia Lian also politely refused and never went. These behaviors made Jia Jin gradually feel that this younger brother was beginning to be boring. Regarding the repayment of the money, Jia Jin still invited Jia Lian to his house to have a drink and get information. Jia Lian is now a man who has been tempered in various official duties. He knows the little tricks in Brother Jin's mind very well, so he persuaded him to go back, although Jia Jin didn't listen in the end. The imperial edict only specified the Rong mansion to accompany the emperor on this summer vacation trip. After the imperial edict was issued, Jia Jin began to secretly look for luck in the mansion, thinking that the neighboring mansion was not doing things right. Rong mansion is now full of joy. The family has been favored again after many years, and can accompany the emperor. This is the first happy event. Mrs. Lian is pregnant again, which is the second happy event. The first thing was not a good thing to celebrate, but the second thing was not taboo or something that would make people laugh. So the Jia family took this as an excuse. And Jia Mu was in charge, and Li Wan was in charge, and gave a month's salary as a reward to all the servants in the house. Qingwen was a maid bought from outside, and she didn't know where her parents and relatives were. Now she just kept the reward money in a box. The maids who served Jia Mu were all very respectable, one of which was reflected in their living conditions. Although Qingwen was transferred to serve Jia Mu later, she was the latecomer. So now she lived with Yuanyang and other maids. After Yuanyang had served the old lady for her lunch break, she thought that she had left the needlework she was going to do for the old lady in the room and came back to get it. She happened to see Qingwen depositing money. She deliberately slowed down her pace and walked over. Yuanyang gently patted Qingwen on the shoulder. What are you doing? Are you doing something bad secretly? Qingwen was thinking about something, and really didn't notice someone quietly entering the room. She was also frightened by the pat. Ba. How can you walk without making any sound? It's really scary. It scared me. Even though Qingwen was scared, she still swallowed the unlucky word. So she said this sentence a little stumblingly. Seeing Qingwen speak her mind, Yuanyang felt a little embarrassed. She walked to the person and sat down and said, Oh, I didn't expect you to be so absorbed in your thoughts that you didn't notice me. It's my fault. Qingwen was originally a hot-tempered girl, but she returned to grandmother Jia's side this time. Yuanyang, the eldest maid, was the one who took care of her the most. She was also thinking about her well, and respected her very much. Although she was startled at this time, she still smiled and said, Nothing. It's just that I was frightened and my heart was pounding. Now I'm fine. Yuanyang was relieved to see that the person was not frightened by her. She also began to care about other things. Then what were you thinking about just now that made you so absorbed in your thoughts? Can you tell me? Yuanyang was one of the oldest maids in the Jia family. She was a big maid who served the old ancestor and had her own prestige. She was also good-tempered to other maids. With such a person in front of her, Qingwen thought about it and was willing to confide her feelings to her. It's my family's business. I didn't want to tell you, but since you figured it out, I don't want to hide it anymore. Yuanyang was a little surprised at this time. She knew that Qingwen was bought in and not a child of the Jia family. So she always thought that she had separated from her family or something. Who would have thought that Qingwen would tell her today that she was worried about her family's affairs? Seeing that Yuanyang listened to her, Qingwen continued to talk about her recent affairs. She originally thought that she would have no place to go in this life. So she served the young master wholeheartedly before, and regarded Baoyu's small courtyard as her own home. Later, when Baoyu went out, the maids in his room were dismissed. Qingwen was lucky enough to return to the old ancestor. She was diligent and conscientious in her work, and won the favor of Jiamu. If Yuanyang was married off, she would be the most proud maid by Jiamu's side. However, everything in the world depends on fate. Qingwen finally adapted to serving the old ancestor, and her family even came to look for their daughter. Qingwen's family was originally an ordinary farmer's family. The only thing that can be said is that her mother was originally a girl from a poor scholar's family. Scholars who mock those who have no talent always like to say that they are poor scholars. However, Qingwen's grandfather studied all his life, but didn't even get the title of a scholar. In the end, he had to return to the village in disgrace. Qingwen's family was originally considered wealthy among farmers, but later God showed his wrath and caused a flood. When her family was hit by the flood, it was like a house leaking in the rain. The old man in the family fell ill, so he had no choice but to sell his daughter, who was still ignorant at the time, for some money to save his life. Chapter 214. In fact, human traffickers usually buy and sell slaves in the local area. After all, a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Generally speaking, those who can do this business are local snakes or their relatives. It is naturally convenient to do business in the local area. But the human trafficker who bought Qingwen saw that she was very beautiful at a young age, and he did not sell her directly to the local county town, the rich family in the prefectural city, but rather collected some equally good-looking little girls and boys and sold them to the capital. Qingwen was both lucky and unlucky. She was sold far away to the capital, and suffered a lot of hardships, and even scolding and beatings. But she also caught the eye of Lai Mama, and was even sent to Jiamu later. She was lucky to be with Baoyu. Although it was a servant job, Baoyu had a personality. Qingwen lived well for a few years with him. At least, she was not treated badly in terms of food and clothing. It was just that Qingwen was too young when she came to the capital, and the journey was long. She really couldn't remember what happened at home, and gradually gave up the idea of looking for her family. But there is always a way out. Maybe God also felt that the separation of this family was a tragedy, so Qingwen's family actually found the Jia mansion in Beijing this year. Qingwen's mother personally brought her son to Beijing to look for her, and found the Jia mansion along the way. Rong mansion is now headed by Yang, so it was her nanny who received the group. The Jia mansion considers itself a kind family. If the master shows mercy, maids like Qingwen who have signed a contract to sell themselves can be redeemed. The problem now is that Qingwen is not old enough. Even if the Jia mansion can show mercy, It is not good to break the rules that have always been in place. In the Ning and Rong mansions, servants can get married at the age of 28, and maids will usually be married off when they are around 20 if the master wants to keep them, unless there are special circumstances. If they are really honorable, they will become maids and come back to serve. For maids like Qingwen who serve several masters with dignity, after their family members come to find them and report to their grandmother, they will usually be released as a favor. Your Majesty is so gracious. I heard from my mother that the family has planted new crops and the harvest is good. After the family survived, they also saved some money. I also have some saved money, which is enough to redeem myself, Qingwen added after telling her story to Yuanyang. Yuanyang is a house-born child in the Jia family. Although her family members all work for the master and generally have little chance of being released, she can at least see her parents from time to time without having to experience the pain of separation. After hearing about Qingwen's story, Yuanyang is happy for her. This is also a good thing. But you have to wait until you are old enough to be released. You should be prepared for this. Qingwen is indeed capable and responsible. Whether she was serving Baoyu or serving Jiamu now, she has no major faults. However, there are rules in place, and it is not easy to make an exception for anyone. Moreover, Yuanyang also knew her situation. When she was old enough, the ancestor began to talk to her privately about getting married. She was so fond of Qingwen for one reason, that is, she thought Qingwen could catch the ancestor's matter after she left. I know this time. Grandma sent someone to ask me to go over and secretly take a look at my mother and brother. I am already very satisfied. Qingwen was smart and naturally knew what Yuanyang meant, so she made a promise in a tactful way. Qingwen originally wanted to bring some money back to her mother, but her mother refused. The old lady looked at her daughter with tears in her eyes, thinking about how she owed her. How could she ask for the money she had saved as a slave? Qingwen's brother was a baby who couldn't talk when this happened. Now he is a laborer who can help the family. He is not as delicate as his sister, but the young man looked at his sister with a guilty look, which made Qingwen feel a little embarrassed. After hearing this, Yuanyang was still curious and said, "Speaking of this, I'd like to ask what your family name is." Qingwen didn't remember her family name at the beginning, and even the name Qingwen was given to her later. Now that she has found her family, she naturally knows her original name, which is why Yuanyang asked this question. Qingwen smiled unconsciously upon hearing this. She said to Yuanyang, "My mother told me that my surname was Qin. I was the eldest girl at home at that time. Since you call me Big Sister, I think Qingwen is a good name. It's okay to call me Qingwen in the future." Yuanyang smiled after hearing this and said, "Yes, Baoyu gave Shiren a strange name. Your name is very suitable for your personality. I don't think you need to change it." The maids had their own concerns. The fact that the Jia family could go to escape the summer heat also made the girls in the family very excited. Shichuan began to organize her various pens, inkstones, and paper during this period. When Tanchun came to find Shichuan, she looked at the papers on Shichuan's desk and marveled. This jade plate Xian is indeed a fine product. Smooth and firm, just like a jade plate. It really lives up to its name. Shichuan was also happy to see the papers. Paper can last 1,000 years. It is indeed good paper. But I am not an expert in painting. It is a pity to waste this good paper. Shang Yun, who had just come in, couldn't help but say, "You are too self-deprecating. I think your paintings are already very good and moving. How can you waste the paper?" Shichuan's words were half sincere and half self-deprecating. But Shang Yun was a straightforward person who said whatever she thought. And after hearing her say that, Shichuan felt even more embarrassed. Tanchun spoke again. "Don't talk about this. I came here today to ask you, should we go and test the opinion of sister-in-law Zhu to see what the arrangement is this time?" After hearing what Tanchun said, Shichuan and Shang Yun both began to frown. Shichuan hesitated and asked, "What does this mean? Could it be that they don't take us with them?" Tanchun looked at the two people in front of her and was convinced. "Of course we have to take them with us. But the journey is not short. We may not be able to take the people who serve us with us. And where we live, and whether we can go out for a walk are all things that sister-in-law has to worry about. I also want to go and ask if I can help." Sister-in-law Yang of the eldest room Lian was pregnant. And this time, the matter fell on Li Wan. Tanchun also knew how hard her sister-in-law Li Wan worked. So this time she went to test the opinion. But she was still thinking about whether she could help share the burden and reduce her sister-in-law's hard work. Shichuan was a girl from Ning Mansion, who was raised in Rong Mansion. She looked at Tanchun and knew that she wanted to help her sister-in-law. She and Xiangyun were from a different family and from the neighboring mansion. So how could they interfere? However, Sichuan also knew that Tanchuan's life had become increasingly difficult in recent years. Her aunt had a son raised by her side, so she was more confident. Tanchun was raised by the lady, and she was caught between the lady and the aunt. She was in a bad situation. Madame Wang had Jiazhu, a promising eldest son, and Baoyu, a younger son who was loved by the ancestors. She actually didn't care much about the things in Jia Jing's backyard. It's just that Aunt Zhao is a muddle-headed person who always stirs up trouble. Seeing Jiazhu's success, she wants her son to study and become an official. Seeing Baoyu go to the south to study, she also thinks it's a good idea and always wants to encourage the master to let his son go. In fact, Mrs. Wang is not a person with a long-term vision. But it depends on who you compare with. Compared with Aunt Zhao, she is still much better. Tanchun is very troubled by these things. But she is Aunt Zhao's biological daughter after all. So she can't say anything. In the end, she just tries not to be partial to her. Tanchun called two sisters to help this time. They went to Liwan together and really helped a lot. Especially Tanchun herself was a person of vigorous character. She managed the household affairs in a clear and orderly manner. In the end, she was praised by the ancestors and the two wives of the family. When Liwan was chatting with the people around her, she couldn't help but praise Tanchun. Our second daughter is a powerful person. But I always think about her marriage. This child is a big worry. Suyun saw that Liwan was really planning for Tanchun. So she said, after all, our master is the second daughter's brother. With the master around, the second daughter can't go wrong. It's not this problem. Recently, Aunt Zhao has been looking for trouble. I'm afraid that the lady's dissatisfaction will be caused by Tanchun. Liwan didn't hide anything from Suyun. She directly pointed out the problem. However, to Liwan's surprise, Madame Wang was not angry about Aunt Zhao's provocations during this period of time. Or rather, although Mrs. Wang was angry, she did not do anything to Tanchun. Madame Wang actually understood her own weight after so many years. Now that her son is so promising and her daughter-in-law is also capable, she simply stopped worrying about the family affairs. In her eyes, Aunt Zhao's provocations were also a joke. With such a promising son like Jiazhu in front of her, even if Jia Zheng was old and confused, he would not let Jia Huan do anything. Aunt Zhao's little tricks were just foolish dreams. She just thought they were somewhat feasible. They are all pitiful people. Why should I be angry with her? Besides, I have watched Tanchun grow up since she was a child. Even if she is not my biological daughter, I have raised her for so many years. I am angry with her just because I think the child does not know the seriousness of the matter. These people regard me as a scourge. Mrs. Wang only spoke these thoughts to her son. I hope you can find a young man to marry your sister properly, so that I will not be laughed at by outsiders. Without waiting for her son to reply, Mrs. Wang continued. Mrs. Wang was also troubled by the fact that Tanchun didn't want to get married for no apparent reason. She had seen Yingchun from the first house get married, and thought that Tanchun was almost old enough to get ready. However, after testing her, she found that Tanchun didn't seem to have this intention. Yes, my son knows. In fact, my son is also keeping an eye on the rising talents. It's not good to ask my sister about it. I still have to trouble you. Mother, Jiazhu said, holding back his smile. Mrs. Wang was also annoyed to see her son like this. They are all here to collect debts. I know. Do I need you to tell me? Although the words were unpleasant, Jiazhu knew that his mother had remembered this matter in her heart. So he stopped talking about it, and said that he would accompany Mrs. Wang to burn incense on the mountain after going to the garden, and coaxed his mother into a happy mood and forgot about the troubles just now. Chapter 215. There is another reason why Wang Furen always thinks about Tanchun. That is, after all, there is Shichuan behind Tanchun. If the elder sister does not marry for a long time, what will happen to Shichuan? The younger sister behind her? Although Shichuan is a girl from the neighboring mansion, however, the girls are all raised in Rong Mansion. It is also said to the outside that they were raised by the wife of the Duke of Rong and Wang Furen. In theory, Wang Furen has such a title, and emotionally, she has watched them grow up. Marriage is now the top priority for the girls, so as a mother and aunt, she must also make plans for them. Mrs. Wang looked at her son and hesitated for a while before she spoke. Tanchun is a smart girl with a quick mind. I think she has other plans. But she is young and ignorant. I think her plan will not work. We should talk to her about it. Jiazhu listened quietly. He also knew what his mother meant. The two girls in the second house. Yuan-chun, needless to say, was pampered since birth. If anyone knew about it, she would be the granddaughter of the Duke's mansion and the legitimate granddaughter of Duke Rong. When Tan-chun was born, her family was already in a bad shape. She was born Aunt Zhao. Even though the family treated all the girls equally, Aunt Zhao was confused. Jiazhu felt that his sister still cared about this. Jiazhu now understood what his mother meant. That is, Tan-chun was unwilling to get married before because she thought that if her elder sister could enter the palace as a female official, she could do the same. Especially since the girl from the Shui family, who was still related to the Jia family, could now do official work. She still wanted to do something on her own. But in fact, the palace has its own set of rules for selecting female officials. Sisters in the same family will not be asked to serve in the palace at the same time. Generally speaking, even if the emperor is selecting concubines, if there are sisters or cousins working in the palace, they will not be selected. Jiazhu also knew this rule. After thinking about it, he asked his mother, I will let Li go and talk to my sister. She is young and always has some naivety. Please bear with her. In fact, Mrs. Wang felt that she was doing her best to be with Tan-chun. She was a little unhappy when she saw her son say this. So she threw a stiff "I know" and stopped caring about her son. After touching his nose, Jiazhu realized that what he said just now was a little inappropriate. He quickly tried to make amends. Son, that's not what I meant. We all see how good you are to Sister Tan-chun. It's just that you have been restless recently. I feel sorry for you. Mrs. Wang's anger towards her son came and went quickly. Aunt Zhao's recent behavior really annoyed her. However, she didn't want these things to affect her son. This matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to worry about it. Just do what you should do. The most important thing is the job. Seeing that his mother was no longer angry, Jiazhu said, My son is working in the Ministry of Justice now. There are no major cases that require me, the minister, to intervene. It's just that the elders and His Majesty have shown their love for me and let me occasionally hear some important matters. Now it's better to be busy in the censorate. Mrs. Wang didn't know much about the affairs of the court, but she knew from her son's words that he was highly valued by His Majesty and the elders. So she also said something to ask him to serve His Majesty with all his heart and soul. After finishing the business, Mrs. Wang also grabbed her son and thought about her younger son, who was far away in Jiangnan. She also said worriedly, Your brother has never been so far away from me since he was born. He has been gone for so many years. I always feel empty in my heart sometimes. And you and Li are cruel as parents. You don't feel bad for letting Lana run wild outside. Jiazhu just comforted her and said, Ask Boyu and Lana to come back during the new year this year. There will be a big event in our family next year. After hearing what her eldest son said, Mrs. Wang was a little happy. Forget it. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. I can't control you guys. But this time when Boyu comes back, we have to consider his marriage. Even if it's not as anxious as girls. He is not young anymore. Mrs. Wang was most proud of having so many children in her life. The eldest daughter is now a princess teacher in the palace. And the eldest son is now a high-ranking official in the ministry with a bright future. The first two siblings were both promising. From the ancestors to Mrs. Wang, they all spoiled their little grandson Baoyu. Jia Zheng was the only one who was relatively strict with his son and asked him to study hard. He also asked his eldest son Jiazhu to look after his younger brother. However, Baoyu was indeed different from his brother Jiazhu. He was also talented in studying, but his talent was more focused on writing poems. After all, the imperial examination was not based on writing poems. So these talents could be considered a point of boasting when the children were young. However, when Baoyu got older, he actually gave Jia Zheng a headache. Fortunately, Jiazhu saved his brother. After his brother got his title, he no longer forced him to study and pass the imperial examination. Instead, he persuaded his father not to force his brother too much. He also let his brother go to Jiangnan, where he liked to visit famous scholars and teachers, so that his family would not force him too much. Lin Hai returned to Beijing with his wife and daughter. Jia Min was also worried that his nephew would not live well after returning home. So she also let Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan move back to Lin Mansion. So now Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan are actually living well. Jia Lan is young and the pressure is not too big. So now he is gradually studying more deeply with the teachers and socializing with his classmates. Jia Baoyu was even more unrestrained. He was handsome and talented. And now he was hanging out with celebrities. Such a person would be more popular in Jiangnan than in the capital. One day, Baoyu came back from the night shift. Jia Lan was still reviewing his books and writing. When he saw his uncle coming back, he said enviously, "I heard that Hai Chungshan was at the literary gathering today. Did you talk to him?" Hai Chungshan was the most popular celebrity in Jiangnan recently. His appearance at the literary gathering today also attracted the attention of the younger generation who were visiting. Jia Baoyu was somewhat uninterested. "I saw it. But it's just a nose and two eyes. Nothing special." Although Jia Lan was steady, he was still very curious about such celebrities. Seeing his uncle like this, he became even more interested. He threw away his pen and approached Baoyu and asked, "Oh, uncle, you were still very excited when you went there. Did something happen?" Baoyu couldn't help but speak out when he heard his nephew's question. "I thought these people were all celebrities of the time. And what they said and did were different from the ordinary. Who would have thought that I would hear such vulgar words today? It's really annoying and wasted such a day." Baoyu was originally looking forward to going to this literary gathering today. But as soon as he entered the garden today, he frowned secretly. The styles of these literati in holding literary gatherings are not quite the same. Some of them pay attention to nature, and do not pay attention to external things. They only hold literary gatherings in scenic spots. Such literary gatherings generally invite local officials or scholars with achievements to participate. Some literary gatherings are quite different. Nowadays, there are some famous and unrestrained people who like to call slaves and maids, and keep beautiful concubines and boys. The atmosphere of the literary gatherings held by these people is much more frivolous, and there are often famous prostitutes accompanying them to persuade people to drink and perform. The literary gathering that Baoyu went to today was of this kind. In fact, as a family of military commanders, the Jia family has some traditions that have been passed down for a long time. When boys in the family reach a certain age, they will be arranged with people in their rooms. So Baoyu doesn't feel anything about this scene, but this scene is still inferior. Jia Baoyu recalled the time when his teacher took him to visit the nobles in the wild mountains and rivers. Although they ate wild vegetables and drank muddy wine, it was naturally interesting. The focus of the meeting, the words of Hai Chungshan, made him uncomfortable. Hai Chungshan did not drink and write poems today, but said a lot about current affairs. Today's literary meeting was held in the villa of the local rich. During the banquet, the clothes and hair of the famous prostitutes were as fragrant as clouds. Hai Chungshan may have drunk too much and his mouth began to become unreliable. We, the men of letters, should be free and unrestrained among the mountains and rivers. How can we be happy as officials now? Hai Chungshan's words at the beginning were quite normal and attracted many people to agree. Baoyu actually agreed with his words, seeing a senior very agreeably asking everyone to write some poems on the theme of mountains, rivers and countryside. He also wrote a poem that made everyone applaud. After this little episode, Hai Chungshan became more satisfied, and his words became out of place. Humph. But speaking of this, it seems that a female official has been appointed in the capital recently. This is also a hen crowing at dawn. Seeing Hai Chungshan throw the wine glass on the table and tease the famous prostitute beside him after saying this, Jia Baoyu slowly frowned. One of Baoyu's fellow students also accompanied him to the literary gathering. Seeing Baoyu's face change, he tugged at his clothes and whispered, "What's wrong? The teacher is watching you." Baoyu slowly let out the turbid air in his chest. He looked up at his senior brother, who was concerned about him, shook his head without saying anything, and stood up to refute what Hai Chungshan had just said. What Shanren said doesn't make sense. The positions in each department are originally for talented people. Anyone who has talent and is favored by the emperor can do the work. What does it have to do with men and women? Jia Baoyu's words were also blatantly impolite, which immediately cooled the atmosphere. Young people are passionate and impulsive, and Baoyu is a young man from a noble family. Even though he doesn't have the airs of a young man from a noble family, he speaks out when he sees this injustice, which reveals his true nature. Hai Chungshan didn't expect that this young man would dare to refute him in such an occasion. He was drunk and his mind was not very bright. For a while, he was hesitant and couldn't say anything to refute him. Baoyu won the first battle and couldn't help but refute Hai Chung. Then he said a lot of things, saying that women are not inferior to men. He was more interested than when he was writing poems just now. In the end, Hai Qingshan's face was so red that it turned blue and purple. It was only after the teacher who brought Baoyu and several other senior celebrities smoothed things over that the matter was resolved. After Baoyu's teacher returned, he also pulled him aside to explain many things. The old man was very insightful and did not think that Hai Qingshan was right. He just taught Baoyu not to be so impulsive next time. After Jialan heard what his uncle said, he was also indignant and said, "What kind of celebrity is this hermit? How can he be worse than an old scholar in the countryside?" Jia Baoyu thought so in his heart. The female official mentioned by Hai Qingshan was the elder sister of his Aunt Shua's family. Even if they were not relatives, he knew what kind of person Baochai was, and naturally did not want her to be talked about by such people. "Will this Hai Qingshan cause trouble to you, uncle?" After the uncle and nephew criticized this person, Jia Lan, who was young, understood a lot of things. He asked his uncle with some concern. Baoyu didn't care. If he has the guts, he can come and take revenge. How can I be afraid of him? Chapter 216. The reputation of Emperor Su Qingyu in the current literary circle is mixed, but there are not many people like Hai Qingshan who say these words publicly. After all, he is the emperor in the capital, not someone's neighbor, so even if people have some secret thoughts, they dare not expose them. This time, Hai Qingshan said these words because he was drunk. After the literary meeting, he also found an excuse to return home in shame, but he did not cause any trouble to Jia Baoyu. Jia Baoyu worshipped the famous scholar Jiang Wan as his teacher in Jiangyan. He went to literary gatherings with his master before. Jiang Wan never set foot in the literati circle in his life, but he was a well-known scholar in Jiangyan with his books and biographies. Although Baoyu found a college to study in Mingzhou, the teachers there could not be considered his teachers. However, the teachers in the college took Jia Baoyu to socialize everywhere, and he also caught Jiang Wan's eye with his talent. Originally, Jiang Wan did not want to accept Jia Baoyu as a student, but after talking with this young man from a noble family, he changed his attitude and accepted him as his disciple, officially acknowledging Jia Baoyu and allowing him to study in his home. So now Baoyu actually sometimes has to go to his teacher's house to study. One day he was sitting in the study room of his teacher's house, reading a book in his hand, but his mind was nowhere to be found. When Jiang Wan came in, he saw his disciple was absent-minded. He clenched his fist under his lips and coughed lightly. Seeing Baoyu standing up in a panic to salute him, he said lightly, "You should be calm when reading. Otherwise it will be a disgrace to these words. Don't you understand this principle?" Baoyu's face flushed when he was caught by the teacher. "It's my fault. I won't dare to do it again. Please don't be angry." Jiang Wan was not angry. Seeing Baoyu like this, he waved his hand and asked him to sit down. "Are you still thinking about the previous things?" Baoyu was embarrassed to be seen through by the teacher. He replied hesitantly, "After returning this time, I thought about it for a long time. I feel that I went too far last time." In fact, Jia Baoyu didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. It was just that he was reminded by his nephew Jia Lan that he knew that doing so might cause trouble for his teacher. After all, it was not uncommon to find people who shared the same idea as Hai Qingshan at that time. The atmosphere in Jiangnan was open-minded, but there were also many conservative forces. Jiangnan has always been known as the land of cloth. In many places, women were the main force in raising silkworms and weaving cloth. There were also wealthy families in the city who hired embroiderers, and many small shops in the city were also run by women. So it was not uncommon for women to show up in public in many places. But on the contrary, women from upper-level officials and wealthy families in Jiangnan were more restricted. Many families built their mansions beautifully, but the second door was locked and the women were not allowed to go out to socialize. Many young ladies did not go out for the first time until they got married. Such a complex and contradictory situation led to different ideas among the literati at that time. Some people thought that it was okay for women to do business or other weaving and sewing, which was also a part of the livelihood of the common people. However, some people were conservative and stubborn and thought that women should stay at home to take care of their husbands and children. Any behavior of showing one's face in public was a loss of women's virtue. Baoyu was very nervous when he apologized to his teacher today. He had never talked about these things with his teacher before. Jiang Wan was also a famous scholar like a hermit. So on weekdays, the master and the apprentice would talk about poetry or listen to Jiang Wan's teachings. So what Baoyu was more afraid of now was that the teacher would think he was wrong today. This might be a bigger blow to him than what Hai Qingshan said. But Jiang Wan was not an ordinary person. He looked at Bo Yu and snorted. Why bother with those people? I never thought of blaming you for what happened that day. Hai Chung is very vulgar. If you were also vulgar, I would not accept you as a disciple. Bo Yu raised his head and looked at his master. After looking for a while, he stood up and bowed to his master and said, It is my disciple who is shallow. Teacher, please don't blame me. Seeing this disciple like this, Jiang Wan was happy in his heart. But he still said calmly, Why do you have to perform such a big ceremony? Come on. Sit down. Today I will tell you what the saints said about how to live in harmony with the people. The New Year's Day is better than the hard days. There are many Buddha's birthdays in April. Now there is a devout Buddhist Queen Mother like Li Wancheng in the palace. And naturally, she attaches great importance to these festivals. Empress Dowager Li has begun to show up these days, and no longer closes the palace gates. So when the palace celebrates the Buddha's birthday, Li Wancheng not only brings her daughter, but also brings other princesses and companions. Lin Daiyu carefully inserted the 3 incense sticks in her hand into the incense burner to burn incense for the Buddha. She returned to her position in the team, and put her hands together again to make a wish. Then she followed the large group out of the Buddhist temple. When in Ningzhou, Daiyu often went to the temple with her parents to burn incense and go outings. So now she feels calm when she smells the scent of sandalwood and the sound of monks chanting scriptures. Unlike before Lin Miyue, the princesses and their tutors were more polite in front of Queen Mother Li. Only after Queen Mother Li said something would someone take over. If the Queen Mother did not speak, they would not take the initiative to say anything. On the Buddha's birthday, there were some customs in the palace to celebrate the birth of the Buddha. Queen Mother Li was not in a hurry to return to the palace after leaving the temple. She ordered people to cook 5 spiced soybeans and brought them back. Now she led the princesses and their tutors to walk around the palace. When she met the eunuchs and palace maids, she distributed soybeans to them. After walking around for a long time, Queen Mother Li led the people back to the Xineng Palace and had a vegetarian meal with them. Lin Miyue was not very interested in these religious ceremonies, but she was willing to give small benefits such as soybeans to the palace maids. So she just ordered people to prepare things to distribute to everyone, and did not participate in other people's vegetarianism. Seeing Daiyu and Wu Yingbo came back to pay their respects to her first, Lin Miyue was concerned about them and asked, Are you tired after this day? You still need something. Although it was a vegetarian meal, the chefs in the imperial kitchen had excellent skills, and cooked a lot of delicious dishes. In addition, there were offerings such as black rice in front of the Buddha on the Buddha's birthday. And Daiyu and Wu Yingbo had eaten their fill in the Xineng Palace before returning. Thank you, Your Majesty. But I just received a meal from the Empress Dowager Li in the Xineng Palace. I am not hungry now. Daiyu did not pretend to be polite. She knew that the Empress was just worried about her. Since she was full, she would tell the truth. Lin Miyue was indeed concerned about Daiyu and the others. Seeing that they really did not want to eat anymore, she did not force them to eat anything. Today is the 8th day of the 4th month. I estimate that we will go to the temporary palace around the 20th. You should also prepare for the next few days. Wu Yingbo was actually quite uncomfortable during the time she entered the palace. She had just entered the palace and needed to learn the palace rules from the maids. It was only recently that she started to go out with Daiyu and take classes with the princess and others. Now, hearing the Queen Mother say that she was going to the garden to escape the summer heat, Wu Yingbo also began to ask curiously, Queen, how long does it take to get from the palace to the temporary palace? Is it more fun there than in the palace? Seeing Wu Yingbo's obviously very curious eyes, and Daiyu also secretly looking over here, Lin Miyue laughed in her heart and sighed that they were 2 children after all, and they were still interested in these new things. This time we are just going to the temporary palace nearby. Even if we walk slowly, it will only take a day. Lin Miyue first answered the 2 people's questions about how long it would take. Daiyu and Wu Yingbo looked at each other. Yingbo continued, That's not that long. When I was a child, I went out with my grandmother and mother to worship Buddha and stayed in a Buddhist temple for a night. Lin Miyue nodded. It's not too far, but there are mountain roads along the way, which makes it difficult to get off the carriage and relax. In fact, it's very tiring after a day. He also told the 2 girls about the fun and food they could eat after going to the garden, which made the 2 girls, who had never been there, very interested. Lin Miyue saw that it was getting late, so she asked them to go to rest. Wu Yingbo's family didn't have any extra people to serve her, and the old mother had to cook and wash clothes, so she couldn't leave home. So she declined her mother's offer to let her bring people into the palace, and came to the palace alone. For this reason, Lin Miyue thought of removing a female official who taught etiquette, and sent Wen Huai, who was beside her, to take care of Wu Yingbo's affairs, and asked a maid and 2 young maids in her palace to serve. Wen Huai was with Wu Yingbo during the day, but she went back to the side hall when Miss Wu went to the main hall to pay her respects. Just now, she had someone bring hot water in the side hall and made the bed herself, waiting for Miss Wu to come back, and everything was ready. Seeing Wu Yingbo coming back with the little girl, Wen Huai went forward to greet her and said, "The hot water is ready. Do you want to take a bath?" Wu Yingbo was still a little embarrassed to be served so attentively these days, and she replied shyly, "Thank you, Sister Wen Huai. I will take a bath then." After Wu Yingbo came out, Wen Huai also packed her own bedding. She had been sleeping with Miss Wu in the side hall at night these days. Wen Huai not only wanted to help Wu Yingbo adapt to life in the palace better, but also to talk with her at night to relieve some of the anxiety and tension that Miss Wu had accumulated during the day. Today is the Buddha's bathing festival, which is a big festival in the palace because of Empress Dowager Li. So Wu Yingbo was afraid that she would make mistakes and be laughed at during the day. She had been very nervous all day and was very tired. Now she was curled up in the quilt and surrounded by curtains. Wu Yingbo was also much more relaxed. She looked at Wen Huai lying on the couch and asked, "Sister Wen Huai, I miss home a little. Today, I heard from the princesses that when we go to the temporary palace, the reading companions can go with us. Then can my family also." Chapter 217. Today at the Queen Mother Lin's place, Wu Yingbo actually wanted to ask this question, but she had just entered the palace and felt that she had not yet fully understood the Queen Mother's pulse. So she was embarrassed to ask. But Wu Yingbo was also very smart. She knew that the sister Wen Huai who was taking care of her temporarily was the Queen Mother's right-hand man. So Wu Yingbo thought that if she asked this question now, if Wen Huai could answer immediately whether she could or could not, it should be because the Queen Mother had told her, if she didn't know, she could ask her to ask. Wen Huai had worked with Lin Miyue for so long that she would understand what Wu Yingbo meant. However, she also understood these harmless little thoughts. The young lady is so filial and caring about her relatives. The Queen will definitely approve it. However, we need to arrange a residence for Mr. Wu and his wife in the temporary palace. We need to ask His Majesty or His Royal Highness the Duke for this. Wen Huai replied. Even the family of the prince's wife did not make sense to live in the temporary palace. So if the Wu family wanted to go, they had to have another house. Wen Huai estimated that His Royal Highness the Duke of Kong would be happy to arrange this house for the future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Wu Yingbo was very happy to hear this answer. She suppressed her excitement and replied as calmly as possible, "Thank you, sister. I know." After listening to Wu Yingbo's request, Lin Miyue agreed as Wen Huai said. She also called Concubine Chi to ask her opinion. "Do you want Yingbo to live with you after you go there? The palace is small and inconvenient, so I raised the 2 girls here. The garden is spacious and can give you some opportunities to get along with each other." Lin Miyue asked Concubine Chi. Lin Miyue is not the biological mother of Prince Kong. After Prince Kong gets married, the mother-in-law Wu Yingbo will be filial to is actually Concubine Chi. So now that she has the opportunity, Lin Miyue also wants to ask Concubine Chi and Wu Yingbo what they think. Letting them spend some time together in advance can also give Yingbo more opportunities to cultivate feelings with Prince Kong. Concubine Chi was a little surprised when she heard this. If there is a chance, I will naturally be willing. And to be honest, Qinghe has always wanted to talk to Yingbo. This time, there is an opportunity. Lin Miyue nodded. Isn't Qinghe now feeling the same as her son back then? She also understands the thoughts of these young people. But after thinking about it, Lin Miyue finally added, "It's not that I don't worry about Qinghe. It's just that sometimes I can't help my emotions. But this is the wife he personally asked me to marry. I don't want to hear anything that will ruin Yingbo's reputation." Concubine Chi naturally knew what the Queen Mother meant, and she naturally assured her, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, it's not that I, as a mother, think of my child in any way I want. Qinghe is indeed an honest child. He won't do such an impolite thing to make other girls suffer." After explaining the matter to Concubine Chi, Lin Miyue also called the 6th bureau to come. Princess Lingyu's return to Beijing this time requires the front court and the harem to prepare together. Li Wancheng is now impatient to deal with these things and just said that she needs to meditate and worship Buddha and directly through all the affairs to the Queen Mother of the next palace. Lin Miyue always felt that she had seen this script before. But she was happy that Ling Yu could come back to visit her family. So she took on this task without complaint. However, in order to alleviate her pain, she still cunningly asked Concubine Lu to help. The 6 bureaus of the harem had naturally changed a group of leaders over the years. Lin Miyue glanced over and actually didn't see any familiar faces. These female officials are also the top people in the palace. They are naturally very careful and cautious when they come to meet the Queen Mother. However, looking carefully, these people seem to be relieved to see that only Queen Mother Lin is there. Lin Miyue, sitting at the head of the table, naturally would not miss the expressions of these people. She was also holding back her laughter in her heart, thinking that the person in front of her was being tortured by Concubine Lu. Before, Lin Miyue saw her son tormenting the officials in the Ministry of Rights and thought that Su Qingyu, the client, was very difficult to deal with. However, after letting Concubine Lu come to help, she finally knew what a really difficult person was like. Concubine Lu's attitude was actually good, but her requirements were very detailed. From which palace the princess would live in after returning, where to allocate staff to serve her, to what patterns to use in making clothes for the princess after returning. Concubine Lu kept all the big and small things in mind. As long as she found something not perfect, she would report it to Lin Miyue. Lin Miyue couldn't stand listening to things one by one, so she gave Concubine Lu the authority to send people to the 6th bureau. In this way, the hard days of the 6th bureau were coming. And this was a major event that no bureau could escape. So the female officials of the 6th bureau could be said to have turned away when they saw the palace servants around Concubine Lu coming. The chief officials were relieved when they saw Empress Dowager Lin summon them alone today. You have worked hard these days, and there will be rewards for you later. Lin Miyue said that she would give bonuses to everyone as soon as she met them, which was also a way to mobilize everyone's emotions. As expected, the people below immediately became more energetic after these words came out. The head of the palace, she, also led everyone to thank the Queen Mother. Thank you for your grace, Queen Mother. We will do our best to handle all matters, and not let the princess return to the court this time. There will be no mistakes at all. Lin Miyue knew that everyone was tense and made Concubine Lu a little nervous. She also comforted everyone and said, "It's not necessary to demand perfection. There are not so many perfect things in this world. It's good enough to avoid mistakes in the big links." Hearing Lin Miyue say this, the adults in the 6 bureaus were even happier than when the Queen Mother wanted to reward them with silver. After all, the palace has actually laid off a group of people, and the female officials who stayed in the palace and climbed to such a high position now have no shortage of money. The Queen Mother now comforted them and told them not to worry too much about the ceremony and the subsequent arrangements. This greatly relieved their worries. It was a better reward for the female officials. After giving the sweet dates, Lin Miyue also began to check the process with everyone again. She attached great importance to the integrity and safety of the entire process. This meeting was unusual. Mu Khan, as the northern Khan who married Princess De Zheng, came to Yanqing in person. This was the first time since the founding of the country. Lin Miyue felt extremely stressed because of this. Although she knew that Mu Khan would not make trouble for trivial matters such as poorly arranged palace banquets or not liking the patterns on cups in her residence, she still had to be more serious than many previous palace banquets. After explaining everything and listening to the female officials report their own questions and answers, Lin Miyue finished all her work when the golden crow was setting in the west. After the spring equinox, the days in the north are getting longer and longer. Lin Miyue sighed as she looked at the flowers outside the window that were illuminated by the sun and rimmed with a layer of gold. Now when I look at Daiyu and you, I feel that time is passing quickly. I am also old like the morning sun. Yunxia was busy with Pang Chong today. She just came back and heard Lin Miyue lamenting here. It is said that beauty is old. But are you bragging about your beauty? Lin Miyue was choked by Yunxia's words. Her fragile and sensitive emotions disappeared instantly. You are becoming more and more eloquent now. I don't know who you learned from. I can't control you with this skill. The more capable a person is, the more temper he may have. Lin Miyue has been watching Yunxia quarreling with Pang Chong these days, and quarreling with people from the Ministry of Rights together with Pang Chong. While she felt that Yunxia was becoming more and more capable, she also found that she was becoming more and more sharp in her words. Yunxia thought about it, and sat down on the footrest next to Lin Miyue in frustration. She looked like a mushroom that had started to wilt after spores were sprayed out. Lin Miyue sighed in her heart when she saw her like this. She touched her head. What's wrong? Who made our Yun Yucheng unhappy? Tell me, and I'll deal with them. Yun Xia gently bumped her head against Lin Miyue's knee. You are so unruly. This is not a conflict between children that needs to be told to the parents. Although Yun Xia encountered some difficulties in her recent work, she was just depressed and wanted to take a break. She didn't want Lin Miyue to stand up for her. Our Yunxia is so capable that she doesn't need me anymore. Lin Miyue touched the jade hairpin on Yunxia's head that symbolized her status as a royal leader, and said this again in a gentle tone. Yunxia felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. Well, it's not true. I just think I can do it myself. And I don't need you to step in. When Lin Miyue was in the East Palace before, Yunxia was just a palace maid who served her closely. At that time, Yunxia was favored by the prince as a concubine. So naturally no one dared to bully her in the East Palace. But at that time, Emperor Fengtai was still the emperor. The ladies in the harem were nominally Lin Miyue's elders. There were also people in the 6 bureaus and 1 department who were not clear-headed and gave Yun Xia a cold shoulder or deliberately found some mistakes to embarrass her. At that time, Yun Xia didn't want the empress to worry about her, so she always endured it. But later, Lin Miyue still knew about these things. She didn't say anything on the surface, but she finally thought of a way to fight back for Yun Xia. In the future, Yun Xia gained experience very quickly in the palace. No matter what task Lin Miyue assigned to her, she would ask Zhang and Zhou and others for advice if she didn't understand it at the beginning. She seemed to be very fast at getting started with anything, and Lin Miyue never worried about her. Seeing Yunxia showing a rare feeling of fatigue and feeling that she was not competent for anything, Lin Miyue deliberately said this to comfort her. Seeing Yunxia gradually cheering up, Lin Miyue also put down her worries. She looked at the people and said, "You will not come to dinner tonight, but Bao Chai will come to pay her respects to me when she has time. You, a busy person, finally came back, so please have dinner with us." Chapter 218. After figuring out the rules of doing things, Shui Baochai also began to relax and not work so hard every day. Lin Miyue was relieved after knowing this. She recommended Baochai to her son not to let her become a painting in the minister's pavilion as soon as possible. Now Baochai has become accustomed to coming back to Lin Yongyang's place for a meal every few days. She feels that it is very good to have a meal and chat with Lin Yongyang and her sisters. It can soothe her tired spirit due to busyness. At the dinner table, Baochai also talked about a recent news in Yinqing. I heard that His Majesty has issued a decree to allow Western merchants to bring goods to Beijing after submitting a petition to the Maritime Merchants Office. I went there yesterday after I got off work. I really know what it means to be shoulder to shoulder. After Su Qingyu met with the 2 Western envoys, he also allowed the merchants of these 2 countries to come to Beijing once, just like the previous practice of the Zheng dynasty, to open a temporary market. The 2 Western envoys were very excited. Although the emperor said it was temporary, they also got real benefits. Thanks to the empress, I have seen many new things from the West. But such a market is still interesting and attractive, Dayu said with envy. At this time, Dayu's eyes showed a bit of yearning. She had lived in the palace for a long time, and everything else was good, but it was really boring to see the same scenery every day. Lin Hai and Jiamin did not restrict their daughter as much as many high-ranking families. If Dayu was outside the palace, she could take the maids to the market. Or if she was interested, Jiamin would also take her daughter to the famous mountains around to climb and enjoy the spring. In the palace, Lin Miyue was actually willing to let the princesses and their companions play freely. If they wanted to leave the palace, Lin Miyue was willing to approve it. However, the children were sensible. They knew that if they left the palace, they would have to bring a lot of people with them, and their mothers and concubines in the palace would worry about their safety. So Dayu had been studying with the princesses since she entered the palace. The most interesting thing was to go to the training ground to ride horses, when the princes and relatives did not have horse riding and archery courses. Baochai and Dayu were not childhood friends. When they first met, they didn't think much of each other, but after getting along with each other, they became close friends. As their friendship became closer, their understanding of each other became deeper. Baochai was originally talking about a few recent events. While she was talking, she also observed Dayu's expression, so she knew what was wrong with her in an instant. Lin Miyue naturally saw what the 2 children were thinking. She looked at Baochai, who was a little embarrassed, and said, "This is indeed a lively event. Not only that, These foreign merchants coming to Beijing also give everyone something else to discuss. I heard that there is a scholar in Beijing who wrote a beautiful sentence that is not inferior to grape wine in the luminous cup. The Pipa urges me to drink. I wonder if you know it. Bao Chai. Bao Chai knew that although Dayu might be a little envious, it would not be a big deal. So she planned to tell her some more lively and interesting things to make her happy. However, when the Empress Dowager brought up this topic, she did know the sentence that the scholar chanted. So she also began to talk about poetry with great interest. Dayu savored a few lines of the poem that Bao Chai had just recited, and thought about the Liangzhou Sea I mentioned by the Empress Dowager. She was thoughtful. The new book of Tang music said, the music tunes during the Tianmao period were all named after border areas, such as Liangzhou, Yizhou, Ganzhou and so on. Liangzhou was a northwestern border area. Wine and luminous cups were new things introduced from the western regions to the east at that time. Pipa and hujiao were also popular instruments in the northwest. Some people think that Wang Han's poems are majestic and show the atmosphere that can only be seen during the heyday of the dynasty. The last two lines are a sharp turn down on the surface, revealing a sad background. However, some people also commented that this was a statement made when one was drunk. But in fact, it showed a bit of humor and boldness. They commented that these two sentences were sad words or shallow. Humorous words are wonderful, and it depends on the understanding of the scholars. The first two sentences of the poem that Bao Chai just repeated also wrote about the western scenery in a wonderful way. And the last two sentences directly wrote about the worry about the rolling in of foreign things, and the hesitation of not knowing where to go. Lin Dayu didn't know what kind of background the man had, what experiences and knowledge he had. But she knew that he was not an ordinary person just by listening to these few sentences. Bao Chai finished her words, but wanted to keep the secret. She looked at the two of them, and smiled mysteriously. You must be wondering who this person is. It turns out that he is an acquaintance. I just don't know if you can guess it. Dayu was really surprised at this time. She looked at Bao Chai and said, Sister, don't frame me. I know a few people. How can he be an acquaintance? Bao Chai laughed and clapped her hands when she saw Dayu's reaction. I'm not saying that my sister and this talented man are acquaintances, but that this talented man's sister is our acquaintance. Dayu didn't react until she heard Bao Chai say this. After a little thought, she vaguely knew who this person was. She had a little pride on her face. You almost fooled me. I know. This should be Lingru's brother. When they were in Mingzhou, Shen Linru was Dayu's first friend, and the one she got along with the most. Dayu didn't need to ask about her family affairs. This little girl could reveal a lot herself. Shen Linru has a cousin named Shen Biqing. This young Master Shen is also considered the most proud of the younger generation of the Shen family. He passed the imperial examination and became an official at an early age. The several branches of the Shen family are of the same blood. Those who are good at studying will take the imperial examination and become officials to provide security for the family. Those who are good at business and have talent in this field will go to the several businesses in the family to gain experience. The elders of the family will not care much about those who are really good at nothing. As long as they don't do anything that violates the law, they can let these playboys spend their money. Shen Lingru's brothers are quite talented, and now they seem to be working hard for the title of Juren. However, Shen Biqing was determined to go to Beijing to take the Jinshi exam. Unfortunately, there is a huge gap between Juren and Jinshi. Mr. Shen was a well-known scholar in the provincial government, but he unexpectedly failed twice after he went to Yanqing. The Shen family has no shortage of money or connections. Besides, Shen Biqing is not too old even if he takes the exam for another 10 years. Therefore, the Shen family also tried to get him into the Imperial College to study. The ages of the students in the Imperial College were actually quite uneven, ranging from those who were over 50 and had grandchildren to talented teenagers in their teens. Shen Biqing's age was not out of place among them. Shen Biqing was very depressed because of his failure in the imperial examination. However, when he saw that there were so many seniors who were just idling around waiting to be appointed as officials even in the Imperial College, he strangely felt a little relaxed. He began to stop forcing himself to study hard and gradually began to go out and socialize with classmates or fellow townsmen. It was also an accident to meet this Western merchant caravan. However, Shen Biqing was born in the Shen family, so he knew more about maritime business or the West than many people. Even some of the sons of noble families in Beijing were not as clear about these things as Shen Biqing. What was even more interesting about Shen Biqing was that he could speak some Western languages. After chatting with those so-called merchants, He wrote that poem with true feelings. That's why this poem has been passed down by people in Yanqing for so long, that it was even introduced into the palace. These poems not only set off another storm of public opinion in the capital, but also made many people really start to pay attention to what new things Westerners now have besides rare toys and small items. Lin Miyue also thought about the long term. She didn't know what her son talked about with the Western envoys, but she knew that the two envoys were summoned soon after entering the palace. The fleet that was finally decided to go to the west was not only equipped with the civil servants of the traditional mission, but also brought the imperial doctors and many apprentices of the imperial hospital, the craftsmen of various departments of the inner court, the eunuchs and the craftsmen supported by the royal family, and even some soldiers and masters in the guards were quietly added to the list. From these personnel configurations, it can be seen that Lin Miyue has also figured out something. But she is also afraid that her ideas will affect her son. So she did not add anything else, and only mentioned that the imperial physician should prepare the medicines needed for the voyage in case of emergency. Since the 15th century, people have begun to explore the vast ocean more and more deeply. But there is still one thing in the age of navigation that has puzzled captains and seafarers for more than 100 years. That is, there will always be people in the crew who will experience fatigue, bleeding gums and bleeding skin, and even shedding. Lin Miyue knew that scurvy could threaten the lives of the people on the ship, so she naturally had to remind her son. However, while Su Qingyu was surprised by his mother's suggestion, he also listened carefully. As the emperor, Su Qingyu also heard about the recent masterpiece of this talented scholar who made Yanqing paper expensive in Luoyang. This news was not brought by others, but by his own grandfather. Before the emperor set out for the garden, the most important thing in the court was the imperial examination. Su Qingyu invited his grandfather to the palace today to discuss this matter. After listening to the poem, Lin Feng's first impression was that this child was able to grasp the key points. I heard that this child has taken many exams, but has not passed the imperial examination. His knowledge alone is better than many people. Foreign merchants made Yanqing lively. The nobles and the rich spent a lot of money to buy their favorite spices, gems, and various handicrafts. The people who had no money to buy these things also saw something new. Some scholars went to join in the fun and buy things. Shen Biqing was not the only one who wrote articles. However, Lin Feng saw something different from others in Shen Biqing. That is, his rare foresight and concern for his country. Su Qingyu personally served tea to his grandfather. He also agreed and said, "You are right. Not only him, but also several of his scholar grandchildren look good. I also heard Commander Tao talk about a few people for other things before. To tell you the truth, I want to change the imperial examination for these people." Chapter 219. Those who excel in learning will become officials. Although it is somewhat utilitarian, many people study just to become officials. But this book also has its own rules. Famous families have their own collections of books and famous teachers. They can let their disciples have broad knowledge without traveling thousands of miles. This is how the difference between the scholars of these families and ordinary scholars is drawn. According to the local theory, the literati in the north and south are not all the same. There are many famous scholars in Jiangnan. Many scholars with talent and fame are actually from wealthy families. Even if they are short of money, as long as their literary reputation spreads, they will generally not lack money. This situation also gave rise to a unique temperament among the scholars in Jiangnan. People in Jiangnan like to admire talented people and think poetry and wine are romantic. Only when you spend all your money and get it back can you be considered a true scholar. But in Beijing or many places in the north, there are still some noble scholars who look down on scholars like Shen Biqing who come from a merchant family. For example, there are some people who think so in the Imperial College where Shen Biqing is currently attending classes. But Shen Biqing does not bother himself. He just treats these people as air and does not socialize with them. In this way, he has developed his own social circle. Among the people who got along well with Shen Biqing, there were also some scholars who were reported by Commander Tao before. But Su Qingyu didn't do anything to these scholars after he dealt with the stubborn elements who were behind the scenes. This time, after reading Shen Biqing's poems and essays, he also paid attention to several people who had impressed him before. And there were also some good poems and essays. I saw that those people wrote poems very well, but they were all a bit behind in writing articles. Su Qingyu said to his grandfather. Lin Feng got older, but he didn't lose his ability to remember everything he saw. He recalled the texts that were circulated in the capital and said, "These are two different things. But you told me before that you wanted to change the content of the imperial examination. Now I have some ideas. In fact, if it comes to things like maritime merchants, tariffs, and taxes, the ministers in the court, including Lin Feng himself, don't care too much. One of the important reasons why Lin Feng supports the emperor's reform is that the emperor is just his grandson. As long as people have limitations, Lin Feng actually has a longer-term vision than many officials in the court. However, he still subconsciously feels that the foundation of the country lies in agriculture and scholars. He thinks that the policy of emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce for thousands of years is the national policy that should be implemented. No matter what reform is, it should not go beyond this framework. However, recently Su Qingyu used some facts to convince these cabinet elders and important officials of relevant government offices. He took out the not-so-scientific record book made by his team in Mingzhou. These record books are still thanks to Lin Muyue, the behind-the-scenes strategist. She originally studied liberal arts and had no experience working in a laboratory. But the agronomy major of Lin Muyue's alma mater is very famous. She also happened to have a roommate and a good friend who transferred from another major, namely agronomy-related majors, so she has seen her roommates going to the fields and the record books they brought to the laboratory. Watching her son set up a test field for experimental grain varieties in Mingzhou, Lin Muyue looked at the books and methods used by the agricultural officials to record. She finally gritted her teeth and recalled some of the contents of her friend's record book when he was cursing and writing. Although according to the current development law of Zheng, Lin Muyue felt that many contents in the book could not be reproduced in a short time. But it was still more reliable than the recording methods of those scholars who passed the imperial examination. Su Qingyu also persuaded the important officials in the court with these books full of experimental fields, and asked them to stand on the side of the emperor to help reform the existing imperial examination model. It's too late for this subject. We have to take out the entire regulations before the next subject, so that scholars with real talents can show their abilities. Lin Feng thought about the questions that his grandson used for reference and felt that the scope of these examinations should be slightly revealed. Lin Feng felt that the changes his grandson was going to make this time were indeed big. The contents involved farming, taxes, foreign affairs, and many other matters. Many adults in the 6 ministries had privately discussed with their colleagues that the world of the imperial examination was going to change. Su Qingyu nodded. It's not that my grandson wants to change the laws of our ancestors at will, but after seeing so many things recently, I really think that change is the best policy. Knowing what his grandson was thinking, Lin Feng said, I naturally support you. Also, as for the chief examiner of this imperial examination, after we discussed it, we decided to publicly recommend the current Hanlin scholar, Mr. Gu. This Mr. Gu was also a top 3 student who had been in the Hanlin Academy for many years. He was also the counselor to Su Qingyu's father, who often asked about political affairs. For so many years, he had watched 2 generations of emperors implement their decrees. Seeing his grandson frowning and looking dissatisfied, Lin Feng sighed. I know what you mean. You want to choose someone who is young and strong and as radical as you. But you should also know that if you keep moving forward, you may fall down. The reason why Lin Feng finally agreed to choose such a new cabinet elder was that he thought there should be a ballast in the cabinet to stabilize the various problems caused by overly radical policies. Su Qingyu also knew what his grandfather meant. He rarely showed such emotions except in front of his relatives. He looked at Lin Feng and said, I understand your intentions. I am not completely because of this. I am thinking that you will retire after this time. I still feel that I can't leave you. Lin Feng smiled unrestrainedly. What's the matter? I am still your grandfather even if I am not in the court. Besides, our family is from Yanqing. When I retire, I will just go back to live in the manor outside the capital. It's cheap if you miss me and want to summon me. Su Qingyu said helplessly. There is a small villa with hot spring water near the palace. It was awarded to me by my father before. Grandfather, please don't hesitate to live there. Lin Feng was not polite to his grandson. Okay. I accept it. Even if I am polite to you this time, your mother will always find a way to send it to you. And she might even ask your grandmother to nag me. So I'll just save myself the trouble. Lin Muyue sneezed and startled Wen Lu. She asked the Queen Mother carefully. Your Majesty, is the window too wide? I'll go and close it a little. It's April now, and the spring rain is gradually falling. It was still sunny this morning, but the sky started to change at noon. Now it's raining like silk, and the whole palace is shrouded in a mist of water vapor. Lin Muyue was also standing in front of the window to enjoy the rain. She didn't wear much because of the good weather in the morning, so when Lu asked so carefully after she sneezed just now, Lin Muyue waved her hand. Nothing. Nothing, I'll stay inside. Yu and Ingwa took umbrellas when they went out in the morning. I saw that the rain would not stop for a while. When Lu thought for a while and said, it seems that they didn't bring umbrellas, but there must be umbrellas in Lonji Hall, you don't have to worry. Your Majesty, Lonji Hall is a place for princesses to study, and there are many female teachers and palace servants in it. Even if there are no umbrellas suitable for princesses in Lonji Hall, it is impossible to let people come back in the rain. Lin Muyue nodded randomly. I'm overthinking. Alas, I really feel that my brain is not enough recently. I don't know when Lingyu will come back. I am also looking forward to finishing all these things. Lin Muyue was actually quite busy in Mingzhou. But she was busy with her favorite things at that time, so she didn't feel tired. Now she feels exhausted physically and mentally when she starts to work on palace affairs again. When Lu didn't know what the Empress Dowager was thinking when she saw her like this. She laughed and said, Your Majesty, you are complaining about being tired. I see how much you love Miss Lin. Once you take up the palace affairs, you can't let go. Lin Muyue's breathing stagnated. She felt that what Lu said made a lot of sense. If Dai Yu got married, she would definitely be reluctant to ask her to immediately devote herself to the tedious and complicated palace affairs. So she would still have to work on it herself for a while. I had thought of training Bao Chai to be Yu's right-hand man before. But unfortunately that child is not a sparrow but a swan. She shouldn't be trapped by these things after all. Lin Muyue said to Wen Lu with emotion. This was the first time when Lu heard the Queen Mother's expectations for Miss Shui. She was a little surprised at first. But she thought about what Miss Shui had done in recent days. And she also felt that the Queen Mother's words made sense. Miss Shui? No. It's Lord Shui who is indeed a powerful figure. To be honest with the Queen Mother, when I first entered the palace, I thought that the nanny who taught the rules was the most powerful. Later, when I went to the Shanggong Bureau, I felt that Lord Shanggong might be the most powerful. I didn't expect that a woman could be like Lord Shui. When Lu said this with some embarrassment, but seeing that the Queen Mother looked at her with great interest, she still finished in a low voice. Shui Baochai is now considered one of the most admired people by almost all the female officials and maids in the palace. As a female official, she was transferred to an official position above the outer court and could walk like many men. She also did many things that the emperor was very satisfied with, which really made the female officials proud. Do you regard Baochai as your goal? That's good. She is indeed a role model worth learning from. Lin Muyue was quite curious about the popular topics among these female officials and maids. After asking Wen Lu to tell her in detail, she found it quite interesting. Wen Lu also let go at this time. She looked at the gentle eyes of the queen looking at her and mustered up the courage to say, in fact, we don't admire Lord Shui the most. We admire you the most. Lord Shui's ability to go to the outer court is certainly a blessing from the emperor. But the people in the palace have understood the ability of the Queen Mother and her position in the heart of the emperor for so long. And they know that the Queen Mother must have helped behind this matter. Lin Muyue was a little surprised. After listening to Wen Lu's thoughts, she smiled and said, it's because of this. There is another earth-shattering thing waiting for you. Bao Chai will not be the last female official who can stand in the court. Chapter 220. This matter can be traced back to a few days ago. Su Qingyu did not have any success in the imperial examination this time, but next time he plans to let the female officials with ideas and other people who are not recognized by the mainstream literary group try to take the exam together. The talented people in the inner palace are like pearls hidden in the dark room. In fact, if it weren't for my sister and Daiyu's ability to recognize people, my son would not have this idea. Su Qingyu also revealed this earth-shattering thing when chatting with his mother. The reason why he had this idea was because of the extra courses given to the princesses during this period of time. Finally, a female official, who served the princesses in Lonji Palace, also learned well. Su Qingyu would set up exams for his sisters to give them some colorful hair benefits. So the princesses would set up an exam for a period of time. The content and papers of the exams were not confidential. After all, the female officials could audit the courses if they wanted to. Not to mention printing an extra paper. The princesses' scores were average. Among the other companions, only Daiyu's score was good. But no one cared much about these scores. Only Princess Shiro still had some competitive spirit. She even chased Daiyu, and asked her many questions. For this reason, Shiro and Dayu both stayed late. They saw a female official holding a piece of paper with questions printed on it, and thinking about the questions on it. Originally, Dayu didn't want to join in the fun, but Shiro was still curious about how many questions this young female official could answer. She saw that there were not many spaces left on the paper. So she pulled Dayu to wait for a while. The female official, who was sitting there alone doing the questions, was named Faye. She was not on duty today, so she just found an empty room in Laundry Hall to do the questions. It was a coincidence that she was seen watching female official Faye writing and drawing on a piece of paper. After she copied her answers onto another piece of paper, Shiro coughed lightly and pulled Dayu to the female official, who was startled and looked a little panicked. Fei Qionyang saw the princess and Miss Lin coming. She was also a little at a loss, and her mind returned a little after her body began to automatically and mechanically pay respects. I just thought this knowledge was interesting. I went to listen to the lecture after asking Lord Jia for permission. I took a copy of the test paper after Lord Jia agreed. Fei Wenyang was also a little afraid that the princess would blame her, so she explained herself first. Shiro took the test paper she had finished and looked at it. She felt that many questions seemed to be answered correctly. She said indifferently, "Well, it's nothing. I know about this. I'm just curious about how much you have learned and how many questions you can answer correctly." Dayu originally wanted to comfort Fei Qionyang, but after she glanced at the test paper, her expression became more and more serious, and she didn't care to say anything else. Princess Shiro didn't learn very well. She could only see that many of the questions on the paper seemed to be answered correctly. However, after reading it, Dayu felt that not only were the answers correct, but the ideas behind many of the questions were also very interesting. She seemed to think that no one else would read her answers. Fei Qionyang also wrote many questions other than the questions, and her own solutions on the paper. These contents surprised Dayu even more. "Have you learned these things at home before? I see that many of the things you wrote on this paper don't seem to be in class," Dayu asked. Dayu had learned this knowledge with others when she was in Ningzhou before, when she gave the princesses a new lesson in the palace. She started from the simpler content again. There were some questions beyond the scope of the exam this time. These were the topics that the priest talked about on a whim during the class. The princesses and their companions were actually dizzy after listening to the usual content. These contents were like the buzzing of mosquitoes, which were annoying and unwilling to pass by. So it was a surprise that Fei Qionyang could answer these questions beyond the scope. Fei Qionyang replied embarrassedly, "My dear, my father also likes to think about these things. So I did read some books when I was at home." When this was said, Princess Shiro and Dayu were surprised. It was very rare to have a family that could afford to read books and let their daughters read books these days. So when Fei Qionyang said that her family actually had these books about Western knowledge and her father asked his daughter to study together, it was really not easy. Seeing the expressions of Princess Shiro and the others, Fei Qionyang continued to add, "My family married a princess before. My great-grandmother was the fourth daughter of the late emperor, Princess Huaichen." Shiro calculated the generations, and she said with some surprise, "So you are my sister of the same generation. The generations of the royal family cannot be calculated in this way. Princess Huaichen has been dead for many years, and there is nothing promising among her descendants. Therefore, the talents of the Fei family have faded out of the circle of high-ranking nobles in Beijing. The descendant of this princess entered the palace again as a female official. Dayu now thinks that the two empress dowagers probably know about it, but the princesses don't know much about it." When Fei Qionyang heard the princess say this, she quickly replied, "This is also the matter of our ancestors, Your Highness. Don't worry about it." After that, Fei Qionyang thought about it and added, "Although my father has failed for many years, our family has accumulated some knowledge from generation to generation, especially a lot of books. He usually likes to read books. After being obsessed with these books, he read them day and night. But later, he changed his nature. When Fei Qionyang was a child, because of her talent, she was considered a daughter who was very much loved by her father, and was often taken by her father to read books and learn these new knowledge. Unfortunately, everything changed later. Fei Qionyang's family was a bit complicated. Her father was the only son of her grandfather, and married his childhood sweetheart. Their married life was harmonious. Unfortunately, God was blind, and Fei Qionyang's mother died of dystocia, an avalanche, when she gave birth to her, leaving behind a 6-year-old daughter and this newborn daughter. At that time, Mrs. Fei was still alive, and she helped her son raise the two daughters with some difficulties. But later, Mr. Fei remarried and Mrs. Fei gave birth to another son, which made the atmosphere in the family subtle. In fact, Master Fei and his later wife had been married for many years before they had a son. So he originally planned to recruit sons-in-law for his two daughters. But his later wife gave birth to a young son. So Master Fei gradually changed his mind. Everyone has selfish desires. Later, Mrs. Fei was also good to the two girls left behind. But after she had a son, she also had many ideas. And the family began to have their own ulterior motives. Fei Qianyang's sister was a tough person. She didn't actually care about the family's property or have to recruit a son-in-law. But she couldn't stand her father's style and face. So she quarreled with the family. As the saying goes, if there is a stepmother, there will be a stepfather. But the more appropriate statement should be that under such social conditions, the father's partiality gave the stepmother the opportunity to stir up trouble, and the real black hand has always been the father. The eldest daughter of the Fei family is a smart and sensible person. She did not blame her stepmother, but directly confronted her scumbag father, who had changed his mind and only cared about his youngest son. When Sister Fei started to quarrel with her scumbag father, Fei Qianyang also saw that her father, who would hold her in his arms and read books when she was a child, taught her to read and write and learn new knowledge, changed from a good father, who was like a madman, and began to glare at his own flesh and blood. The eldest daughter of the Fei family actually didn't like her younger sister very much, especially after Master Fei changed his mind. She felt that it was her younger sister's birth that caused her mother to die, which led to all the things that happened later. In the end, the eldest daughter of the Fei family took the family property from her father and married her beloved. During that time, Fei Qianyang was caught between her elder sister and her father. So when the palace was selecting female officials, Fei Qianyang simply signed up, according to her own qualifications. She quickly entered the palace smoothly and luckily passed the selection examination and was assigned to work in Longji Palace. Now that she has caught the princess's eye, Fei Qianyang also felt like she was in a dream after returning to her residence. The female official she lived with saw her in a daze, and called her for a long time before she responded. I heard that you were seen by Her Highness Shiro when you were doing those questions today. And Miss Lin, you are so lucky. You actually caught the eyes of these two big Buddhas, said the female official Qiao enviously. The female officials in Longji Palace are treated well. In the palace, Lin Muyue is now in charge of arranging a room for two people for all female officials. If Yuan Chun is old and senior, and is favored by the Empress Dowager and the princesses, she will also be treated as living in a room by herself. The girl surnamed Xiao who lived with Fei Qianyang was called Xiaolan. She was not very learned, but she was lively, likable and very careful. When Yuan Chun saw her, she felt that she would match the temperament of the little Princess Qiaohan. So she also selected her to be in Longji Palace. Fei Qianyang knew that Xiao Nuguan had no bad intentions. It was no secret that she talked to Princess Shiro today. Xiaolan must have heard about this from the maids and other female officials in Longji Palace. So she came to ask. It was just a coincidence. The princess and Miss Lin may not have taken it seriously. I don't want to spread it to avoid people saying that I am presumptuous and don't know the rules. Fei Qianyang knew that Xiaolan was young and liked to chat with the maids. She asked Xiaolan to say these words today, and Xiaolan would help her to say them out. As expected, Xiaolan understood after hearing this. That's right. Although there are not many people in Longji Palace who believe everything they hear, it's always bad if it gets out. Looking at Xiaolan's expression, Fei Qianyang knew that she had listened to what she just said, so she just turned over this chapter and stopped thinking about it. After that, whether it was Princess Shiro or Miss Lin, Fei Qianyang saw that they didn't talk to her alone or show any favor to her. She was strangely relieved, but one day after Fei Qianyang finished her duty, someone asked her to meet the emperor, and this incident made her heart, which had been relieved, hang high again.